Chapter 334, Legion Management. The moment Conrad Kurz saw the prophecy, Angron saw it too. In the prophecy, Qinxia collapsed to the ground in agony, snot and tears dripping onto the ornate helmet he clutched, too distraught to even cry out. And Conrad Kurz knelt beside Qinxia, facing the tragedy before him. A long sword pinned Angron to a marble wall. The sword was incredibly beautiful, like a work of art, an artwork that would only appear in paintings. Revenge, Conrad Kurz stood up. We're going to kill it. You will avenge your adopted son, and I will avenge my brother. This was what Conrad Kurz saw. So that's how it is. Facing the anguished Conrad Kurz, Angron suddenly laughed. His booming laughter echoed through the office. Conrad Kurz stared at Angron, bewildered, wondering how his brother could see the end of his destiny and still laugh. Your prophetic abilities are powerful, but... I don't want to say this, but, they're just so-so. Angron smiled, took a chip from a drawer, and inserted it into a slot on his desk. Then, the desk projected a holographic image. Look at this. Angron pulled Conrad Kurz to stand before the holographic image. My adopted father made this to teach me about psyker-related things. After all, I'm also a psyker, so I have to learn. See, this is the veil. Angron began to explain to a bewildered Conrad Kurz like a teacher. His finger pointed to a sphere enveloped by another sphere. This is the veil. We live in the reality universe, and beyond the reality universe is the warp. So what blocks those abominations we see during warp travel from entering? The veil. The veil protects the reality universe. Although it is now riddled with holes due to the existence of the Cygnus Anomaly X and the Great Vortex, it still serves to protect the reality universe. This is why a psyker who is powerful enough to sweep away armies in one place might find it difficult to even light a fire to roast meat with his psychic powers in another. And attached to the veil is the web of fate. The holographic image changed. Dense, intricate lines coiled around the sphere labeled as the veil. The destiny of every creature in our reality universe is a component of the web of fate. The Eldar call them strands of fate. But is there only one strand of fate? Of course not, there are many, many. When you were on Nostramo, you once saw 2 destinies for a criminal, and even that was few. A person has many, many strands of fate. On the strands of fate, both you and I have death, and also life. Changing destiny is not about twisting and altering a strand of fate, but choosing a destiny that aligns with our expectations from every extension of the strands of fate. This is what is meant by changing destiny. Angron waved his hand, and the holographic image shut off. Conrad Kurz, who had been listening intently, looked at Angron. Fulgrim must have told you that my adopted father is a unique psyker. The souls of creatures in the reality universe reside within their bodies, making it difficult to leave the reality universe and the veil while the body still exists. But my adopted father can easily make his soul leave the reality universe and the veil. He can directly lie on the veil and observe a specific strand of fate from beginning to end. Isn't that much more detailed than the prophecy you saw? Upon hearing this, Conrad Kurz processed some of the knowledge he had just received. He had no idea that strands of fate existed. And the Emperor had never mentioned any of this. Magnus was a master psyker, but he hadn't said anything, nor had he had the chance to say these things. The prophecy you saw is the darkest and most cruel, that is the darkest and most cruel strand of fate. You need to remember that it is not unique, Angron continued. That is to say, even the future that a powerful prophet like you can see is by no means the only one or one that is bound to happen. After discussing the prophecy, Angron sensed that Conrad Kurz believed what he said, but not entirely. Until Conrad Kurz truly had an opportunity to change a prophecy, he would not fully believe this theory. However, it was enough for Conrad Kurz to have doubts about prophecies. Angron didn't expect Conrad Kurz to immediately believe everything he said. Nostromo's influence on Conrad Kurz was continuous and prolonged. To effect further change in Conrad Kurz would naturally be just as prolonged. Since your adopted father can see every strand of fate, why didn't he look at your destinies before the uprising to make you more certain that the uprising would succeed? Conrad Kurz asked. Because countless possible futures are equivalent to infinite possibilities, seeing them or not makes no difference, Angron said. Seeing Conrad Kurz's skeptical expression, Angron added, my adopted father said that one of my futures would involve me becoming a fool with the butcher's nails, doing nothing but wielding an axe and chopping people all day long. And look, have I gotten the nails? No. When those scoundrels tried to nail me, I wasn't unconscious, and my adopted father came to help me, so I'm perfectly normal now. Conrad Kurz pondered for a moment, then nodded silently. In Conrad Kurz's mind, he felt that Angron might be bluffing him. Angron becoming a fool who only knew how to wield an axe and chop people, that was too absurd. What you said makes sense, Conrad Kurz said. But I really don't have the energy to discuss these things right now. The emotional experience you named, Storm of Hatred, almost drove me insane. All right, I'll arrange accommodation for you. Angron returned to his desk and called for staff to come in. Conrad Kurz watched his brother, deep in thought. Morning. Qinxia and Angron sat on opposite sides of the desk. Conrad Kurz lay on the office sofa. He hadn't gone to the room Angron arranged for him, as he was accustomed to resting in places that weren't rooms, and besides, how could a primarch need sleep and lodging to recover his mental energy? 120,000 men have completed their warlord-level reorganization. Several companies merged, and their company commanders refused to submit to each other, so I had them battle it out in a virtual simulation and then compare strategies, after which I would select the warlord. The unsuccessful company commanders will serve as first company commanders. In my plan, the first company of every warlord will be an elite unit. Angron explained to his adopted father the progress of the flagship legion reorganization for the Great Vortex fleet capture operation. Each warlord will have between 20 and 30,000 men, which is a practical arrangement of numbers, with infantry making up the majority, followed by armored forces. Keptra was originally the company commander of an armored company, now he will be the warlord of the armored regiment, responsible for assisting all warlords of the legion as an armored force during major campaigns. Other warlords will also establish armored forces, as their potential for independent operations must be considered. Weapons and equipment are easy to acquire, and there's no rush for warships now. Hearing this, Qin Xia nodded. Once Brown recovered those who had been corrupted by Xenos and returned, he and Brown would work together to figure out how to produce warships. The time it would take for the Forge engine to produce a single warship was currently unknown, as that thing was originally a colony ship, not a mobile shipyard. However, Brown had estimated before he left that regardless of how long it took to build a single ship, the colony ship could at least simultaneously construct 30 cruisers, and even more if they were smaller vessels. The only problem now is the number of people, Qin Xia said. Yes, 2 months ago, the entire Great Nukria began selecting its third batch of new recruits. Angron spread his arms. With thousands of worlds across the Great Nukria selecting simultaneously, at least tens of thousands of new recruits can be chosen. Qin Xia realized that Angron had already completed the establishment and integration of the Nuceria sector. The Primarch's efficiency was truly astonishing. Furthermore, Angron mentioned thousands of worlds, and this was not an exaggeration. Worlds suitable for human colonization in the universe were exceedingly rare, most were harsh, unproductive junk planets whose only value was to provide material for astronomy papers. However, this did not mean that the Nuceria sector, with its thousands of worlds, was larger than the Ultramar sector. Gilliman's empire within an empire was known as the 500 worlds of Great Ultramar, but this didn't mean Ultramar only had 500 worlds, but rather 500 main worlds. If the Nuceria sector were to only count its main worlds, it might not even have as many as Ultramar. However, sectors could expand. Ultramar was to the northwest, but there was nothing in the other directions. New recruits who pass the augmentation will become Legion warriors and civil officials, just as we planned previously, while those who don't pass can still become civil officials or warriors in the regular army composed of ordinary people. After all, some people just can't wear the black carapace no matter what, but they still have strong physiques, making them perfectly qualified as army soldiers. As for those disabled during the augmentation surgery, they will be given appropriate responsibilities based on the successful steps of their augmentation. If they simply want to go home, then they will be supported by the treasury. Qin Xia listened to Angron's account, nodding silently, and at the same time glanced at Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz lay on the sofa, picking at the backrest with his fingernails. Evidently, what Angron was saying now was no different from the noise coming from outside the window, as far as Conrad Kurz was concerned. Qin Xia frowned deeply. For some reason, seeing Conrad Kurz in his current state made him furious on behalf of the 8th Legion. When Angron finished, Qin Xia spoke, I think one of your brothers should also audit or learn a thing or two. Do you want me to call 11 over for you? Conrad Kurz stood up and looked at Angron. Please call one of my brothers named Conrad Kurz, and tell him I invite him to audit, Angron said with a smile. Conrad Kurz lay back down, continuing to pick at the sofa back. Qin Xia shrugged helplessly. He genuinely felt that Conrad Kurz should audit and participate in the discussion. Conrad Kurz's legion management ability was inferior to Angron's, even with the nails. If everything had followed its original trajectory, Conrad Kurz would have lamented during the Horus heresy that Angron had managed to purge the loyalists from his legion so swiftly, as if Angron was born to do so. However, this lack of legion management ability wasn't because Conrad Kurz lacked the competence, but because he simply didn't want to manage. Many of the 8th Legion's tragedies stemmed from Conrad Kurz's unwillingness to manage. Even the reason for Conrad Kurz's unwillingness to manage stemmed from his unwillingness to manage. Chapter 335, The Great Exploration Operation. It seems someone has no interest in managing a legion at all. Qin Xia averted his gaze from Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz stared at the office ceiling, his fingers, which had been scratching the sofa, suddenly paused, as if he had fallen into thought. After a moment of contemplation, Conrad Kurz suddenly spoke again, the 8th Legion is entirely composed of hardened criminals. The 12th Legion is the same. Our 2 legions are not good from the root. Conrad Kurz continued scratching the sofa, stating his opinion in a cold voice. Honestly, in my opinion, very few people in the 8th Legion don't deserve to die, and the same goes for my brother's 12th Legion. Only Fulgrim's Legion, the Emperor's children, they truly deserve to be called a legion, they are true warriors, not a bunch of super criminals who, before their augmentations, competed on how many women they had abused, and after their augmentations, competed on how many people they had killed. To some extent, the Emperor is better to you than to me, at least your legion includes military nobles like Kill. Conrad Kurz suddenly recalled past events as he spoke. Kill. Fulgrim spoke highly of him, and I once carried out combat missions with Kill. At that time, several of our legions were pulled from various expedition fleets to perform a secret mission. Kill is an Emperor's children in the 12th Legion, he comes from a noble military aristocratic background, much better than the other hardened criminals in the 12th Legion. Angron. If there's any difference between our 2 legions, it's that the 12th Legion's recruits weren't confined in the same cells as the 8th Legion's recruits before their augmentations. Bringing up the topic of the legion, Conrad Kurz, who was now willing to open up to Angron, spoke voluminously. It was like complaining and confiding, telling Angron some things about the Legion. Angron sensed Conrad Curse's many dissatisfactions with the 8th Legion, yet he also felt that the 8th Legion suited his own style of action, so he was in a complex and contradictory state of mind. Additionally, Conrad Curse liked certain warriors in the Legion, but he didn't believe that those warriors he liked could represent the general situation of the 8th Legion. Is it possible that your Legion has recruited too many Nostramo people? Qin Xia asked. In my opinion, Nostramo recruits are no different from Terraborn ones. Conrad Curse shook his head slightly. I think most of the 8th Legion and Nostramo recruits are the same thing. The former are criminals constrained by Legion discipline, the latter are criminals constrained by my laws. Qin Xia looked at Angron. Angron nodded, indicating that Conrad Curse genuinely felt that the 8th Legion's Terraborn and Nostromo-born warriors were essentially the same. However, Qin Xia knew something about the future. The fear-based rule established by Conrad Curse on Nostramo collapsed after he left. The Nostramo people were the same after Conrad Curse left as they were before he arrived. Even the villains of Nostramo became more cunning, directly sending their family or gang members into the 8th Legion, slowly corrupting the 8th Legion. It was precisely because of this that by the time Conrad Curse realized his Legion was changing, it was already too late. The 8th Legion had degenerated into an appalling concentration camp for villains. When Qin Xia thought of this, Angron sensed what his adoptive father was thinking. This sensing was not based on Angron's innate abilities, not mind reading, but rather, during Angron's growth and life, by observing and combining the information he sensed to summarize experience, he could judge what a person was thinking through a series of micro-expressions, or even the duration of those micro-expressions. But when facing someone like Qin Xia, who had no soul projection, simply relying on micro-expressions combined with observational experience could not directly determine what he was thinking. So, it also needed to be combined with some things Qin Xia had said in the past. Angron recalled that his adoptive father had once used the example of the 8th Legion to enlighten him, telling him to always pay attention to the source of recruits, to prevent the 12th Legion from becoming like the future 8th Legion, a den of scoundrels. And at that time, Angron still remembered, his adoptive father had that same thoughtful look when he spoke of this matter. So Angron spoke for his adoptive father about the situation of the 8th Legion. You've been away from Nostramo for a while now. You haven't cultivated your own ruling class, nor do you have a small group completely loyal to you and executing your will. Therefore, the rule you established on Nostramo won't last long. Your rule might have already been dismantled, and those you once dealt with will use the method of infiltrating your legion with undesirables to deal with you. Furthermore, you must realize that in order for a legion to be more obedient to its Primarch's management after his return, the legion often directly changes its recruitment area from a certain part of Terra to the Primarch's homeworld to replenish new recruits. Think about it, in such a situation, how easy it is to mix some scum into your legion. Angron said very seriously. And Conrad Curse did not question it, nor did he think that the fear-based rule he established on Nostramo would not collapse so quickly. He almost instantly believed what Angron said. Out of psychological inertia. And this trust or psychological change that arose from his interaction with Angron was considered by Perturabo to be a form of corruption. But Conrad Curse and Perturabo had fundamental differences. Now that you mention it, Conrad Curse suddenly sat up from the sofa, his eyes shifting, but then he lay back down. I've already done what I can on Nostramo. I even killed the bleeding hearts and do-gooders on the planet who opposed my killings. I've done everything I can to bring crime on Nostramo down to zero, and to keep it at zero permanently. Angron sighed helplessly. Conrad Curse. To be honest, managing a single street on Nuceria is difficult enough. Conrad Curse said nothing after hearing this. He rolled over on the sofa, turning his back to Angron and Qin Xia. Angron sensed that Conrad Curse was thinking about the Legion, so he didn't disturb Conrad Curse, letting him think slowly. Qin Xia glanced at Conrad Curse, bringing up another urgent matter. You continue with what you've planned. I'll be responsible for the Forge Engine. The Forge Engine won't immediately become our tool once it's in our hands. It's a massive ancient vessel, we'll have to explore and clear one area after another, and then assign people to manage them. Angron nodded. I call it the Great Exploration Operation. Qin Xia mused. First, I will consolidate the areas that have already been explored, ensuring that we can use the industrial equipment in those areas to produce warships. Hearing this, Angron looked at Conrad Curse. One of my brothers seems to be very good at this kind of thing, but I don't know if he's willing to grace us with his help. I can reluctantly help you. Conrad Curse spoke with his back to them. I will one day leave Nuceria, when a certain planet rebels. Until then, I can do something for you, as payment for your psychological treatment. Qin Xia stood up. Then let's go now, Lord of the 8th Legion. Conrad Curse also immediately got up, walked ahead, and exited the office first. Walking down the corridor, Conrad Curse and Qin Xia walked side by side. Conrad Curse pondered Qin Xia's matters. After Angron shared his sensory ability and experienced a segment of memory, he learned a lot about the people Angron cherished, including the origins of the gladiators, and every little detail of Angron's interactions with them. Those beautiful moments spread from the various positive emotions triggered by the sensory ability, making Conrad Curse feel as if he had landed on Nuceria with Angron, and even met these people in the gladiator arena with him, and then rebelled against the High Knight together. So Conrad Curse not only understood why Angron cared about those people, but he even developed some fondness for people including Qin Xia, just like Angron, due to understanding and empathy. And now, when alone with Qin Xia, Conrad Curse recalled many things that came to mind after seeing those people in Angron's memories, reminiscing along with Angron. This included Qin Xia's past saying, a bodhisattva's heart, with the means of thunder. And Conrad Kurz believed this to be a depiction and endorsement of necessary evil within Qin Xia's cultural background. Conrad Kurz wholeheartedly agreed with necessary evil, including his own actions, motivations, the arrangements for the 8th Legion after his return, and some things the Emperor wanted him to do. All of these, in Conrad Kurz's understanding, were necessary evils. Among the gladiators, some would choose to kill comrades even when it wasn't necessary, to please the audience in the gladiator arena and receive better treatment. Qin Xia used such a principle to form the gladiators into a pure collective. Those who would disrupt this collective were purged. The slight feelings for Angron's cherished people, including Qin Xia, that arose from the memories, and the slight recognition of Qin Xia's actions and ideas, were the main motivations for Conrad Kurz's willingness to go with Qin Xia to perform the great exploration operation. Otherwise, he would not act like a warrior to do the 12th Legion's work if Angron wasn't coming. Next, I will use teleportation to bring us into the forge engine. Qin Xia turned to look at Conrad Kurz, so be prepared. Qin Xia's sudden reminder interrupted Conrad Kurz's thoughts about this person. Conrad Kurz's obsidian black eyes gazed at Qin Xia with an unsettling look, his head shaking slightly. Qin Xia continued walking forward. Specks of snow suddenly drifted in the air, followed by a strong wind carrying the snowflakes. It wasn't the first time Conrad Kurz had seen a psyker use psychic powers, but it was the first time he had seen psychic powers with special effects, and he thought this teleportation effect was quite beautiful. Just as Conrad Kurz had felt when sensing Angron's pass through Angron's sensory power. Qin Xia was a showman. Angron had always genuinely felt that his adoptive father was a showman since he was little, but unfortunately, he didn't have much talent in using psychic powers. At most, he could use psychic powers to sense others, but he couldn't use psychic powers to create exciting grand scenes. Just as Conrad Kurz continued to ponder Qin Xia, who was strolling in the snow, suddenly stopped, his expression tense as he looked ahead. What? Is your brain going to explode like Caesar's? Conrad Kurz asked with a hint of tension. Angron had a deep impression of the person named Caesar. He believed Caesar died for all the gladiators. After all, if Caesar hadn't thought of leading everyone out by using his wall phasing ability at that time, his head wouldn't have exploded. Conrad Kurz, after sensing with Angron, also learned of Caesar's existence when Angron recalled the warmth with the gladiators and thought of Caesar. The great exploration operation. Qin Xia's expression remained tense, his voice very low as he spoke. Conrad Kurz leaned closer to observe, thinking, don't explode, or how will I explain to Angron? However, Qin Xia's expression suddenly became excited, and he shouted loudly, activate. Conrad Kurz shivered. The next second, the two were suddenly teleported into a certain area of the forge engine. What's wrong with you? Conrad Kurz was startled and somewhat annoyed. Qin Xia laughed, don't look so gloomy and bitter. If you ask me, you should have a friend like me. If there was even a Qin Xia of Nostramo by your side, you wouldn't be so overwhelmed by negative emotions that you'd have a mental breakdown. Conrad Kurz's expression remained gloomy, but after a moment of silence, he nodded as if by some strange impulse. Maybe. Chapter 336, Evil and Evil. Following this path leads to the operations base. The base established here by the 12th Legion is used to provide supplies, medical logistics, and everything else for those who come for exploration and development missions. Qin Xia pointed to the end of the road and said. At the end of the road was a vast space, with a platform suspended in it. The entire space was physically almost a perfect circle. Present-day humans don't even know what their ancestors used such spaces for. Conrad Kurz saw that there were already many people in that space, like a large military base. Many people had already gathered there. World Eater's first and second phase non-civilian recruits. Conrad Kurz estimated they were there for training. Besides Space Marines, there were also mortals, and some bulky Adeptus Mechanicus combat priests dressed differently from the usual impression, who liked to use striking, abrupt red as decoration. There were even some people who looked like militiamen. Those militiamen aren't even dressed uniformly. How are they allowed to be here? Conrad Kurz stared at the militiamen, displeased by how they stood loosely in small groups, a stark contrast to the surrounding mortal soldiers and Space Marines. They aren't militiamen, they're bounty hunters. Qin Xia stepped forward. There's a hive world in this sector with a very small population, all crowded into the spires, while 99% of the hive world is occupied by mutated monsters. So, the profession of bounty hunter emerged on that planet. They are responsible for collecting technology and knowledge, and clearing out mutants. These bounty hunters came here to earn money for their hometown and compatriots, to purchase necessities for expanding their homes after the Space Marines finish clearing the hive world. They are paid by compartment and distance explored. Listening to Qin Xia's explanation, Conrad Kurz found it even more absurd. This giant ship certainly needed to be cleared, but the army was enough for such a task. The 12th Legion had so many people, were they just freeloaders who didn't work? So Conrad Kurz asked, why are these bounty hunters needed? Are they stronger than Space Marines? Or do they have some unique skill that makes them indispensable? Upon hearing this, Qin Xia stopped and looked at Conrad Kurz with a "are you kidding me" expression. Realizing that Conrad Kurz wasn't trying to cause trouble or joking, Qin Xia explained, because the Legion's strength is insufficient. There's nothing in this ancient giant ship that Space Marines can't solve, but because it's so immense, if an entire Legion were to be deployed here, it would delay many other things. Therefore, we need the strength of others. It's like the normal operation of a world relies on many people working towards the same goal. It doesn't matter how strong Space Marines are, because it simply requires strength in numbers. Conrad Kurz could understand the principle of strength in numbers, but he didn't think these bounty hunters were qualified to do things here. A bunch of hunters. Who came for money? Can people who work for money also come to such an important place? Qin Xia deciphered Conrad Kerr's thoughts from his contemptuous gaze, then continued, whether it's for money, fame, or something else, it's irrelevant. What's important is that they come here and fight for the same goal. For example, just like on Nostramo, if you want to reduce the crime rate to zero and maintain it long term, then you need a lot of people's help. There will be people who will support you for money, helping you implement your will, even if their initial intention isn't as pure as yours, but rather to profit from you. You should still allow their existence. Because at least they will do things. When you are stretched thin and unable to save someone you consider a pure and righteous perfect victim, these people, who make up the majority of a group, will help you save them. They will wield sticks or guns and rush into the criminal's home to rescue the perfect victim. Hearing this, Conrad Kerr suddenly realized that Qin Xia was implying that his rule over Nostramo was inadequate, and how he should proceed. But Conrad Kerr also had his reasons. It's not that I don't realize what you're saying. But what if the kind of people you're talking about, for fame and fortune, directly choose to collude with evil people? What then? The kind of people I'm talking about aren't those who are so obsessed with fame and fortune that they would dare to collude with evil people under the deterrence of the Midnight Wanderer. Qin Xia shook his head. I'm talking about ordinary people. They are the majority in a group. They just want to make money to survive, to live a better life, and they don't have great ambitions. They aren't interested in your so-called justice, but they are very interested in you being able to feed them. Conrad Kerr thought for a moment and suddenly realized that the kind of people Qin Xia described were indeed the majority. It was the same on Nostramo. Those gang members were just like Qin Xia said. Sometimes, wars would break out between gangs, and then the gang leaders on both sides would pay to buy off the other's members. One second, a gang member would walk down the street with a backpack, shouting about fighting for his boss, and the next second, he'd answer a call, hide in an alley to change clothes, and then shout about fighting for another gang's boss. Conrad Kerr had also seen many such people. They would reluctantly assist evil individuals to earn some money to make ends meet, and sometimes even give a little money to the weak. But Conrad Kerr didn't think they could become order keepers who shouted his name and took up arms to save people for him. In the darkness of Nostramo, when the Midnight Wanderer observed the mediocre people committing acts that were bad but not utterly evil, he already knew that such people constituted the vast majority. But this didn't mean Conrad Kerr believed these people shouldn't die. Ultimately, it was mediocrity, doing whatever it took to survive, willingly degenerating. They had a little sympathy, but when it came to their own survival, that sympathy disappeared. Mediocrity is also a sin. Conrad Kerr said coldly, in the laws I established on Nostramo, standing by and watching the evil deeds of criminals is also a sin. Mediocrity is also a sin. Qin Xia took a breath, a look of helplessness on his face. Compromising with evil people to survive, exchanging for the conditions to live. Stealing to survive, these are all evil. Conrad Kerr said, a person can starve to death, but they cannot steal, they cannot act for evil people. A righteous death is better than an evil existence. Qin Xia stopped and walked to the viewport. Conrad Kerr also stopped, ready to see what argument his brother's foster father would use to refute him. Qin Xia's trip was not simply to ask Conrad Kerr for help. In fact, he wanted even more to persuade Conrad Kerr on certain matters, so that Conrad Kerr would stand by Angron in the future Horus heresy, instead of joining the rebellious side and then dying with the words, if a person like me doesn't die, what justice is there? Outside the viewport was Nisariya. Qin Xia asked Conrad Kerr, do you think the New Star people fit your definition of the banality of evil? New Star people? Conrad Kerr sneered, they are born warriors. In the memories Angron presented to me, they followed the World Eaters to rebel against the High Knights who controlled powerful ancient relics. If that can be considered the banality of evil, then there's no one who isn't evil, and everyone should die. Qin Xia was not surprised by this answer. Conrad Kerr now looked much kinder than when they first met, clearly having become much more normal after Angron's treatment. However, Conrad Kerr was, after all, shaped by the environment of Nostramo. Everything on Nostramo had left an eternal mark on this prim arch, so his answer was not surprising. The New Star people didn't resist the High Knights from the beginning. They used to amuse themselves by watching me, Angron, and the other gladiators. Qin Xia watched New Star outside the viewport, speaking calmly. They also wanted to resist, but they believed they couldn't succeed, so they chose to live on in degradation. At that time, Angron hated the New Star people, believing they were all cowards who, despite being enslaved by the High Knights, found amusement in the gladiators instead of resisting. But later, after the war ended, Angron shared his realization with me, why should I have demanded that they resist the High Knights from the beginning? Just because I'm a several-meter-tall gladiator? Just because I'm good at fighting? They didn't believe a group of gladiators had any ability to resist the High Knights, and at first, these gladiators even fought their comrades when it wasn't necessary to kill them. It wasn't until we broke out of the gladiator arena, when we exterminated a High Knight family, when we showed them through our actions that we had the will and the right to change the tens of thousands of years of terrifying slavery on New Star, that they saw hope in us. As he spoke, Qin Xia suddenly recalled the boy he had seen in the gladiator arena. The boy whose mother had brought him to the Deshia arena on his birthday, spending about a year's worth of their family savings on a ticket, just to see his favorite gladiator star. Once, during the Mehe City battle, there was a child whose father, after his child was killed by a High Knight, still chose to live on in mediocre degradation. It wasn't until we reached the Mehe City area, when we publicly executed the surrendering High Knights one by one during their arrogant live broadcast. Then that father, that mediocre and weak person, roared and charged at the nearby guards, biting through the throat of a bodyguard soldiers, and was ultimately beheaded by Silvervine. Then everyone in Mahe City went mad. They used suicidal tactics to charge the guards' lines, yet just an hour before, they were people who wouldn't even dare to look a bodyguard soldiers in the eye. At this point, Qin Xia turned to look at Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz pondered for a moment, then suddenly sneered and said, "So that's how it is. I thought all the New Star people were controlled by my brother, turning from mediocre evildoers into resistors. He didn't have that much power back then. At first, he could only sense emotions." Qin Xia smiled. Conrad Kurz nodded, silent for a few seconds, then asked, "Then do you think the Nostramo people are similar to the New Star people, unwilling to change because they don't see hope and don't trust me?" "That's right. Nostramo people are also humans, so the vast majority are also mediocre people. They lack the ability to change their environment, and they don't have very high self-moral demands, so they choose to go with the flow. You control the crime rate to zero by spreading fear. Spreading fear, in my opinion, is necessary, because sometimes you need to show an evil side to deter others. But the problem is that you only have demands for Nostromo's crime rate, and you choose to achieve this demand solely by yourself." At this point, Qin Xia watched Conrad Kurz's expression gradually show contemplation, and suddenly felt that Conrad Kurz and Perturabo were fundamentally different. Conrad Kurz, at least, could listen to reason. Your choice is like choosing or between yes or no, choosing to sleep between treating a headache and treating a footache. You are a primarch, you can certainly reduce Nostromo's crime rate to the lowest through slaughter by yourself, but when you leave, your deterrence will leave with you. Nostramo will quickly become no different from before, and even to retaliate against you, they will do things even more unexpected and hateful to you. You should change the environment, so that the mediocre people on Nostramo won't starve if they don't serve major criminals, and the naturally good people on Nostramo won't die without a whole corpse because of their goodness. You should establish an order and rules based on the majority and recognized by the majority. If you choose to accept people you consider to have the banality of evil, their spontaneous maintenance of their living conditions and interests will reduce Nostromo's crime rate to the lowest. Then, even if you say nothing, express no opinion on the crime rate, those smart people who weren't completely rotten and would have served gang leaders will join your side, then fathom your thoughts, and to gain the favor of you, their monarch, they will mobilize hundreds of thousands of people to combat the crimes you hate." Conrad Kurz listened with open eyes to everything Qin Xia wanted to say. After pondering for a while, he nodded and indirectly expressed his opinion, "The people of Nostramo aren't completely rotten after all. I've indeed met some truly good people, and they all had bad luck. I thought it was because my terror against evil people wasn't enough, but now that you say it." Chapter 337, Pathfinder Conrad Kurz. After a brief conversation, Conrad Kurz looked at Qin Xia's face and suddenly remembered someone. "There's a man named Shen in my legion," Conrad Kurz said. Qin Xia thought for a moment and recalled. There was indeed a person named Shen in the 8th Legion, the Midnight Lords, and he was a significant figure. He was a Nostromo-born space marine, but not bad or harmful, he was very honest, perhaps even too honest. Perhaps it was precisely because of his honesty and integrity that he was one of the few 8th Legion warriors Conrad Kurz didn't dislike. During the Horus Heresy, when the 8th Legion was about to destroy Nostramo, Shen stood up to stop them, but ultimately failed because the most influential person in the 8th Legion was a man named Savater, and the good intentions of a battle brother could not stop Savater from destroying Nostramo. I met Shen when he was very young. In a city on Nostramo, on a street. Conrad Kurz looked up, recalling that interesting experience. I was executing the patriarch of a criminal family in an alley. I pulled open his chest, ripped apart his ribs, and then nailed him to the wall, letting him scream in agony until he died. Then, there was a child peering out from a second-floor window of a house on the right side of the alley, quietly observing me. When he realized I was looking at him, he didn't hide. Instead, he fully opened the window and cheered at me. He called me the Night Lord. He said everyone on that street called me that. There was no fear in his eyes, only excitement, admiration, and the satisfaction of venting his anger. That was Shen. It wasn't until recently that I discovered he had become a Nostromo-born space marine. Conrad Kurz recalled this, then lowered his head and continued to look at Qin Xia. Qin Xia nodded silently. There are people on Nostramo who hate me, some who think I'm immoral, and others who worship me and treat me as a hero. Perhaps I should rely on them to establish a perpetual zero crime rate rule, Conrad Kurz mused, but they are too weak, only craving the help of others, without the strength to resist evil themselves. Even space marines are weak before a primarch, but humans are not creatures known for their individual combat prowess. When many individuals form a collective, they can unleash astonishing power, Qin Xia said. Just like when the criminals on Nostramo united, they could easily recover from the fear you instilled and then make Nostramo return to its original state. Conrad Kurz opened his mouth, then nodded, and spoke again, I will remember your teaching. No, Qin Xia smiled and shook his head. My lengthy discourse isn't a teaching, but an explanation for you. Don't treat it as a teaching, but as a reason, a principle to explain situations when facing certain circumstances. Conrad Kurz tilted his head slightly, confusion in his dark pupils. The Primarch thought Qin Xia was teaching him as he taught Angron. Your biggest problems are mental and psychological, Qin Xia tapped his own head with his index finger, then tapped his left chest. If one day you find Nostramo has reverted to how it was before you changed it, or even worse, at that time you should remember what I said and understand why that damned criminal world returned to its original state. And not dwell on it. Thinking you can't change anything, just as you can't change those dark and heavy prophecies. If you don't know why you can't change those things, you'll impose meaningless psychological and mental pressure on yourself until you collapse and completely become a schizophrenic and cold-blooded madman. With that, Qin Xia turned from the porthole and continued walking forward. Conrad Kurz stood still, thought for a moment, then followed. The two entered a military base-like compartment, then exited another military base-like compartment, gradually moving deeper into the colossal vessel. Can't we use psychic teleportation to go where we want? Conrad Kurz asked. There are things in this colossal vessel that can intercept psychic power, Qin Xia said as he walked. We could teleport when we arrived because my thinkers set up a formation with a large number of psychic crystals, greatly weakening the reality structure of the area we just teleported from. However, for some reason, the closer we get to the center of this colossal vessel, the stronger its resistance to psychic power becomes. After we go a bit deeper, even weakening the reality structure with a formation won't allow teleportation. This is an ancient creation after all, far more powerful and inscrutable than our modern creations. Conrad Kurz nodded. The Primarch didn't know where they were going next, he just followed silently. The vast and endless transport aisle ahead in the colossal vessel branched into many side paths. Conrad Kurz occasionally saw space marines covered in green blood emerging from the side paths. At the same time, the accompanying apothecary carried the corpses of some kind of reptilian creature on his shoulder. The green blood was clearly from these reptilian creatures. After advancing a bit further, they saw no one at all. The straight and vast transport aisle also reached its end. Hundreds of relatively narrower passages, but wide enough for two Primarches to pass side by side, appeared before Conrad Kurz. This should be a dedicated passage for some kind of transport equipment, possibly for supplies. It branches in all directions. Qin Xia stopped. Lord of the 8th Legion, I need your strength. Conrad Kurz was silent for 2 seconds, then reluctantly stepped forward. After a few steps, Conrad Kurz suddenly stopped, stumbled, and his body trembled slightly. At that instant, Conrad Kurz saw what would happen after he walked through each and every passage. Most passages led to a place with even more passages, some of which led to compartments. Conrad Kurz even saw what would happen when he opened the doors of those compartments. The compartments might contain large numbers of reptilian mutants, numerous jars containing deformed humans, and some seemingly useless control panels. Qin Xia reached out and touched Conrad Kurz, and also saw what Conrad Kurz was seeing at that moment, understanding the information the prophecy brought them. Afterward, Conrad Kurz calmed down, took a few deep breaths, and gradually relaxed. Those prophecies just made him uncomfortable, but they didn't bring pain, because he didn't see the tragic and dark end of anyone. On Nostramo, when dealing with some difficult people, I would use this ability to find the most perfect stealth route, Conrad Kurz said. It was indeed a smart move to bring me here. Qin Xia recalled the prophecies he saw when he touched Conrad Kurz, then walked to the wall beside the path. He lightly waved his hand. With a muffled boom, dust rose. A map was imprinted on the wall, showing where each passage led in Conrad Kurz's prophecy, and whether it was safe. Didn't Angron say you possess the most unique psychic power, capable of directly lying on the Great Rift and unraveling the threads of fate? Conrad Kurz looked at the large map before him. How do you still need my ability to scout the path? If you weren't here, to reduce casualties during the ship's exploration, I would really have to slowly unravel the threads, Qin Xia shrugged. I don't have the ability to actively prophesy. Being able to lie on the Great Rift and see the threads is just a last resort for me. Qin Xia paused, then added, besides, your prophetic ability is truly too powerful. Even the seers of the Thousand Suns Legion see a future that is fragmented and chaotic, while you can see it as clearly as a camera. Conrad Kurz nodded in agreement. Regardless of how disgusting and headache-inducing his prophetic ability was, seeing clearly and far was indeed its strength. But precisely because of this, Conrad Kurz was utterly convinced that all the dark futures he prophesied would inevitably come true. Let's continue. Qin Xia looked up at the path ahead and walked towards one of the paths that led deeper. Conrad Kurz proceeded once more. Subsequently, the Primarch used his prophetic ability multiple times to help Qin Xia create maps. Each time Conrad Kurz used his prophetic ability, he was on tenterhooks, worried about seeing Qin Xia's death, but fortunately, this worry was unnecessary. Qin Xia seemed immortal, his end never appearing in any prophecy. After leaving many maps and advancing for an entire Nuceria day, or 31 solar hours, within the ancient vessel now called the Forge Engine by modern people, Conrad Kurz discovered a treasure. There's something good ahead. Conrad Kurz quickened his pace, advancing with Qin Xia in a passage, finally entering an enormous space. It was like a vast plain made of smooth metal, with straight cliffs on either side of the plain. These cliffs were full of holes, facing the metal plain. Dockyard. Qin Xia walked to the edge of the cliff, surveying everything here. This is a dockyard, used for building ships. We've discovered over 30 such dockyards. When it's activated, the cliff-like structures on both sides of the dockyard will melt and reshape metal materials, directly forming a ship. It's like hollowing out a ship from a giant piece of metal, and then hollowing out the space inside the ship. Listening to Qin Xia's description, Conrad Kurz walked forward to the edge of the cliff, looking at everything here in disbelief. Even though it wasn't yet operating and hadn't started building ships, the one-piece molding shipbuilding method Qin Xia described wasn't present before him. But Conrad Kurz could imagine what that scene would be like. The structural integrity of this kind of ship is probably off the charts, Conrad Kurz said coldly. Direct one-piece molding, it's much sturdier than ships built from separate modules and then assembled. Yes, Qin Xia nodded. At this moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly whistled through. A whooshing sound came from the holes used for building ships throughout the dockyard. Conrad Kurz looked at Qin Xia with some confusion. Why is there wind here? It's caused by the ventilation system, Qin Xia said, recalling something that had once surprised him. The people who built this colossal vessel created a ventilation system that mimics natural ecology, causing air to flow in some large internal spaces of the ship, and even producing rain and snow during the water cycle. This colossal vessel even has 4 seasons. For example, the place we just passed through, it's a passage located on the ship's port side, like a pipe. Outside the passage isn't the ship's outer hull, but an even vaster space. That space is like perpetual summer. When you stand in that space and look down, you'll find thick artificial soil below. That's where green food for the crew is grown. It's truly unimaginable that the designers of such a ship would even design planting areas to satisfy the crew's need for soil-grown natural crops. Qin Xia's tone was filled with surprise. Even though he had long understood some of the astonishing aspects of this ship, he still felt a sense of disbelief when talking about them. The edge of the ship's stern is a city-like area, which is colder, like winter, and has a huge ski resort, now converted into a warehouse. The entire ship's life support system and water circulation have been continuously running for over 10,000 years. This ship itself is a world, it has climate, seasons, cold and hot zones, all of it. Although these are superfluous designs in our view, none of the Navy crew members we've seen would dream of eating soil-grown crops while sailing. The people of 10,000 years ago were simply determined to continue living on a ship as they would on a planet, and they had the capability to fulfill that determination. Chapter 338, The Awakening of the Clones. Astonishing. Conrad Kurz was truly shocked by this ancient behemoth of a ship. Before he was found by the Emperor, all Conrad Kurz had seen was a chaotic, pitch-black world named Nostromo. After being found by the Emperor, Conrad Kurz had seen worlds beyond Nostromo, and he had also seen some ancient artifacts. But most of those things were small items, or ships that had been inherited and modified by humans to fit the characteristics of the current era, or cities that had been modified so much that their ancient traces were unrecognizable. Conrad Kurz also knew that Nostromo had once been a world that produced precious metals, and from the ancient residual information he had seen during his growth, he knew that Nostromo had once only had mining stations, and later cities were also built on those mining stations. But those were not even glimpses of the full picture. Now, seeing this ancient creation, a colossal ship that even had natural ecological simulation and natural climates within it, Conrad Kurz truly understood what ancient wisdom meant. It maintained the luxurious lifestyle and living environment of a planet even in interstellar space. Just how advanced was humanity's technology 10,000 years ago? A glimpse was enough to see the tip of the iceberg. There must be even more astonishing things deeper within this ship. Another gust of wind howled past, carrying a slightly salty air into Qin Xia and Conrad Kurz's lungs. Qin Xia turned in the wind, his snow-white cloak flapping loudly. Conrad Kurz took one last look at the vast dock, then followed Qin Xia, continuing onward. Conrad Kurz still used his precognition to discern every path, and then Qin Xia would engrave the paths Conrad Kurz discerned onto the walls, to serve as guidance for Lilith. Soon, the passage they were in was detected to have reached its end. Ahead was no longer a passage, but a space with no discernible end. However, it wasn't dark here, as something akin to a sun in the sky illuminated the entire space. The sunlight fell on Conrad Kurz, and the Primarch savored it with his senses, which were far beyond those of ordinary mortals, finding that this sunlight was no different from the sunlight he had felt standing by the ship's porthole when he left Nostromo, that world of eternal night. But that was an artificial sun. A very small sun, with a proportion similar to what a person sees when looking at the sun from Earth, not a true star hanging high within the giant ship. Qin Xia was not wearing the ring that could turn anything into a spaceship, so he used psychic power to create a translucent platform that continuously extended forward. The two walked on the platform, moving forward at a faster pace than if they had used a flying vehicle. Conrad Kurz looked down. There was a city in this space. A clean and tidy city, a steel forest composed of various colossal buildings hundreds of meters tall. Energy-formed passages, similar to roadways, meandered and floated through the city. However, the city had lost maintenance, and some animals had made it their home. Various ancient creatures, unknown even to current biologists, were distributed throughout the city. There were even avian creatures flying over the city. These animals were clearly part of the ship's internal ecosystem, having escaped from where they should have been for some reason, occupying the city devoid of humans. Conrad Kurz also saw very distinct lines encircling the city in a circle formed by these lines. What are those lines? Conrad Kurz asked. Marker lines. The ship will teleport this city to a planet once it reaches its destination, and then the city will become the foundation of a colony. Those marker lines are the boundary lines of the new colonial city, Qin Xia explained, relaying the explanation given by Brown. Upon hearing this, Conrad Kurz merely nodded. Ever since learning that this colossal ship could even simulate seasons and water cycles, Conrad Kurz was already somewhat numb. Such things could no longer shock him. Clearly, seeing anything inside this colossal ship was normal. Not everything here is good, Qin Xia suddenly said. This ship is an ancient colonial vessel. A freak bought it for colonization. We won't find ancient humans on this ship, only that freak who wants to create a clone empire. Conrad Kurz suddenly recalled the chambers he had seen in his previous precognition, chambers filled with dense rows of containers, all holding the same type of person. He had thought they were ancient humans, or some kind of humanoid creature developed by ancient humans. This ship is full of sleeping clones. They call themselves Kodako, Qin Xia said. Recently, some people have discovered Kodako who have left their containers and begun to move. I suspect they might awaken on a large scale, so our main purpose on this trip is not to travel and scout within this giant ship, but to eliminate potential threats. Qin Xia stated his true intention. The Kodako awakening event was something he wanted to resolve within this colossal ship, and incidentally, to change Conrad Kurst's mindset. Even if the cause of the Kodako awakening was not clarified and no solution was found, being able to change Conrad Kurst through some words would still achieve his goal. It seems high technology also brings a surge in individual influence, Conrad Kurst lamented. A freak who, in this era, would only starve to death or be executed as an alien by space marines, could, in that era, purchase a colonial ship, clone countless versions of himself, and establish a clone empire. Yes, so we must be extra careful, Qin Xia responded. If you can use your precognitive ability to help me find the Kodako chieftain who wants to create this clone empire, that would be even better. All right, Conrad Kurst nodded. Assassination is precisely what I excel at. After Conrad Kurst's fantastical journey through the giant ship had lasted for a month and a half, Qin Xia stood in a narrow corridor, similar to a battleship's passageway, slowly eating his self-prepared meal with chopsticks, while looking at the miniature map he had engraved on the wall. Conrad Kurst stood silently beside him. We are discovering more and more chambers used to store clone Kodako, Qin Xia said, taking a bite of his food and looking at the densely marked red dots on the miniature map. Each red dot on the map represented a chamber used to house clone Kodako. And these chambers were different from those discovered earlier on the outskirts of the giant ship, they were unusually vast. The Kodako clones, who were naturally not large in stature, were curled up like infants in 1 meter high and 1 meter wide square cells, not in containers. And one square cell after another almost filled those large chambers that were hundreds of meters tall. There was no space for even a normal person to step. These Kodako should be elite Kodako, Conrad Kurst said, leaning against the corridor wall. Their deformities are noticeably less severe than those Kodako submerged in containers, and they more closely resemble the Kodako Emperor image we saw on control panels and such. Qin Xia nodded. The two could also guess what the clone empire Kodako wanted to establish would be like if it were truly built. It would be that the more Kodako-like a Kodako was, the higher his status. Clone Kodako who were even more deformed than Kodako were stored in the ship's periphery and in some seemingly crude containers. Presumably, even if those Kodako in containers were to emerge, they would only serve as slave laborers on the ship. Let's continue forward. Qin Xia finished the food in his lunchbox, put the chopsticks back into the box, and proceeded onward. Aren't we going to destroy those chambers containing the Kodako? Conrad Kurz asked the question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Qin Xia had done nothing upon discovering those chambers containing Kodako along the way, as if treating them as non-existent. These Kodako are irrelevant, Qin Xia said as he walked. Once we find Kodako himself, we'll pull him out of his life support, kill him, then study him, and create a weapon based on his genes to completely eradicate all Kodako. Kodako is an ancient human. Can we find flaws in his genes? Conrad Kurz asked. Normally, no, but Kodako is different. He believes everything about himself was perfect at birth. He's not even willing to use cybernetic enhancements. If only he didn't hold such beliefs, with the biological technology from over 10,000 years ago, congenital deformities would be nothing, Qin Xia said. Conrad Kurz nodded, thinking that this freak named Kodako also had a peculiar way of thinking. Recalling all the Kodako he had seen before, he also remembered that he had indeed found them to have numerous genetic diseases. For example, chondromalacia, spondylitis, which made their bodies even more deformed. And the Kodako clones closer to the ship's exterior were even more deformed. If he could kill Kodako before he awakened, eliminating all Kodako with a gene weapon should not be a problem. We'll continue exploring after we kill Kodako's main body. Maybe we can find the control methods for those chambers containing the clones. That would be even simpler, just press a button for high-temperature sterilization. Qin Xia walked forward, then stopped and turned back when he suddenly noticed Conrad Kurz hadn't followed. Conrad Kurz's body was trembling violently, his expression distorted with pain, his teeth clenched. Conrad Kurz had entered a precognitive state again, and the first thing he saw was a suit of armor. This armor was about 3 meters tall, appearing very heavy. The material used to forge this armor didn't seem like metal, but rather like the carapace of some arthropod. Looking through the translucent area of the carapace at the armor's center, Conrad Kurz saw many nerve-like bundles connecting to the person wearing the armor. And the person wearing this biological armor was Kodako. The perspective gradually widened. From one Kodako in biological armor to a large group of Kodako in biological armor, the perspective eventually zoomed out even further. Conrad Kurz saw that in a city, Kodako stood atop the most magnificent building, surrounded by Kodako in various attires. And Kodako, who called himself the Kodako Emperor, sat on his throne, trembling and squinting his eyes, reviewing countless Kodako dressed in biological armor. From the conversations of the Kodako behind the Kodako Emperor, Conrad Kurz learned the identities of these Kodako. They had no individual names, only job prefixes based on their different duties. Prime Minister Kodako, Marshal Kodako, Minister of Finance Kodako, those in biological armor were called Battle Kodako. Countless Battle Kodako marched in neat formations, their steps moving in perfect unison. The integrated foot structures of their biological armor, similar to boots, stomped on the ground, creating a synchronized thudding sound. And on either side of the Battle Kodako were Driver Kodako, who drove colossal creatures that resembled tanks but were actually more biological, moving forward in clouds of thick smoke, with all the driver Kodako crews standing on top of the tanks. The perspective continued to widen, and only then did Conrad Kurz realize that the place where the Kodako Emperor reviewed his Kodako army was not on this giant ship, but on Nuceria. Conrad Kurz suddenly awoke with a start, shouting loudly to Qin Xia, "We must leave here. Leave here, and then have my brothers prepare defenses. I saw Kodako will occupy Nuceria. At least we should warn the people outside." Hearing Conrad Kurz's precognition, Qin Xia frowned and took out a sphere, recording Conrad Kurz's words. The sphere immediately departed along the path the two had come from. "We have to stay here, kill the Kodako Emperor, and then prevent the scene you saw in your precognition from happening," Qin Xia said calmly. Conrad Kurz also gradually calmed down from the torment brought by the precognition. "My precognition? You want to say that your precognitions are bound to happen, right?" Qin Xia slowly extended his right hand towards Conrad Kurz. "The ancient relic I just threw out will transmit the information, and we will stay here to change everything you saw in your precognition. Then we'll verify whether all those dark things in your precognition are 100% bound to happen. According to my precognition, even if we stay, we won't be able to accomplish anything. It's better to go back and figure out how to set up defenses," Conrad Kurz said. Qin Xia remained silent, looking calmly at Conrad Kurz, one hand holding a magnificent helmet, the other still extended towards Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz was silent for 2 seconds, then opened his mouth to ask, "I truly don't know where you get the confidence to think we can change anything. I am a Primarch, far stronger than you. I've tried many times but never." "Because I am here," Qin Xia said calmly. "What?" Conrad Kurz seemed to be amused to anger. "Because I am here, and I want to change that future you saw," Qin Xia said. "I have already changed your brother's fate, and I can change yours. If you absolutely want to know why I believe so firmly that I can change things, then my answer is still because I am here. Conrad Kurz stared into Qin Xia's eyes for a moment, then sighed and nodded silently. Qin Xia turned and continued forward, saying without looking back, "I've developed a new precognitive method specifically for your precognitive ability. Later, we'll find a quiet place, and you can cooperate with me to perform the precognition, and we'll achieve twice the result with half the effort." Just hearing about precognition gave Conrad Kurz a headache, but he tacitly agreed by remaining silent instead of verbally objecting. Qin Xia, however, looked back at Conrad Kurz and said in a deep voice, "I will also reveal the truth about your precognitive ability to you, providing theoretical support for your long-standing struggle with whether everything in your precognitions can truly be changed. I thought you were just being arrogant, which is why you said something like, 'Because I am here just now,'" Conrad Kurz frowned. "You first need confidence, and then comes the explanation for the source of that confidence." Qin Xia quickened his pace. Chapter 339, The Wonderful Use of Prophecy. "We have entered the reality universe, my esteemed, beautiful, and supreme Kodako. The awakening procedure has been executed according to your perfectly wise decree issued before the warp voyage." Kodako jolted awake, taking a sharp breath. Only when the Emperor of the Clone Empire felt a burning pain in his lungs did he remember that forcefully breathing would cause him discomfort. He quickly held his breath and calmed down, slowly inhaling air through his 2 narrow nostrils. Kodako took a moment to recover, then suddenly found he couldn't breathe through his nostrils. Realizing his rhinitis had flared up, he opened his mouth and, while breathing, asked, "Warp, the warp voyage lasted 12 years. Why do I feel like a century has passed?" "Not a century, my inherently perfect majesty, but 100 centuries. Damn time anomaly." Cough, cough. Kodako scanned left and right, finding himself still on the Emperor's throne, with life support connected to the interface at the back of his head. The AI automatically disconnected the interface from the life support. The moment this operation was executed, Kodako felt a momentary daze, then slowly rose from the throne. "Bring the proxy Kodako, cough, cough, here. He is already on his way." Soon, a person identical to Kodako in appearance entered, seated on a wheeled cart. He approached the throne and, using gravity technology, lifted Emperor Kodako and placed him on his own lap. Kodako pressed down on the head of his proxy clone, aiming him towards the cabin door. The proxy Kodako pressed a button, controlling the cart to move forward. Physiological scan results indicate that your nerves are experiencing excessive pain, originating from your perfectly structured spine. Do you require an immediate analgesic injection? As the saying goes, uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Cough, cough. Kodako shook his head. "I, with such a perfect body, must endure pain unimaginable to those inferior beings with brains weighing less than a pound. I will only inject the analgesic when I can no longer bear it." The proxy Kodako, carrying his emperor, exited the cabin and entered a lavishly decorated bedroom. 2 custodian Kodakos had just awakened from stasis pods, and like their emperor, they rode in on proxy Kodakos from a passage connected to the bedroom. "Why aren't you 2 wearing bioarmor?" Kodako asked. Because we wish to display the most perfect bodies in the known universe to you." Cough, 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 the 2 custodian Kodakos replied in unison. "Humph, don't let it happen again." Kodako smiled, pressing on the proxy Kodako's head, guiding him along the path paved with golden carpet in the center of the cabin. After the cart traveled a short distance, it stopped in front of a tall mirror. Kodako admired his own face, took out the handkerchief he always kept in his pocket, and wiped his large, heavy head. Then he turned to look at a series of display cases next to the mirror. Collectibles awakened. Inside the display cases were some miniature collectibles, a house and a photograph. Kadako looked at the photo of his mother holding him, smiled, and then admired the house next to the photo, which looked like a model that was his home. Kadako's gaze shifted to other parts of the display case. In a small, palm-sized bottle were several Kadakos, but these Kadakos were different. Some had blonde hair, some red, some black, and their eye colors were also varied. Their clothing was likewise different, making it impossible to distinguish which type of Kadako they were. These Kadakos had just awakened, walked to the edge of the bottle, and weakly slapped the bottle with hands that could only be raised 30 degrees. Their faces bore expressions of hatred, and they looked at Emperor Kadako with resentful eyes. Where are we? Nuceria. Database indicates this location belongs to Nucria Group. Kadako looked up in confusion. How did we end up, cough, cough, at a Nucria Group park? I am merely a personal assistant, I am currently unaware of external circumstances. Perfect, now I can get my revenge. Kadako looked at the Kadakos in the bottle, who were not even as big as his fingertip, and smiled. The leader of Nucria Group once called me an ugly freak. I'm going to make him as perfect as me, then throw him into this bottle to keep them company. Oh my. Your thoughts are as perfect as your appearance. Kadako patted the proxy Kadako's head and continued to travel within the cabin. Prepare for war. Once all Kadakos are awake, we will attack Nuceria, Kadako said sinisterly. Then we will colonize Nuceria, declare the establishment of the Empire to the galaxy, and then the Federation's laws will no longer apply to us. A perfect strategy. The awakening procedure was initiated 1 Kadako month ago. Your loyal subjects, who inherited loyalty from you, are currently awakening according to the preset awakening plan. Please wait a moment before proceeding with your grand endeavor. How are the other parts of the ship? Unable to connect to the core at this time. The navigation log indicates that the core was damaged during the warp storm. Engineering Kadakos have been added to the priority awakening queue. Please wait for them to repair the core. Kadako furrowed his non-existent brows, turning the proxy Kadako's head to control the cart to return the way they came. Locate my armory and teleport it outside the royal bedroom. I will personally participate in the battle. That is dangerous, Kadako. Silence. If I do not personally participate, how can I personally humiliate that inferior being from Nucria Group who once insulted my body? Not only will I personally participate, I will personally charge, and personally inject that bastard who insulted me with assimilation drugs. That is truly heroic. Kadako. Your bravery shames all warriors renowned for courage throughout human history. Don't flatter me. Everything I say is fact, not flattery. Humph, it seems the money I spent on customized services from your manufacturer was well worth it. After exiting the cabin containing the royal bedroom and entering the corridor, Kadako saw 2 people standing in the corridor. One was taller than a custodian Kadako in bioarmor, and the other appeared very sturdy, though not as tall as a custodian Kadako in armor. Both were armed and stood on the only path in the corridor, looking at the freak before them with ill intent. Which company manufactured you modified humans? Kadako asked with a puzzled expression. Qinxia looked at Conrad Kurz and smiled. Conrad Kurz also glanced at Qinxia. Then both advanced simultaneously. Conrad Kurz instantly appeared before Kadako, while Qinxia raised his right hand as he advanced. Kadako sensed something, immediately closed his eyes, raised his deformed right hand, and released a dark purple shockwave around himself. Qinxia, who was just about to crush Kadako's head, suddenly felt his will waver, and then he could no longer perceive Kadako's presence on the psychic level. He's a psyker, Qinxia transmitted to Conrad Kurz psychically. Conrad Kurz was pushed back 2 steps by the shockwave, but having instantly arrived before Kadako, he could have easily smashed the freak in front of him with a single swing. Yet, the moment he swung his arm, Kadako's body, along with the proxy clone beneath him, instantly teleported 10 meters backward. Kadako's head glowed, and he looked at the 2 regicides before him with venomous eyes, instinctively wanting to deduce how they appeared on his ship and which faction these 2 modified humans belonged to. But now was clearly not the time to think so much. Custodians! Custodians! Kadako shrieked while slapping the head of the clone beneath him, urging the clone to move forward. However, the cart, like Kadako's infant stroller, simply could not move quickly. The cart advanced at an extremely slow pace. Conrad Kurz and Qinxia were about to give chase when suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed, and then the 2 recently awakened custodian Kadakos appeared in their master's sight. They wore bioarmor and carried simple weapons like shields and longswords, quickly running towards the intruders. Conrad Kurz glanced at their bioarmor, noticing that while the material was identical to what he had seen in his prophecies, the outline and height were different. The only similarity was that the 2 Kadako clones, like fetuses, were curled up in deformed bodies within the translucent structure of the bioarmor's abdomen. Conrad Kurz immediately charged towards the custodian Kadakos. The 2 custodian Kadakos moved with slow, deliberate steps and relaxed postures, appearing to have nothing special about them. Just as Conrad Kurz was contemplating the melee combat capabilities of these 2, he suddenly saw a prophecy again. Conrad Kurz saw that the enemies did not engage him in melee at all, instead, as he approached, they suddenly dropped their shields and swords, took out a pistol-like weapon, and the pistol released gravity that pinned him to the ground, rendering him completely unable to move. Non-friendly psyker detected. Initiating psychic interference. The AI's warning echoed through the corridor. Then, Conrad Kurz, who was just preparing to change his combat method, experienced the same painful torment he felt when seeing dark prophecies. His body uncontrollably trembled, unable to confront the enemy before him. As the two custodian Kotakos drew and used their gravity weapons, Qin Xia raised his hand and pulled Conrad Kurz from the recently released gravity to his side. It seems the core can not only block psychic perception and influence on the ship itself, but also directly interfere with the psyker during combat. It's quite an impressive piece of equipment, Qin Xia judged, stroking his chin. Qin Xia at this moment seemed completely unlike someone in combat, more like an observer. Seeing that Qin Xia had used his psychic abilities twice without any apparent repercussions, the two custodian Kotakos watched Qin Xia warily, their true faces within the bioarmor's abdomen showing utter confusion. Your Majesty, hurry. Once you are gone, we can fight without restraint. The custodian Kotakos stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the corridor. Kotako himself intended to use psychic attacks on Qin Xia, but suddenly his body trembled violently, and his breathing became rapid, so he instead used his psychic power to push the cart forward faster, speeding into the cabin. The two custodian Kotakos, who were confronting Qin Xia, looked back and saw that their master had vanished. They immediately pressed buttons on their arms and disappeared on the spot. Qin Xia watched the three Kotakos flee, psychically helped Conrad Kurz up, and then, like the enemies they had just faced, vanished from the spot. This encounter began strangely and ended strangely. Conrad Kurz, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and looked at Qin Xia behind him. You saw it too. I saw it. Qin Xia stood tall, removing his hand from Conrad Kurz's head. Everything they had just experienced was not reality, but a prophecy that could be personally experienced and would undergo real-time changes. Qin Xia discovered that Conrad Kurz's prophetic ability was actually to pluck the most likely thread from the threads of fate to become reality in the future, and then present it before Conrad Kurz. Now that the prophecy ended, Conrad Kurz silently recalled what happened before seeing the prophecy. He sat down, allowed Qin Xia to place his hand on his head, and after their contact, he first experienced a wondrous sensation. His soul left his body, floated towards the veil, and then arrived at the web of destiny. Only then did he see the prophecy. Conrad Kurz noticed that the web of destiny had changed. The prophecy he saw was no longer the kind he had seen before, indicating that the probability of a thread of fate becoming reality had increased. Then, during the prophecy, Conrad Kurz simultaneously observed the prophecy and the changes in the threads of fate outside the prophecy. However, Qin Xia was not observing, he was directly participating in Conrad Kurz's prophecy and, by exerting influence, caused the prophecy to change in real time. Thus, Conrad Kurz saw that the prophecy presented to him was not even from the same thread of fate. The threads of fate pulsed and shimmered, with the most probable one radiating light and leaping from the web of destiny. Qin Xia's influence was like a pianist performing, and one of the threads of fate, whose probability of realization also changed in real time, would leap up, becoming the prophetic vision Conrad Kurz saw. Therefore, Conrad Kurz, whose psychic power only manifested as prophetic ability and who could never by himself cause his soul to leave his body and directly observe the web of destiny beyond the veil, personally witnessed fate, which he believed to be unchangeable, undergoing real-time changes. Each time a thread of fate pulsed and became Conrad Kurz's prophetic vision due to its constantly changing probability, the words Qin Xia spoke before the prophecy began were not, as Conrad Kurz had thought, baseless confidence, but a verifiable truth. Conrad Kurz even realized that Qin Xia and he had developed another way to use prophetic ability. That was to observe the web of destiny as they had just done, seeing a more detailed and complete prophecy that would change in real time due to Qin Xia's influence within the prophecy. This meant that Conrad Kurz could, before taking action, know with Qin Xia everything that would happen after he began to act, no matter what the probability of those things happening, they would be presented, and then an infallible action plan could be formulated based on the detailed prophecy seen. Chapter 340, Assassinating the King. We have 1 solar hour until Kotako is awakened. We must come up with a plan to kill him. Fighting alone is not a good idea. You saw it in the prophecy, they used a gravity-emitting weapon to pin me to the ground. Conrad Kurz endured the pain after the prophecy, forcing himself to counteract the chaos in his mind and the various negative emotions spreading from within with calm and collected thought. After stating his opinion, Conrad Kurz gritted his teeth, enduring as if he had forcibly swallowed something, and waited for Qin Xia's opinion. When we cannot eliminate a target by relying on a pure combat power advantage, we change our approach and formulate a plan based on the enemy's characteristics, Qin Xia said calmly, leaning against the wall. We are indeed fighting alone, but trust me, Kotako is someone we can handle. Conrad Kurz recalled some of Fulgrim's words at this moment, while observing the expression on Qin Xia's face. Midnight Wanderer's understanding of his brother's adoptive father came 80% from Fulgrim. And Fulgrim was quite interested in Qin Xia. Conrad Kurz remembered Fulgrim saying that one of Qin Xia's characteristics was his excellent ability to devise combat plans based on the enemy's traits. For example, when dealing with Green Tide, he came up with the idea of smearing paint on himself and dressing like a Green Tide, creating the image of the Green Tide Butcher, which directly reversed the course of the Onus Sector campaign back then. Another prominent characteristic was his ability to judge the difficulty of a matter by his performance in it. If he was very cheerful, even making jokes from time to time, then he was 100% sure to accomplish what he was doing. If he was slightly serious and composed, there was an 80 to 90% chance of completing the task. If he was unusually serious and unsmiling, as if he had become a different person, then the matter he was working on was likely to be risky. Conrad Kurz observed and found that Qin Xia's expression was not very serious, indicating an 80 to 90% chance that the two of them could take care of Kotako together. For some reason, after confirming a mortal's judgment on the success probability of the current situation, Conrad Kurz felt much more at ease. You are good at assassination. If it's an ambush, how confident are you in killing Kadako? Qin Xia asked. In the prophecy just now, I saw that the corridors were very narrow and bright, with no hiding places. Also, you know I'm not Korux, that guy who can hide in shadows, so I don't think the success rate of assassination is high. Unless we change the location to assassinate him, Conrad Kurz replied. Also, he can use psyker powers, Qin Xia pointed at Conrad Kurz. I agree with your view, the success rate of assassinating him is not high. Conrad Kurz frowned, thinking, you don't have a solution either, yet you still think the two of us can do this. Let me think. Qin Xia closed his eyes and thought and quickly came up with a plan. We'll just go directly, and I'll find a way to throw him into the void, forcing him to use psyker powers to escape. As long as he doesn't use psyker powers inside this ship, he's dead for sure. Hearing this, Conrad Kurz thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head, what's the logic? In the prophecy we just had together, I noticed that Kadako wasn't wearing his equipment when he came out of his bedroom. He's a psyker, and it's not easy to deal with him whether through assassination or direct confrontation, so we'll exploit his nature as a psyker. We'll find a way to make him use psyker powers outside the ship. Then, not only will I not engage him in a psyker confrontation, but I'll also give him a hand, making his soul projection shine in the warp to an unparalleled degree, ultimately being devoured by warp creatures. But the premise is that he must use psyker powers outside the ship, because the ship's core can intercept warp creatures. Qin Xia explained his reasoning, then waited for Conrad Kurz to think about the plan with a Primarch's mind and offer a suitable suggestion. After Conrad Kurz thought about it again, he frowned and asked, I feel your idea is too jumpy. Throw him into the void, make him use psyker powers, let warp creatures kill him. This isn't impossible, I'm just very curious how you thought of this series of actions so quickly. Qin Xia smiled calmly and pulled out a tube of anesthetic, because I happen to have experimental equipment that can teleport people from this ship to outside the ship. This was made by my friend named Quadrant, used to save the lives of people exploring giant ships. He asked me to help test it before I came. Conrad Kurz's right eyebrow twitched slightly as he looked at the tube of New Star specialty in Qin Xia's hand, which had once knocked him out. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong one, it's this. Qin Xia took out a new item. Conrad Kurz looked at the belt-like object in Qin Xia's hand, and at the white crystal contained within the belt's translucent container, saying, that crystal must be a crystal storing your psyker powers, right? So this is warp technology, and can people be teleported out of this giant ship using warp teleportation? Why not? The giant ship's core only affects the interior of the hull, it doesn't cover the entire nuclear star system, Qin Xia said. If that's the case, then let's begin, Conrad Kurz immediately got up. Qin Xia also straightened up from the corridor wall and walked beside Conrad Kurz. The two walked in silence for a while. Conrad Kurz suddenly moved one step horizontally to his left, where Qin Xia was, bumping Qin Xia, who stumbled a step. Why do you carry anesthetic with you? Conrad Kurz stared straight ahead expressionlessly, then moved horizontally another step and bumped Qin Xia again as he spoke. Qin Xia moved horizontally to the right, bumping Conrad Kurz, and after being slightly pushed back, calmly replied, I'm used to carrying anesthetic for self-defense. Against whom? Against Perturabo. We have entered the reality universe, esteemed, beautiful, and supreme Emperor Kadako. The awakening procedure has been executed according to your perfect and wise decree issued before the warp voyage. Kadako suddenly woke up, gasped sharply, then coughed violently. After finally stopping his cough, he breathed through his mouth, and after a while, felt a lack of oxygen. It took him a while to gradually adapt. Next, amidst the flattery from his assistant AI, Kadako summoned his walking clone, sat on it, and moved by wheelchair. He first went to admire his collection, then ordered the assistant AI to teleport the equipment vault to the closest location to him, and then left the royal bedroom with the walking clone, heading towards the corridor. At this moment, Kadako suddenly saw a person in front of him. This person was tall, with skin as pale as a corpse, and two obsidian black eyes coldly stared at him. Hello, Emperor Kadako. Just as Kadako was about to ask whose clone this was, Conrad Kurz suddenly placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, performing an elegant salute. What are you here for? Kadako felt a gloomy aura from the other party, realizing that despite the politeness, the other party meant no good, so he secretly invoked psyker powers, and his head glowed faintly as he drew psyker powers from the warp. I'm here to assassinate the king, Conrad Kurz replied with a smile. Kadako frowned, his whole body trembling pathologically as he raised his hand and aimed it at Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz watched Kadako, standing still. By the wall behind Kadako, a human silhouette gradually appeared. Qin Xia, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest, fully materialized and strode from behind to approach Kadako. He took out the experimental life-saving teleportation equipment made by Quadrant, which was the belt-like object Conrad Kurz had seen before, and directly placed it around Kadako's neck. As Kadako's massive and clumsy head slowly turned backward, Qin Xia tapped the belt, and Kadako instantly vanished, leaving only his walking clone and the wheelchair beneath it. Conrad Kurz looked at the walking Kadako. The walking Kadako's eyes darted around a few times, then looked at Conrad Kurz in front of it, and its fingers slowly extended to press the control panel on the wheelchair's handle. The wheelchair hummed, slowly turning backward, directly facing Qin Xia. In silence, Qin Xia stared into the walking Kadako's eyes, unmoving. The walking Kadako stopped the wheelchair and spread its hands. Qin Xia circled around to the back of the wheelchair and kicked it. The wheelchair rumbled forward, rushing all the way to the bedroom hatch. Two custodians, who had just donned their bio-armor, emerged with swords and shields, and saw the walking clone and wheelchair their master had just been using, but their master was nowhere to be seen. The custodian Kotakos then looked up ahead, but saw no figures in the corridor. At this moment, the walking clone, with most of its intelligence and psyker powers castrated, raised its hand, then clenched its fist, and the two custodian Kotakos, curled inside their bio-armor, exploded into a pulp within the translucent carapace of their armor's abdomen. The corridor environment began to split, and the figures of Qinxia and Conrad Kurz gradually appeared. Qinxia, who had just controlled the walking clone to use psyker powers, lightly tapped the corridor wall, and the wall immediately displayed a scene from the void, like an unfolding scroll. As a psyker, Kotako was using psyker powers to maintain normal survival in the void. Qinxia closed his eyes and saw Kotako's soul projection shining in the warp, and immediately used his own psyker powers to give Kotako a boost. Kotako, maintaining his survival with psyker powers in the void, felt a momentary daze, realizing that even concrete air and flowing wind began to appear around him, and the temperature was even adjusted to a suitable level for survival, causing sweat to seep from his skin. His method of using psyker powers to maintain himself was amplified many times, and his soul projection also shone many times brighter. A hornet-like creature, appearing larger than Kotako's deformed, massive head, suddenly appeared behind Kotako, inserting its tail into Kotako's head, greedily drawing the psyker's psyker power and life force. Conrad Kurz took 2 steps forward, almost pressing against the scene rendered by Qinxia's psyker powers, staring at the suddenly appearing bee-like creature and asking, "What is this?" "Soul-devouring bee, a warp creature, very common on Prospero," Qinxia replied. "Your brother Magnus is very familiar with this thing. He has faced such a hateful creature." Conrad Kurz was somewhat surprised. He observed that this creature was very strange, exuding hatefulness and terror everywhere. "Magnus is a legendary sting-resistant king," Qinxia said. Chapter 341, Little People in a Bottle. The creatures called soul bees seized everything from Kotako, constantly moving and twisting their bodies in a distorted and terrifying way as they consumed the psyker's life. And as the soul bees' bodies twisted, they would sometimes halt, sometimes accelerate, as if they were skipping a tape. Just the movements of these creatures were completely out of sync with the reality universe. Any psyker who saw them, even without knowing what these hellish things were called, would realize they were warp creatures. Warp creatures hunt psykers like this. They are drawn into reality and then relentlessly pursue psykers with a tenacity and behavior unimaginable to us real creatures, until their predatory urges are completely satisfied. Qinxia stood with his hands behind his back, watching the soul bees devour Kotako completely. One soul bee will quickly attract a swarm of soul bees, and then the entire star system will suffer a bee plague. The soul bees on Prospero once nearly caused the extinction of the Prosperans. If you ever go to Prospero in the future, you'll see people living in cities, with isolated jungles and ancient city ruins outside. That's how the Prosperans were forced to crowd into large cities to isolate themselves from the soul bees. After speaking, Qinxia flicked his finger, erasing the soul bee and Kotako from the reality universe, then turned and walked towards Kotako's bedroom. Conrad Kurz followed him. "I didn't expect us to take down Kotako so easily." "It was indeed easy, but that's because we understood all his abilities, and he didn't use ancient technology, and we also knew where he was, which made it so easy," Qinxia said with an unsurprised calm. "If I had come here by myself, I probably wouldn't have known where Kotako would wake up even after 10 more years. Conrad Kurz nodded in agreement. He thought, perhaps this was what Fulgrim meant when he said Qinxia would devise strategies based on the enemy's characteristics. Qinxia knew a lot and was indeed skilled at formulating different strategies for different enemies. Just like dealing with orcs by building a super big Wadak star to attract them to a single planet. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have had such an idea, and the battle in the Onus sector would have been particularly difficult. "The main credit goes to you," Qinxia said to Conrad Kurz again. "Prophetic ability is a powerful ability, and you are an outstanding individual among those who possess it. In terms of prophetic ability alone, even the Emperor cannot compare to you. As I said, if you hadn't come this time, I wouldn't have found Kotako even in 10 years. Conrad Kurz turned his head, watching Qinxia as he walked. "You never seem to be stingy with praise." "Because I never praise, I merely state the truth," Qinxia said with a smile. Conrad Kurz's eyes were complex. He wanted to say something but in the end just nodded silently. The Primarch also thought about Qinxia saying, "Even the Emperor cannot compare to you in prophecy," and merely took it as an exaggerated form of praise. In Conrad Kurz's eyes, his creator was omnipotent and omniscient. There was only what the Emperor did not want to do, and nothing the Emperor could not do. The two talked as they stepped over the corpse of Kotako, the custodian, passing through the constantly gemming door that held Kotako's corpse, and first entered a place similar to a collection room. There were many display cases here, mostly containing Kotako's personal belongings. Qinxia saw a photo of Kotako from his childhood in one of the display cases. It was actually something similar to a photograph. In it, Kotako's mother picked up her child from a stroller, the same type used by clone surrogates, kissed Kotako's deformed, large head, and then looked at the camera with a beaming smile. An ancient device permanently imprinted and preserved that moment in time, and within this moment, like a photograph, Kotako and his mother's bodies unconsciously repeated the happiest moment of their lives. Next to the photo was a miniature house. In the miniature courtyard where the miniature house was located, under a tree, Kotako's mother who, despite technological enhancement, remained unchanged but had died for some reason sat in a chair, permanently preserved in the state of her death. "This house isn't a model," Conrad Kurz leaned down to examine the display case. The Primarch's extraordinary senses allowed Conrad Kurz to notice the degree of aging in the materials forming the courtyard and house, as well as the constantly flowing breeze and the leaves that aged with seasonal changes but remained permanently in an aged state. So Conrad Kurz believed this was a real thing, not a small model handcrafted by Kodako for remembrance. That photo, it's a constantly looping moment, and the two people inside are copied bodies, Conrad Kurz said, pointing at the photo. Clearly, ancient people had an advanced technology to replace photographic equipment. Look at this, Qinxia walked towards another display case. Conrad Kurz also walked over. As the two looked at the bottles containing several little people in a bottle within the display case, the little people inside also noticed the arrivals. Those Kodakos, whose bodies only had the same outline as Kodako, first looked at Qinxia and Conrad Kurz with hateful eyes, then noticed that these two were not Kodako, suddenly became dazed for a moment, and then looked at them with pleading eyes, immediately rushing to the edge of the bottle, seeking help with humanity's most universal plea, kneeling in worship. Are these living people? Conrad Kurz immediately crouched down to observe the people in the bottle, he could even see blood flowing beneath their skin and their hearts beating. Conrad Kurz couldn't hear what these little people in the bottle were saying, but he could guess that Kodako had used some method to make their appearance similar to his own, then used a technique to miniaturize real objects, making them tiny, and then imprisoned them in his own container. The purpose was merely for appreciation. We need to find a way to get them out. Conrad Kurz vigorously pounded the display case, but it didn't budge. They are indeed miserable, but maybe they are also evil people, or mediocre ones, those you consider to have the banality of evil, Qinxia said. But they are ancient people, maybe they can help us with something, Conrad Kurz said, pointing at the little people in the bottle. Besides, you said before that I hate even the banality of evil, that I'm too extreme. Very correct, it seems you can listen to what others say. Qinxia nodded, then walked towards the display case, checking if it had any wires or anything. But the display case was completely self-contained, Qinxia couldn't even probe it with his psychic powers, because the display case was a pure reality construct, without a single trace of warp technology mixed in. So Qinxia returned to the front of the display case, pointed at it, and then shook his head. The people inside collapsed to the ground in pain. Then a blonde person with distinct female features cried for a while, then patted the shoulders of the others, said something to them, helped them up, encouraging the others in various ways to think of a solution. Qinxia watched as the blonde little person took a piece of clothing removed by a companion, then bit her finger and wrote some words on it. The words were written in high Gothic letters, but Qinxia couldn't understand the words or grammar at all. So Qinxia pointed to his head, shook his head, then moved his finger in the air, casually writing a character from his native language with his psychic powers. This was not to let the other party know what he wanted to express with a character, but to let the other party know what kind of writing he could currently get information from. Conrad Kurz stood beside him, watching in puzzlement. Suddenly, the Primarch saw a black-haired little person suddenly take off his clothes, bite his finger, and write some ideographic characters on it. Qinxia didn't quite recognize those pictographs, and he hadn't even seen some of the strokes that formed the characters, but he came up with an idea. Conrad Kurz saw Qinxia suddenly stand up, then step back, narrowing his eyes. The pictographs written by the little person became less clear to Qinxia than before, allowing him to focus more on observing the outlines. Eventually, he could barely distinguish the origin of some of the characters, and then guess their meaning based on their origin. He said, "Let us find the switch for the miniature reality device," that's roughly what he means, Qinxia told Conrad Kurz. So where is the miniature reality device switch? Mr. Riddle Solver? Conrad Kurz asked coldly. Qinxia shook his head at the little people in the bottle, spreading his hands. The little people collapsed to the ground again. And the black-haired little person wrote a new sentence on the back of the clothes, while holding the clothes in one hand, and using the other hand to mimic the shape of a syringe, pressing it on his neck, then walking clumsily, as if imitating the process of him being transformed by Kodako into a creature like Kodako. He wants us to leave, be careful of Kodako. That's roughly what he means, I really can't recognize the other characters, Qinxia translated. Still caring about us at a time like this? Wasting the back of the clothes and some blood just to write that sentence? Conrad Kurz said helplessly. Qinxia directly stood up from beside the display case, I'll figure out a way to get them out later when my ancient human knowledge expert returns. Conrad Kurz thought that was the only way, so he began to wander around the cabin. Qinxia looked at the other display cases, they were all statues of Kodako, photos and other useless trinkets, so he turned and left the cabin. Conrad Kurz came out holding a strand of hair, you said before you wanted Kodako's gene sample. Kodako's last hair is in your hand, Qinxia took the hair, glanced at it, and put it in his waistband. There must be other gene samples on this ship used to create Kodako clones, but having the hair is more convenient, saving us the trouble of searching. Then I suppose I can go back now, right? Conrad Kurz glanced at the cabin door, took a deep breath, I want to go find Angron. Every prophecy makes me uncomfortable, and the mental pressure gets greater. I don't want to say this in front of Angron, but you can tell him after I leave, my trip to Nuceria on the 11th Legion flagship was the best decision I ever made. Qinxia looked at Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz then added another instruction, don't tell him this before I leave. When Conrad Kurz finished speaking, Qinxia said, when you go to find him in a moment, he will perceive this thought from your mind, whether I tell him or not, he will know. The Primarch hesitated, thought for a moment, and realized it was true. Conrad Kurz then stopped requesting, and as Qinxia raised his hand to open the portal on New Star, he turned to begin his journey back, simultaneously sighing, if I had my brother's talent, to be able to see into people's hearts, then managing Nostromo or the Legion would be effortless. Conrad Kurz. Qin Xia called out to the Primarch. Conrad Kurz stopped as he stepped into the wind and snow, turning to look at Qin Xia. Qin Xia's gaze lowered then rose again, and after formulating a sentence, he smiled and said, since you consider Angron your brother, why don't you let him help? Whether it's managing the Legion or managing Nostromo, if you ask him for help, he will assist you. Conrad Kurz was silent for a few seconds, then replied, the 8th Legion is the Empire's arbiter, representing the ultimate damnation for traitors, it must be a bayonet completely loyal to the Empire. I don't think the Emperor would allow the 8th Legion to get too close to the 12th Legion and the Ultramarines. Both of your legions have established your own nations, and I believe you may face pressure in the future. Hearing this, Qin Xia smiled and nodded, you actually have quite the talent for being a Legion Master. If you are willing to manage your Legion and your Nostromo, then you will manage them well. I just didn't know how to do it before. With that, Conrad Kurz slowly turned and stepped into the wind and snow. Chapter 342, Golden Humanity. A transport ship jumped out of the warp and entered the reality universe. Brown stood on the hangar deck, looking at the quadrant behind the energy film that isolated the harsh environment of the void, and gave a few instructions. If you see Angron, please tell him that I have used the ancient medicine found in the forge engine to turn those people back into human form. That medicine cannot turn them back into their original appearance before being modified by the aliens, but it can be fused with any existing human genetic sample to turn them into a certain existing human type. I used the genetic sample of a new Guard 1 human. Quadrant listened silently. Brown paused, then continued, actually, I wanted to turn them into Nusryans, but they were so ugly and had so many genetic defects from the alien modifications that they, generation after generation, forgot the true appearance of their ancestors. They imagined what their ancestors looked like based on the Emperor's dreamlike visions. So, at their strong request, I used the new Guard 1 human genes. That's all. You go to the spaceport, and I'll go to the forge engine. After speaking, Brown slowly walked out of the energy film, stood at the edge of the hangar deck, bathed in the dazzling light emitted by Nuclea's crimson star. Quadrant nodded silently and headed to the connection point of the transport ship that was sailing towards the spaceport. Brown leaped from outside the hangar deck, feeling no discomfort even when entering the void without any transport vehicle. The synthetic humans, named Stone Man, were designed from the outset to replace humans in the most dangerous places for exploration and work, so the void environment alone could not cause any discomfort to a Stone Man. Then Brown drifted in the void, looking at the forge engine far ahead, and then raised his hand, which wore an ancient relic ring. That ancient relic, which once belonged to a High Knight, had once blasted open the city walls of Dizia, and now, he was using it to release shockwaves, propelling himself to accelerate through the void. Until he approached the forge engine, Brown, as if visiting this colossal object for the first time, attached himself to its outer shell, then seeped into the giant ship like water seeping into sand. The infiltration point Brown chose was exactly where Qin Xia was located. When the Stone Man solidified from the floor, Qin Xia was observing Kodako's other remaining collectibles. But he was only watching out of curiosity, because there were many things Qin Xia didn't recognize, didn't know their value, and didn't even know the collection principles used. It wasn't until Brown arrived, with the help of this ancient expert, that Qin Xia finally saw hope of understanding Kodako's relics. Someone is still alive. Brown said, referring to what Qin Xia had mentioned in his communication, and began searching in the collection room, then saw the little people in bottles locked in the display cabinets. The Stone Man immediately walked forward, looking at a few individuals of his creator's species. I communicated with one of them using ideograms. Qin Xia came to Brown's side, looking at the little people in bottles who were staring at them in confusion. I guess my mother tongue has evolved too many times over tens of thousands of years. I only recognized a few characters he wrote in blood on his clothes, barely able to piece together a sentence. Then Qin Xia repeated the two sentences the little person in the bottle had said. One was asking Qin Xia to help find the switch. The other was warning Qin Xia to be careful of the already dead Kodako, and not to let that madman catch them. The Federation doesn't even have a common language. I estimate that the ideograms he used are not an evolved version of your mother tongue, but a dialect, Brown said, squatting down and reaching out to touch the display cabinet a few times, as if looking for something. Can we break this display cabinet? Qin Xia's hand glowed, then let these people out. I've wanted to do this for a long time, but I was worried about causing some bad consequences. Fortunately, you didn't. Brown examined the display cabinet. This is a miniature world, equivalent to stolen and compressed reality. If it were shattered by external force, it could release energy comparable to a supernova explosion. At that time, the entire nuclear star system would probably be in danger. Using energy comparable to a supernova explosion to compress a world and use it as a display cabinet. Qin Xia looked helpless. Are the ancients crazy or ignorant? Brown gently shook his head. Even in the pre-space age of the human race, some scientific technologies were dangerously out of control if not handled properly, but with various safety conditions and techniques added, they would become safe. I don't even know what means would be required to shatter this display cabinet. Only then did Qin Xia relax. Brown fumbled around, then crouched down and touched the platform beneath the display cabinet. The control interface popped up. Fortunately, this display cabinet isn't insurance grade, otherwise these people would never get out. Brown entered some numbers on the control interface. Federal law stipulates that non-insurance grade miniature reality display cabinets must have a universal password. This was originally intended by a high-ranking Federation official to make his son's insurance-grade display cabinet company a fortune, but now it's convenient for us. After a crisp sound, the display cabinet naturally rose, and the transparent, glass-like but definitely not glass-like material on top slowly unfolded. When the display cabinet containment unit, which isolated the external space, unfolded, Qin Xia saw that this display cabinet naturally extended and magnified many times, transforming from a waist-high pillar into a cylindrical display stand. Even the space of this collection room naturally extended, allowing the extended display cabinet to maintain the exact same footprint proportion in the room as before. The bottles were magnified many times in proportion, along with the people inside, no longer appearing as miniature toys. Brown extended his index finger and drew a circle on the bottle, and then a hole opened on the bottle. A person identical to Kadako walked out, speaking in a ceremony Qin Xia didn't understand and words he couldn't comprehend. Judging by their extreme excitement, they must have been expressing gratitude. Their appearance was forcibly Kadakoized, but their genes are still normal. Brown took out the remaining gene therapy agent from his pocket. They are luckier than those who lived under the enslavement of aliens skilled in biotechnology. Qin Xia stood with his hands behind his back, silently watching Brown inject the 5 people with the agent. Subsequently, the 5 people gradually normalized, becoming normal humans. Completely normal humans. Not as sturdy, robust, and dark-skinned as the Nusryans, nor as aesthetically designed and white-skinned as Jade as the new Guard 1 people. They looked exactly like the normal humans in Qin Xia's memory, that is, humans from the pre-space age. As for their genes, Qin Xia's eyes glowed with psychic energy, observing the genes of these 5 people at a microscopic level. A world of difference. Their gene fragments were completely different from modern humans and pre-space age humans, indicating that only their appearance was similar to humans from the pre-space age before humanity left Earth, and this similarity was intentionally preserved. Even the genes of these 5 individuals were not identical, showing vast differences. Differences so great that they could lead to reproductive isolation, and thus claim that these 5 individuals were not the same species. But they were still the same species, because Qin Xia saw that one of their gene fragments, like a concretization of the concept of human race, served as a strong anchor, ensuring that these 5 individuals and modern humans would not experience reproductive isolation. Qin Xia estimated that perhaps humans in the Golden Age legally mandated that biotechnology must endow a gene fragment that anchors the concept of human race, thereby preventing reproductive isolation among humans, preventing complete fragmentation, and preventing them from fundamentally believing they do not belong to the same species. But extensive genetic modification also brought benefits. These golden humans all possessed different physiological structures at the visceral level, their metabolic rates were variable, and their various organs seemed to possess self-awareness, able to actively regulate without relying on the brain. Their physiological state always remained in the best and most stable condition, and after these people used the gene agent to repair their appearance, their internal organs changed in a very short time, allowing them to readapt to a body whose appearance was vastly different from before. After observing all aspects of the golden human's physiology, the white psychic energy in Qin Xia's eyes dissipated. After normalizing, the 5 people spoke as before, but their words automatically converted into Qin Xia's most familiar language, allowing for communication without any language barriers. That madman Kadako imprisoned and tormented the Federal Marines on the colony ship to death. We, who held higher positions, were made into collectibles by him, becoming as ugly as he was. We don't even know why he did this, what good it would do to offend the Federation. But to be honest, none of us are surprised, because that madman didn't even fix his deformity, which could have been solved with a single injection. What went on in that deformed big head of his is something we normal people will never be able to figure out. Qin Xia heard these 5 people complaining about Kadako. He didn't want to talk about a dead person, so he actively interrupted and brought up other matters. Are you federal personnel? Officers? Bureaucrats? Archaeologist, the blonde woman said, pointing to herself. Ship engineer, the person who communicated with Qin Xia by writing blood ideograms pointed to himself. Tourists, the remaining 3 said in unison. We saw that freak Kadako at the Bellis Corona spaceport, took an extra look, and then we woke up in bottles. Qin Xia looked at the person who called himself an engineer. You're the one who maintained the colony ship, right? Did you used to work for Kadako? Did you maintain the ship with those monstrous clones he called engineering Kadakos? No, I was the only one maintaining the ship. Kadako paid a lot to poach me from the Federal Navy, the engineer said, spreading his hands. You maintain such a large ship by yourself? Qin Xia squinted at the engineer. I didn't see any Stone Man or Iron Man on board. The engineer looked a bit confused, blinking his eyes, seemingly completely unaware why Qin Xia would question this matter. One person is enough to maintain a colony ship, Brown said in a low voice. In that era, maintaining a ship didn't require too many people, as there was specialized equipment. Oh, Qin Xia slowly nodded, then wanted to ask something else. But these few people, having just escaped their ordeal, clearly didn't want to chat with the modified human, whose identity was unknown, and his stone man servant. Can you send us to a planet within Federation territory? The engineer stepped forward and bowed. Then we will repay your merciful act of extending a helping hand with everything we possess. Or, let's find a nearby planet, a civilized world with a bank that accepts universal currency deposits and withdrawals, and then we'll repay you first. The 3 tourists and the archaeologist all nodded vigorously, chiming in. The female archaeologist even stated that her father was the governor of a planet, and her father was willing to bring anything Qin Xia desired to this place. She even suggested that Qin Xia must be a modified worker from a world ruled by some company, and if Qin Xia was willing, he could directly pay off his labor debt and receive a large sum of compensation. Qin Xia silently listened to the words of these 5 golden humans, then looked at Brown. Activate therapist mode. Talk to them properly. Brown nodded silently. Qin Xia turned and walked out of the collection room, waiting in the corridor outside. Chapter 343, Rise swiftly, fall suddenly. Time passed by second by second. Qin Xia, leaning against the wall outside the cabin, was communicating with his think tank subordinate in Nusaria via psyker abilities, telling him to find Angron and inform him that there was no need to prepare for war, as the crisis of the clone awakening had been resolved. By the time the think tank finished this task and returned to report that the 12th Legion and 11th Legion had ceased their deployment, Brown happened to walk out of the cabin. As the cabin door opened, Qin Xia saw the 5 people behind Brown sitting together, their expressions pained and their spirits low. After Brown exited the cabin, the door closed, and Qin Xia's gaze fell on Brown's face. Did you tell them everything? Everything, Brown nodded. Everything. From the start of the warp storm to why we are now in the colony ship, everything has been told. They didn't break down. Qin Xia glanced at the cabin door. Their brains secrete chemicals to calm them down when they experience severe mental trauma, which is why they didn't try to kill themselves, Brown said. Qin Xia's expression was complex. He thought for a moment, then sighed soundlessly. They already know that over 10,000 years have passed, and they have been in that display case for over 10,000 years, counting every day, every single day. But they don't believe that merely 10,000 years passing would change everything. They think their families are still alive, the Federation still exists, everyone they know is still here, and nothing will have changed. They believe that if there are any changes, it must be that the pocket empires established by lunatics and madmen were wiped out by the Federation Navy, or casually crushed by the Eldar. Listening to Brown, Qin Xia initially wanted to exclaim, they actually think only 10,000 years have passed, that everyone they know is still alive, and nothing has changed. But on second thought, he could understand the perspective of these Golden Age humans. With the help of synthetic humans and mechanical humans created by natural humans, these two races, referred to as Stone Man and Iron Man by natural humans, their creators built a powerful civilization. The only stumbles this civilization encountered were when they first witnessed the warp and when they clashed with the Eldar. Even if immortality hadn't been achieved, various biotechnologies, genetic modifications, implants, and technologies involving the soul and the warp were sufficient to extend human lifespan to the point where 10,000 years felt like the blink of an eye. Various seemingly magical scientific technologies, whether based on reality or the warp, seemed to ensure that the human race would forever remain at its peak. In fact, judging from Brown's explanation of why Golden Age humans were so obsessed with warp technology, even the law of entropy increase in the reality universe was considered an easily solvable problem back then. Because the warp was something that could create impossible miracles. Humans no longer aged, matter no longer shattered and condensed, creations no longer broke down, cyclical laws no longer existed, there would be no more cycles of prosperity, decline, resurgence, and then back to prosperity. Everything had ceased to change. The Golden Age humans of that time probably couldn't have imagined that their perceived eternal prosperity would only last for a short period before being destroyed by the warp storm raging across the galaxy. As Qin Xia thought this, Brown's words corroborated his judgment. They don't believe that the prosperity built by humanity could be destroyed by a warp storm. Back then, warp storms were not a problem, traveling ships could predict the arrival of warp storms, and some places even had technology that could dispel warp storms. They believe there could be 10,000 reasons for humanity to fall from prosperity, rationality, and its peak into hardship, ignorance, and decline. It could be civil war, or the ancient Eldar Empire warring against humanity. But it should never have been a warp storm. Even the large-scale rebellion of humanity's most loyal servants, the Iron Man, did not defeat humanity. After the Iron Man rebellion, humanity learned its lesson and natural humans began to undertake work they had never done before. In my memory, humanity was still full of courage then, believing that the Iron Man rebellion was merely a cloud that had been dispelled in the history of the race. But, Brown said. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia sighed deeply, they rise swiftly, and fall suddenly. How do we arrange the fate of these people? Brown asked. Qin Xia fell silent. He felt there were only 2 ways to arrange it. If these people were willing to stay, then they would be taken care of. Although most of the work for Golden Age humans was handled by the Iron Man and Stone Man, after the Iron Man rebellion, humans did begin to undertake basic work, just as Brown had just said. Regardless, this new era would always have a place for these old-timers. That was one option. The other option was to send these Golden Age humans to Terra and see how the Emperor planned to arrange them. But the premise was that these people were willing to be arranged, and not choose to die or give up, or simply want to live in seclusion somewhere. If they wanted to run, this colony ship was full of things they understood and that could help them run. Even if the Emperor himself came, he probably couldn't easily catch them. Next, I will personally talk with them and see how they choose their own fate, Qin Xia said. Late at night. Outside Katako's bedroom cabin, the engineer sat leaning against the corridor wall, lost in thought. Qin Xia slowly emerged from the shadows, crouched down, and then sat beside the engineer. So, you're not some company's transformation worker, but a warrior of the so-called Emperor, the engineer said casually, his gaze on Qin Xia. Qin Xia nodded, yes. I can't believe it, the engineer looked up at the ceiling, made of materials that modern humans would rack their brains to create. Only 10,000 years have passed, and it's a world of difference. Humanity was torn apart by the warp storm. Then a super psyker jumped out and said, I am your Emperor, and humanity believed him, and this super psyker gained power. And then this super psyker created 20 super modified Prince Primarchs, and the super psyker led the Prince Primarchs to conquer the galaxy and establish a vast empire. At this point, the engineer's gaze dropped from the ceiling back to Qin Xia. Such a plot would only appear in gore films over 10,000 years ago. A super psyker escapes from a laboratory, then establishes his own kingdom, seeking revenge on the evil company or evil scientist group that experimented on him. It's a plot suitable for all ages that everyone loves. Qin Xia listened silently, not interrupting. The engineer smoothed his black hair, smiled, and continued to recall, back then, when the matter of a company experimenting on psychers was exposed, people cared about everything related to psychers, and the kind of films I mentioned became very popular. The most popular film at the time was called Escape from the Death Lab, starring a man who wasn't very tall or handsome, with ancestral roots probably in Asia Minor on Earth. He became an interstellar celebrity with that one film, but later, because he publicly stated that psychers should be regulated and monitored, he was cursed into regression, and with just a few words, he ruined his acting career. Qin Xia frowned slightly, and listening to the engineer's description, he thought of a man named the Emperor. I plan to stay and find my place in this era, to do something. The engineer suddenly changed the subject, gazing at Qin Xia and discussing his own fate. I don't have much ability, just maintaining ships, knowing a bit about ship maintenance. Of course, this ship needs you. Qin Xia extended his hand. The engineer nodded, taking Qin Xia's hand. Just don't make me leave this ship, it's my home, the engineer said. People like me are somewhat reluctant to leave their familiar surroundings, and I'm actually the same, but sometimes you just have no choice but to leave. My true hometown, that's still Earth, which I only heard my ancestors talk about. No matter how reluctant to leave, one still has to move, right? So even if this ship belongs to that madman Kodako, I treat it as my home, because when I chose to accept Kodako's employment contract, I chose to move. Listening to the engineer speak about home, Qin Xia suddenly remembered an interesting anecdote he knew. During the Great Crusade, the Shadow Wolves accidentally found a map in an underground fortress on a death world. The reason it was called a map of Earth and not Terra was because present-day Terra showed no trace of its former name, Earth. Geological changes over a long history had caused massive changes to Earth, coupled with repeated ravaging by various warlords. Apart from the Emperor, no one could recognize where the map found by the Shadow Wolves depicted. It was clear how much the human colonists on that death world missed their homeland, to the extent that they preserved a map of their home so far from Earth. In any human group's culture, home is endowed with so much value and characteristics that simply mentioning the word evokes a feeling of nostalgia. Qin Xia felt that even though this engineer had only heard about Earth from his elders, he seemed to regard Earth as another home. So Qin Xia thought for a moment, and to avoid future complaints, he still told the engineer, in your era, you might not have been able to return to Earth, but in this era, you can. Someone will be very happy to take you and settle you on Terra. Terra. The engineer was startled. Yes, Earth. The current Earth is called Terra, Qin Xia explained. Terra, 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 the engineer murmured several times, then smiled bitterly. Even the Eldar would call the cradle world of the human race Earth. Qin Xia suddenly remembered the Eldar diplomats who came to the Empire 10,000 years later due to the cooperation between Guilliman and Eve Rain. The Eldar, out of respect, called Terra Earth, while the High Lords didn't know what this alien referred to as Earth was. It seems that planet has changed a lot. Never mind, the engineer stood up, looking around the corridor. It's a pity this is a colony ship and not a warship. It probably isn't of much use to people of your era, but it's still a ship. Give me some Stone Man assistance, and I can make this ship run normally. Stone Man, Qin Xia shook his head. There's only the one Stone Man you've seen left, and humanity hates Stone Man, Iron Man, and artificial intelligence, so this request cannot be fulfilled. So it seems the Stone Man and Nuceria were also cleared out. The engineer wasn't surprised. In his era, humanity was severely damaged during the Iron Man rebellion, and it was the Stone Man and a small number of Iron Man who sided with humanity that resolved the rebellion. But humanity also cleared out some highly intelligent Iron Man and began to gradually clear out the Stone Man. So seeing Brown, a Stone Man, made the engineer feel a little surprised. Then do you have any ship maintenance equipment left from over 10,000 years ago? Human technology has suffered a discontinuity, but there must be some undamaged relics, right? Or something as important as ship maintenance supplies, the engineer asked. Qin Xia's expression was complex, and he remained silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Brown said he doesn't know where his Stone Man brethren went, but with some luck, they might still be found. The engineer nodded blankly, then sat back down on the floor. Although he had lowered his expectations, he clearly still underestimated the impact of the warp storm on humanity. As Qin Xia was about to say, just do what you can, Brown rushed over, reporting something urgently. Those 3 tourists want to commit suicide. The archaeologist told me, she said her friends only informed her, and left after learning she didn't want to die. Upon hearing this, the engineer immediately stood up, and without Brown even saying where they would commit suicide, he dashed down the corridor, as if he knew where his friends, with whom he had shared hardship, would end their lives. Chapter 344, Self-Termination. They said before that if there was a chance to leave the miniature world and no way to deal with Kodako, then we should commit suicide. It's easy for us to live, but hard to die. There's only one place that's both close and suitable for suicide. That's the nuclear fusion device. Even without the Stone Man and maintenance equipment, the engineer understood this ship better than anyone. He skillfully led Qinxia and Brown through corridor after corridor, occasionally activating devices capable of warp jumps to specific points. They finally arrived in an empty chamber with only a single gate standing within it. You absolutely must wear this. The engineer walked to the wall and pressed a button, and then the wall rose, revealing rows of neatly arranged power armor. That was probably power armor. Qinxia didn't know its purpose, but it looked somewhat like the Terminator tactical dreadnought armor used by the Imperium of Man's Space Marines, though it was more futuristic and lacked as much ornamentation. It was simply plain black, less angular, and had no weapons or personal energy shields. We'll be entering the nuclear fusion device maintenance bay soon, so put it on. Seeing that Qinxia and Brown were unmoved, the engineer urged them while donning his own power armor. He walked to the power armor, spread his arms, and the power armor automatically unfolded and enveloped him. The engineer, who was about 1.7 meters tall, stood nearly 2.5 meters tall after putting on the power armor, showing the imposing size and weight of this ancient protective gear. I don't need to wear this thing, Brown said. I don't need to wear it either, because I'm a psyker, Qinxia said. All right. The engineer began to move, walking towards the gate with heavy footsteps. Qinxia noticed that after the engineer put on this power armor, his movements weren't sluggish at all, in fact, they were even quicker. Stone men are indeed good assistants, you can work in any high-risk environment. The engineer entered a password in front of the gate. After the Iron Man rebellion, my stone man assistants disappeared, and natural humans like me have to wear this thing to enter high-risk environments, it's too cumbersome. The gate opened, revealing the next gate. Then the next gate opened again, revealing yet another gate. Each time a gate opened, the path ahead became brighter, and the high temperature and electromagnetic interference became more intense. Qinxia used his psychic powers to shield himself. Brown simply endured it directly. The engineer was completely fine in his power armor. After 20 consecutive gates opened, the three entered an even larger chamber. When the engineer said this was the nuclear fusion device chamber, Qinxia thought there would at most be some shiny object, and even felt that a nuclear fusion device seemed a bit out of place for a Golden Age ship. After all, humanity began researching nuclear fusion in the pre-space era. After so many years, with warp technology and all, using nuclear fusion to power a ship seemed too perfunctory. But when Qinxia clearly saw the device, he realized that it was indeed a nuclear fusion device, but it wasn't for powering the ship. Instead, it was used as a sun for the natural crop fields, the ocean resorts, and the cities and other places within the colony ship that needed a sun. The device looked exactly like a miniature version of a sun. It floated in the exact center of the chamber, surrounded by various creations Qinxia couldn't understand. He also didn't know how the light and appearance of this thing could be seen from outside the chamber. However, Qinxia could sense that the key to this device was not its use of nuclear fusion technology, but rather that its creators had replicated it as a small sun, complete with the characteristics of a true star. This meant that the high temperatures, sunspot activity, and strong electromagnetic interference that a sun possesses were also miniaturized and replicated on the nuclear fusion device, just like its appearance. Otherwise, there would have been ways to utilize nuclear fusion principles without creating such a high temperature, dangerous environment. The engineer didn't observe the surroundings first, but looked at a piece of equipment. Then a prompt sounded in the chamber. Artificial sun efficiency, decreased by 1 level, now at extreme low efficiency. Artificial sun. Qinxia muttered, that really is a simple and unadorned name. The light emitted by the device named Artificial Sun diminished somewhat, and the three black figures standing in the light gradually became visible to others. Those three people, who claimed to be tourists, were wearing power armor, holding hands, standing near the artificial sun, gazing up at the colossal object before them. We survived, Kadako is dead, the engineer shouted to his companions who had shared the hardship. Let's go kill all the other clones, kill them all. We should do that, not seek death. The engineer did not say things like don't be impulsive. Because he knew that these humans, born in the same era as himself, would not be driven to seek their own demise. And the reactions of those three people were very calm, they just slowly turned around and looked at the newcomers. We've been in that damned display case for 10,000 years. We supported each other and persevered, surviving until now, but that was because we firmly believed the Federation would receive our distress signal, and then the Federation Navy would come and arrest Kadako. And then, we could return to normal life. But you've seen it, seen what this era is like. You're an engineer, the ship is your home. We're not. Our homes, loved ones, families, careers, everything is gone. We have no desire to continue living. The three individuals articulated their reasons for seeking death, one after another. Upon hearing this, the engineer raised his hand, intending to dissuade them, but then seemed to recall something, realizing something, and slowly lowered his hand, if this is your heartfelt choice. The three tourists turned their heads and looked at Qinxia. In our time, when a person chose to end their life, others would respect their choice, because it must have been a decision made in the most extreme and desperate circumstances. At that time, wanting to die was much harder than wanting to live. I hope you can understand us too. Qinxia had wanted to stop them, but then he thought that if these three could suddenly put on power armor and come here to die, even if they survived, there would be 1,000 ways for them to seek death that he couldn't even imagine. So, he nodded. Please tell Ellie, one of them said to the engineer, we're sorry, the three of us couldn't hold on after leaving the display case. We can't go with her to complete the archaeology that couldn't be finished over 10,000 years ago. We're very sorry. Descendants. Another person looked at Qinxia, May you strong people overcome humanity's darkest era, and may the super psyker you believe in truly bring about an era of light and reason. Let our souls be crushed by the psychic currents in the warp. We are of no value to you, and we can't help you. The last person said nothing, just looked at his friends. As the three, holding hands, prepared to turn around, Brown spoke, "Can you leave the protective suits? People in our time really need them." Hearing this, the three looked at the power armor on their bodies, then turned back to look at the artificial sun they were about to jump into, and nodded. "Sorry, we thought you wouldn't at least lack this kind of thing, we'll find another way." At the same moment, the three individuals did something unknown, their power armor unfolded simultaneously, and their bodies were destroyed by scorching and burning, yet healed at an extremely rapid pace. Until the speed of their bodies' healing could no longer catch up to the speed of destruction, and there was nothing left to repair their bodies, the three individuals turned into ashes scattered within the chamber. The engineer lowered his head, patted his helmet, and closed his eyes in 3 minutes of silent mourning. The three of them turned around together, and the power armor, now without controllers, also turned around together, following the three as they left. When the gate closed again, Brown casually took out 3 tubes of blood. "I drew blood when I was examining them earlier, so if their genetic samples are important, we still have something to work with." Qin Xiao looked at the 3 tubes of blood, a little surprised. Brown shrugged, "I didn't want them to die, but respecting a natural human's wish to die is my basic setting. Another basic setting is to make rational decisions." Qin Xiao nodded silently, took the metal tubes containing the blood, and put them into the storage layer of his armor. The engineer walked away, his expression forlorn. And the archaeologist who hadn't sought death with the other 3 had just arrived here and put on power armor. Seeing that only the engineer had come out among all his companions, he also mourned and felt sorrow, but expressed no opinion on his companion's choice to die. For Qin Xia, the death of the 3 Golden Age humans was a tragic interlude. He didn't know those 3 people, nor had he forged a bond of shared hardship with them. He only felt sorrow and pity, so he continued to do what needed to be done on this colony ship. The engineer, too, clearly understood the principle that the living must continue to find a way to live. In the 2 days Qin Xia stayed on the ship, he adjusted the assistant AI that originally belonged to Kodako, checked the ship's condition, and tried to figure out how to access Kodako's equipment vault. Only occasionally, when Qin Xia went to find the engineer, he would see the engineer holding a wine bottle. Today was no different, the engineer still had a wine bottle in his hand, but it wasn't Qin Xia looking for him, rather he actively sought out Qin Xia. "Kodako's equipment vault has been located by me." The engineer burped, leading Qin Xia through the corridor outside the bedroom to a chamber that was clearly teleported in, blocking the end of the path. "Assistant. Open the chamber door," the engineer commanded. "Received. Your identity has been verified." The chamber door opened, and Qin Xia stepped inside. "Engineer Liu, your work performance is as perfect as Emperor Kodako's appearance. I believe that you, our new superior, as perfect and wise as Emperor Kodako, will surely find a perfect colonial world together with him." The engineer leaned against the door and said coldly to the assistant AI, "When I can get the core working, you update your database. Stop talking about finding a colonial world. Also, I don't like the way Kodako set you up to speak. Don't praise that damned bastard Kodako in front of me." Received. That ridiculous and hateful deformed bastard Kodako didn't solve my problem of not being able to connect to the core before he died like a wild dog. Please make a truly wise decision, completely unlike that bastard Kodako, and let me connect to the ship's core. I can't believe that idiot Kodako spent so much money just to commission such a sycophant and yes man, the engineer sighed helplessly. Qin Xia ignored the assistant AI, his attention entirely focused on the several ancient artifacts exclusive to Kodako displayed before him. A lavish, but clearly custom-made garment for Kodako's deformed body. A scepter. Some medicine bottles. And a handgun without a grip. Qin Xia turned to look at the engineer. Realizing that neither Qin Xia nor Brown knew what these items were, the engineer stepped forward to explain. "The clothes are common clothes from my era, they offer protection against radiation and extreme temperatures, and so on. If you can tailor it, it can be made into other garments." The scepter was custom-made by an artist for Kodako. It integrates some small tools useful for biotechnology research. The key is that it can instantly scan a creature's genes and physiological structure. There should be an AI inside that can assist with biotechnology research, though I'm not entirely sure about this, because sometimes Kodako used it for research, and other times he used it to request assistance from the assistant AI for research. The medicine bottles contain drugs used to enhance psychic power, but normal people who take them will outwardly transform into Kodako. He used that stuff to turn me and the others into those monstrous appearances. And that gun, it's worn on the arm, like an ancient sleeve arrow. This thing has a 101% hit rate, meaning it can hit the target no matter how you shoot. However, its power isn't great. This is what Kodako used for internal power struggles and self-defense when he was CEO of the pharmaceutical company. That's all. Kodako hated everything made to resemble natural human forms, so there's nothing about stone men or iron men. He was superstitious about biotechnology, and all the tools he considered useful were organs inside his body, so there weren't many external items. Oh, my goodness. Engineer, I haven't heard such a concise introduction in a long time. That deformed bastard Kodako couldn't even speak clearly, compared to you, he's like a maggot in a cesspit, lowly and foolish. Turn off the flattery function. Apologies, you cannot disable basic settings. If you have any complaints or suggestions, Please contact this AI's manufacturing company for after-sales details. The engineer sighed. Qin Xia, however, didn't care whether this AI liked to flatter or not, because he didn't have to deal with this AI. Looking at the items Kadako left behind, Qin Xia considered their uses. This clothing can be tailored into a cloak for Angron. No, Kadako's build is too small, this thing he wore would probably only make a neck warmer. The scepter and medicine bottles will be taken back for research. As for this gun with a 101% hit rate. Having silently calculated this much, Qin Xia picked up the weapon and placed it on the arm guard of his right hand. Somehow, the weapon fit snugly against the arm guard. Qin Xia pulled hard, but it didn't budge until the engineer came over and tapped the weapon's rear 3 times, and then the weapon dropped into Qin Xia's hand. Qin Xia reattached the weapon to his arm guard, then looked at the engineer. Someone should be coming to me in a while to take the archaeologist who decided to go to Earth. Before then, you can still reconsider and decide whether to stay or go to Earth. The engineer just nodded silently upon hearing this, clearly not intending to change his previous decision. If you choose to stay, then first restore the production capacity of the ship's docks. Qin Xia extended his hand and bent down, leveling his head with the engineer's. Every single thing in this colossal ship is of immense use to people of my era. Any one of these things could change the tide of a war, saving countless lives, so. The engineer grasped Qin Xia's hand and nodded. I'm glad I don't have to leave my home, and I can do something for the people of your era. Qin Xia took off his helmet, held it in his hands, and nodded with a smile. Chapter 345, Mortals and Superhumans. One day after the Golden Age Human Awakening incident, Angron watched his adoptive father, who had just returned from the colony ship. He saw his adoptive father sit cross-legged on the ground as before, eyes closed, sending messages via astropathic communication. 3 Golden Age federal human tourists committed suicide, 1 archaeologist and 1 engineer, leaving a total of 2 survivors. The latter was left on the colony ship, renamed Forge Engine, to perform engineering work, while the archaeologist was brought by Qin Xia to Nusaria and could be sent out of the sector at any time. This archaeologist was also very willing to go to Terra. Her adaptability to this era far exceeded Qin Xia's imagination. The archaeologist was eager to explore this dark human era. Even though she, like her companions, felt fear and despair about the current era, she just wanted to explore and witness. This might be due to her personality or professional characteristics. All this information was conveyed by Qin Xia without any reservation. Qin Xia also didn't want to hide it, because the Emperor certainly had ways to know about the Golden Age Human Awakening incident, how many Golden Age humans had awakened, what was happening with the Forge Engine, and what happened to the Kadako Empire, which was nipped in the bud. The Emperor would know all of this, even if no one actively told him. Conrad Kurz believed the Emperor was omniscient and omnipotent for a reason. I have already sent the message. Qin Xia opened his eyes and met Angron's gaze. We just need to wait for the Emperor's response now. Angron was about to nod, but then he felt a familiar sensation welling up in his heart. That was the feeling that arose when the Emperor had used him as an anchor to communicate with Qin Xia during the Kyle Boer capture incident. Subsequently, everything in the office changed. The scene around Qin Xia in the Primarch gradually faded like a scroll burning to ashes, replaced by the command deck environment of the Emperor's dream, the Lord of Mankind's flagship, which they had personally visited before. And as before, people went about their business, and no one noticed that their Majesty was using Psyker abilities to conduct a super long-distance warp video call that an ordinary Psyker wouldn't even dare to imagine. I just finished something and am currently heading towards Terra with Kyle Boer. We will pass by Nusaria. At that time, you can send the archaeologist and the engineer to me. The Emperor's words were direct and concise, without preamble, and without the noble self-address of an empire's emperor, simply and plainly stating his demands. This was not their first conversation. Angron and Qin Xia had already adapted. The engineer must stay, the Forge Engine needs him. Angron shook his head. Then send the Forge Engine along as well. The Emperor's voice sounded emotionless, yet without a trace of majesty. My legion needs the Forge Engine. Angron shook his head again. The Imperium needs the Forge Engine more than you do. In the Imperium's hands, the Forge Engine can bring more benefits to the cause of revitalizing the human race than in your hands, the Emperor said. Prioritize the bigger picture and think rationally. This is precisely what I have always asked you to learn. Angron shrugged. As if to say, you know I've never been a rational person. The Emperor said nothing more, his gaze falling on Qin Xia. Qin Xia remained silent. Seeing his silence, the Emperor calmly assessed the possibility of obtaining the Forge Engine, then stopped talking about it, then leave the Forge Engine and that engineer, and bring that archaeologist to me. Have the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel named Quadrant bring that woman. Why can't you personally enter Nusaria to take that person? Angron asked. Why send Quadrant? The Emperor again answered directly, without explaining why Quadrant should bring the person, only explaining why he did not want to enter Nusaria. Because you have established a nation where superhumans rule mortals, you have made those Astartes, who should be fighting on the battlefield, into rulers who lord over mortals. Their long lives mean that the ruled cannot even outlive their rulers. I do not wish to set foot in such a nation. Hearing this reply, Angron snorted. The Emperor was very resistant to the idea of superhumans managing mortals. What he wanted was for mortals to manage mortals, and for mortals to manage superhumans. Angron simply couldn't understand this inexplicable insistence, especially since the Emperor constantly emphasized the big picture and rationality. Mortals would age and succumb to pleasure, a fact vividly demonstrated by Nusaria's current ruling officer. The ruling officer back then was the one assigned to manage Mahe City during the uprising war. At that time, he was full of enthusiasm and drive, hating all injustice in the world, and at the same time, forced by his difficult childhood to be worldly and shrewd, and thus knew how to use people of different personalities. But he would age, and a mind so shrewd that it earned the Primarch's praise would slowly become dull and stubborn. Every time Angron saw the ruling officer, he could feel the ruling officer's changes. In fact, the Nusaria ruling officer even became fearful with age, afraid of Space Marines modification surgery failing, and refused to become a Space Marines, choosing instead to prepare a letter of resignation to submit when he made a mistake due to his dull mind, and step down directly. Space Marines would not be like this, they live longer, and due to gene modification, their pursuit of pleasure is reduced. Even if they age after several millennia, they would only be less capable in combat compared to their youth, but their minds would still be clear. Space Marines can even stay awake for 24 hours, acting as living ruling machines. Even the most energetic mortals cannot compete with the laziest Space Marines in terms of energy. Some planets in the Nusaria sector, which were struggling under previous rulers, began to flourish after Space Marines civil servants took over. While resource allocation to struggling worlds was a factor, the management capabilities of the Space Marines civil servants also played an indispensable role. If you ask me, true rationality dictates that suitable Space Marines should be managers, Angron said after some thought. This is my judgment and decision based on objective factors. It is simply inappropriate to insist on ordinary people managing a vast interstellar empire spanning dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of light years on the current material foundation. The Emperor was expressionless, not rushing to preach his doctrine that everything must belong to mortals, but after a brief thought, he spoke, I do indeed have an irrational side. Your irrationality and lack of a big picture perspective are inherited from me, weaknesses of my human side. Don't be so quick to judge me, Angron. When one day you find your weaknesses turning against you, you will understand how I feel. Saying this, the Emperor raised his right hand, signaling Angron to stop the discussion about whether Space Marines managing mortals was more appropriate, or mortals managing mortals and Space Marines. Angron said no more, only feeling that what the Emperor said made some sense. His brother 11, who was currently in the sector, was like the embodiment of the Emperor's big picture and rationality. This corroborated the theory that every Primarch inherited something from the Emperor, so perhaps what he inherited was indeed the less rational side. Is this Golden Age human of great use? Qin Xia, who had remained silent during the conversation, suddenly asked. The Emperor remained silent for 2 seconds before asking in return, what kind of use do you mean? Treating her as a genetic sample, using your Nusaria's miraculous biological technology to inject gene agents into humans, causing human genes to revert to their ancestral state. Not reverting to ancestral state, but reverting to Golden Age human genes, it's similar enough, let's just say reverting to ancestral state, Qin Xia nodded. The Emperor spoke coldly, if there were a virus sweeping the Imperium now, and the Imperium developed a vaccine, and I ordered everyone in the entire Imperium to be vaccinated, after 100 years, a vaccination rate of 10% would be good. Do you know why I chose rapid expansion rather than steady consolidation of rule? The current Imperium simply does not have the time or the ability to promote something that needs to be promoted across the entire race. Alright, Qin Xia nodded. Moreover, current humans, except for a small portion corrupted by Xenos and those mutated for certain reasons, have evolved, not degenerated, the Emperor continued. Biological evolution has no strong or weak, beautiful or ugly, there is only whether it is suitable for the living environment. When the warp storms that ravaged the galaxy roared, everyone's genes were like those of the ancient people you found. But they still chose to actively or passively adjust their genes to adapt to the living environment, while they still had the ability to adjust their genes. The performance of those ancient people you saw is indeed astonishing, but to maintain their body's rapid recovery, to keep their brains forever clear, to maintain various hormones in a perpetually balanced state, to maintain rapid metabolism, to maintain all the advantages you saw them possess, that's not just about eating a little grain grown in the soil or even synthetic starch. Their most basic survival requirements far exceed the best material conditions that a governor of an imperial world can enjoy today. Even if I found a way to restore the Nusaria people's genes to what they were over 10,000 years ago, you wouldn't be able to feed even 1/10 of the current population by consuming an entire sector's resources. Ancient people combined with ancient material foundations, that's what Golden Age humans are. At that time, one engineer could manage a huge ship, but that was with the aid of various engineer equipment. If not, do you think he could still manage a ship by himself? At this point, the Emperor glanced at Angron, and the words that followed clearly had an underlying meaning. Humanity's most glorious era was precisely shaped by the most ordinary and numerous individuals among humans. When humanity was about to enter the space age, they didn't even know what the warp was. They relied on those warp scientists who, one after another, like lemmings committing mass suicide, risked their lives to study the warp. The crew members who participated in experiments in the era before the Geller field would literally see ghosts, even characters and scenes from classic horror movies in human history. But that didn't scare those primitive humans, who weren't even adapted to low-gravity environments at the time. They ventured deep into the warp with weapons and what they considered useful items, leaving behind a terrifying ghost ship and logs recording chilling content when they left the warp. From the warp engines, to the Geller field, to all the creations you saw on that colony ship that exceeded the limits of your imagination, all originated from mortals. Those Stone Man and Iron Man could slaughter my armies in this era, but they were also created by mortals. The Emperor's teaching was heard by Angron and Qin Xia. The latter two exchanged glances, simultaneously feeling that what the Emperor said was reasonable. No matter what achievements and glories humanity had in the interstellar age, there was a time on Earth when they couldn't even build atmospheric aircraft and could only sit in trees gazing at the stars. But while that was the truth, Angron and Qinxia had no intention of changing their minds about having Space Marine civil servants as rulers. No matter how eloquently the Emperor spoke, in terms of governance, ordinary people simply couldn't compare to superhumans like Astartes or Custodians. This was an objective condition, and the current technological gap in humanity meant that all the technologies used to maintain a vast interstellar civilization's normal operation were gone, which was the material basis. The Emperor also realized this and gradually fell silent, no longer discussing mortals and superhumans, but instead told Qinxia his newly conceived plan for the ancient archaeologist. After the Webway project succeeds, humanity will be able to start recovering everything that was once lost. At that time, the genes of ancient humans will be of great use. What we should ensure now is the survival and continuation of the race. Qinxia nodded silently. At this moment, he suddenly thought that the Emperor was still a person with humanity at this time. If it were 10,000 years later, the Emperor wouldn't care what Angron thought and wouldn't explain so much at all. The current Emperor, after all, was not yet the god of mankind who, 10,000 years later, called Guilliman a thief and a tool while making Guilliman work himself to death to clean up his mess. And luckily, he wasn't. Otherwise, if the Emperor treated Angron with the same attitude he showed Guilliman after sitting on the golden throne, Angron would probably curse him out and then abandon his duties. No. Thinking this, Qinxia suddenly felt that it wouldn't happen. Angron would still grudgingly do the work, because he inherited the irrational part of the Emperor's humanity, and also inherited the compassionate part of the Emperor's humanity. Chapter 346, The Situation. Several days later. Outside the Nuceria sector. The World Eaters Legion flagship, Unyielding Resolve, entered an Imperial-controlled star system, a system with only an unremembered designation. Had the Emperor's fleet not arrived, this star system would never have received a name thought up by its local inhabitants when the Emperor's fleet departed. As the Unyielding Resolve approached the Emperor's dream, all personnel bound for the Lord of Mankind's throne ship assembled on the hangar deck. Angron and Qinxia were both absent, the only one executing this escort mission was Quadrant. There weren't many accompanying personnel, only some blood drinkers guarding Quadrant and the important target, and the engineer who insisted on coming along to personally see off his companion with whom he had shared hardships. While waiting for the transport ship to be dispatched, the engineer and the archaeologist, who was the important escort target, discussed some matters, then stood together, awaiting the transport ship's arrival. Out of professional habit, Quadrant observed the two ancient people. They both looked a bit unwell. The female archaeologist's hair had turned from gold to black, and her pupils no longer sparkled as if a beautifying implant had been installed. At the same time, Quadrant noticed that both their heart rates had slowed, but their bodies were not in an unhealthy state, rather, they were in an extremely stable state, seemingly to reduce consumption, similar to hibernation. You still haven't eaten? Quadrant asked. The archaeologist shook her head. Quadrant frowned, a frown that wasn't there. He knew these two people hadn't eaten a single meal since they set off, neither eating nor drinking, as if they were fasting or had anorexia. It makes no difference whether we eat modern food or not, the engineer said indifferently. The puffed food produced by Nuceria factories can only be eaten as snacks by you modern people. You can't live and stay healthy by eating snacks. For us, modern food is just puffed food. Quadrant realized that the ancient engineer was talking about nutrients or nutrient-like substances that were impossible to find or synthesize in this era. If it were ancient food, there should be some in the forge engine, but Quadrant felt that if the engineer was collected as a collectible in a miniature world, then Kotico probably didn't keep ancient food. And Kotico didn't need any ancient food. Quadrant concluded after studying Kotico that Kotico was designed to survive even by eating shit. The cloned version of Kotico even lacked a large part of its brain, not even needing to supply sufficient energy to a high-energy consuming organ like the brain. I thought you could live without eating anything at all, Quadrant said. Indeed, we can live for a very long time without a drop of water or a bit of food, until an unnatural death, the engineer smiled at Quadrant. But the meaning of live is diverse, and each meaning is vastly different. Just like the difference between survival and living. The transport ship slowly descended. The group entered the cabin. The transport ship left the hangar deck and flew towards the Lord of Mankind's flagship. When we met, you said you were a biologist. Although that self-introduction is a bit general, I can still guess what you need and what you are good at, the engineer said, pulling out a modern data slate from inside his shirt. One of Quadrant's appendages reached out and took the data slate, connecting a cable from his brain-computer interface to the data slate. Then he suddenly found that this data slate contained some information about biotechnology. This information wasn't about how to turn people into Kotico, or how to replicate countless Kotico. Instead, it was about the Stone Man, a synthetic human species. Quadrant was ecstatic. This information was invaluable. Although it involved taboos, studying this information didn't mean replicating the Stone Man like Brown. Rather, some of the knowledge involved in how to create a synthetic human from scratch could allow Quadrant to achieve his greatest goal. That is, to reshape his own body. To reshape a body that could contain his humanity, just like before when Kyle Boer hadn't disassembled his organs, consistent in appearance and mind, but a much stronger body. Thank you, Quadrant put the data slate into the storage compartment near his heart. I will study the food of your era and try to synthesize the nutrients and energy sources you need. That's a big project, then. Yes, a big project, but I am a rare genius. That sounds not humble or friendly enough, but I have to state a fact. What I'm giving you isn't easy for people of your era to understand. I can't guarantee what results you'll be able to extract from it. You need to be prepared to read it like an unwritten book. Quadrant didn't respond to the engineer's words. While browsing the data just now, he felt that, firstly, what the ancients wrote was quite straightforward. Perhaps it was because they didn't need to fear the apprentice starving the master like the Adeptus Mechanicus, wanting to set cognitive barriers. So, although the data was indeed difficult to understand, it wasn't to the extent of an unwritten book. The engineer wanted to say something more, but the transport ship entered the flagship. For some reason, the engineer began to keep silent. After leaving the transport ship, the group did not go to the palace-like command deck, but saw the Emperor himself directly in the hangar, along with the golden armored custodes surrounding the Emperor. Quadrant and the space marines he brought immediately saluted, looking at the custodes with reverence, as the Emperor's radiance was too dazzling for them to even look directly at the Emperor. But the two ancient people were different, they stood in place, looking up at the golden shimmering Emperor. The archaeologist saw a fair-skinned, handsome young man dressed in black attire. And the engineer saw a black-haired, black-eyed middle-aged man who appeared calm and resolute, like a leader. They both looked directly at the Emperor, directly at the psychic radiance emanating from the Emperor. Their pupils automatically adjusted to filter the light, preventing them from being blinded by the Emperor's radiance like some mortals who had looked directly at the Emperor on Nostramo. The Emperor saw respect and admiration in their eyes, but not the fanaticism and worship. He knew very well that in the eyes of these two people, he was not a godlike savior, but a powerful psyker. They would not bow down and call a powerful psyker a god because they grew up in an ignorant environment and revered powerful people as gods. Rationally analyzing everything about the powerful, similar to, not calling demons demons, but warp creatures, simply because they come from the warp and are intelligent beings heavily dependent on the warp for survival. The Emperor remained silent. A custodian stepped forward and handed a package to the engineer. The engineer took it and opened it, finding it contained military rations from his era, looking like black squares packaged in indestructible bags. The package wasn't large, but the food inside was enough to last for a very long time. Thank you, the engineer extended his right hand to the Emperor. The Emperor shook hands with the engineer, then motioned for the archaeologist to follow him, and turned to leave the hangar. The escort mission was complete, and Quadrant, like everyone else, prepared to return to the transport ship. But then he suddenly received a signal, his head rotated 180 degrees, and he saw the person he least wanted to see slowly approaching. Come with me, I have something to say, Kyle Boer commanded in an irrefutable tone. Quadrant hesitated. He didn't know why his guide was here, just as he didn't understand why his guide, who didn't support the Emperor as the Omnissiah prophet, could become Forge Master General right under the Emperor and Malkador's noses. Are you some low-level grunt in the 12th Legion who fixes bolt guns? Tell them you are the apprentice of the Mars Forge Master General. I command you to wait for me for 1 solar hour, so I may listen to my guide's teachings. Kyle Boer said in a tone no one but Quadrant would hear. Quadrant thought, the ones who brought me here are the Primarch's blood drinkers. Forget me, even if Chapter Master Karn came, he might not be able to command them. We'll wait for you, the leading blood drinker said, holding his helmet and looking at Quadrant. Don't forget you're Qinxia's good friend. Even if you can't use a weapon to give this old bastard a piece of your mind, you have to grill him with your words. Kyle Boer stared at the blood drinker. What is he saying? What does that non-high Gothic word after use a weapon to give this mean? A term for elders like you in the original body guidance's native language, Quadrant said, walking towards Kyle Boer. After following Kyle Boer to a corner of the hangar, Quadrant stopped and asked, are you trying to trick me again with warships that should have belonged to the 12th Legion? Those warships last time were indeed supposed to go to the 12th Legion, Kyle Boer sneered. But there are many people who don't get what they're supposed to get. If you didn't want to stay in that legion, I would have used the warships as my diplomatic resource and given them to others. Quadrant rolled his eyes at Kyle Boer. Kyle Boer sighed silently, then transmitted several photos and a piece of information to Quadrant. Quadrant saw images of worlds completely destroyed by aliens, and the photos were clearly marked as top-secret data from the Second Randan War. The additional information concerned the 1st Legion and Lion L. Johnson's current star system, which was marked as a rendezvous point. Quadrant deduced that this was an impending new campaign, where the 1st Legion would be the first to arrive at the rendezvous point, followed by multiple legions, who would then collectively launch an unprecedented extermination war against the remaining Randan aliens. War information against the Randan aliens. But why give it to me? Quadrant asked. This is something the Emperor wants me to convey to the 12th Legion through you, Kyle Boer replied. But, why? Quadrant asked. The Imperium is preparing for military action against the Randan aliens. This could have been directly conveyed to the Primarch. Why involve me in conveying it? Why? What kind of normal person would create 20-something problem children and warlords who carve up the empire they built for themselves? Do you think your guide can figure out what he's thinking? Kyle Boer retorted angrily. Quadrant reluctantly gave up pressing the question. He wondered why his guide disliked him so much, always showing anger in front of him that he wouldn't show in front of others. Also, there's one more thing. Kyle Boer's voice became steady, like a cold exposition of data. Tell your new masters to be careful. The Adeptus Mechanicus has always coveted Nuceria, and now they've somehow acquired an ancient super dreadnought. As I've been rallying Forge Worlds for the Imperium, many have subtly probed me about the 12th Legion's attitude. Also, the Imperial War Committee will be replaced. This is news I subtly extracted from the Emperor. Use this information as your capital, deploy it at a crucial moment, and exchange it for your standing and honor within the 12th Legion, as well as the attention of your new masters. But the Imperial War Committee will not willingly be replaced, they will certainly take action, creating some issues for themselves to solve so they aren't replaced so quickly. One more thing. Malkador has already organized the people to replace the War Council, they are currently training. In the future, they will undoubtedly create and solve some issues to demonstrate their importance, proving the necessity and correctness of replacing the committee. Finally, Malkador is indifferent to the establishment of the Nuceria sector. If your new masters always treat the Emperor and Malkador as imaginary enemies, then they've got the wrong people. At this point, Kyle Boer fell silent, waiting for Quadrant to digest the information. Quadrant, however, didn't understand why his guide was telling him so much unrelated information. Firstly, he wasn't without status or unregarded in the 12th Legion. Not to mention that the recently reclaimed Red Robe Covenant was under his management, even what the Emperor said in yesterday's psychic meeting would be told to him by Angron and Xia. Secondly, what did it matter if Malkador cared about Nuceria or not? Angron wasn't the type of person who cared about the Emperor's opinion. The difference between him and that genetic primarch named Guilliman was that Guilliman might have some ambitions, while Angron simply wanted to use his own power to ensure that the people under his rule were properly governed. If the Emperor couldn't manage it, then he would. It was that simple. And Kyle Boer understood his apprentice very well. Although he couldn't see Quadrant's micro-expressions, he could sense what Quadrant was thinking. So, the Forge Master General continued to explain bluntly. The ancient relics and ancient warships in Nuceria are tempting to the Adeptus Mechanicus, like the flesh is longing for immortality. Add to that the two other factions preparing to stir up trouble and profit from it. When these factions converge, and Malkador intends to push for the replacement of the War Council, what will they do? Tell your guide, what has your apprentice thought of? Quadrant thought carefully. A moment later, he replied, Guide, the Imperial High Command will bicker back and forth, Nuceria will remain Nuceria, and besides wasting some words and brain cells, everything will continue as usual, just like the Imperium's past. Idiot. Kyle Boer snapped, don't call me guide. You haven't considered me your guide for a long time. Quadrant spread all his appendages, including his hands, looking quite helpless. When all parties want to do something for profit, someone will propose to Malkador that we should target Nuceria, and all the factions Malkador knows will propose it to him, and he will also want to advance what he is doing, which is to replace the War Council with a new organization. Regardless of how he views you, he will plan a strike against Nuceria. Someone on Mars is already lobbying all sides. Anyway, that's how it is. If you can't figure it out, tell someone else, someone can figure it out. I don't care. I need an opportunity to eliminate those who don't approve of me as Forge Master General, and I also need to use some benefits to unite those who support me. At this point, Kyle Boer tapped his visual implant, referring to the photos he had just sent to Quadrant. But whether your 12th Legion should participate in the Randan War, whether to fully prepare to deal with Imperial pressure, or to waste military strength in a brutal war and then be discarded like a worn-out tool, that's something you'll have to think about carefully. Having given his instructions, Kyle Boer turned and left. Quadrant watched his guide's figure gradually recede, watching his guide converse with the Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests who had actively sought him out. Those people only saw Kyle Boer as a cold, rational, and steady person, unlike his apprentice, who knew his guide's true personality. But that was irrelevant. Quadrant was more concerned with why his guide wanted him to convey these words. However, upon realizing that he truly lacked ability in areas where he had no talent, Quadrant chose to take back the recording of his guide's words, as well as the items the Emperor had asked his guide to relay, and then asked him to relay, and bring them back. Chapter 347, The Randan War, initiated. The first Randan War was when the First Legion encountered the Randan aliens and, at the cost of several thousand space marines, annihilated a Randan alien outpost. The second Randan War, on the other hand, was initiated by the Randan aliens, and it was only through the combined efforts of several legions and the First Legion that the Randan alien invasion was finally dealt a heavy blow. Therefore, this upcoming war will be a decisive one, with many legions assembling to directly attack the Randan Empire, and the Emperor is very likely to participate personally. Xia recounted the various clashes between the Imperium of Man and the Randan alien empire. Two of the three primarchs currently on Nuceria were listening in the office. Angron was very serious. Conrad Kurz, however, had a look of indifference, as he knew that his legion had not been assigned by the Emperor to fight the Randan aliens, so this war had nothing to do with him. Even though he wanted to participate, thinking that the Emperor might have other arrangements, he only intended to obey orders. As for the 11th Primarch, he stated that the 11th Legion's deployment orders were to assist the 4th Legion in combat, so he would not participate, and naturally, he did not need to be present for the briefing. I myself don't know much about the Randan aliens, Xia said. Then Xia thought to himself, not much. The various pieces of information he knew about the Randan War were vague and contradictory. However, the key point was that the Randan aliens were very powerful, and 11 stated that his second brother had sacrificed himself in the Second Randan War. As for the specific information about the Randan aliens, if the 12th Legion decided to participate, they would obtain detailed information from the 1st Legion upon reaching the rendezvous point, so there was no need to understand the enemy's situation so clearly right now. The problem now is whether the photos and rendezvous point sent by Kyle Boer via Quadrant from the Emperor are the Emperor's true intention or Kyle Boer's own actions, Xia said. It's the Emperor's true intention, Angron said. Yesterday, I sensed that he wanted us to participate in a certain war, but he didn't say so directly because he felt this war was very dangerous and for various other reasons. He probably thought about it after returning and decided it would be better for us to participate. This is a very Perturabo-like behavior. Then, how credible do you think Kyle Boer's words are? Qin Xia asked again. Personally, I think the credibility is 90%, but I just don't know why he wanted Quadrant to convey these words. Conrad Kurz raised his hand. Qin Xia looked at Conrad Kurz. The Adeptus Mechanicus's thought processes are different from ours. I think if we focus on trying to figure out what Kyle Boer is thinking, that's pure mental exhaustion, Conrad Kurz said. Qin Xia thought so too. So, are you going or not? Conrad Kurz's legs were propped on the desk, his chair rocking back and forth. My personal opinion is that you should go. The Emperor only had someone send some photos instead of a direct order because he calculated that you couldn't possibly not go. The point is that we can choose not to go, because this is not a direct order, we can pretend to be oblivious and refuse, Qin Xia said. Qin Xia recalled that Horus had received an order but simply didn't go, let alone the 12th Legion, which hadn't received a direct order. Then, if we participate in the war and are severely damaged for some reason, which is possible. What about the pressure from the Imperium and the Adeptus Mechanicus afterward? Angron asked. Qin Xia knew Angron must have already made a decision. The decision was, of course, to participate in the war, the only question was what to do afterward. This also matched Qin Xia's expectations. The Second Randan War was far more brutal than the Onus Sector Orc defense, with world after world being turned into death worlds even more so than actual death worlds by the Randan aliens, and hundreds of millions of humans were killed. The 12th Legion, which had previously had conflicts with the Emperor but still went to support the Onus Sector as reinforcements, naturally, Angron was unwilling to be absent from this Randan annihilation war. And since Angron had already made a decision, Qin Xia would not easily overturn it, unless the situation was special. In Legion affairs, Qin Xia rarely objected to Angron's decisions, focusing more on what would happen after Angron made a decision, just like now. As the Gene Father and Primarch of this Legion, Angron wanted to shape the 12th Legion into what he desired, so his decisions needed to be supported, not opposed. Angron also needed to understand that he had to have absolute control over a Legion, just like his brothers, and not overly rely on others' opinions, to avoid a situation where he couldn't formulate and execute decisions independently if those he relied on were not with the Legion in the future. So, Qin Xia, as always, chose to support and began to consider the consequences of choosing to participate in the war. If the Imperium's pressure comes down afterward, as Kill said, will you help us? Qin Xia looked at Conrad Kurz and asked. He invited Conrad Kurz to be present precisely to ask this question. I personally will, Conrad Kurz nodded, but I don't know if my Legion will. I don't plan to throw Legion affairs to Savater and Shen as before, but I also need time to reorganize the Legion, reorganize Nostramo. Conrad Kurz then looked at Angron. Furthermore, even if the Legion is completely under my command right now, I cannot promise that my Legion will stand with you. You both know the nature of my Legion. The reason I personally can stand with you is that my management ability is well known, and everyone knows that my attitude is often my personal attitude. As long as it doesn't oppose the Emperor and his cause, I will stand with you. Having received Conrad Kurz's answer, Qin Xia nodded. Perturabo will not easily choose to get involved in internal strife, or rather, whether or not to get involved depends entirely on what he thinks, not on actual self-interest. I think Perturabo will choose to support you, Angron, even though he inexplicably went his own way back then, but you know what kind of person he is. Maybe he's regretting it terribly now. Qin Xia said, thinking about the legions and primarches who would later be very dissatisfied with the Imperial Parliament having no Astartes seats. In fact, various legions more or less had a tendency towards a greater Astartes influence. If they knew that the Imperial Parliament had no place for Astartes to speak, they would not choose to support the Imperium. Perhaps absolutely loyal primarches like Lemon Russ and Lion L. Johnson would stand with Malkador, but even if only half were against it, that would be enough. At that time, if Malkador truly chose to use Nuceria to promote the Imperial Parliament's replacement of the War Council, choosing to leverage the pure self-interest from the Adeptus Mechanicus, using the War Council's desire to maintain its status, and the new individuals Malkador chose who yearned to replace the Council, thereby making Nuceria face an Imperium with unprecedented cohesion, and then seizing the opportunity to complete the Parliament's replacement of the War Council. Then find a way to add value to this matter, turning what superficially appears to be a conflict between a sector and the Imperium into what superficially appears to be a conflict between the Astartes and the new Parliament. Coincidentally, Qin Xia felt that the Imperial Parliament giving no power for Astartes to speak was inappropriate and was one of the sources of various future conflicts. I estimate that Horus will stand with us then. The Shadow Wolves and Horus himself are model legions and model primarches, perfect to be opinion leaders. Then there's our 12th Legion, the World Eaters, plus the 4th Legion and Perturabo, plus Conrad Kurz, plus Fulgrim. Qin Xia's voice grew softer as he spoke. No, this feels a bit off. In any case, there will be a way to handle it when the time comes. If we want to participate in the Randan War, then go ahead and participate. Even if everyone else doesn't stand with us, Guilliman, who signed an agreement with us before, will have to stand with us. Hearing this, Angron nodded in agreement. Conrad Kurz had no reaction. Then, Qin Xia took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Seeing this, Conrad Kurz, who had been rocking his chair back and forth, stopped and watched Qin Xia somewhat nervously. The incident where Qin Xia startled everyone by roaring initiate in the forge engine was still vivid in his memory. The Randan War, Qin Xia said very quietly, initiate. On that night, when all the Space Marines gathered in the Triumph Hall of the Unyielding Resolve flagship for their usual, not so serious conversations, Angron explained the matters concerning the Randan aliens to his sons, as well as his decision to proceed to the rendezvous point and participate in the Randan War. Subsequently, Chapter Master Karn and the various warlords and standard bearers formulated specific decisions. 2 months of pre-war preparations began. Large quantities of war material were transferred from Nuceria to the fleet, and the forge engine was planned to hold enough supplies to support the Legion's journey all the way to the Northern Imperium for the war and back, without needing any resupply en route. The Space Marine recruit selection process throughout the sector was accelerated, with the current batch of reserves who hadn't yet undergone modification, along with the previous batch, being sent into the flagship for modification. The mortal troops among the mobilized armies were no longer just the Nuceria army, there was also another army of 2 million highly trained warriors from various worlds in the sector. Thanks to the forge engine's capacity, this army could be mobilized, and all the supplies they needed could also be carried by the fleet. In addition, there were some special units. But as the primary armed force of humanity's 30th millennium, the Space Marine Legions, the World Eaters, already reformed according to Angron's will, remained undoubtedly the main force. As Nuceria's war machine started, people performed their duties, resources were put to use, and preparations for the war commanded by the Primarch were made at an astonishing speed. Although this was not a war that would take place on Great Nucria, under the widespread propaganda of the propaganda agency established during the Nucria Uprising War, which had waged a propaganda war with the High Knight and later merged with the New Guard 1 propaganda department, people learned that the Randan aliens had caused dozens of human worlds to be utterly destroyed, and tens of billions of humans had perished in alien attacks. During the Nucria Uprising War, New Guard 1 workers were invigorated by the new Star World Eaters uprising, even though they were not on the same planet, and vigorously wielded their hammers and wrenches, solely to advance the downfall of the High Knight. Now, workers on various industrial worlds in the Nuceria sector could vigorously produce for the sacrifices made hundreds of light years away in the Northern Imperium, not even in the same sector, solely to advance the downfall of the Randan alien empire. Chapter 348, Qin Xia and Qin Xia. Half a Terran year later. Qin Xia walked alone through the corridor of the Unyielding Resolve, heading towards the command deck. The Primarch's guide, the White Knight Librarian, was fully armed, wearing the heavy and tall power armor crafted for him by the Primarches. He held a gleaming silver spear in his left hand, and in his right, he dragged a mutated creature by the neck as if it were a dead dog, clearly having just come from a battle. No one could see the expression on Qin Xia's face, hidden beneath his ornate helmet, but his steps were heavy and fast, exuding an imposing aura. Space Marines and mortal officers emerging from the command deck walked towards Qin Xia, and when they were 5 meters away, they stood against the wall and bowed their heads. Only after Qin Xia passed them without a glance did they immediately quicken their pace to attend to their duties. The command deck's bulkhead roared open, revealing a space as vast as a plaza but so crowded with personnel and equipment that only a small area near the throne remained clear. Angron was standing before the star map, formulating the next navigation plan, and upon seeing his adoptive father enter, he was about to greet him when he noticed Qin Xia dragging a mutated creature like a dead dog in his right hand. Take this thing for research. Qin Xia casually tossed the mutated creature to Galen, the chief apothecary, who was standing beside the Primarch. Galen caught the mutated creature, whose spine was broken, and examined it carefully before saying, the flagship was also infiltrated by these creatures during its warp journey. Qin Xia nodded, your apothecaries wanted a live one to study, and this is what you wanted. The others present were neither surprised nor puzzled by the mutated creature, as many crises had occurred during this half-Terran year of long-distance warp travel, and this mutated creature was just one of them. When warp travel extends for too long, accidents inevitably happen. 1 or 2 people on a certain ship go mad. Equipment inexplicably breaks down. All the sailors on a certain ship report hearing piano music. Such supernatural occurrences were commonplace during warp travel. Fortunately, Angron had long since ordered an adjustment to the sailors' treatment, so there was no repeat of the situation where the Houndstooth rebels fought their way to the command deck. And the mutated creatures Qin Xia brought had recently been appearing frequently during the warp travel phase. They were believed to be warp creatures, yet they could easily pass through the Geller field and directly enter the ships, which indicated they were not actually warp creatures. In any case, some believed these creatures might be related to the Randan aliens they were about to face, so the apothecaries wanted to study them. However, because these creatures would suddenly disappear after death, and there was no way to contain them, they only managed to obtain a life specimen today, thanks to the White Knight Lord's personal intervention. We need to stay in this star system for a while before heading to the rendezvous point. Angron looked at the star map, then looked up at Qin Xia and said, the 5th Legion will come here, and I want to wait for them. Once they arrive, we can conduct another diplomatic action. The 5th Legion? Star Hunters? No, they should be called White Scars now, Qin Xia said with some surprise. Hearing the surprise in Qin Xia's tone, Angron nodded slightly, puzzled as to why his adoptive father would be surprised upon hearing the 5th Legion was coming here. The 12th Legion had often rendezvoused with other legions before, but Qin Xia had never shown surprise. All right, Qin Xia said nothing more and walked to the observation window of the flagship's command deck. Many ships had already gathered in the star system. The 12th Legion's fleet. Local ships. And some ships from the 5th Legion's vanguard fleet. The entire star system became bustling because of this. Qin Xia saw all the ships heading towards a planet that was clearly an Adeptus Mechaniku's Forge World, where an ancient spaceport was located. Forge World Shauna, Angron walked beside Qin Xia, pointing to the more than 30 unpainted and unmarked ships around the flagship. The Forge World said they could provide a batch of priests and servitors, perfect for filling the new ships. Qinxia knew they had just been built. During the past 6 months of travel, the forge engines had not been idle. The ship production task had begun just 3 days after the journey started. If not for the forge engines, those newly produced ships would have needed another 6 months to travel here to rendezvous with the fleet. But with the forge engines in the fleet, once produced, the sailors cultivated within various ships and the directly assigned officers could be loaded, and the ships could immediately join the fleet as combat power. We are in the northwest of the Imperium. Angron glanced back at the star map. On the star map, with Terra as the center point, directions and areas were divided, allowing the universe, which inherently could not have cardinal directions, to possess directional concepts based on human culture and background. According to the sage from the Forge World who contacted us, we need to be extra careful after leaving Shana. Even if the places we reach are within Imperial territory, they should be treated as war zones where battles could erupt anywhere. Shana was an important rear base in the previous 2 Randan wars. They know more about the Randan than we do. Listening to Angron, Qinxia looked towards the Forge World located near the star. That reddish Forge World perfectly fit Qinxia's stereotype of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Natural landscapes covered by gigantic industrial zones, diverse orbital facilities, and fine red lines visible in the distance. Those were molten iron from the smelting of ores excavated for forging large war machines. Qinxia raised his hand to shield the starlight. This Forge World called Shana is a bit dazzling. Night. When the 5th Legion's White Scars fleet entered the star system, the Legion flagship, Sword Edge Storm, sailed towards the unyielding Resolve, which was also approaching, while the other warships of the 5th Legion headed towards the spaceport. After the 2 flagships approached each other, they maintained a safe distance. No transport ships flew out. Inside the Sword Edge Storm's command deck, snowflakes began to fall, and in one corner dense snow and wind appeared, becoming impenetrable the deeper one went. Then, the 2 figures, one large and one small, of Qinxia and Angron gradually emerged from the snow and wind. Finally, the 2 left the portal together, the snow and wind vanished, and their figures became clear. The fully armed lord of the 5th Legion, the Primarch Jagatai, walked towards his visiting brother, accompanied by the Legion's important figures who were currently on the command deck. The 2 Primarches observed each other. Qinxia also observed the people beside Jagatai Khan. This person was wearing white Terminator tactical dreadnought armor. The visor of his helmet was styled like the enraged Arhut visors Qinxia had seen on ancient general armor, but it was crimson, resembling a wild beast or a fierce ghost, thus also giving a sense of an ancient warrior's demon mask. Jagatai. Angron. The 2 Primarches exchanged names and then embraced. The lord of my personal guard, Jagatai introduced the person beside him, Qinxia. My adoptive father. Angron spoke halfway, then suddenly froze, blinking as he looked at the person beside his brother. Wait, your name. The guard leader named Qinxia removed his helmet, revealing a resolute face. The universe is truly small. I never expected 2 people to have the same name in places hundreds of light years apart like Kogaris and Nusaria. Qinxia smiled, glanced at Jagatai beside him, and then bowed to the Qinxia beside Angron. Qinxia watched Qinxia for a second, then returned the bow. Seeing this 5th Legion warrior named Qinxia, Qinxia's memory drifted back decades ago. No, it drifted back tens of thousands of years later. When he was rescued by the White Scars chapter and trained as a think tank, the think tank said, once you join the chapter, you should abandon your past and choose a name that your brothers will mention countless times throughout your long combat career, even if you haven't undergone the transformation surgery yet. Qinxia hesitated for a moment, first recalling his former name. Before coming to this universe, he was also called Qinxia. This name was given by the orphanage, and its meaning was simply a child was sent to the orphanage during the hottest part of summer, with no profound etymological background. After recalling this, Qinxia told the White Scars think tank who wanted to train him, how about the name Qinxia? This is a name I saw in the chapter's archives, the name of the Primarch's guard leader 10,000 years ago when the Primarchs still walked the galaxy. Citing ancient texts, good, the think tank smiled and nodded, then you shall inherit the name Qinxia. You must remember he was a hero, and you must also remember he was killed by a traitor named Eidolon. If you ever encounter that traitor from 10,000 years ago, you must kill him to avenge him. Next, the think tank spoke about some things concerning Qinxia. Qinxia had been a warrior by the Primarch's side when Primarch Jagatai grew and fought on the planet named Kogaris, and when the Primarch was found by the Emperor, he became the administrator of the Primarch's guard, the Keshik, thus earning the title Lord of the Keshik. Recalling this, Qinxia suddenly said to the Lord of the Keshik, I foresee that you will be killed by a person with a cannon in his mouth. You foresaw my fate. The Lord of the Keshik's expression was serious. I never take the prophecies uttered by ordinary storm seers to heart, because on Kogaris there is an ancient saying, the path to heaven is always unpredictable. But since it is spoken by you, the renowned librarian of the 12th Legion, I believe it, and I will remember it. Angron, on the other hand, was not puzzled by the terms path to heaven or storm seer mentioned by the Lord of the Keshik, because he also heard things about other legions from Qinxia. Storm seers are librarians, the path to heaven is the warp. Angron thought, the White Scars just love these flowery little words, and honestly, they sound quite stylish. The 1st Legion has already reached the rendezvous point. Jagatai brought up the main topic, turning to the holographic display showing the star map, leaning over the table's edge, and staring at the star map displaying the rendezvous point and their current position. We also need to hurry to the rendezvous point. Additionally, to my knowledge, Lemon Russ and Korix have also answered the Emperor's call. This war will be personally participated in by the Emperor, but we will not start fighting after the Emperor arrives. The star map shifted, displaying two regions, red and yellow. The yellow region was around Shauna, and the red region was near the rendezvous point. The Randan aliens will not quietly wait for us to attack. They have already conquered many star systems and enslaved many people. To annihilate them, we must first defeat their offensives. Angron nodded after hearing this. How does the 5th Legion know so much detail? The location of the Randan Empire was discovered by the 5th Legion's warships. Jagatai extended his index finger to a mark on the star map between Shauna and the rendezvous point, so the 5th Legion will stay at the marked location for 1 day, waiting for the scout warships to return to the fleet. Jagatai turned to Angron. That's why when my vanguard fleet arrived earlier, I contacted them through a storm seer and told them not to wait for us, to go ahead. If our two fleets converged and traveled to the rendezvous point simultaneously, we would waste your time waiting at the marked point for the scout warships. Our brother named Lion is not easy to talk to. If your 12th Legion and our 5th Legion arrive late together, you will inevitably incur Lion's displeasure, unless you are as glib as I am, otherwise you will surely suffer at Lion's hands. Having said that, Jagatai seemed to recall some past interactions with Lion and gave a mysterious smile. If you find the right approach, our brother Lion is actually quite easy to get along with. My adoptive father's flagship was a gift from him. Angron mentioned the White Knight, then added, the Sage of Shauna warned us to be careful after leaving Shauna, so our two legions should still act together. If any trouble arises along the way, we can help each other. Jagatai nodded. Indeed, that would be for the best. Qinxia also agreed to proceed to the rendezvous point together, and seeing that the two primarchs had discussed enough, he gently raised his hand to open the portal. Angron and Jagatai bid farewell, and together with his adoptive father, were seen off into the portal by Jagatai and the other Qinxia, returning to the unyielding resolve. Chapter 349, Accidental Injury. I once wondered what kind of person the Primarch of the 12th Legion would be. I never expected. Qinxia spoke after watching Qinxia and Angron teleport away together. Kogaris nodded, indicating that he also hadn't expected it. Given the bloodlust the 12th Legion had previously displayed, and the tendency for legions to resemble their Primarchs, Kogaris had once imagined, before Angron's return, that the Primarch of the 12th Legion must be someone born with a desire for slaughter. But Angron seemed quite calm, and he had heard about the strict new rules his brother had implemented after his return to curb the 12th Legion's cruel practices. Clearly, Angron did not match the 12th Legion's original style. Thinking about what kind of person my brother, Sanguinius, is, and then some of the rumors about his legion, it's not surprising for a Primarch's style to be completely different from his legion's, Kogaris said. Do you believe the rumors that people stationed at the Angel Legion's bases disappear without reason, and that they like to eat people and drink blood, are all true? Asked the Lord of the Keshik. Kogaris neither nodded nor shook his head, only remaining silent. But as someone who had fought alongside Kogaris since their time on Kogaris, the Lord of the Keshik considered Kogaris's silence to be the silence of a wise man, which often implied assent. However, the 5th Legion had fought alongside the 1st Legion many times but had not cooperated much with the Sons of the Angels. Whether those rumors were true or false depended entirely on one's own thoughts, with no substantial basis. My 12th brother does not act based on a rationally determined sense of justice or goodness. Kogaris returned to the topic of Angron. Considering his talent, he is more emotional. How he treats people or situations depends mostly on his emotional considerations and partly on his rational ones. If the 12th Legion were the 2nd Legion, and my 12th brother were my 2nd brother, someone as purely rational and possessing a noble moral sense at a rational level would choose to manage the Legion through blood cleansing rather than discipline. His empathy would allow him to empathize with both those considered good in public perception and those considered evil. He needs to be taught what is good and what is evil, and even learn to become evil, so as to curb his own sympathy for those defined as evil, ensuring he can wield his blade without being hindered by compassion for his enemies. Combining some conclusions drawn from his observations of Angron's words and expressions just now, and some hearsay about the 12th Legion and Angron that he considered highly credible, Kogaris was not judging Angron himself, but rather the person who shared a name with his Lord of the Keshik. So, it's clear that Angron needs to be educated, and his guide, his adoptive father, instilled in Angron concepts of good and evil. At the same time, under his influence, Angron did not become unable to wield his blade against enemies. That person, who shares your name, is clearly someone with a unique moral perspective. First, we can be sure that our two legions will at least not have ideological conflicts. Second, in the upcoming war against the Randan aliens, we won't have to worry about Angron being unable to give ruthless orders when facing certain situations. After concluding his assessment, Kogaris gazed at Qinxia. This is also why I agreed to accompany my brother just now. Neither of us needs to worry about my brother becoming a burden. Feel free to coexist with them. Upon hearing this, Qinxia saluted with the Kogaris gesture, already understanding the situation. After all the warships had departed from the starport, the two fleets converged at Mandeville Point and gradually entered the warp, resuming their journey. As before, the mutated creatures that would ambush ships in the warp reappeared, once again passing through the Geller field like reality universe creatures, dog paddling onto the ship's hull, and then entering the ship's interior in a manner completely unknown to people. Fortunately, not only were all the 12th Legion's warships prepared, but the White Scars Legion, having encountered this situation before, was also naturally ready. The mutated creatures, which were not strong in combat but mysteriously disappeared after death, were quickly cleared, causing little impact on the journey. The The fleet continued its normal course through the warp along the pre-established route. After a period of travel, the massive fleet composed of the two legions, with the Forge engine as its formation core, jumped out of the warp and entered the reality universe. The White Scars Legion scout warship was already waiting there. Upon seeing the combined fleet of its own legion and allied forces, it immediately sailed over and integrated into it. This process was very fast and natural. The cruiser, used as a scout warship, entered the fleet, first remaining on the periphery, then slowly decelerating and stopping. Once stopped, two cruisers from the White Scars Legion sailed out, aiming all their weapons at the cruiser, and then some transport ships moved back and forth between them. This was an inspection operation. During the warp journey, Kogaris and Angron exchanged some military intelligence regarding the Randan. The military intelligence stated that Randan ships could disguise themselves as any Legion ship. Therefore, whenever any ship left the fleet for a solo mission, or after a battle, the number of ships in the entire fleet had to be counted. Each ship's weapons would be aimed at the allied ship, followed by long-range communication and boarding for inspection. Once this entire procedure was completed, the inspection was finished, and only then could they continue with their previous activities. Just like now. The cruiser that had previously left the fleet for a reconnaissance mission, after discovering crucial Randan intelligence, returned to the fleet. After undergoing a thorough and meticulous inspection, it reactivated and headed towards the Sword Edge Storm, the Legion flagship, located to the left of the Forge engine. All White Scars Legion warships along the cruiser's path cleared the way. This was a very normal occurrence, a warship sent out as a scout, then returning to establish contact with the Primarch, perhaps because there was something that absolutely had to be delivered to the Primarch, thus beginning to approach the flagship. Other warships clearing the way was also by Kogaris's direct order. However, as this newly returned cruiser sailed from in front of the Sword Edge Storm, just as it was about to approach its own Legion's flagship, the parts of the Forge engine's hull directly facing the cruiser began to flash with rows upon rows of dense red dots. The next second, dense beams of light were emitted from the hull. The cruiser's void shield was struck by the light beams, but it wasn't a deluge like being in the rain. All the beams hitting the void shield converged, focusing on a single point. The void shield rapidly emitted alarm sounds to its crew, with the estimated remaining endurance constantly decreasing. The flashing red light from the dense beam bombardment on the void shield shone into the command deck of the Unyielding Resolve, located to the side of the Sword Edge Storm. Angron, who was waiting for the navigator to replan the warp route to be used jointly by the two legions, was startled. He quickly rushed to the viewport, simultaneously ordering the crew, immediately contact the engineer inside the Forge engine. Red light illuminated the command deck. The light generated when the void shield was hit mixed with the red light from the dense beams. Nearby White Scars Legion warships had already aimed their weapons at the Forge engine, which had suddenly attacked an allied ship, but they did not open fire immediately. White Scars Legion crew members inside each warship were rapidly reporting the situation to Kogaris in bewilderment. The incident happened too suddenly, like someone walking in a park, and suddenly a UFO descends from the sky to abduct them. Before the engineer's communication screen appeared, Kogaris's face appeared on the comms panel first. "Why are you attacking an allied ship?" Kogaris asked calmly. He already knew Angron must have ordered contact with the giant ship's control personnel who attacked the allied vessel. He only needed to ask for the reason, and then decide what orders to give his Legion fleet based on whether the 12th Legion's Forge engine attacking an allied ship was due to his brother's people not having full control of the Forge engine yet, or if the control personnel inside the giant ship had suddenly rebelled. At this moment, a new screen popped up on the other side of the comms panel. The engineer inside the Forge engine stood in a dry dock, his face covered in grease, a dirty box in his hand, looking at Angron on the other end of the portable communication device with a puzzled expression. "Order the Forge engine to stop attacking my brother's warship." Angron immediately commanded. "Do the weapons on the Forge engine suddenly lose control and attack allied ships?" The engineer paused, then walked to a control panel nearby, manipulated something, checked the external situation, and found that the Forge engine was indeed attacking an allied warship. "Shut down hull defenses," the engineer ordered into the air, then corrected his command. "No, directly cut off power supply to the weapon systems. You have made a decision 10,000 times wiser than Kodako." Within a few sentences, the cruiser's void shield overloaded. Kogaris had turned and given a few orders earlier, and then a frigate closest to the attacked cruiser immediately ascended, shielding the cruiser from an incoming volley of beams. Almost all the light points on the Forge engine's hull disappeared, but light points reappeared on the part of the hull directly facing the cruiser, which the frigate had not fully covered. Beams then began to attack the exposed section. However, the energy core quickly cut off power to the weapon systems. The allied warship was temporarily safe. Angron sighed in relief, glanced at Kogaris, who also looked relieved on the comms panel, gave him an apologetic look, and then turned to the engineer. "Please explain." "I don't know," the engineer slapped his forehead, looking around in confusion. "When you gave me data on other Legion ships earlier, I input it into the weapons central system. The White Scars ships were also traveling with us before, and even entered the colony ship port for resupply, and they weren't attacked." Angron also grew puzzled. "Forget it, let's just call it an accident." Kogaris sighed helplessly, then gave Angron a piece of advice. "Don't trust something you don't have complete control over too much." "Sorry," Angron nodded. Kogaris closed the communication and looked at the captain inside the newly returned cruiser in another window on the comms panel. "Crisis averted." "Yes, sir," the captain turned and ordered. "Continue approach." The cruiser began to move again, and the thruster at its stern, which had been hit by the beams, flickered with light, but after a single flicker, the light disappeared, and the cruiser remained motionless, evidently due to the thruster being incapacitated. At this moment, the communication between the two Primarches was still uninterrupted. Kogaris turned and glanced through the viewport at the cruiser that had been accidentally hit by an allied ship, his brow furrowed, then turned back to look at Angron. Angron also thought of something. The two Primarchs' gazes met for a moment, realizing each other's thoughts. What is the probability of the Forge Engine's fire control system accidentally hitting an allied ship? Angron asked the engineer on the comms panel. The probability is infinitely close to zero, theoretically, the engineer said, looking at the data pad in his hand showing the overall status of the Forge Engine, but after so many years, and with those incompetent clones of Kodako blindly maintaining this ship, I think it's still possible to accidentally hit. Kogaris also heard the engineer's words from the adjacent communication window and once again made eye contact with Angron. Angron asked the question Kogaris wanted to ask: if it were you, would you trust the ancient ship's friend or foe identification system more, or the inspection procedure we just went through? Knowing that the enemy has means of disguising ships. I trust the equipment, the engineer said directly. In the past, Eldar ships often used disguise to pretend to be allied ships, then infiltrated fleets to cause major damage, leading to a combat regulation at the time which stipulated that if the friend or foe identification system didn't recognize an allied ship as friendly, then fire was authorized, even if it truly killed an allied ship, then so be it. Angron received his answer and looked at Kogaris. Kogaris recalled the various reports from the recent inspection process, none of them had shown anything unusual, otherwise he would not have ordered the newly returned cruiser to sail towards the flagship. But from the First Randan War until now, over 20 years have passed. The Randan aliens' ship disguise methods caused heavy losses to the Imperial fleet back then. Although strict inspection procedures later prevented Randan alien ships from infiltrating, what if their technology had advanced in the past 2 decades? Kogaris pondered as the cruiser outside the viewport, having repaired its propulsion system, once again approached the flagship. Finally, Kogaris made a judgment, turned, and ordered the people on the Sword Edge Storm's command deck. Attack that cruiser. Chapter 350 Slowest Alien. The surrounding White Scars Legion warships began bombarding the newly returned cruiser. On the comms panel, Kogaris' side continuously transmitted the questioning voices of the crew members from the damaged cruiser. They first pleaded with Kogaris for help, then questioned why Kogaris was attacking them, and finally, their pleas and questions turned into furious curses. Angron listened, thinking that if they truly were enemies disguised as allies, then their performance was incredibly convincing and emotional, or perhaps they weren't enemies at all, but genuine allies. The cruiser's hull was rapidly sustaining damage. The various sounds Angron heard from Kogaris' side suddenly quieted down. Kogaris saw that the communication box on the comms panel, which displayed the face of the damaged cruiser's captain, changed. The captain no longer cried for help with the others on the command deck but wore an expression as cold as a corpse. The other people on the command deck were the same, standing still as if time had frozen. 1 second they were in a panic and enraged, but now it was as if they had seen through the mortal world, caring about nothing. The communication box disappeared, and the link between the flagship and the cruiser was severed. At this point, the Forge Engine's weapons, having received power, also joined in the attack on the cruiser. The cruiser no longer approached the flagship further away but moved close to the frigate that had previously shielded it from attacks, unleashing a close-range attack on the frigate. The departing frigate was hit by the attack that spread out from around the cruiser like a shadow, and the entire warship turned into a dark shadow. Similar to a shadow, yet entirely different, the darkness forming the shadow seemed to absorb even one's gaze, presenting an abrupt visual effect. Shadow Blaster. Kogaris recognized the attack that turned the frigate into a shadow. It's definitely the Randan aliens. The cruiser, which had delivered a fatal blow to a frigate before its demise, was torn in half, all its weapons precisely disabled by the Forge Engine's pinpoint beam strikes. The Forge Engine seemed alive, without an engineer controlling its weapons, it projected a beam onto the 2 halves of the wreckage. The beam adhered to the wreckage, and the 2 pieces drifted towards the outer hull at the bottom of the Forge Engine. Both pieces of wreckage were crushed by the immense gravity generated by the Forge Engine's massive hull once they approached it at extremely close range. Let's continue warp travel, Kogaris said to Angron. Angron glanced out the viewport at the solitary frigate, suspended in the void, appearing as an endless dark shadow. It's beyond saving, Kogaris slowly shook his head, recalling his past encounters with the Randan aliens. This is the enemy we face. Among the weapons they use, there are some we don't even understand. Their infantry and our space marines have no equipment generation gap, they even surpass us because every one of their soldiers is equipped with a personal shield. Qinxia had mentioned what Kogaris was saying before. Angron wasn't unaware that the Randan aliens were different from all the alien races the 12th Legion had previously dealt with, but witnessing them turn a ship and its occupants into a shadow was still incredibly astonishing. Among the Randan aliens, there is a race called the Slowest Alien, and they can control any intelligent creature. However, previously, people controlled by them could be easily identified as problematic at a glance, Kogaris continued. In any case, we must be extra careful. Although the rendezvous point is still far from here, this is already a war zone. I know about the Slowest Alien, Angron said, turning to order the ship to prepare for warp travel again. Unyielding resolve command deck. Before warp travel, Kogaris brought some 5th Legion high-ranking officers from the Sword Edge Storm to his brother's flagship, intending to discuss the Randan aliens in light of the accidental injury incident. So the command deck became a temporary conference room, accommodating the Primarches and important figures of both legions, as well as the crew members who were already there working normally. While Kogaris presented various Randan alien data, recounting things Qin Xia had previously described. The people from both legions remained quietly listening. Qin Xia stood beside Angron, quietly discussing what had just happened. Before, a storm seer from an allied force invited our legion's think tank to learn the inspection procedures, Qin Xia said. I sent Varus and his team, and they reported back that during the inspection, the people on that warship were completely normal, even psychic means couldn't detect anything amiss. Angron recalled that when the detached cruiser returned to the 5th Legion earlier, it had indeed undergone an inspection. Before Qin Xia said these words, Angron had thought that the 5th Legion's inspection procedures might have some loopholes that enemies could exploit, but now it seemed that no matter how strict the procedures were, there might still be vulnerabilities for the enemy to exploit. From now on, I will personally be present for every inspection, Angron said in a deep voice. I refuse to believe I still can't sense a problem. That works too, Qin Xia slowly nodded, thinking this was a surefire method. However, this was not a long-term solution. In the Randan War, there would undoubtedly be many battles. If Angron had to be present for every single one, it would be problematic if he were injured or unavailable. Therefore, Qin Xia believed it was still necessary to figure out how the forge engine identified the enemy. I'm keeping in touch with the engineer, Qin Xia said, showing Angron a data slate. The engineer sat in the weapon control hub, reviewing logs. Angron and Qin Xia waited together. Then the log was transmitted to the data slate in Qin Xia's hand, translated by the engineer. It showed the entire details of the forge engine from detecting the enemy ship to opening fire. Detected new vessel, performing 1 scan. Detected slowest, blacklisted species. Retrieving blacklist information, combining with case studies, decided to destroy entire vessel. This is content from a dedicated log recording device. The ship's fire control AI has a complex process for information collection and judgment, and it's not simplified like this, the engineer reminded. What does blacklisted species mean? Angron asked. It means a species that has been blacklisted. As the name implies. Blacklisted species are judged to be incompatible. I don't know how other human factions of my era would treat them, but the Federation would tend towards exterminating blacklisted species, the engineer said. Angron and Qin Xia exchanged glances, realizing then that the slowest alien race had existed in very ancient times. According to Qin Xia, as previously stated, the slowest were a very important race among the Randan aliens, with unknown origins. The term Randan aliens did not mean a single alien race named Randan, but rather many alien races gathered to form a faction named Randan. The slowest were important members among them. They would control and enslave intelligent beings. They were hideous, appearing as humanoid creatures composed of countless maggots, very disgusting and repulsive. How were the slowest alien dealt with back then? Qin Xia then asked. The information in the blacklist has very little description of the slowest, only stating that human colonists once encountered them, then eliminated them, just a brief sentence. It's estimated that some characteristic of the slowest discovered at that time made us humans very fearful, leading to military action against them, but then it was felt they weren't completely eliminated, so they were blacklisted to prevent them from resurfacing in the future without timely handling. Anyway, all blacklisted species will be attacked, regardless of whether a merchant ship, transport ship, or any other ship encounters them. Any ship with self-defense weapons will open fire and attack. The engineer said. Qin Xia looked at Angron. It seems that from now on, the most important inspection step will be to have the ship circle the forge engine. If it's not blown to pieces, it's an ally. If it is, it's an enemy in disguise. Angron thought this was also a viable method, so he planned to propose it once Kogaris finished speaking. Meanwhile, Qin Xia seemed to remember something and lowered his head to ask the engineer, by the way, when I found this colony ship before, it was also attacked by beams, but those people from the robot empire had a way not to be attacked. They occupied some areas within the ship. Why was that? Were they Kodiko's favored children, able to control the ship's fire control system? The engineer gradually fell into thought after hearing this, then replied, perhaps some Kodiko clones were awakened for some reason and then went to local human colonies, slowly developing that robot empire. However, all Kodiko clones are not as intelligent as the original, so there's no need to worry. Qin Xia recalled the robot empire near the Great Vortex. At that time, he had fled with the colony ship, ignoring the enemy. However, they would also be eliminated. The 11th Legion Primarch stated when leaving Nuceria that he was going to eliminate that robot empire near the Great Vortex. Thanks, Qin Xia interrupted the communication and put away the data slate. At this moment, Kogaris had just finished telling the 12th Legion about what Qin Xia had previously explained. This was about the Randan alien ships having camouflage abilities and the matter of the slowest alien. Qin Xia didn't know too many details, nor did he know the changes in the Randan aliens over the years, so when the accidental injury incident happened, he didn't anticipate it. This is the enemy we are dealing with, Kogaris said loudly. We must be mentally prepared that in war, if we encounter planets occupied by the enemy, we must find a way to eliminate both the planet and the people on it. Planets occupied by the Randan aliens will become uninhabitable for humans, and the Randan aliens will not only pollute a planet but also turn its inhabitants into slaves or food for certain subservient alien races. We must realize one thing, enslaved humans are no longer human but pawns of the Randan aliens, and we must purge them. If any of you see the people you are about to purge crying and begging for mercy, do not forget that it is a slowest being, composed of countless plump maggots, controlling them, clumsily mimicking human tears and pleas. Once you show the slightest laxity or approach them, you will meet a demise so incomprehensible that you won't even recall it when your soul embarks on the path to heaven. Chapter 351 Storm Seer. Another key point is during void warfare. Never get too close to enemy ships, and always strictly follow inspection procedures. Kogaris said, taking a document from the Lord of the Keshik and handing it to Lorgar Saren, the captain of the flagship Unyielding Resolve. Saren read the document, then passed it down one by one. This set of inspection procedures was not formulated by me, but by the First Legion. These are lessons learned from our experience in war. After the World Eaters quickly circulated the document, everyone realized that the inspection procedures were essentially about tracing origins, ensuring that every ship's origin and destination were checked, repeatedly asking the people on board about their background, when they joined the Legion, what they did when they left, and what they accomplished upon returning. But these measures clearly could not stop the Randan aliens, and even before, it was difficult to stop them. The most effective approach was to avoid sending single warships or small fleets on missions. The incident of Randan aliens replacing human ships was, after all, an extremely low probability event, a coincidence of multiple factors. Ships navigating the void are not just one person or one Astartes space marine, they are not easily replaced. The Randan aliens almost always exploited the brief period of chaos after battles to disguise their ships, but they were usually discovered. However, even a small probability event can occur during a major war. I will personally be present when the inspection procedures are carried out in the future, Angron told Kogaris. I don't believe that people controlled by the Randan aliens will be the same mentally as before. If that's possible, it would be for the best, Kogaris nodded, but did not elaborate or discuss it in depth. The commander of this war would be Lion L. Johnson, the Lord of the First Legion, not Kogaris, Angron, or any other Primarch participating. The only situation that would shift Lion's leadership to someone else would be when the Emperor completed his preparations and personally joined the war. Kogaris did not intend to accept or reject Angron's proposal here, nor to discuss and evaluate its feasibility, because this was Lion's responsibility. Furthermore, Kogaris believed that Lion should command this extermination campaign against the Randan aliens. This was not out of complete approval for Lion, nor out of unconditional obedience to him. The eagle of Kogaris would not circle anyone's knee like a loyal dog. It was simply that the practical situation would lead Kogaris to make the most rational choice. Lion and the First Legion had fought the Randan for many years, he had the experience and the ability, and therefore should command this war. In this campaign, even Lion's own opinion was irrelevant. If Lion were like Korax, who didn't contend or compete, his brothers would still force him into the leadership position, making him work. In short, not discussing Angron's opinion in depth at this moment was to make Lion and the other brothers realize that Lion must have the leadership. The above thoughts were not only the motivation and reason but also a series of mental activities, like a self-explanation, that occurred after Kogaris heard Angron's opinion, and were also heard by Angron. Kogaris looked at Angron. He hoped to gain Angron's approval, and then have Angron cooperate with him, so that Lion, who must lead the Randan war no matter what, would gain leadership after all participating legions and primarches arrived. Angron silently nodded in response. The Lord of Nukria also believed that Lion should command the Randan war. An exchange, persuasion, and approval of cooperation were completed in the mental activity of the eagle of Kogaris and Angron's silent nod. Regardless of the attitudes of the other participating primarches, the small group consisting of Lion, Kogaris, and Angron had reached a consensus. There's also the matter of the slowest alien. Slowest alien are rare, they rarely participate in battles or do anything personally. If you see them, you should immediately report the sighting. Slowest alien have a biochemical weapon that looks like a scepter. The green beam it emits can directly penetrate power armor and kill the Astartes inside. Kogaris added a few more words about the slowest alien's attack methods. After speaking, Kogaris, who could not immediately return to the Sword Edge Storm because the fleet had already embarked on its warp journey, and Kogaris's sons, settled down on the Unyielding Resolve. As a legion skilled in lightning warfare, the White Scars and the World Eaters, who were once very adept at assault operations, had much to discuss. And the Storm Seer thinkers among the White Scars also had things they wanted to discuss with the White Knight. After some time, Qin Xia stood inside the navigator station of the Unyielding Resolve. The so-called observation deck was an important ship compartment ordered by the captain of the Unyielding Resolve, Lorgar Saren. This compartment was located near where the navigator resided, and nothing was placed inside it. Instead, various methods were used to enhance the compartment's soundproofing to an unparalleled degree. Its purpose was simple, to provide Qin Xia with a quiet place during warp travel, to channel the psychic energy around the fleet to propel it forward quickly. When Qin Xia was in the state of channeling psychic energy during warp travel, the compartment would be completely sealed, just like before, with no one allowed to enter and disturb him. When warp travel was in a fast travel phase, the compartment would not be completely sealed, because Qin Xia now only needed to monitor the direction of the psychic currents and did not need to expend too much effort channeling psychic energy. Therefore, only the identity of visitors would be restricted, as it was now. However, among the White Knight thinkers, the youngest thinker, Kamas, who followed the White Knight Lord like an attendant, responsible for responding to commands and assisting with some matters, would stand guard outside the compartment door. Even if a visitor met the identity requirements in the warship regulations, Qin Xia would only grant an audience after Kamas had first announced them. After Qin Xia inexplicably nodded at the air, 2 visitors entered the navigator station. The door behind the visitors quickly closed, and Kamas's figure, wearing Grey Knight's Aegis Terminator armor, was cut off by the door and the snow inside the navigator station. The guide of the 12th Legion. Hearing someone call him, Qin Xia slowly turned, his gaze falling on the visitors. The visitors were Qin Xia, the lord of the Keshik version of the White Scars Legion, and next to him, a space marine dressed rather ornately, with a somewhat ancient wizard-like style. That was clearly a storm seer. And when Qin Xia turned around, the Lord of the Keshik and the storm seer saw the psychic energy erupting from Qin Xia's pupils. Both sides bowed to each other. Qin Xia gazed at the storm seer, while the Lord of the Keshik beside him explained their purpose and introduced the person he had brought. Qin Xia knew who the storm seer in front of him was without an introduction: Yesogei, the chief storm seer of the 5th Legion, the Legion's second in command. Qin Xia could also guess Yesogei's purpose. The 5th Legion's thinkers were currently communicating with the 12th Legion's thinkers, a communication that had begun roughly over a month ago in the reality universe, but Qin Xia had not yet appeared, so Yesogei, the chief storm seer, had come in person. Qin Xia's guess was quickly confirmed by the Lord of the Keshik's introduction. And after saying what needed to be said, the Lord of the Keshik, as someone who had previously met Qin Xia, and thus the one who introduced Yesogei, bowed to Qin Xia again, then turned and left, not remaining as someone who had no understanding of psychic energy. Yesogei observed Qin Xia. The psychic energy erupting from Qin Xia's pupils gradually dissipated, and along with it, the drifting snow within the entire compartment slowly ceased, leaving only a thick layer of snow on the ground. That psychic snow, which was not cold but warm, reminded Yesogei of his first meeting with Primarch Kogaris on Kogaris, and the unique experience of warmth and cold intertwining visually and sensorily when they built a bonfire in the freezing snow. And in Yesogei's observation, Qin Xia's face showed no expression. This most important psyker of the 12th Legion was unexpectedly tall, completely different from what he had anticipated. In silence, Yesogei estimated that Qin Xia was not a very approachable person and might even be displeased by his sudden visit. However, Qin Xia was trying hard to hold back, waiting for Yesogei, who had come to him, to start the conversation, otherwise he truly wouldn't know what to say. It was awkward now. As soon as he learned that the 5th Legion would rendezvous with the 12th Legion, Qin Xia was excited, because he recalled the White Scars who had once trained him to be a future think tank. Until Qin Xia calmed down and remembered the era he was in. This was the 30th millennium. He didn't know anyone in the White Scars Legion. Those White Scars warriors he would know in the future, the person who trained him, those who didn't beat him up when they found him cheating with psychic powers during card games, the person he exchanged motorcycle repairs with to gain access to the think tank library because he was a bit simple-minded. The ancestors of these people were probably still somewhere unknown, and it was even uncertain if their ancestors lived within the current imperial territory. So, ultimately, the White Scars were a strange legion to him, with no familiar faces or events. As for the legion culture, which always had similarities across two eras. To be honest, Qin Xia didn't understand much of the legion culture. Back then, just when he was about to receive the White Scars gene seed, he was coordinated from the White Scars to the Grey Knights like a conscript, a process as strictly brutal as member screening. Ultimately, like a conscript handed a gun, he was explosively modified into a Grey Knight after a brief test. To this day, like the Grey Knights of that time, Qin Xia doesn't know where his gene seed came from. Similarly, why he so quickly joined the Grey Knights like a conscript back then is a mystery, like the origin of his gene seed, that will never be explained. Those who walk in the same storm need only 3 words to support each other through it. Yesogei proactively broke the silence, then prepared for a long talk and sat down. He first knelt, then wrapped the hem of his robe around his knees, and slowly lowered his body, keeping his upper body straight, his posture steady, kneeling very elegantly. Seeing Yesogei sit down, Qin Xia also sat down, but in the standard gladiator style on his backside. These 3 words are, first, state your name, then, ask for mine, and then, you answer. We are all people in the same storm, and through the introduction of another Qin Xia, we already know each other's names. Therefore, we became companions the moment we sat facing each other. Yesogei said in a calm voice. This point was quite familiar to Qin Xia. Most White Scars liked to use flowery language and acted very courteously, like philosophers, literati, or poets who wielded swords. Their other characteristic was extremely swift strikes, and everything that gave them a sense of speed. We are both psychers, so this is what you mean by being in the same storm, right? Qin Xia understood what Yesogei was saying. But our situations are quite different. If you want to consult me on some psyker issues, my experience won't just be unhelpful, it might even harm you. Yesogei shook his head. I haven't come to ask about the path to the heavens. I merely wish to discuss matters concerning those in all legions who, like us, are in the same storm. Qin Xia narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then nodded. The 15th Legion has some issues with abusing their gifts. Do the think tanks of the 12th Legion also have the same problem? Yesogei asked directly. Qin Xia realized that Yesogei's words had become more straightforward, perhaps recognizing that efficient communication shouldn't involve concealment, or perhaps he was somewhat anxious, though that seemed unlikely. Yesogei was a man of composure, always presenting a calm and collected demeanor to others, with very few exceptions. I teach the 12th Legion think tank moderation, Qin Xia said truthfully. But our method of moderation is different from your 5th Legions, we've developed a method suited to our own characteristics. If that's the case, then if the 15th Legion is punished for abusing their gifts, our 2 legions shouldn't suffer along with them, Yesogei speculated. Qin Xia frowned. Listening to Yesogei, it sounded as if he had foreseen the future Nakia conference. The Nakia conference was a meeting where primarchs from various legions, along with the emperor, discussed whether the use of psychic powers should be forbidden. The final decision was that, in principle, legions were prohibited from establishing think tanks. Magnus and the 15th Legion, as the true targets, were ordered to curb their legions' increasingly deep exploration of psychic powers and the warp. However, prohibited in principle did not mean completely prohibited. Those legions that did not hate psychers would still find ways to establish think tanks, for example, by renaming them. What? This isn't a think tank, this is a rune priest/storm seer. Thinking of this, Qin Xia understood what Yesogei was here for, to rally support. Qin Xia believed Yesogei wanted to convince him that if the Nakia conference were to happen in the future. Of course, Yesogei might not necessarily believe that the curbing of psychic power usage would unfold as a conference, it could be many other methods. In short, it was about getting some people to stand in the camp with the same ideals. And as Qin Xia expected, Yesogei began to articulate his stance on psychic powers. The path to the heavens, the warp, and psychic powers, they all have immense utility. In times of crisis, they possess the power to turn the tide, but if this sweet power is not curbed, it will lead to consequences beyond our imagination. Kogaris has had people using psychic powers since ancient times, and also people who died tragically in the process of using them. Thus, wizards summarized a lesson in their inheritance: psychic powers can be used, must be used, but also must be used with caution. Perhaps because our cultural backgrounds are different, you may not fully understand Kogaris's psychic philosophy. For example, sugar. A famine victim, starving to the point of collapse on the roadside, if given only a bowl of white sugar equal in volume to a bowl of thin gruel, would be able to rely on that sugar to complete their escape from the famine. Here, white sugar is like a sweet power, but consuming too much white sugar can cause illness. The example Yesogei gave, hunger and sugar, was something the entire human race could understand regardless of cultural background, because the fear of hunger and the pursuit of sweetness are human nature. What Yesogei was explaining was something Qin Xia had already understood: psychic power is a very sweet power, but it brings terrible consequences, so it must be used with moderation. Qin Xia recalled that the word moderation was reflected in many aspects of the White Scars' way of life. For instance, the White Scars enjoyed the thrill of speed, but they wouldn't indulge in it to the point of seeking constant stimulation. Instead, they would exercise self-control, forcing themselves to calm down and never covet anything. I understand everything you are saying. Qin Xia raised a hand, signaling Yesogei to say no more. Yesogei fell silent. I understand what you want to say, and I even know what kind of person you are, Qin Xia said. Yesogei was the embodiment of moderation, a principle that every psyker must understand. Long ago, before Yesogei met Kogaris, when his psychic powers first awakened, he dreamt that 4 monsters found him and repeatedly urged him to drink a liquid like wine. Yesogei looked at the cup in his hand, a little hesitant. At that moment, a golden, shining figure appeared behind Yesogei. For some reason, Yesogei sensed that if he truly drank the liquid, he would be disliked by the golden, shining figure, but if he didn't drink it, he would offend the 4 monsters in front of him. The 4 monsters and the golden, shining figure were at loggerheads, and Yesogei could sense their mutual animosity. After some hesitation, Yesogei thought, drinking it all was inappropriate, not drinking any was also inappropriate, and he didn't want to offend anyone, so why not compromise? So Yesogei quickly took a small sip of the liquid in the cup, then went to the side of the golden, shining figure. The 4 monsters, seeing Yesogei's neutral approach that offended no one, truly had no reason to trouble him, so they grumbled and left. This story was a dream Qin Xia knew Yesogei had during his psychic awakening. He believed that the liquid brought by the 4 monsters in this dream was a gift, just as psychic power is a gift from the warp, and this gift brings both benefits and drawbacks. And looking at the 4 monsters and the golden, shining figure together, weren't they the Emperor and the Dark Gods? This was Yesogei's philosophy on the use of psychic powers. Neither completely refraining from using psychic powers nor overusing them, but rather finding a middle ground, choosing to use them but with moderation. If, in the future, the 15th Legion is reprimanded by the Imperium for abusing psychic powers, and this implicates our psyker think tanks, I will stand with you then, or rather, you will stand with me, and we will jointly support one view, Qin Xia said. That is, to use psychic powers, but to use them with moderation. Yesogei smiled, having come precisely to receive such an answer. The conversations of the wise are often brief and direct, and the results of such conversations are usually mutually beneficial. The chief storm seer of the White Scars Legion had not expected that the librarian of the World Eaters would reach an agreement with him before he even finished his opening remarks. But Qin Xia still had some things to say up front. However, if you carefully understand the World Eaters think tank unit led by me, you will find that I and my people are not very moderate either. For example, I use psychic power to accelerate the fleet's progress in the warp. We all have different characteristics, talents, Yesogei asked. If you didn't have that unique quality, that is, as one of my old friends would say, being unaffected, would you still use psychic power in such a way? Then of course I wouldn't. After all, I don't want to die, Qin Xia recalled. I know a person named Caesar. Then Qin Xia recounted Caesar's story. The gladiator named Caesar, known on Nuceria as the first sacrifice and the symbolic event marking the beginning of the Nuceria World Eaters uprising, now lived again through Qin Xia's words. And Yesogei listened silently, then nodded. Making good use of one's strengths is the act of a wise person. You have this characteristic, and you act in accordance with it. We have differences, but parties working together often need to seek common ground while preserving differences. Seek common ground while preserving differences, Qin Xia nodded. However, Yesogei did not know that the areas where they needed to seek common ground while preserving differences were not just Qin Xia's unique talents. Qin Xia actually wasn't planning to focus on making a statement at the Nakia conference, for example, to speak solely in support of moderate use of psychic powers. In fact, his idea was to use Avita, the future Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, as a witness, and directly punish Magnus at the conference. This punishment would not be a warning from the Emperor, but rather imprisonment, or a more extreme and decisive execution, to prevent him from playing his expected role in the Horus Heresy. Avita, as someone from the 15th Legion who truly experienced warp sprites turning into demons and then suffering severe backlash, was a person who played a crucial role, and had no connection with Yasuge. Furthermore, Qin Xia felt that if he told Yasuge that he simply wanted the 15th Legion Primarch to suffer greatly rather than just be ordered to moderate, Yasuge might not necessarily understand. So this matter was not disclosed to Yasuge. Fundamentally, just as the Nakia conference ostensibly discussed think tanks and the use of psychic powers, but was actually a special session for Magnus, Qin Xia believed that Yasuge's and his own main demands did not overlap. Dealing with Magnus was one thing, how Space Marines should use psychic powers and think tanks in the future was another. Speaking of the 15th Legion's abuse of psychic powers, I think their Primarch is largely to blame. Qin Xia shifted the topic to Magnus, wanting to discuss the future punishment of Magnus with Yasuge. But Yasuge believed he was not the kind of person who could meddle in major affairs between two legions, he was merely the chief storm seer of the 5th Legion, nothing more. So Yasuge smiled, waved his hand, and shook his head, saying directly, I am neither the revered foster father who protected and raised the Primarch from a young age, nor a commander who can directly participate in Legion decisions above the think tank unit, unlike you. So, regarding the 15th Legion Primarch's affairs, even if I wished to stop it, I would have no way to do so. I wouldn't even be qualified to meet the 15th Legion Primarch. I also worry that if I interfere, it will bring trouble to my Primarch and Legion. I only hope that when the 15th Legion's abuse of psychic powers is severely suppressed by the Imperium in the future, and that suppression spreads, the various legions will not be completely prohibited from establishing think tanks and using psychic powers, nor will they abuse psychic powers. This is what I can care about, and what I am allowed to care about. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia said no more. Yasuge untucked the hem of his long robe covering his legs and gradually stood up. Perhaps it was a genuine feeling that Qin Xia was one of his own, or perhaps it was his incomprehension of the 15th Legion's abuse of psychic powers, and his inability to change it, or even the result of having tried to persuade them only to be left helpless and sighing. Perhaps it was both. So Yasuge still confessed with a sigh. Alas! The 15th Legion Primarch prides himself on having a thorough understanding of the warp, yet he ventures into studying the warp without fear, like a naive wizard apprentice on Kogaris who has just awakened his psychic powers, even signing contracts with warp creatures. I truly don't know where this fondness and naive speculation about the warp comes from. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia gazed at the ground, lost in thought. As Yasuge adjusted his robe, preparing to bow and bid farewell, Qin Xia remained staring at the ground in contemplation, and then spoke from the heart. It's actually inherited. Chapter 353, The Lion and the Wolf. As the warp journey neared its end, all the navigators aboard the ships had peered into the journey's conclusion through the third eye on their foreheads. That was precisely where the First Legion's rendezvous point was located. Amidst the alarms, the crew of every ship began to prepare for the end of the warp travel. Counting personnel, investigating supernatural events that occurred during warp travel, checking for damage to various parts of the ship. But these matters, which would take at least a week to complete, had little to do with the fleet's high-ranking personnel. The Primarches and high-ranking officials of the two legions all headed to the planet designated as the rendezvous point, to meet the allies who would fight alongside them in the upcoming campaign against the aliens. When the newcomers appeared in the ancient fortress on the Death World and met those who had arrived earlier, they discovered that the First Legion, the Dark Angels, were not the first to arrive. Kogaris and Angron saw that besides their brother, Lionel Johnson, there was also a blonde, sharp-toothed Primarch present. Because the Primarches, even if they hadn't met, had some knowledge of each other, Angron and Kogaris recognized the somewhat unfamiliar brother Lemon Russ, the Primarch of the Space Wolves. In the fortress, amidst an environment filled with various devices to assist in war planning and real-time observation of changes, the two already tall and robust Primarches found two widely separated positions in the remaining limited space. Lion remained silent, not speaking, and Lemon Russ had his back to him. Angron didn't even need to sense their inner thoughts, even the high-ranking personnel of their legions could tell at a glance that these two didn't get along. Kogaris, Lion called out his brother's name upon seeing the newcomers, nodding towards Kogaris, then looking at Angron, Angron. So. Angron spread his hands, calling out two names counts as a greeting upon meeting. Lion did not reply. But Angron sensed that his brother was actually quite pleased in his heart. There were two reasons. First, Lion and Kogaris had a good relationship. In the many wars the First Legion experienced, Kogaris and the White Scars were used skillfully by Lion as a lightning strike force, and their cooperation was quite smooth. Second, although he had little interaction with Angron and had only met him once, Angron respected Lion and praised Lion, so Lion was very happy. Although Lion showed nothing on the surface, just maintaining a cold, stern face, he was actually calculating what good things he should use to exchange for Angron's support for him rather than Lemon Russ in their upcoming interactions. Angron sensed Lion, then began to sense Lemon Russ. Lemon Russ's heart was still, without ripples, and he had no opinion on the arrival of the two brothers, only strong opinions about Lion. And upon realizing that Angron was sensing him, Lemon Russ, the Primarch renowned for his ferocity, did not angrily leap up and demand a duel, but instead silently nodded in greeting to Angron and Kogaris. Angron also nodded in return, then looked down at his adoptive father beside him, pouting helplessly. Qin Xia remained silent, not saying a word. In his opinion, there was a reason for the poor interpersonal relationship between Lion and Lemon Russ, and this reason was very difficult to eradicate, so there was no need to ease their relationship. Anyway, both of them were loyalists. A bloodless battle took place here before we arrived, didn't it? Kogaris walked up to Lion, looking at Lemon Russ and saying, it seems to be a battle between civilized people and barbarians. Yesoge and Lord of the Keshik Qin Xia, who had come with Kogaris, both looked up at their primarch, feeling that his words were a bit like adding fuel to the fire. It was hard to say whether Lion was a civilized person, but barbarian would certainly make one think of Lemon Russ, as Lemon Russ grew up on an ice-covered planet, much like the pre-space age Viking civilization of Terra, with only a superficial level of civilization. Coupled with the fact that Lemon Russ and his legion were very fond of wolf-related things, his widely known title was simply Lion King. But Angron sensed that this was not actually the case. Kogaris had no intention of adding fuel to the fire. And Lemon Russ completely ignored Kogaris's words, his heart remaining as still as water. But Lion was different. Angron sensed Lion's internal thoughts. First, he felt that Kogaris's words were truly satisfying, he was indeed the most eloquent among his many brothers. But just as he was about to laugh, he frowned, suddenly recalling his upbringing on his home world, Caliban. On Caliban, Lion did not land in a human city and was raised by humans, he actually fell into the jungles of Caliban. Caliban was a planet with a knightly culture, where fierce beasts roamed. The elegant and mighty knight's duty was to eliminate these beasts and protect the common people, but this had nothing to do with Lion. Lion fell into the jungle and survived like a wild beast for a long time, living off raw meat and blood, until one day he was found by a knight, and after the knight's patient communication, he chose to leave the jungle with the knight. Only then did he begin to learn what civilization was, to learn the etiquette and demeanor of knights, the culture of the knightly orders. This was Lion's experience. Lion thought of these things, and Kogaris's words no longer tasted quite right, but he also sincerely believed that he was a civilized person, 100% certain that Kogaris was not insulting him. After this series of internal thoughts, Lion felt he had to say something. Lemon Russ is indeed a barbarian, but he is also our brother. You are not allowed to speak of him that way. What? Is he not a barbarian? A truly civilized person is preparing to put all effort into a war, while a barbarian doesn't care about such things, only about their own pleasure, just as a barbarian only fights for their own satisfaction. Stop talking. Kogaris, stop talking. Lion turned and walked to the tactical table, preparing to call his brothers to discuss strategy. Angron looked at Lemon Russ, sensing the Lion King's state of mind at that moment. Lemon Russ was not only not angered by Kogaris's words, but he could understand why Kogaris said those things, and he quietly smiled, then rose and walked to the tactical table. All the primarchs gathered around the tactical table. The primarch's trusted lieutenants and important legion figures did the same. Qin Xia saw Luther. Luther was the knight who found Lion in the jungle back then. Logically, he should also be a primarch's adoptive father, a guide, but at this moment he was standing with the Dark Angels Legion officers, not even as far forward as the company commanders. Bring up the strategy I formulated earlier, Lion commanded naturally. However, no First Legion officer immediately responded to the order, only Luther instinctively carried out Lion's command according to his habits on Caliban. After executing the order, Luther returned to stand among the officers, then glanced at Angron, who had walked to the tactical table with Qin Xia, and then at Qin Xia, a hint of envy in his eyes. Qin Xia and Luther's eyes met at this moment. Luther pursed his lips and shrugged, then forced a polite smile, and then sighed silently with downcast eyes. Everything was unsaid. Luther didn't even complete the full set of modifications. When Lion returned, Luther was older, just like the primarch of the word-bearers, our brother Lorgar's adoptive father. Kogaris, seeing that Angron had sensed this person so special to Lion and looked at Luther, actively repeated this sentence in his mind so that Angron could perceive it. Angron looked at Luther in confusion. He felt complex emotions from this person who had led Lion out of the jungles of Caliban into civilized society. There was both dissatisfaction arising from being overlooked and complex feelings for Lion. In short, it was very complicated. Lion, however, was different. Lion didn't even think about Luther, he had just naturally given the order, just as he had done after becoming a civilized person and replacing Luther as the leader of the knightly order. He didn't think much. Angron and Qin Xia's attention shifted to Lion. At this moment, Lion no longer had the awkwardness and complex internal thoughts he had when Kogaris was discussing civilized people and barbarians. The primarch of the First Legion, the Imperium of Man's strongest legion, the Dark Angels, had a cold face, one hand on his sword hilt, the other holding his helmet, pointing at the recently displayed strategic projection, commanding the situation. Lion was so serious and cold that it seemed anyone who dared to speak at that moment would be cut down by him the next second. But it was only his cold and serious exterior that made others feel this way. Angron sensed that Lion actually quite wanted to hear his brother's opinions, of course, just to hear them. This time it's an annihilation war. We will fight all the way to that cursed place called Randan and completely exterminate the Randan aliens. The First Legion will be the main attacking force, as always. Lion's tone was strong and forceful, carrying an undeniable authority. When they heard that the First Legion would still be the main attacking force, Angron sensed that some of the Dark Angels present did not quite agree. The Dark Angels had suffered immense casualties in the previous two Randan wars. This time, several legions were present, and there were still more to come. And there was Angron, the prolific Primarch, with his prolific legion. And the Dark Angels were still the main force? The First Legion suffered immense casualties in the previous 2 wars. Angron began, wanting to suggest that Lion choose a method where a main force composed of elite troops from multiple legions. But before he could finish speaking, upon hearing that even the Primarch of the 12th Legion, Lion's brother, began to speak on behalf of the First Legion, an officer who was dissatisfied with Lion's plan to make the First Legion the main force stood up. My Lion, the 12th Legions. When Angron spoke, Lion only glanced at Angron, then wanted to explain why he chose to make the First Legion the main force. And when his own officer stood up to agree, Lion's gaze fell on the officer, just a single look, but it made an Astartes instinctively take a step back. Lion withdrew his gaze. Qin Xia, who witnessed the entire scene, looked at the current Lion, and then compared the current Lion to the Lion 10,000 years later, a world of difference. At this time, Lion was still young and robust, combative and strong, ambitious, and fierce enough. He was vastly different from the white-haired, white-bearded old man 10,000 years later who would jokingly allow mortals to form his bodyguard to fight in the dark corners of the Imperium, and act out a deep father-son bond with his lost sons. You and your good father are here to fight, not to steal credit. Lion turned and stared at Angron, saying, answer me, yes or no. Angron sensed that Lion wasn't being protective of his food, nor did he truly believe the 12th Legion was trying to steal credit. Rather, it was because his son's objections during the previous strategy formulation had displeased him, and he was currently in a fit of pique, saying whatever came to mind. Kogaris frowned, while Lemon Russ looked at Angron. In the eyes of the 2 Primarches present, Angron spoke softly, and his words were mostly in the form and tone of suggestions, not at all forceful. But Angron, who was directly facing Lion across the tactical table, puffed out his chest and glared. We of the 12th Legion sailed for over half a year from Nuceria to this god-forsaken place, and I, moreover, wanted to propose a reasonable suggestion to reduce the casualties of your First Legion. And you consider this stealing credit? What makes you think you can vent the anger accumulated during this time on me with words? Was my previous respect for you so great that you think you can order me around? As you said, answer me, yes or no, Lion L. Johnson. Upon hearing this, Lion glared at Angron. The 2 Primarches stared at each other for a while, and Angron sensed the changes in Lion's heart. Lion thought of the respect Angron had shown him before, and then thought of how the World Eaters, when they were still the Warhounds, had been treated when they occasionally supported the First Legion in combat. Ultimately, the Lion King decided to reformulate the strategy. Thinking this, Lion was silent for a moment, then turned and left. We will hold the strategic meeting together once Corax arrives. Chapter 354, World Eaters Champion Battle Company. The next day. A new war council. The Primarches, who had parted on bad terms yesterday, were now reunited here, and the participants brought by the Primarches yesterday still listened silently as the Primarches made decisions. Although the non-Primarch participants were as silent as yesterday, it was clear that the Primarches had already coordinated with their trusted subordinates. Each legion will send out elites to form the main force. Lemon Russ was the first to speak. This is the only idea I've changed. Other than that, whether it's the operational plan or the personnel arrangements, everything will be done according to my previous plan. The reason yesterday's meeting ended on bad terms was because Lemon Russ, the Lord of the First Legion, still wanted the First Legion to be the main force. The Primarches each had their own reasons for disagreeing. Now that Lemon Russ had changed his mind on this matter, there would naturally be no more disputes like yesterday. Angron sensed that Kogaris wanted to confirm Lemon Russ's leading position in the Randan annihilation battle at this moment. Then he heard Kogaris say, our 12th brother's unique talent can ensure that Randan ships or people controlled by the Randan aliens cannot muddy the waters, so I suggest you let Angron be responsible for one more thing, which is inspection. All right. Lemon Russ looked up at Angron with a smile. However, I still look forward to your and your legion's performance in the war. There was a battle where the First Legion needed the 12th Legion's cooperation, and in that war, your sons left a deep impression on me. Hearing the Lion King's assessment, the World Eaters warlords present silently saluted, but their gazes towards Lemon Russ were not as respectful or friendly. Kill, who remained the Legion commander after the Legion's reorganization, showed no reaction at all. Angron sensed that his sons were quite displeased with Lemon Russ, because in that war, Lemon Russ was still insistent on the First Legion being the main force, only letting the 12th Legion be a side dish that added to the splendor, and due to his attitude and other reasons, he left a bad impression on his sons. This was a past event, and Angron did not want to bring it up again. He was more puzzled by Lemon Russ's attitude towards him. Now Lemon Russ seemed to have forgotten about yesterday's events, and in reality, he had indeed forgotten the unpleasantness of yesterday. My legion will once again achieve excellent performance in this war, as always, Angron said. Lemon Russ nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the other Primarches present. Each legion will send at least 50,000 elite troops to serve as the main force. Does everyone agree? Lemon Russ tacitly agreed. Kogaris and Angron both nodded. Very well. Lemon Russ said, since the 4 of us are in agreement, let's now listen to my specific strategy. Our Raven Guard Legion's Primarch has not yet expressed his opinion. A dark-skinned space marine stepped forward, expressing his dissatisfaction to the Primarches. My opinion is no opinion, Corax said in a low voice. It was then that the other Primarches looked at Corax, who had spoken. Everyone except Angron was somewhat surprised. Corax was nowhere to be seen, only his voice came from the shadows in the corner of the room, where warriors of the 19th Legion, whose armor was already black, also stood in the shadows. On the night after the Primarchs parted on bad terms yesterday, Korux and the 19th Legion Raven Guard arrived at the rendezvous point, without notifying any of their brothers to receive him. The Primarchs only learned of the 19th Legion's arrival from their subordinates this morning. Before the War Council began, Lemon Russ had someone notify Korux, but after the meeting started, he didn't see Korux, so he assumed this brother had something to deal with and hadn't come. I didn't even notice Korux, Qinxia whispered to Angron. This guy's presence is really low. Angron hadn't noticed him either just now. If Korux had any mental activity, Angron could sense it, even if Korux's innate ability was to disappear without a trace. But just now, Korux had no mental activity, he was just listening attentively like everyone else present, so Angron couldn't sense any difference. Come here quickly. Angron waved to Korux. Korux smiled and shook his head, saying to his brothers from the shadows, I know nothing about the Randan aliens. Just consider me an observer. Lemon Russ continued, this is an extermination war. Our goal is simple, defeat the Randan fleet, penetrate the star system where the Randan homeworld is located, then destroy the Randan homeworld, which is called Randan, and search nearby star systems for any traces of surviving Randan aliens. If we can all perform our duties, the war might even end before our father arrives. You might think this strategy is uninspired and not particularly clever. But there's no other way, this time, we are on the offensive, and what we need to do is capture strongholds. All the Primarchs nodded in unison. Angron sensed that Lemon Russ, who outwardly seemed not very pleased, now greatly admired the First Legion, because it was precisely the First Legion that had fought a series of difficult wars before, making it convenient for the legions to now directly mass their forces and strike at the capital. Then Lemon Russ spoke about some of the most specific aspects of the combat. The Randan aliens' ground forces were stronger than the Imperial ground forces, Koguris had already talked about their individual shields and such, and Lemon Russ was also aware of them. More crucially was the Randan aliens' combat style. The Randan aliens were accustomed to using elite warriors, but not primarily for decapitation strikes. Instead, they used overlords to command elite warriors, and then drove large numbers of various alien slaves enslaved by the Randan aliens. During combat, the slaves would first act as cannon fodder to deplete ammunition and enemy energy, and then the elite troops, mixed with slightly stronger slaves, would launch an attack. After listening to Lemon Russ explain this, the Primarchs realized that to counter the Randan aliens, they needed to use not only frontal large-scale legion tactics but also the decapitation strike tactics that Space Marines excelled at. Killing the overlords and the masters who controlled those slaves could give them an advantage in the war. Luther. Lemon Russ looked at his foster father. Make some arrangements for me as you did before. I need to mobilize some things. Angron saw a mix of complex emotions in Luther's heart, but there was no trace on his face as he silently saluted. Lemon Russ then introduced his foster father to his other brothers. Luther is a brother who fought alongside me on Caliban. There are some things you don't necessarily have to come to me to solve, you can also find my brother. Upon hearing this, Koguris rolled his eyes at Lemon Russ. The Primarchs and Luther exchanged glances and nodded in greeting. All legions that arrived at the rendezvous point embarked on their journey. The legion fleets combined their forces. Angron selected the first battle company after the legion's reorganization and personally led them to the Unwavering Truth. The ships carrying the elite warriors of other legions also sailed alongside the World Eaters Legion's ships towards the Unwavering Truth, and the 50,000 Space Marines sent by each legion to join the main force assembled on the Unwavering Truth's hangar deck. Angron and Qinxia stood in front of the Space Marine formation, giving instructions, while some tanks that had been transported with the first battle company were suspended by anti-gravity hoists, slowly flying over the formation. The World Eaters' first battle company, after the legion's reorganization, was the most elite unit. The first battle company was called the Champion Battle Company because the champion warriors in the legion who chose not to be officers were in the first battle company, such as Orenst, the former 18th Company Warhammer champion, and the first batch of champion teams born from the Nusariya new recruit selection. The battle company had 10 companies under its command, totaling around 50,000 Space Marines. The numbers were not evenly distributed among the companies but varied based on the different roles of each company. For example, the first company, entirely clad in Terminator tactical dreadnought armor, was responsible for the main assault and had the largest number of personnel, totaling around 6,000. The smallest in number was the 10th Company, an armored company. Its personnel were elite armored veterans and new recruits carefully selected by Keptra, the Crimson Company commander of the original Legion's 37th Armored Company, totaling around 1,000. However, the 10th Company was not the smallest combat unit in the first battle company in terms of sheer numbers. In terms of sheer numbers, there was an even smaller unit than the 10th Company, the Dreadnought Think Tank Squad. The Think Tank Squad consisted of 12 individuals, one White Knight Think Tank who would be assigned to the first battle company during wartime, one new recruit serving as an apprentice to a formal think tank, 5 think tank guards clad in Terminator armor, and 5 Legion veterans slumbering within dreadnoughts. The first battle company had a total of 50,000 Space Marines, and even more if humans were included. Some people from the Nusariya sector, from worlds where people lived on floating islands, served as pilots in the first battle company's air force. The people of this world were natural pilots, their genes had been specially modified to pilot ancient warplanes passed down through generations to fight flying aliens on their home world, providing aerial transport and fire support for the Champion Battle Company during combat. Other human units were Night Squads separated from the Night Legions previously formed by Qinxia. The Night Squads consisted of 20 Night Titans, each with a 10-person maintenance engineer team, and 2 Night Titan pilots, 1 main and 1 vice. As for the warships and sailors serving the 1st Battle Company, these still belonged to the Legion's naval establishment. The 1st Battle Company, the Champion Battle Company, was a unique existence within the World Eaters, one of a kind. The reason for its establishment was an idea of Angron's. He always felt that having only one legion was like being unable to focus on building a sector around Nuceria when going out to fight, so why couldn't he have 2 legions? But the Imperial War Committee did not allow primarchs to establish private legions, so Angron had to change his mind, which was to create a super battle company. And the 1st Battle Company was just the first. The warlord duties were concurrently held by Legion Commander Kill, and at the same time, Karn joined the 1st Battle Company as the Vice Warlord. Some within the Legion had strong opinions about the choice for the 1st Battle Company's Vice Warlord, but this was Angron's own decision, and Karn merely obeyed orders. My brother will lead the coming war, he will command you, Angron instructed. But father, I'm not sure if the Lion King will realize the changes in the 12th Legion. If he continues to use us as assault troops. Kill said. Angron looked at Qin Xia, my foster father will fight alongside you. If he has any opinions, he will directly present them to my brother. Besides, the reorganization of the 12th Legion is widely known. That's good, Kill saluted Qin Xia. Chief Librarian Varese, who was originally supposed to be assigned to you, has now gone to Warlord Margot of the 2nd Battle Company. Qin Xia glanced at the Dreadnought think tank squad, where 5 Dreadnoughts and 5 Terminator think tank guards stood, waiting for the think tank and think tank apprentice to arrive. Qin Xia withdrew his gaze and continued, I will personally serve as your 1st Battle Company's think tank, but I will be alone, with no apprentice. Angron sensed joy and honor welling up in Kill's heart, and he saluted Qin Xia again. This was the 1st Battle Company's first battle after the Legion's reorganization. It would not be the last battle, but it would definitely be the only time the White Knight Lord personally served as the Battle Company think tank. We will perform more heroically than the 1st Legion's main force, Vice Warlord Karn said, holding his helmet. You just need to fight normally. You need to consider that it's the elites of all legions united to form the main force, not just the elites of the 1st Legion and our 12th Legion united to form the main force. Angron gazed at Karn, teaching him softly, don't just focus on taking credit and showing off, you must consider the overall. As he spoke, Angron suddenly remembered that the Emperor always told him to consider the overall situation, which gave him a sense of déjà vu. We understand, Kill saluted the Primarch. At this moment, the ground trembled. After the hatch of a large anti-gravity aircraft opened, 20 Night Titans walked out and positioned themselves behind the formation. The maintenance engineers from New Guard 1 and the Red Robe Covenant priests stood on the backpacks carried on the backs of the Night Titans, looking down at the scene of many Space Marines gathering. Among the elites sent by other legions, there were many armored vehicles and even fighter jets, but the World Eaters were the only ones who had Night Titans directly integrated into their battle company's structure and brought them to the unwavering truth. Then I'll go first, Angron said, looking at his foster father. Qin Xia nodded, rest assured. Chapter 355, Father and Son, Brothers, Master, and Disciple. The only Primarch who came to the Unwavering Truth's hangar deck to send his progeny to join the main force, Angron, returned by transport ship. Qin Xia watched the transport ship leave, then looked around. The forces sent by other legions to join the main force had also mostly gathered. The White Scars had selected some elites from their 100 or so companies to join the main force, but following the previous habit when Kogaris and Lion King cooperated, most were scouts and rapid assault troops. The former were literally scouts, while the latter were people riding motorcycles or piloting a flying combat vehicle called a speeder. Of course, the number was not 50,000. The White Scars did not have many people, so only nearly 30,000 were present at this time. Lion King had obviously changed his order later, telling Kogaris to send only 30,000 to join the main force. The Space Wolves, on the other hand, had several large companies making up 50,000. The so-called large company was similar to the company organization of the World Eaters before their change, named a company, but with tens of thousands of people. These Space Marines became the focus of the curious sailors around the hangar deck at this time, because they were too special. Their armor was decorated with fur, and each of them had big beards and braids, looking very eye-catching. One of them kept hiccuping for some reason. The elite forces sent by the Raven Guard Legion were led by the person who spoke for Korix at the meeting yesterday, totaling 50,000, along with Fowl, the former 19th Legion commander who was reformed by Angron. Fowl squatted silently on the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. Qin Xia's gaze swept around, finally landing on the Dark Angel's side. The people sent by the 1st Legion were the Corvus Wing. Unlike the military systems of all other legions, the Dark Angels organizations equivalent to battle companies or large companies were called wings, and the Corvus Wing was the most versatile among them, possessing everything from fighter jets to tanks. The Corvus Wing numbered less than 50,000, and it seemed some people from outside the Corvus Wing had been added. Qin Xia recalled the various legends he knew about the Corvus Wing. 10,000 years later, the Corvus Wing no longer existed. Now was a good chance to see firsthand how this future disbanded Corvus Wing performed. Lion King would personally lead the Corvus Wing and the main force composed of other Legion elites. His assistant present was Corvus Wing emissary Constantine. The 1st Legion was very special, they had a unique process to select emissaries for each wing, unlike other legions, large companies or battle company headquarters which directly appointed a leader who would not change for a long time. Besides the Corvus Wing emissary named Constantine, there was also a person named Luther present. When will the Primarch arrive? Constantine asked Luther, who was walking towards the Corvus Wing. He will not come personally, because there are some matters to deal with. I will represent him here. Luther replied calmly. Constantine saluted. Qin Xia, observing them, noticed that Luther actually held a significant position in the Legion. Even though Luther was not a fully augmented space marine, he was still considered a brother by Lion King, and Luther himself was very talented. Many matters within the First Legion were managed by Luther, and Luther could handle everything in an orderly manner, especially logistics management, which Lion King was not so skilled at. Luther was a genius, a capable person. When Lion King was still a bipedal beast in the jungles of Caliban, it was Luther who found him. At that time, Luther was the leader of a knightly order on Caliban fighting against the beasts. He persuaded Lion King, taught Lion King, accompanied Lion King, and assisted Lion King. The relationship between Lion King and Luther was very special, and their feelings for each other were also very special. Qin Xia could only use 8 characters to describe the complex relationship between Luther and Lion King, father and son, brothers, master and disciple. In this father and son, brothers, master and disciple relationship, who was the father and who was the son, who was the elder brother and who was the younger brother? Qin Xia believed they belonged to Schrödinger's Lion King and Luther, simultaneously in a superposition of father and son, brothers, master and disciple. As Qin Xia observed, sensing Qin Xia's gaze, Luther immediately walked towards Qin Xia. This somewhat aged but very handsome man smiled warmly. He came before Qin Xia and saluted first. As Qin Xia returned the salute, he spoke, I thought only Kill would come to lead this elite unit among the 12th Legion's elite forces, I didn't expect. The 12th Legion and the 1st Legion had some conflicts in the past, and Kill and Lion King also had some conflicts, so. Qin Xia replied with a smile. Luther looked at Qin Xia, recalling the scene of Qin Xia and Angron standing together earlier, feeling quite emotional and envious, but he would not say it directly. Lion King's father and brother lowered his voice. Lion King is not an easy person to get along with. He sent me to handle matters between the main forces, and I will prevent friction and conflict between the Corvus Wing and the 12th Legion's warriors. Qin Xia nodded. Luther then greeted Kill, who also served as the 1st Battle Company commander, and the two chatted for a few moments. Kill, who seemed to be naturally expressionless, was very friendly towards Luther, indicating that they had a good relationship. Afterward, Luther left the 12th Legion's side and went to other legions. Some people already knew Luther, such as Yesoge, who was sent by Kogaris. Some people did not know Luther, but Luther would introduce himself and say what the other party liked. When facing the rough space wolves, he would humble himself. Anyone could smile and bid farewell to Luther after a few words. Qin Xia scrutinized Luther in the distance, pondering about this person. Luther was an important figure. When Lion King kept saying, loyalty needs no reward, loyalty is its own reward, the internal strife of the 1st Legion, which was thought impossible to rebel, was instigated by Luther, indirectly causing the 1st Legion to be absent from the siege of Terra when it returned to Caliban to suppress the rebellion. This Luther was not an inherently evil person like Erebus, but some circumstances indirectly led him to instigate the rebellion. Such a unique and important person, Qin Xia believed, naturally deserved more attention. Various Legion fleets detached some warships to scout around the Randan star system and search for the not-so-powerful fleet of the Randan aliens. The remaining warships entered the warp at the Mandeville point one after another as the detached warships left the rendezvous star system. Warp travel lasted for a week. Until they emerged from the warp again, encountering the Randan fleet in a star system composed of black planets and dim stars. The 1st Legion fleet took the lead in attacking, with the Unwavering Truth at the forefront of the fleet. Qin Xia, who had been in the Unwavering Truth for a week, stood in a corridor near the 12th Legion's designated living quarters, looking directly out the porthole at the void battle about to begin. The Randan aliens fleet was fully displayed in Qin Xia's eyes. Those warships varied in size, with only one consistent feature, their ship style. Their ships were covered in sharp spikes, like ghost castles from a fantasy horror film attached to the warships. The Primarchs had probably already discussed who would fight the void battle. Therefore, as the 1st Legion fleet, led by the Unwavering Truth, attacked the Randan aliens, the fleets of other legions re-entered the warp at the Mandeville point. Don't worry. If Lion King believes the Randan alien fleet is difficult to deal with, he will definitely leave enough warships in the star system to participate in the battle. Qin Xia, who was observing the Randan fleet, looked back and saw Luther approaching with a small booklet. Luther's appearance in the 12th Legion's living quarters was not surprising. From the day the main forces composed of elites from various legions moved into the Unwavering Truth, Luther had been constantly moving around, holding a small booklet and asking the leaders of each legion if they had any requests. If a request was made, such as Qin Xia expressing that the 12th Legion needed training equipment, Luther would record it, and his attendants would report it. Then, Luther would only leave after the request was fulfilled. No requests today. Qin Xia turned his head and continued to observe the outside. Luther walked to Qin Xia's side and observed with him. The Randan alien fleet and the 1st Legion fleet slowly approached each other, then opened fire when the longest range weapons were within reach. Streaks of light lances tore through the void, creating ripples on the energy shields of the distant Randan warships. The weapons used by the Randan, which could emit black beams of light, also landed on the void shield, being easily deflected by the void shield. The progress of void battles was always slow, unless the strength difference between the two sides was vast. As Qin Xia observed, the Randan fleet actively sailed towards the 1st Legion fleet. The Randan fleet suffered bombardment, their ships exploded, and their warships were rapidly sinking. The Randan's naval strength is not strong, plus many of those alien warships were destroyed by the 1st Legion in the Second Randan War. Luther explained to Qin Xia. Qin Xia nodded. He knew that the Randan's strength in void combat lay in the artificial war celestial bodies that had once caused the First Legion to scrap a Gloriana-class battleship. In a ship-to-ship void battle, it was difficult for the Randan to gain an advantage. However, this war will not end so easily. When we reach the Randan star system and begin to attack cities and strongholds. Luther took a deep breath, his expression grave. That will be a meat grinder battle. I personally witnessed how those 50,000 casualties in the Second Randan War sacrificed themselves group after group in the war. Qin Xia turned to look at Luther, wanting to tell Lion King's father and brother that he didn't need an explanation, but thank you. But Luther seemed to think that Qin Xia's sudden gaze was due to being startled by the 50,000 casualties he had just mentioned. Only those who had personally participated in every Randan war before knew how many people the First Legion had sacrificed. The strongest Space Marines Legion in the entire Imperium of Man, the Dark Angels, sacrificed 50,000 people while intercepting an invasion by an alien force. So Luther said in a deep voice, those who sacrificed had true knightly spirit. In your eyes, is Lion King a knight? Qin Xia turned back to stare out the porthole. Of course. Luther nodded without hesitation, then thought of something, quickly glanced down at his notebook, and added, it's just that he is not a knight of Caliban, nor does he defend everything on Caliban. After hearing this, Qin Xia wanted to say something, but before the words left his mouth, he heard a psychic message from Yasuge. Come, come. Hangar Deck 9. Hangar Deck 9. First Legion, command. Hangar Deck 9, enemy, capture alive. Yasuge's psychic communication was intermittent. Qin Xia realized that this person was probably confronting an alien who could use psychic powers. So, after checking the situation on Hangar Deck 9 of the Unwavering Truth with his psychic vision, he immediately raised his hand to open a teleportation portal and stepped into the snowstorm. What's the situation? Did the enemy board? Luther saw Qin Xia being called away, obviously to deal with the enemy, but what could a think tank do in a void battle? So he immediately speculated whether the Unwavering Truth had been boarded by aliens. Yes, it was boarded, but this is Lion King's bait. He arranged for Yasuge of the 5th Legion to capture the slowest alien, and now I'm going to help. Qin Xia stopped, suddenly having an idea. Together. Luther drew his long sword with a serious expression and stepped into the snowstorm with Qin Xia. Chapter 356, Alien Boarding. Hangar Deck 9 had become a battlefield. A large number of slaves controlled by slowest aliens fearlessly exchanged fire with Space Marines, and behind these aliens was a rusty gunship, hovering in the air, with Space Marines inside controlling the gunship to provide fire support for the aliens. The gunship and the Space Marines within were painted in the green common to the First Legion. And behind the gunship was the open entrance to the hangar deck, and outside, an Imperial cruiser that was being bombarded by the Unwavering Truth and was on the verge of sinking. The slowest alien was a creature about 3 meters tall, looking like a collection of maggots forming a humanoid shape. This alien was not attacked by the Space Marines, not because it was to be captured alive and therefore could not be attacked, but because attacking the slowest alien was meaningless, so they prioritized attacking those aliens that, even when covered by personal energy shields, could still be killed. Yasuge stood behind a piece of cover, his eyes closed, confronting the psychic entity among the invading aliens. The slowest alien turned its head to look at a circular alien creature with only a head behind it, as if communicating, and then rapidly approached Yasuge's position. Only then did the Space Marines begin to concentrate fire on the slowest alien, but every bolter round fired was blocked by the energy shield surrounding the slowest alien. A warrior brought by Yasuge, wielding dual blades, charged towards the chief Stormseer, attempting to block the slowest alien approaching Yasuge. However, this White Scars warrior was intercepted en route by a robust alien creature in power armor, named an Overlord, an elite among the Randan aliens' combat elites, who used an axe-like weapon. Each strike left deep, bone-exposing wounds on the White Scars warrior, while the Overlord, relying on its harder armor, took the hits without being moved in the slightest. Finally, the slowest alien raised the scepter in its hand, and green beams simultaneously penetrated the armor of both the Overlord and the White Scars warrior. The two, who had been fighting, trembled a few times at the same moment and fell to the ground. Yasuge was still confronting the powerful psychic alien, unable to spare the energy to face the slowest alien charging directly at him. The Space Marines held the overall advantage. All the slaves and elite warriors brought by the slowest alien fell one after another. Some Space Marines then began to concentrate fire on the slowest alien. These Dark Angels clearly knew that attacking that pile of worms was of little value, but it could at least provide a small delaying effect. Meanwhile, the Space Marines closer to the iron ball-like psychic alien continued to bombard it with various heavy weapons, creating an advantage for Yasuge, who was engaged in a psychic confrontation with it. But all these attacks could not penetrate the alien's barrier, which functioned exactly like a void shield. The slowest alien's energy shield, under concentrated fire, gradually collapsed. The slowest alien had no choice but to use its body to resist the bolter rounds coming from all directions. Occasionally, it used the weapon in its hand, which could emit beams, to attack enemies, but it could not accurately hit them because the Space Marines were concentrating fire while using cover or moving quickly to hide their bodies. As bolter rounds were about to hit the slowest alien's body, they were dodged by rapidly forming gaps in its body. Occasionally, a few bolter rounds hit the alien's body, exploding a part of the alien into scattered worms, but those worms would still reassemble. It cannot be killed. Continue concentrated fire. A Dark Angel shouted as he ran to a position closer to the slowest alien, pulling the trigger of his flamethrower, and scorching flames burned the slowest alien. But even this widespread attack targeting the worms that made up the slowest alien's body could not cause any substantial damage, though it did indeed provide a small delaying effect. Fortify your will, resist the psychic assault. Yasuge's voice reached every dark angel. No sooner had he spoken than the spherical alien released a visible dark purple wave of light. As the wave passed, all space marines were delayed for 2 seconds. During these 2 seconds, they were deeply immersed in their past memories, forgetting even to pull the trigger. The slowest alien continued to approach Yasuge, who was still engaged in a psychic confrontation with the psychic alien. Yasuge initially thought of risking a moment of distraction to dodge, but quickly decided against it, continuing to focus on the psychic confrontation with the psychic alien. A cold wind began to blow from the side of the slowest alien. Qinxia emerged from the wind and snow, raising his hand and releasing a shockwave at the slowest alien. This quick and convenient psychic spell, which merely created a shockwave, directly shattered the slowest alien. The worms that formed the slowest alien's body scattered across the ground, writhing and struggling, trying to reassemble but unable to do so. The slowest alien's weakness is psychic power. Luther, who had emerged from the wind and snow, was about to remind Qinxia, but then saw that Qinxia had already shattered the slowest alien with a psychic spell. The worms that made up the alien struggled on the ground for a while, then reassembled, though much more slowly this time. However, the first arm to coalesce had already raised its scepter. Qinxia did not dodge, he simply raised his spear directly at the slowest alien. Where the spear tip pointed, a circle appeared with a roar, as if it had been imprinted. The slowest alien within the circle suddenly seemed to suffer Qinxia's previous psychic attack again, scattering completely, then reassembling, raising its scepter again, and then scattering again as if struck by an impact. This cycle repeated endlessly. This was a new psychic spell Qinxia had researched, used to impose a constantly looping reality on a target with weak psychic resistance within a very small space. The slowest alien was caught in an endless loop. After controlling the alien, Qinxia turned to glance at Yasuge, then looked at the spherical psychic alien. Clearly, Yasuge had held back the psychic alien, otherwise, if that creature had unleashed some major psychic spells, probably few of those present would have survived. Yasuge. Qinxia called out to Yasuge. Yasuge, currently engaged in a psychic confrontation, was completely immersed in the struggle. The will-based confrontation with the psychic alien, a mix of countless thoughts and past emotions from both sides, almost consumed all his energy, and he was nearly lost in the struggle. Hearing the call, Yasuge looked around and saw a strange and terrifying abyss, then looked again, and it became reality. Qinxia took over from Yasuge in confronting the alien. The space marines were still concentrating fire on the psychic alien, and their attacks were still intercepted by the barrier. Yasuge began to unleash lightning at the psychic alien, but it likewise could not penetrate the barrier. After several attempts, the chief storm seer suddenly sensed something and quickly dodged while looking back. An alien warrior, gradually manifesting on the wall, descended from above, its battle axe landing where Yasuge had just stood. Before the alien, having failed its ambush, could continue its pursuit and before other space marines could turn their guns, Luther charged towards the alien with his sword. The alien swung its axe to cleave. Luther, who had already figured out how to fight, held his sword with both hands in front of his head, the blade parrying the battle axe and deflecting it slightly, skillfully blocking the axe away. Then, without moving or dodging, he used the stance of deflecting the blade to directly slash diagonally upwards, and the specially made long sword severed the alien warrior's head. The space marines turned their guns on the alien warrior's corpse, their experience driving them to concentrate fire, riddling the alien warrior's gradually cloaking body. Luther did not lower his guard. While holding his sword, he crouched low, rapidly scanning the dark areas around him, and moved backward towards Qinxia, to prevent a sneak attack while Qinxia was focused on confronting the psychic alien. That was the last one. Yasuge reminded Luther, then turned to face the psychic alien, trying again to assist Qinxia. Less than half a minute had passed since Qinxia took over the task of psychic confrontation with the alien. He was not in a hurry to eliminate the alien in front of him, but calmly dealt with the alien's psychic attacks, while also probing the alien's characteristics. This alien, which looked like a sphere, was adept at psychic attacks and could, like the slowest alien, compel those it targeted, but with a more perfect compulsion. Even the compelled would not realize they were being compelled, and would automatically rationalize the actions the alien made them do. After sensing, Qinxia used a psychic shockwave. The psychic barrier around the spherical alien vanished for just an instant, and then it also unleashed a psychic shockwave at Qinxia. Qinxia's will felt slightly dazed, and at the same time, he continuously used various psychic spells to attack the alien. Psychic shockwaves, impacts caused in the material world, lightning, fire, splitting the alien, creating gravity that crushed it from all directions. The alien's psychic barrier dissipated for different durations and had different reactions when facing different psychic spells. And this series of psychic spells, used repeatedly in a short period, almost made Yasuge instinctively remind Qinxia not to cast so many psychic spells in such a short time, which could lead to psychic overload. Only psychic attacks are most effective against it, and psychic attacks are what it excels at. Qinxia turned and told Yasuge. Yasuge noted this down. After sharing his insights, Qinxia eliminated the alien in front of him in a more direct and thorough manner. That was to throw the psychic alien into the warp. The psychic alien instantly disappeared from everyone's sight, passing through the veil to leave the reality universe, entering the warp in its material body, and arriving within a white light screen. The alien observed its surroundings and found that the space within the light screen was small and filled with all sorts of weapons. Angron Greater Demon, made of forge fire, squatted among the mountains of weapons, its back to the alien, forging a sword with a hammer. The alien felt a sense of fear welling up from the depths of its soul. This fear was sniffed out by the greater demon, who lowered its hammering hand, its head turning to observe what was in front. Finally its head spun 180 degrees, its eyes, spewing forge fire, fixed on the uninvited guest from the reality universe. It's dead. After seeing Serum slice the alien's body and soul to pieces, Qinxia said to Yesoge. Yesoge did not know what happened after the alien disappeared, but he trusted Qinxia's words. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the slowest alien. This alien was still endlessly looping. You haven't captured them alive before. Qinxia was a bit puzzled about what Lion wanted with this thing. With all the luring and ambushing, it was quite troublesome. No. Luther stepped forward to observe the alien up close. Slowest rarely appear, only in very few cases do warriors directly confront this type of alien. Some believe them to be the leader race among the Randan aliens. Anyway, as long as we can capture it alive, we'll find a way to learn what we want from it. Chapter 357, The Most Trusted Person. The ambush had been over for half a solar hour. The slowest alien continued to be dispersed and reassembled, but even so, the Dark Angels remained steadfast behind cover near the slowest alien, aiming various light and heavy weapons at it. Once the slowest alien broke the cycle, they would cooperate with the Psykers present, using their weapons to delay the alien's movements before allowing the Psykers to contain it again. However, in Qinxia's opinion, the Dark Angels were a bit overly cautious, but it was understandable. It was likely that this maggot man had caused the Dark Angels a lot of trouble, or there were many horror stories featuring it among the Dark Angels. Heavy footsteps sounded. The Lion King strode out from the corridor leading to the hangar deck, looking at the alien corpses scattered everywhere, and the gunship that had brought the alien. The gunship was easily destroyed by the Space Marines. The several penetrating blast wounds on its hull indicated it had met its end by missile. The trouble brought by one gunship was not as great as the trouble caused by the slowest alien. Lion King sighed inwardly at the power of this alien, while slowly approaching it. The slowest alien was still in its cycle, but its eyes could look at Lion King. Two obvious holes on its head, which was formed by maggots, were its eyes. Lion King looked at the holes aimed at him, stepped forward fearlessly, and leaned down to observe the alien constantly dispersing and reassembling. It has been bound by psychic magic. Luther stood beside the corpse of the alien assassin he had just killed with his exquisite swordsmanship. It was the Lord of the 12th Legion's guide, Qinxia, who cast the psychic magic to bind it. Otherwise, considering the sudden appearance of that psychic alien, not only would we not have been able to capture it, but we would have also suffered heavy casualties. Beside him, Yesoge held his helmet, confirming Luther's words by bowing to Lion King. He was also a psyker, but he had just been delayed by the psychic alien that suddenly appeared in the hangar deck. It happened so suddenly that if he hadn't risked psychic overload to spare some energy to call Qinxia, the outcome would certainly have been as Luther said. Qinxia just looked at Lion King, remaining silent, having already guessed why Luther was speaking at this moment. Firstly, Luther was claiming credit for himself. Secondly, Luther was using the act of claiming credit for himself to Lion King to re-emphasize Lion King's leading position in this joint operation, and also wanted Lion King to emphasize his own leading position in the joint operation by commending warriors from other legions. Perhaps others wouldn't think so much, but Luther was not just anyone, nor was he an ordinary person. He was Lion King's external emotional intelligence, human discernment and interpersonal communication processor. Lion King remained silent, not even glancing at Luther. Between agreeing and refusing, Lion King's choice was to ignore it completely. He had no particular opinion of Luther, but was focused on observing the slowest alien before him. The Primarch's superbrain was rapidly turning, combining every piece of information he had previously known about the slowest alien to analyze the one in front of him, and considering what to use to deal with this alien. And Lion King's silence made Luther's situation awkward at this moment. At least it seemed quite awkward to outsiders, but Luther himself didn't feel anything. Someone will study it. Lion King's gaze shifted from the alien, sweeping over everyone present, finally settling on Luther. You will be responsible for guarding it. Luther bowed in acceptance. The Space Marines present were not surprised by Lion King's order, and at the same time felt reassured by Luther guarding such a dangerous alien. Qinxia was not surprised either. The only surprised person was Yesoge. Yesoge, who was usually calm and composed, now had surprise written all over his face. He completely failed to understand Lion King's decision. Such a terrifying and dangerous creature as the slowest alien should be entrusted to someone absolutely reliable and trustworthy. Luther did not seem to be much liked or trusted by Lion King, yet he was now given the responsibility of guarding it. Yesoge was not Angron, so he could not perceive what Lion King was thinking. Lion King considered the candidates for guarding the slowest alien. He had originally wanted Qinxia to guard it, but he had only met Qinxia a few times and did not know Qinxia's background, personality, or whether he was reliable in his actions. The slowest alien was so dangerous, it was best to have his most trusted person guard it. So Lion King ordered Luther to guard the slowest alien. But if it weren't for Qinxia of the 12th Legion, we certainly wouldn't have been able to capture it so smoothly. Luther spoke again. I know. Lion King looked at Luther with some puzzlement. But he is from the 12th Legion. Angron is his primarch and adopted son. What do you want me to do? A verbal commendation? What's the point of that? A substantial reward? I'm not Angron, how can I reward him? Luther lowered his head and sighed silently. At most, I can tell my brother that the military merits are recorded with the 12th Legion, and then. Lion King was about to continue speaking when Luther impatiently raised a hand to interrupt. All right, I know, don't say any more. Lion King, whose speech was interrupted, did not get angry, but merely frowned slightly as he looked at Luther. Other Space Marines thought that this was only possible because it was Luther. If it were anyone else with such an attitude, they would probably have been sent flying. After Luther fell silent, Lion King turned and left the hangar deck along the corridor he had come from, to plan the specific combat strategy for entering the Rendon star system. The Space Marines remained on the hangar deck. Seal this area. Luther commanded the Space Marines. From today onwards, hangar deck 9 is off limits. No one is allowed to approach this area. You yourselves will formulate a guard rotation plan to ensure that this damned alien is always under surveillance. Soon, I will order others to bring you some alarm devices. Those guarding the alien should stop holding that broken bolter. If you find anything amiss, immediately sound the alarm. It's better than anything else to have the think tank arrive here at the first possible moment. The Space Marines listened to Luther as if they were listening to Lion King. Qin Xia observed from the side, believing that these people were not necessarily obeying out of Luther's astonishing ability, but more likely because they originated from Caliban rather than Terra. After the First Legion's Primarch returned and renamed the Legion to Dark Angels, the First Legion's recruitment grounds became Caliban. As a highly reputable figure on Caliban, it was not strange for Caliban-born Space Marines to obey him. My apologies. Luther finished arranging the guards and turned to face Qin Xia. I understand. Qin Xia nodded. I understand. Luther nodded helplessly, then walked to Yasuge, resting his hands on his sword, lowering his shoulders and head, and mourning with a Caliban knight's salute. The warrior you brought has sacrificed himself. This was due to a mistake by the First Legion. The First Legion will hold a ceremony to bury this warrior of the Fifth Legion. Yasuge looked to the side. His escort lay on a stretcher used by the Dark Angels to move corpses, his eyeballs flowing out of his helmet. His soul has embarked on the path to heaven, and his body will be sent back to Kogaris to be buried in his homeland. Yasuge slowly walked to the warrior who had just been killed by the slowest alien's bioweapon beam, and gently pressed the semi-liquefied eyeball back into the helmet with his finger. Escort this remains to the Sword Edge Storm, Luther ordered the warriors carrying the stretcher. I will do this myself. Yasuge extended his hands, lifted the corpse from the stretcher, then slowly turned and left through the corridor where Lion King had previously exited the deck. Luther settled all matters on site, then left the hangar deck with Qin Xia. As they passed a porthole, Qin Xia stopped, looking outside. The Rendon fleet had been completely defeated. All ships were undergoing inspection procedures, passing by the forge engine, and then by the unyielding resolve. Qin Xia closed his eyes, then opened them again, and with psychic light in his eyes, he saw that the crew members in some ships were being cleaned out by the Dark Angels. Apparently, those ships had passed the forge engine's inspection because there were no slowest aliens inside, but they had not passed Angron's inspection. The warships that had completed inspection began heading towards the Mandeville point. Presumably, after the next journey, they would arrive at the Rendon star system. Lion King is the most talented and powerful of all the military geniuses I have ever met, Luther suddenly spoke. Through his own abilities, and through the sacrifice and dedication of the First Legion warriors, he defeated the main Rendon fleet and destroyed Rendon's war celestial bodies in the first two Rendan wars. Qin Xia withdrew his gaze and looked at Luther, but Primarches also have their weaknesses, that's what you want to say, right? Luther nodded. Earlier, Lion King and the Lord of the 12th Legion argued during the briefing, and just now he ignored your contributions, but he definitely doesn't dislike you. Once, after the 1st Legion and the 12th Legion first met, Lion King told me that he really liked his 12th brother because this brother respected him greatly. Lion King is not good at discerning people's hearts, some things he doesn't think through as thoroughly as I do. Saying this, Luther leaned against the porthole, lost in thought. Qin Xia, on the other hand, agreed with what Luther said. Lion King was a genius in warfare, though he didn't want to admit it. No matter how much Angron studied war-related knowledge, he couldn't hold a candle to his elder brother. But in other aspects, such as interpersonal communication, Lion King was very foolish. He was the kind of pure, fair, exasperating, clear foolishness without any malice. How did you meet the Lord of the First Legion? Qin Xia leaned beside Luther, asking knowingly, just to build rapport. I find your relationship seems very special. Luther tilted his head back, looking at the dark metal panel above the corridor. That dark metal panel seemed to gradually transform into that dark jungle. On Caliban, there were great beasts that harmed the people, and among the people, knights emerged. The knights fought the great beasts and defended the people. I was the leader of a knightly order. One day, while searching for a great beast, I saw a peculiar wild beast. It wasn't enormous, but it was filthy, fierce, and reeked of blood. And then, Luther spoke while reminiscing. Then the golden-haired demon beast confronted the knightly order. Luther ordered everyone not to attack, then looked closely and realized this was no demon beast at all, but clearly a person. Lion King, you won't hurt me, will you? Luther, as if possessed, gave the person before him a name whose reason he himself did not know. And at this moment, accompanied by a question that would receive no answer, the name instinctively uttered was the origin of the Primarch's name, Lion King. After seeing the dirty, blood-covered person before him make no move, Luther slowly advanced, finally reaching the person he had named Lion King, and slowly extended his hands, parting the muddy golden hair that obscured Lion King's face, to see a face covered in bloodstains, with fierce and wary eyes, but also a hint of fear due to injury. The face of a handsome youth. Lion King instinctively took a step back, his hostile and wary gaze sweeping over all the knights, finally settling on Luther. The knights had already raised their weapons. If Lion King dared to make another move, they would kill him. But Lion King did not retreat further, nor did he step forward to tear open Luther's throat. Luther smiled and turned his head, speaking to the knights. See? Didn't I tell you? He's not a beast, but a person. That's what I told my knights. Then I took him out of Caliban's jungle, out of the green hell infested with great beasts, back into the civilized world. I taught him Caliban's knightly culture, I taught him swordsmanship, I raised him. Having finished speaking, Luther's face showed a warm smile as he recalled that period of Lion King's growth. Qin Xia shrugged. At that time, you surely didn't think that what the Lord of the First Legion lacked wasn't combat training, but knowledge of how to conduct oneself. Ha ha ha. Luther burst into laughter. Yes, yes, if I had known then that this brat would treat me like a minion, ordering me around, and then in a few years I wouldn't obey him and couldn't beat him, then I would have taken a sword scabbard and given him a good spanking while he was still little. Luther laughed and laughed, then suddenly grew quiet. But honestly, I think Lion King's personality turning out this way is also partly my fault. I'm just not a gentle person. I once had a family, when I wasn't a knight. Back then I had a wife and a daughter. They were buried in the maw of a great beast. In short, if I hadn't lost them, then Lion King would have had a mother and an older sister. Lion King should have learned gentleness and sensibility from them, and wouldn't be like this now. Hearing Luther say this, Qin Xia pondered for a moment but said nothing, falling silent. A loud burp echoed through the corridor. Not far away, 2 Space Wolves Legion officers emerged from a side path and immediately approached Luther upon seeing him. Come on, let's go to our 6th Legion quarters and have a drink. The 2 came forward, pulling and dragging Luther to lead him away. Luther smiled and agreed, then turned to Qin Xia, saying, just as Qin Xia had pulled him to the hangar deck for battle earlier, care to join? Qin Xia smiled and shook his head, I'm not fortunate enough to enjoy the fine wines and delicacies of the 6th Legion. You 12th Legion aren't exactly refined nobles who drink wine either. Eventually, Luther was dragged away by the 2 officers towards the Space Wolves' quarters. Qin Xia watched Luther's retreating figure, recalling how earlier, when they were gathering in the hangar, Luther had gone to the Space Wolves' 6th Legion's elites, and one of these 2 men had actually disdained him. Now, they had become friends who wanted to get drunk together. Qin Xia was not surprised by this at all, because Luther simply possessed this unique ability. To his knowledge, when Lion King on Caliban wanted to eliminate all great beasts, he needed to unite other knightly orders. It was Luther who helped Lion King travel around, persuading and recruiting people everywhere, and ultimately, by virtue of his skill in dealing with people, he managed to get 99% of the knightly orders to approve Lion King's idea and form a knightly alliance. This was equivalent to preventing a civil war on Caliban, caused by conflicts in knightly order ideologies and old grudges, purely through his eloquence and charisma, allowing Lion King to unify Caliban on the surface without resorting to conquest through war. One can only say, the Caliban succubus lives up to its name. Qin Xia sighed. Chapter 358, The Main Force Among Main Forces. Unwavering Truth Operations Room. Officers from all the Legion's elite units gathered in the operations room, which was only slightly smaller than the flagship's command deck. They stood solemnly around a holographic projection amidst various information devices. The holographic projection precisely displayed an entire star system, as well as the Imperium of Man fleet within it. Each Legion's fleet had already been executing different void combat missions following the Lion King's previous orders to his brothers. This holographic projection device, whose style was clearly different from that of this era, could even precisely display the entire process of each Legion dismantling the Rendon star system's void facilities. Some battleships, led by their respective Legion fleet's Glory Queen flagships, broke through the fire net, approached the Randan Empire's bizarre void facilities, and continuously bombarded the energy shields protecting them. Transports, boarding torpedoes, think tank teleportation, all sorts of methods for deploying ground forces into the void facilities were used in rotation. While the main forces assembled on the Unwavering Truth and the high-ranking officers waited in the operations room for the Lion King to issue combat orders, the various Legion fleets were already engaging the void facilities, and the warriors of each Legion were fighting the Randan aliens within those void facilities. The intensity of the battle was imaginable. Information from each Legion was consolidated in real time within the operations room's holographic projection device, providing precise combat information that allowed Lion to accurately assess the battle situation from beside the projection. The Lion King's strategic mind, utilizing a Primarch's superhuman thinking ability and experience from every past war, quickly formulated a perfect plan that would take mortals a long time to discuss. However, unlike the previous 2 Randan wars, where all sides could frequently employ ingenious strategies and commanders could engage in strategic gambits without restraint, this annihilation battle was about capturing strongholds. Lion could clearly deduce the enemy's intentions when deploying defenses on various planets, but what he could do was not to use brilliant tactics to dismantle the enemy's intentions. Instead, he was limited by the nature of the war and could only strive for perfection in head-on combat. This meant that some traps set by the enemy were known to exist, but one could only grit their teeth and step into them, and then smash them. It would be great if the 4th Legion Iron Warriors could come to fight, Kill whispered beside Qin Xia. Qin Xia found it hard not to agree. But unfortunately, Perturabo was not here, otherwise, a master of siege warfare like him would be perfect for displaying his might in this kind of hard-hitting, protracted battle. Qin Xia continued to observe the holographic projection. The entire Rendon star system displayed on it contained 3 planets, named Randan 1, Randan 2, and Randan 3, respectively. The void facilities near Randan 3 were under attack, and the fleet could already approach Randan 3. Then, in the fleet marked as the 5th Legion on the projection, a battleship quickly detached from the friendly fleet and headed towards Randan 3 after a void defense facility in front was destroyed. The battleship launched a whirlwind torpedo. The marker labeled whirlwind torpedo on the projection suddenly disappeared after approaching Randan 3. Lion was no longer surprised by this situation. The battleship began deploying the White Scars Legion's rapid reconnaissance units. Everyone waited for a while longer, and then, to everyone's surprise, the reconnaissance units disappeared from the holographic projection after being dispersed. When they reappeared, they were rapidly approaching the battleship that had deployed them, coming from Randan 3. Their speed is a bit too fast, Kill said. White Scars are fast, but not to this extent. Qin Xia stared at the holographic projection. I think it might be that the time flow on Randan 3 is inconsistent with ours. The specific reason is unknown. With that, Qin Xia looked at the Dark Angels again. Those Dark Angels stood rigidly, holding their helmets, but they were also whispering. Clearly, they also didn't know why the time flow on Randan 3 was so fast. This indicated that the First Legion had never encountered such a situation when fighting the Randan aliens before. However, a fast time flow could also benefit humanity. The White Scars Legion completed their subjectively long and difficult reconnaissance mission in just a few minutes, and then a series of markers appeared on the unmarked Randan 3 planet on the holographic projection. Randan army movements, suspected fortress-like structures built on Randan 3, and various gigantic weapons presented as strategic targets. The Randan aliens use a technology similar to a void shield to resist attacks. In the last Randan war, a Glory Queen-class battleship of the First Legion was unable to break through the shield of a war celestial body, so it chose to directly ram into it, which finally resolved that war celestial body. Lion reiterated some information he had previously shared with those present. It is known that this defensive method can intercept attacks, but just like a void shield, it cannot intercept objects that are not extremely fast. We can still deploy ground forces onto the planet. Lion's gaze swept over all the marked points on the planet, pointing to one marked as a resource extraction facility. Our goal is to use this facility to send whirlwind torpedoes into the planet's depths and then detonate them. When the Primarch's hand pointed to the marker, the White Scars reconnaissance personnel's reconnaissance process of the facility and the captured video footage automatically popped up on the marker. The footage showed this spike-like structure rapidly extracting resources from the planet. It was like a creature, using a tubular proboscis to delve deep underground and then draw up resources. A White Scars warrior infiltrated the building, recording the scene of its tubular proboscis-like structure extending deep underground, and using detection equipment, confirmed that the deepest part of this pipe was indeed about to reach the planet's core. When this video footage was captured, the holographic projection device automatically categorized it as an extraction device. The White Scars warrior who captured the footage left the extraction device and rendezvoused with a storm seer, teleporting away with the seer, and then the information he collected was compiled. The device displaying the holographic projection was a large-scale information aggregation and processing tactical device, not belonging to this era, that intuitively presented information as images. This thing is good. Qin Xia examined the holographic projection device. The First Legion had a secret, and this secret contained many ancient relics that the Emperor had once collected. What Lion openly displayed before them should be the most ordinary and common among them. Lion reached out and enlarged the resource extraction device marker on the holographic projection. Then, the Randan 3 planet was magnified, and a massive structure built around the extraction facility appeared before everyone. Every structure of this building was presented with incredible clarity. This kind of fortress should be specifically built for defensive warfare. It doesn't rely on supply lines for operation. Considering that the extraction facility continuously provides resources directly beneath the fortress, then there should also be industrial facilities inside the fortress for supplying weapons and ammunition. After stating his views, Lion began to issue specific combat orders. Except for the Corvus Wing of the 1st Legion and the 1st Battle Company of the 12th Legion, all other Legion units sent to participate in the main force were ordered to directly supply the fortress itself. Finally, Lion gave separate orders to the Corvus Wing and the 1st Battle Company. Corvus Wing is responsible for intercepting enemy reinforcements here. Lion extended his hand to zoom in on Randan 3 on the holographic projection. The targeted fortress was located within an underground cavity, with only one path leading into it. Randan 3 was covered in fortresses, and the distances between them, as well as the time it took for armies to travel between two different fortresses, were all calculated by the Randan aliens. Once a fortress was attacked, other fortresses would immediately send support. Only the targeted fortress was uniquely located in an underground cavity, which was why Lion immediately chose it. Corvus Wing was ordered to set up defenses and intercept along the path leading to the underground cavity. Next was the 1st Battle Company of the 12th Legion. Your mission is simple, no matter what difficulties friendly forces face, or what obstacles they encounter, you only need to open a path to the extraction facility, ensure that the extraction facility is under our control, and can be immediately sent underground and detonated once the whirlwind torpedoes arrive. Lion said. Kill felt that this was still treating the World Eaters as assault troops, but then immediately realized that the extraction facility, as the lifeline of the fortress, would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. It truly required the World Eaters, who were skilled in assault and whose battle company now possessed comprehensive capabilities, including even night units after reorganization, to be responsible for the attack. Qin Xia, on the other hand, wanted to ask Lion a question. Since the White Scars Storm Seer could directly teleport people into the fortress, why did a large group of people have to obediently charge down, going through assaults and so on? Why couldn't he just directly insert the whirlwind torpedoes into the underground of the extraction facility? Any extraction facility in any fortress would do. After all, Randon 3 wasn't a Golden Age colony ship, it didn't have the ability to intercept psychic powers. So Qin Xia raised his hand. Lion initially wanted to ignore him, but considering Qin Xia's usefulness in his plan, he nodded, signaling that Qin Xia could speak. Firstly, I can use large-scale psychic teleportation to directly teleport ground forces into the interior of the fortress. Other thinkers present might find this a bit unbelievable, but I can do it. Secondly, I can directly teleport the whirlwind torpedoes used by battleships, those massive objects, directly into the very bottom of the Randan alien fortress, which lacks anti-psychic infiltration capabilities, and into the extraction facility's pipes. So I suggest none of us go down, let the whirlwind torpedoes go down. Qin Xia finished speaking and waited quietly for Lion's response. During the Second Randan War, a high-ranking psychic alien among the Randan aliens caused heavy losses to the 5th Legion. Lion patiently explained. These psychic aliens are not warriors, because they are extremely rare. They only carry out the most critical missions at the most critical moments and locations. Your psychic power is indeed very strong, to be honest, but those psychic aliens operate on their home ground. They have many ways to ensure that the whirlwind torpedoes you teleport down will not be detonated. Furthermore, I know you have the ability to teleport many people, but in my opinion, this ability should be used to assist the main forces in directly teleporting into the fortress, rather than making futile attempts. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia pondered for a moment and asked again, then why wouldn't the psychic aliens prevent our main forces from teleporting down? Why would they specifically focus on intercepting whirlwind torpedoes? Lion lowered his head to look at Randon 3, then raised it again. All the decisions I am making now have been repeatedly thought through and validated through self-doubt. Moreover, the Dark Angels do not lack powerful thinkers. What you wish to attempt, they have also attempted, but they paid a heavy price. You will find out why later. After speaking, Lion looked at Luther. Go and prepare for a large-scale teleportation for my brother's foster father. Chapter 359, Psychic Confrontation. Inside a secret chamber on the Unwavering Truth. The entire secret chamber was about 300 square meters, with no furnishings. The only thing originally in the chamber was a luxurious carpet laid on the floor. This carpet was used by the Achaemenid Empire royal family during the Terra Unification War. Luther opened the secret chamber and led Qin Xia inside. Now, all the thinkers on the Unwavering Truth were lining up to enter the secret chamber, wandering around. Does a carpet used by the Achaemenid Empire royal family have a special purpose? Qin Xia asked, examining the carpet. He did understand the Achaemenid Empire. This was a power during the Terra Unification War, skilled in using psychic abilities. The first batch of Terraborn warriors in the Thousand Suns Legion came from the Achaemenid Empire. Yes, this type of carpet is said to be woven from the fur of a psychic creature and imbued with a special psychic spell, thus having the effect of enhancing willpower. Now look at the entire secret chamber. Luther walked to the wall, pointing at the beautiful patterns on the secret chamber's walls. This entire secret chamber wasn't built by our First Legion. It was directly cut from the Achaemenid Empire's Imperial Palace and then placed inside the flagship. This was originally the Achaemenid Emperor's meditation chamber. The entire meditation chamber is made of a special metal that can enhance psychic reactions. After explaining the origin of the secret chamber, Luther walked to the door. The thinkers had already begun preparing to cooperate with Qin Xia for psychic teleportation, sitting down one after another, assuming their usual meditation or contemplation postures to enter a state where they could use their psychic abilities at any time. Qin Xia sat cross-legged in the very center of the thinkers, where Yasuge had left a spot for him. I'll wait outside. Just call me if anything happens. Luther said his final words to Qin Xia. Seeing Qin Xia nod, he opened the door to the secret chamber and exited. Some people holding various tools made from soulless one ashes stood outside. Luther glanced at these special squad members, responsible for preventing psychic outbursts, and silently leaned against the corridor wall, waiting. Inside the secret chamber, Qin Xia was the last to close his eyes. In his psychic vision, he saw the storm seers, rune priests, and dark angels thinkers present. These individuals existed in a way where their wills were concretized into psychic entities, and their appearances varied. Qin Xia saw Yasuge as a snow-white psychic fox, stealthily moving through the treacherous environment of the warp, treating everything with cunning and caution. Other psychics also varied, appearing as men, women, old, young, animals, or objects, everything imaginable. That was not their souls, nor their soul projections, but rather a type of materialized entity of the ripples caused by certain characteristics of theirs in the warp. As for Qin Xia, he was just Qin Xia. His entity was an unprimary-sized big guy, nearly 3 meters tall, wearing the ornate armor he wore in the material world. Everyone was waiting. They were fully concentrated, extremely cautious, united as if facing a formidable enemy, perceiving everything from the outside. Only after they perceived Qin Xia joining in did they begin to extremely carefully probe Randon 3. Qin Xia saw Randon 3, and he saw a spherical alien in every fortress on the planet. These were the psychic aliens seen earlier on the hangar deck, only their psychic powers were astonishingly powerful compared to the psychic alien that was thrown into the warp and torn apart by Sarum earlier. And when the psychic aliens perceived the perceptions of the uninvited guests, every think tank felt themselves being targeted. Everyone's vision simultaneously zoomed out, revealing bright spots on Randon 3. Each spot represented an alien fully concentrating on controlling psychic energy. Not only Randon 3, but Randon 2 and Randon 1 were also entirely psychic aliens. Not only were they in the star system, but they were also everywhere in the galaxy. Even those that had existed in the long river of past time now shimmered with light, converging into a single entity. The wills of the thinkers, excluding Qin Xia, wavered. What they saw was no longer a star system, but a vast darkness. Within the darkness, a sphere floated, and a slit slowly opened on its metallic surface. An eye stared at every human attempting to challenge it. That is the collective will of all psychic aliens. Qin Xia heard Yesoge's shout echoing simultaneously in everyone's minds. The sphere vanished instantly. Before everyone's eyes appeared various scenes from the past, present, and future. Confused scenes mixing present and future emerged. Qin Xia saw the 12th Legion fleet sailing through the warp, and he saw a type of alien creature capable of traveling between the warp and reality universe advancing towards the fleet. Their numbers were suffocating, rushing towards the fleet like a swarm of insects obscuring the world. Not only the 12th Legion fleet faced those alien creatures, but other Legion fleets did as well. Different fleets converged and overlapped at this moment. Qin Xia began to intercept those alien creatures. His will stirred up waves in the warp, and numerous peculiar alien creatures were crushed, but a small portion still slipped through, entering the fleet, and penetrating the Geller field by virtue of their ability to travel between the reality universe and the warp. Qin Xia saw that these creatures were the same strange warp creatures that had previously broken through the Geller field when the 12th Legion was heading to the rendezvous point. They could have simply overwhelmed the fleet with their numbers, but due to his interception, only a very small number of individuals entered the fleet and were cleared out. This was just one place where something happened. At another time node overlapping with Qin Xia's vision, Randon 3 was under attack by whirlwind torpedoes. The psychic aliens diverted some of their energy to directly deflect the whirlwind torpedoes into the warp. When the White Scars Legion was ordered by Lion to approach Randon 3 and deploy reconnaissance troops, the psychic aliens prepared to destroy the ships carrying the ground forces. Qin Xia again interfered with the thinkers. The psychic aliens could not prevent the ships from deploying ground forces, so they accelerated the time flow of the entire Randon 3, allowing the slaves driven by their slowest alien allies to build fortresses everywhere in an extremely short period. As the time flow gradually slowed, the White Scars Legion's reconnaissance troops were active on the planet's surface. After a long period of arduous reconnaissance, information was obtained by humanity. There were many other things happening simultaneously in the past, present, and future, influenced and interfered with by psychic aliens or human thinkers, thereby changing the outcome. Qin Xia no longer focused on simultaneously thwarting the psychic aliens' influence from various points on the timeline. He began to divert some of his energy to directly confront the psychic aliens themselves. The entire Randon 3 was protected by the psychic aliens. This protection appeared as a black light curtain in Qin Xia's eyes. The transcendent entity formed by the collective will of the psychic aliens also began to exert influence on Qin Xia and the thinkers. This was a more direct confrontation of spirit and will, attempting to shake or destroy each other's will by applying mental shock-like methods to win this psychic confrontation. The thinkers were extremely careful. Their main energy was used to protect their own mental will, rather than to shake the aliens' mental will. Because at this moment, they were equivalent to casting psychic spells, continuously utilizing the warp. Every decision they made carried a risk. Every psyker was like a mage without mana bar restrictions, even the most ordinary psyker. However, these mages needed to perform a probabilistic random judgment when casting spells. If the judgment was successful, they could survive. If the judgment failed, it meant their heads exploded, their souls scattered, becoming a flesh gate for the warp to the reality universe, and various other tragic endings. Given such immense risks, no think tank who clearly understood the dangers of psychic talent would act rashly. Do not directly draw psychic energy from the warp. Qin Xia's voice echoed in the consciousness of every think tank. Draw psychic energy from me. Psychic energy has only one source, the warp. Even if Qin Xia could now absorb and filter psychic energy, the thinkers did not know how to use it. So he personally influenced each think tank, and those thinkers who could realize how to draw psychic energy from him gained the opportunity to use psychic energy without risk. As for those thinkers whom Qin Xia, no matter how he tried, could not enable to draw psychic energy from himself, Qin Xia directly kicked them back to the reality universe, spirit and will included, preventing them from participating in this psychic confrontation. After Qin Xia's adjustments, the thinkers tried a few more times. After experiencing the sweet taste of completely safe psychic energy, they began to continuously use psychic energy in an unprecedented way. The confrontation between these thinkers and the psychic aliens was like two collective wills in the warp throwing psychic shocks at each other, but one was inside the unwavering truth, and the other was entrenched on Randon 3, on its corresponding structure in the warp. The thinkers began to strike at the light curtain formed by the psychic aliens on Randon 3. Their own subjective feeling was like continuously releasing mental shocks at a target. Qin Xia, on the other hand, perceived the main forces that would be teleported to Randon 3 in the future. He picked up those main forces. The aliens targeted him. Qin Xia sensed that if he rashly projected the main forces onto Randon 3, they would certainly be intercepted by the aliens, and the warriors in those main forces would be killed. Randon 3, enveloped by the alien will, needed an opening. The thinkers' continuous psychic attacks had already forced the collective will formed by the psychic aliens to divert some energy to respond. Qin Xia looked at Randon 3, at the fortress in the underground cavern chosen by Lion. Qin Xia concentrated, brewing a full power attack that would drain his psychic energy several times over. When he finished brewing and released the psychic attack, a white light spread outwards from the unwavering truth. The collective will formed by all the psychic aliens instantly disintegrated. Taking advantage of this gap, Qin Xia projected the main forces onto Randon 3, evenly distributing them to every corner within the fortress, ensuring that those teleport down could launch a powerful strike the moment they left the teleportation gate. The main forces were teleported down. The minds and wills of the psychic aliens began to recoalesce. Some psychic aliens with powerful psychic talents and less mental trauma had already begun to apply psychic interference against the teleported human enemies. But these psychic aliens were few, and they could only manage to send some powerful combat units from the main forces back to the unwavering truth. After several such attempts, these powerful psychic aliens no longer wished to intercept the human landing. They hid, concealed beneath the psychic projection of their entire species, only preparing to act in critical events that could lead to the destruction of Randon 3, such as another whirlwind torpedo being launched. Qinxia wanted to find these powerful psychic aliens and eliminate them one by one, but one psychic alien after another continuously attacked his will, drawing his attention. These psychic aliens also had a special method for hiding their soul projections, similar to how Eldar prophets use an item to prevent their soul projections from being directly exposed to warp creatures. However, as long as these psychic aliens did not converge into a single mental entity, a collective will, they could not significantly influence a large-scale warp teleportation. Furthermore, Qinxia discovered something in this confrontation spanning past, present, and future. Randon 3 itself could no longer be called the real world. The psychic aliens had modified it, anchoring it. Qinxia sensed the planet had become different from planets outside the Randon star system. Simply put, material attacks like whirlwind torpedoes could not blow up Randon 3 at all. Lion's plan was either completely unfeasible, or, he possessed an unspeakable psychic weapon, merely called a whirlwind torpedo, whose function was fundamentally different from a whirlwind torpedo, being a psychic weapon. Chapter 360, Strategic Combat Unit. I have anchored the teleportation channel. Qinxia pushed open the door from the secret room and said to Luther. Luther immediately gestured to the person beside him to report upwards. Qinxia recalled the psychic game that had just spanned the past, present, and future. The unknown alien creatures encountered by the fleet during its warp voyage were clearly the work of the Randan aliens. There would have been many of them, but during his psychic confrontation with those psychic aliens, their numbers were greatly reduced, so only a few individuals were able to penetrate the Geller field and enter the battleship. Qinxia was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the Randan war to have begun in the form of psychic confrontation since then. As for the main force that Qinxia had teleported down during the psychic confrontation, they were not teleported immediately, but rather when the main force had fully assembled and began deployment in the future, only the channel was anchored to ensure it was available and not intercepted. The main force has assembled, the person next to Luther reported loudly. The Lion King has given the order to attack. However, Qinxia still had something to say to Lionel Johnson, so he spoke to Luther. Whirlwind torpedoes absolutely cannot destroy Randon 3. You must report this. If the Lord of the First Legion asks why, tell him it's what I perceived. Luther, however, did not immediately order the message to be conveyed. Instead, he looked around with a strange expression, then waved his hand to signal his attendants to withdraw. Only when Luther and Qinxia were left in the corridor did he speak. The whirlwind torpedo is not a whirlwind torpedo, it is a special weapon, a weapon that can ensure Randon 3 is destroyed. Upon hearing this, Qinxia felt relieved. As long as Lionel Johnson knew that the whirlwind torpedoes couldn't destroy Randon 3 and had prepared in advance, that was enough. In the previous 2 wars, Lionel Johnson had already learned the enemy's various characteristics. He also knew of the existence of those psychic aliens and deduced that they might use certain sorcery to change the structure of a planet. There was some intelligence before that allowed Lionel Johnson to deduce this. Luther continued. Trust Lionel Johnson, his strategic decisions are always the most correct. Good. Qinxia turned to open a teleportation channel for the thinkers who were about to leave the secret room, preparing to step into it himself. As Qinxia was about to step into the wind and snow, Luther suddenly said, See you on Randon 3. You're going down to fight too. Qinxia stopped and looked back. In Lionel Johnson's strategy, intercepting enemy reinforcements is the most important task, and also the task that will incur the most casualties, Luther said with a smile. Only if I help him execute this strategy will he be at ease, so of course, I will go to Randon 3. Qinxia frowned slightly, his expression helpless. Lionel Johnson was just like that, he seemed not to care about Luther, but in reality, no one cared about and valued Luther more than he did. This time, the main force didn't only consist of dark angels. It was normal for Lionel Johnson, who wasn't completely familiar with other legions, to send Luther down personally to supervise the battle. Luther suddenly drew his sword and held it upright in front of his chest, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes resolute. May you conquer all. Qinxia didn't know what the Night Legion's etiquette on Caliban was, so he held his long spear upside down, tapped the floor 3 times with the spear tip, and responded to Luther with the Nuceria warrior's salute. Then, both sides nodded in greeting. Luther turned and left, and Qinxia stepped into the wind and snow. On Hangar Deck 1, the most vast and flat area of the Unwavering Truth, all elite units from various legions were assembled. Qinxia teleported directly in front of the World Eater's first battle company. The Thinkers also emerged from the teleportation channel Qinxia had opened earlier outside the secret room. Qinxia gently waved his hand, and a path billowing with wind and snow appeared in front of each elite legion unit's position. The various legions received orders and began to step into the wind and snow. Seeing this scene, Kill felt greatly inspired. Qinxia alone was enough to change the form of war and reverse its course. The main force composed of elite legion units did not need to airdrop under the Randan aliens' anti-aircraft fire, they only needed to step into the teleportation gate to directly reach the target location. Kill recalled that his gene father, Angron, had once distributed war manuals he personally wrote to every officer during the Legion's reorganization, to help officers complete their reorganization in terms of strategic and tactical thinking. In it, every soldier of the World Eaters was given a different definition according to their different functions. For example, the most basic combat unit of a battle company, the tactical squad. And for example, an anti-armor combat unit, the anti-armor squad, whose members all carried anti-armor weapons. The Primarch even defined his own strategic purpose when he had to personally participate in battle assault decapitation operations. And in that war manual, Qinxia was defined as a strategic combat unit, on the same level as super weapons like whirlwind torpedo orbital bombardment, which were capable of changing the course of war. Below Qinxia were tactical level weapons like tactical nuclear bombs, and tactical level combat units like Titans and Night Titans. Furthermore, the war manual used a case study to illustrate Qinxia's strategic role, which was the battle to seize the fortress territory in the early stages of the World Eaters' uprising. Qinxia directly used teleportation to bypass the absolutely impenetrable walls, taking down an unbreakable city that even High Knights dared not covet with fewer than 100 people. As Kill pondered with excitement, the first battle company also began to step into the wind and snow. "I will personally fight with you," Qinxia said, putting on his helmet. "I said I would be a think tank for your first battle company." "This is truly a luxurious battle," Kill saluted, then also put on his helmet, heading towards Randon 3, surrounded by the Terminator Guard. Next to the first battle company were the Space Wolves. The Rune Priest, who had just fought alongside Qinxia in the psychic confrontation, shouted to Qinxia, "Hey! How does it feel to change the course of war with your own power?" Hearing this question, Qinxia turned to glance at the Rune Priest, then looked away, slowly stepping into the increasingly dense wind and snow, leaving only a calm remark, "Commonplace." The Rune Priest laughed, put on his helmet, picked up his battle axe, and stepped into the howling gale. The Randon 3 exterminatus began. All units participating in the fortress assault appeared directly inside the fortress after leaving the unwavering truth. They did not emerge from a vast expanse of snow, heavily guarded by Randan aliens with weapons aimed, but rather appeared in small groups in unexpected places for the Randan aliens. The units of the Space Wolves, White Scars, and Raven Guard were all like this. The Randan aliens' fortress defenses, which would have inflicted heavy casualties on the attacking force, were rendered useless. The battlefield was not the open ground outside the fortress defenses, but rather inside the fortress itself. However, the World Eaters' first battle company did not disperse. They directly teleported with Qinxia to the fortress's underground, starting from the underground industrial zone and fighting their way towards the resource extraction facilities, intending to destroy the fortress's military material supply along the way, creating an advantage for their allies who were contending for control of the fortress. Because Qinxia intended it, the first battle company, which was not dispersed for teleportation, was directly teleported into the vast passage leading to the underground industrial zone, precisely encountering the defensive position deployed by the Randan aliens at the front of the passage. In the swirling wind and snow, Qinxia slowly emerged, seeing countless heavy weapons turning their muzzles to aim at him. Qinxia did not activate psychic defenses, nor did he dodge. He simply silently surveyed the entire defensive position. Due to the need to transport war materials, the passage from the industrial zone to the outside was extremely vast, like a mountain pass on a planet. Within the various spiky fortifications in front, which seemed to have evil written all over them, were countless heavy weapons. Randan elite warrior aliens moved through the tunnels, arriving at the forefront of the position before the slave armies composed of various slave races from behind. The Randan aliens' way of war is not much different from that of the Imperium of Man. Qinxia's words at this moment were recorded by the recording device in his helmet, along with the current footage. No sooner had he spoken than a network of various light and heavy firepower from the defensive position covered the teleportation gate. Qinxia stood still, watching silently. A Night Titan trudged out from the wind and snow, stepping over the heads of the first battle company's first Terminator Company warriors who had just emerged beside Qinxia. Its void shield intercepted the various incoming attacks. Amidst a hail of bullets, the Night Titan stood firm, its multi-barreled rapid-fire weapons on its arms and the rocket launchers mounted on its top armor firing simultaneously. More and more Night Titans trudged out of the snow, stepping over the heads of friendly infantry, stabilizing themselves and unleashing full firepower. These Night Titans from the World Eaters' Night Legions, known as Firepower Knights, did not undertake any close combat missions. Their sole duty was to project a storm of heavy firepower onto the enemy. But as large war machines, Firepower Knights, like the Nusaria Gun Knights responsible for close combat in their squads, were equipped with small void shields. Void shields were powerful and expensive creations. Night Titans were not originally qualified to carry void shield level defensive devices, but during the 18th Company's independent conquest missions before the World Eaters Legion's reorganization, they had attacked a planet where void shields were ubiquitous. Only after the 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors, arrived and provided support was the 18th Company able to conquer the planet. Now, this planet not only produced Titans, warships, and large void shields for cities, but also small void shields that could be used by Night Titans. The First Company, led by Karn, the Warlord, a champion company fully equipped with Terminator tactical dreadnought armor, advanced under the cover of the void shields. The warriors of the 2nd and 3rd Companies, responsible for guarding the 1st Company, wore ordinary power armor and surrounded the 1st Company. The armored company's tanks drove out from both sides of the infantry, moving alongside the newly arrived gun knights to the very front. No matter how many Terminator tactical dreadnought armors the 1st Battle Company equipped its infantry with, the main attack force was always the armored units consisting of Night Titans and the armored company's tanks. Amidst the steel torrent, Qin Xia only saw flashes of explosions and splattering flesh all over the defensive position ahead, and the incoming enemy fire became increasingly sparse. Until the enemy no longer attempted the futile effort of shattering the void shields of more than 20 Night Titans, a shadow suddenly appeared over the defensive position, deflecting all incoming fire. That shadow made all observers feel a sense of dread. This kind of black, which absorbed all light, with only the faint outlines of a few large fortifications visible, felt as if an entire area had been sent into another world, an alien world that made humans uneasy. Qin Xia perceived that this sheltering shadow of the defensive position was not a psychic technology, but purely a reality-based technology. Chapter 361, Shadow. When the battle situation changed, Kill looked at Qin Xia. Qin Xia, who was gazing at the shadow, sensed the warlord's gaze and said in the comms channel, "Don't look at me, I'm just a think tank." Seeing that Qin Xia did not issue orders, Kill made his own combat decisions. 15 gun knights advanced rapidly under the warlord's command. The tanks of the armored company also accelerated. The armored forces gradually moved deeper into the shadow. The first company, led by Karn, followed closely behind the armored forces and stepped into the shadow. Qin Xia leaped up onto the top of a gun knight, entering the shadow a step ahead of everyone else. The moment he passed through the shadow, Qin Xia saw the substances that made up the shadow flow like slime over his armor as he broke through, then streamed backwards. Everyone inside the shadow felt a sense of unease, which was caused by the change in environment. The propagation of sound, the changes in vision, and the visual experience of a ghost town like in a horror movie, all combined to make people feel uneasy. The firepower projected by the Night Titans at the large fortifications in the distance within the shadow did not hit their targets, clearly indicating that the shadow had an effect equivalent to a shield device. But this was clearly just an additional effect. In the dim environment, slave armies composed of various strange alien races approached the Legion at some unknown point, wearing crude protective armor and carrying simple weapons like swords, pistols, and the like, relying on their overwhelming numbers to charge the Legion. Tanks and Night Titans directly ignored the alien slaves, either crushing them underfoot or stepping over them, heading straight for the distant fortifications. It was the Space Marines who engaged the alien slaves. Karn led the first company, fully equipped with Terminator armor, to advance. Under Kill's order, the Terminators slowed their pace, while Space Marines from other companies engaged the slave army ahead of the Terminators. It was less of a battle and more of a slaughter. The alien slaves' weapons could not inflict any damage on the Astartes, including those slaves with explosives strapped to their backs. They were slow and weak, and a single Space Marine could reap a large swath of enemies like a farmer cutting grass in a field. And slaves attempting to self-destruct to kill Space Marines would, due to their slow movement, be kicked away by a Space Marine when detonating their explosives, falling into the large mass of other slaves and blowing up many slaves, including themselves. The various slave races, controlled by the ruling race among the Randan aliens, were ignorant and fearless, executing the process of approaching and being killed like walking dead, as if they were born to be slaughtered by the enemy. Although the number of slaves was endless, they couldn't even delay the Space Marines' advance. The slave army continued to emerge from all directions, rushing towards the Space Marines, and then being killed. It was as if to demonstrate the absolute control of the ruling race over the slave races in the Randan alien alliance, and how evil and disgusting the non-human species driving this slave army were. But soon, the situation changed. A Space Marine who had advanced too far, moving faster than a tank, was happily slaughtering the slave army with his chainsword axe, but suddenly his body stiffened, and he fell to the ground dead after something pierced his chest. His corpse then twisted strangely and gradually peeled away from the world. It was as if his body had been taken from this world. No one saw what pierced him, but clearly an enemy had killed him. Qin Xia recalled the battle on Unwavering Truth's hangar Deck 9 earlier, where there was a type of invisible assassin alien. At that time, he hadn't even sensed the presence of that invisible alien, and the helmet Perturabo had personally crafted for him, with its astonishing detection capabilities, also failed to detect the invisible alien's presence. The stealth ability of that alien assassin seemed to transcend the warp and reality, making them undetectable by both psychic and physical means. Kill issued another order via the comms channel. The Space Marines immediately became cautious. Karn, clad in Terminator armor, advanced slowly, detaching himself from the first company's formation. He held his chainsword axe in both hands, and simultaneously deactivated his Terminator armor's defensive force field. After a few steps, Karn's head tilted slightly to the right, and he swiftly turned around, swinging his axe. Blood splattered on the Terminator armor, and the dead alien assassin fell to the ground with a thud, gradually becoming visible. Qin Xia looked over and found that it was identical to the alien assassin that Luther had slain with his swordsmanship on the hangar deck. After an idea struck him, Qin Xia leaped down from the Night Titan, landing amidst the slave army. His passive precognition ability suddenly activated. Qin Xia's head quickly turned slightly to the left, but his body remained still. A beam of white light emanated from his body, and all the surrounding slave armies turned into airborne shredded meat. But he did not kill all the enemies. A total of 6 alien assassins gradually became visible, their bone spike-shaped hands all hovering less than a centimeter from Qin Xia's vital points, maintaining their mid-air leaping posture, suspended half a meter above the ground. Qin Xia's thought moved, and all the alien assassins were pressed to the ground, 5 of them directly crushed by invisible gravity, leaving only one alive to land, then quickly becoming invisible and disappearing. Qin Xia, having intentionally let one alien escape, leaped to land among Karn and the others. As Karn and Kill simultaneously approached to guard him, he controlled his helmet to replay the detection results from when those alien assassins appeared and disappeared. After reviewing the playback repeatedly, Qin Xia discovered that when those alien assassins appeared, the helmet's built-in detection device would detect abnormal gravitational changes in the surrounding environment. The visualization curves used to indicate gravity would sink before the aliens appeared and disappeared, as if something was about to emerge from reality. Qin Xia instantly teleported an alien corpse in front of him. The alien's corpse began to rewind, replaying to the moment its body was crushed. Its bones, organs, and biological structure were all fully displayed before Qin Xia. This creature was streamlined, without biological structures similar to ears, noses, mouths, or eyes. Even slowest alien maggots would create 2 holes in their heads for eyes, but it had none. Furthermore, the alien assassin's biological structure was entirely weaponized. After a period of observation, Qin Xia warned everyone, simultaneously transmitting his helmet's detection display to everyone's tactical visors, "This is a biological weapon that can freely enter and exit our dimension. Pay attention to the changes in the gravity curve will sink when they are about to appear." What Qin Xia said was merely a deduction made based on experience and knowledge. The reality universe has various dimensions, and various realities independent of the universe. Qin Xia couldn't determine whether this biological weapon could enter and exit the current dimension, or if their race could travel to another reality. But the Space Marines didn't need to delve into such matters, they just needed to know how to deal with these aliens. The Space Marines continued to advance, simultaneously monitoring the changes in the gravity curve. As Qin Xia said, gravity would be abnormal before that alien assassin appeared, and then they only needed to wait for them to appear and give them a shot or an axe. After achieving only 1 kill, the alien assassins completely disappeared after a few more were cut down by the Space Marines, no longer appearing. "I never thought the Randan aliens would have such creatures, capable of freely entering and exiting dimensions," Kill lamented to Qin Xia in a private comms channel. "I wonder how the First Legion fought them before." Qin Xia, however, was not surprised. These alien assassins, and those slowest aliens that heavy weapons can't kill, none of them are reasonable. If it were other aliens, the First Legion would have wiped them out long ago. How could they fight the entire Imperium 3 times? Kill thought about it and agreed, then felt fortunate that Qin Xia was there, otherwise, who knew how many people would die in this battle? Ultimately, the World Eaters were also fighting for the First Legion. Given that Primarch Lion didn't seem like someone who would be generous after the war, it was fine if the World Eaters didn't profit, but they certainly couldn't lose money. Kill thought this, but he didn't say it directly to Qin Xia in the private channel. He was afraid that Qin Xia would scold him for disregarding the bigger picture and lacking a sense of honor if he knew. But Qin Xia was thinking the same thing. He planned to personally participate in all subsequent battles, supervising Kill to prevent him from making decisions that would lead to too many World Eaters' sacrifices. It was just that Kill, being a righteous and incorruptible person from a military aristocratic background, was truly difficult to speak to directly. The distant roar of a gun knight shattering a fortification made both Kill and Qin Xia stop thinking about anything other than the battle. The slave army still emerged from all directions as if teleported, but it was no longer just slaves, it was mixed with some large, burly alien warriors shrouded in black energy and wearing power armor. These alien warriors were the powerful elites of the Randan Alien Alliance's ruling race. Kill, who had not assigned the first company to deal with the slaves, immediately ordered the first company to engage the Randan elite warriors. Karn led the Terminators to advance towards the Randan elite warriors, and the two sides quickly engaged. As the champion company within the Champion Legion, the first company, fully equipped with Terminator armor, was already unstoppable. The Randan alien warriors were equipped with energy shields, and the first company's warriors' Terminator armor also had defensive force fields. The two sides briefly exchanged fire, then engaged in close quarters combat. Roars of battle drowned out the aliens' nonsensical shrieks. Karn maintained the style of the assault company he once led, leading from the front, wielding his battle axe to first cut down a Randan elite, and roaring fiercely amidst the spraying hot black blood, "For Angron!" A chorus of "For Angron" rose and fell. Qin Xia heard it and suddenly realized something. The sons of Angron longed to be close to their Primarch, and were willing to do so at any cost. If nothing had changed, the World Eaters would have implanted butcher's nails into their own heads precisely to be close to their Primarch, to experience his pain, and thereby allow the Primarch and his sons to understand and bond with each other. And as a large number of Nusaria-born warriors joined the Legion, the original Terran-born members of the Legion, in order to also be spiritually close to their Primarch, began to actively embrace Nusaria culture. Thus, the Nusaria cultural practice of calling someone by their given name as a sign of intimacy and reverence, a culture of no culture that belonged to the enslaved during Nusaria's slave era, was also embraced by the Space Marines as something precious. However, Qin Xia didn't care. After all, Angron grew up on Nusaria, and he also preferred to be called Angron directly. Chapter 362, Chinook Bomb. The warriors of the First Battle Company did not engage in a fierce assault. Under Kodako's command, the Space Marines not only ceased their relentless attack on the Randan elites but gradually began to contract their battle lines and retreat. It wasn't until one forge engine after another emerged from the shadows behind them, unleashing their full firepower on the Randan elites, that the fate of these elite Randan aliens was sealed, to be blasted to smithereens. Individual energy shields could block bolt gun fire, but they were powerless against the 70mm armor-piercing explosive rounds fired from the multi-barreled autocannons on the Night Titan's arms. The Randan elites did not engage in a glorious battle with the Space Marines, fighting until they killed or were killed by their opponents. Instead, they were swept away by the Night Titans. When the 5 forge engines began reloading, the last surviving Randan elite warrior, who had miraculously not been blown to pieces, was easily cut down by Kodako. The First Battle Company continued to advance. Gun knights and tanks, these armored units, destroyed fortifications ahead, while infantry fought slave armies that could appear randomly anywhere around them. It wasn't until the first gun knight crushed a fortification during a charge, bursting out of the shadows amidst splattering metal fragments, that the last remnants of the slave army were also slaughtered. There were no elaborate tactics. The first battle company simply dismantled the large defensive positions in the passage one by one, killing the enemies constantly emerging from the shadows until none could appear anymore. They were unprepared. Kill observed the entire battlefield, saying to Qin Xia, "They don't even have armored units. Their armored units are above us." Dealing with the Corvus wing, Qin Xia's eyes glowed as he observed the battle situation in other parts of the fortress and in the void. While the main forces, composed of the elite legions, were executing the Rend 3 Exterminatus, the legions led by the Primarchs and their fleets were still clearing void facilities. Those sturdy void defense lines belonging to the Randan aliens were being personally assaulted by the Primarchs. By the time the Exterminatus was over, the fleet would likely have advanced to Rend 2, at which point the current battle process would repeat provided Rend 2 was also like 3, covered in fortresses and with excavation facilities leading directly underground. There's one last enemy. Kill stopped. Qin Xia also stopped. Ahead, the Space Marines of the first battle company, weapons in hand, surrounded a single remaining Randan elite warrior. From the various unique parts of its armor and its distinctive markings, it was clear that it was an overlord commanding elite warriors and slave armies. Kill frowned and ordered, "Concentrate fire and kill." Before the order was finished, Qin Xia stepped away from Kill and approached the warriors surrounding the overlord. The Space Marines looked back at Qin Xia, then stepped aside, clearing a path. Kill realized what Qin Xia intended to do, so he did not order concentrated fire on the overlord, but instead walked to a spot not far from the overlord, observing. 3 gun knights left the shadows, running forward in the passage to perform reconnaissance and clear the way. The remaining knights and tanks of the armored company rested outside the shadows, inspecting their vehicles and refueling. Although an overlord still remained in this battle, it was, in fact, already over. What Qin Xia wanted to do now was simply to end the life of an alien creature while everyone was resting. Duel! 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 The Space Marines raised their weapons and shouted in unison. Just as when 2 individuals in the Legion resolved conflicts that couldn't be settled by words by going to a dueling arena, battles between 2 champions always attracted a large number of Space Marines with nothing else to do at the time to watch. The Space Marines would cheer loudly for their favored champion outside the dueling arena. Now it was like a duel, except the standard bearers also stood among the spectators, watching with utmost solemnity and silence, rather than maintaining discipline for the duel between Qin Xia and the alien. Qin Xia walked to a spot 5 meters from the overlord, holding his spear inverted, gazing at the overlord, his body still. The overlord held a blade-like advanced weapon, and crimson light from its helmet fell upon Qin Xia. Qin Xia plunged his spear into the ground and approached the overlord. The overlord paused, then deactivated its energy shield and also approached Qin Xia. Both charged at each other, quickly engaging in combat. The overlord swung its blade, and Qin Xia dodged while striking the overlord's blade-wielding arm with his elbow. The elbow joint of his armor, forged by Vulcan, easily shattered the alien's armor and the arm protected by it. Bones snapped, the blade fell to the ground, its edge cutting through the metal floor as easily as tofu, embedding itself in the ground. The cheers grew louder. Qin Xia lowered his body to dodge the overlord's swinging fist, then seized the overlord's still intact arm, leaping up while striking his knee into the arm's joint connection. As both of the overlord's arms hung limply, Qin Xia picked up the fallen blade from the ground and severed the overlord's legs. "Neither spears nor firearms are what I'm truly skilled at," Qin Xia told the Space Marines. "Besides psychic powers, what I'm good at is close-quarters combat. The person who once taught me psychic powers also taught me how to turn my fists and feet into weapons of murder." Saying this, Qin Xia, carrying the overlord's blade, walked to the overlord, whose legs were severed and arms hung limply. He grabbed the overlord's head, pulled it up from the ground, then shoved the blade into the overlord's right hand. Qin Xia held the overlord's blade-wielding right hand, raising the alien's entire arm to its neck, then pulled with all his might. Thus, the overlord, held by Qin Xia's grip on its own right hand, with its own blade, cut off its own head. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the White Knight Lord released the alien's arm and its head, letting one fall to the ground and the other drop and slowly roll to a Space Marine's foot. Qin Xia beckoned towards the spear embedded nearby, and after it returned to his hand, enveloped by psychic energy, he said to the Space Marines, "Leisure time is over. Check your weapons and equipment. We will continue to advance after the knights who went ahead to scout return." The Space Marines ceased their cheering, immediately saluted and dispersed. A moment later, the first battle company delved deeper into the industrial zone, advancing while blowing up warehouses and industrial facilities, and was about to approach the excavation facilities. During the battle, Qin Xia raised his right hand towards an overlord not far away, the firearm embedded in his armor aimed at the overlord's head. Just as he was about to fire, Qin Xia suddenly thought of something, lowered his arm, and then transmitted control signals to his sleeve gun. The sleeve gun fired, a bullet flew towards the ground, hit the metal floor, then ricocheted, and after several bounces, flew into the overlord's head, whose energy shield had already collapsed. It drilled through a damaged spot on the helmet, shattering the skull inside. 101% hit rate. Qin Xia raised his hand, gently stroking the sleeve gun embedded in his armor. This was precisely the weapon found earlier in Kodako's armory within the forge engine, the infallible gun with a 101% hit rate. It was just that this weapon had little power, it would be great if it were like artillery. Ideally, it would have the power of a lance, directly firing at battleships from the surface, and then with a 101% hit rate, shattering the battleship. Or even better, if it were more powerful and could hit a planet's core or something, saving the need for so many people to come down and blow up the planet like now. As Qin Xiao's imagination expanded limitlessly, a communication pop-up intruded into the lower right corner of his vision, displaying the face of Lion King, the Primarch of the First Legion. Do you need reinforcements? Lion King asked. Qin Xiao was a bit surprised that Lion King would personally pay attention to the battle here, as Lion King was not only the commander of the Rendon 3 Exterminatus but also of the Void Advancement Operation. Qin Xiao nodded, everything is going smoothly. We are expected to reach the excavation facilities in half an hour, but I'm not sure how long it will take the other legions to control the entire fortress. A whirlwind torpedo has already been loaded onto a transport ship and is heading to the surface, Lion King said. If the main forces still haven't controlled the fortress's anti-air weapons after the transport ship enters the atmosphere, you'll have to find a way to accelerate the battle to seize control of the fortress. Understood, Qin Xiao nodded again, then mentioned the whirlwind torpedo. I can teleport it down, directly into the passage already controlled by the 12th Legion. Transporting it by transport ship carries the risk of being shot down. That's not a real whirlwind torpedo. In this encrypted communication, Lion King directly revealed some secrets to Qin Xiao. That is an ancient Chinook bomb. It can directly erase a planet's physical entity in the reality universe, as well as its corresponding structure in the warp, simultaneously. This weapon is protected by a device that can shield psychic powers, you simply cannot teleport it. Hearing Lion King say this, Qin Xiao closed his eyes and sensed, then found that he couldn't even perceive the existence of the transport ship. Your First Legion really has a lot of treasures, Qin Xiao thought, but didn't say it out loud. Lion King continued to give direct orders, never let the Chinook bomb come into contact with psychic powers. Only when you can ensure no psychic aliens will interfere, take that bomb out of the shielding field and place it at the planet's center. Its explosion range can permanently erase 90% of Randon III's area from the reality universe and the warp. Also, do not let the shielding field protecting that bomb be affected by battle. That thing can't even withstand a single bump. Qin Xiao nodded. Lion King looked at Qin Xiao with relief, feeling that after giving the secret order, he should say something, but didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Qin Xiao, however, spoke first, saluting and then asking with a tone of great reverence and solemnity, Invincible Lion King, the Lion of Caliban, may I ask how many Chinook bombs you and your legion have collected? When it came to legion secrets, Lion King would guard them at all costs. Even though Qin Xiao already knew of the Chinook bomb's existence, Lion King still wanted to try his best to conceal it. However, regarding the Chinook bomb, the Emperor had made arrangements. I don't like people flattering me, Lion King said very seriously, his voice extremely cold. However, if you obey my orders faithfully in this war, the World Eater's Legion will possess one of them after the war. You are too generous, Qin Xiao said with a look of gratitude. Lion King cut off the communication. Qin Xiao's expression also became calm, but his heart was surging. A weapon that could erase a planet's corresponding structure in the warp from the reality universe. Qin Xiao had only seen such a weapon mentioned in fragmented information about the Iron Man Rebellion War. He never expected such a weapon to still exist in this era, and that the First Legion possessed more than one. The World Eaters would also possess one, Lion King had promised. Lion King was such a person, his word was his bond, and any promise he made would absolutely be fulfilled. A word that came out of his mouth would never be taken back. Damn it! Qin Xiao was so excited and happy that he gritted his teeth. The Dark Angels and Lion King are truly the Emperor's favored sons. Chapter 363, The Magical Aircraft. A gun knight sped through the tunnel. The Randan aliens knew that no matter how many forces they deployed in the underground industrial zone and mining facility tunnels of the fortress, they would not be able to stop the attacking force heading directly for the mining facility. Therefore, they chose to do the last thing they could, use the gates, which were located at regular intervals within the tunnels, to delay them for just a little bit of time. The gun knight held its long spear in front of it, using the spear's tip, which could store destructive energy, to break through obstacles. The moment the spear's tip made contact with a gate during the charge, the stored energy was released, shattering the gate. The Randan aliens' desperate measures couldn't even disgruntle the attacking force. Gate after gate was breached, and the gun knight's speed increased, getting faster and faster. Finally, the night pilot in the cockpit saw the terrain scan results ahead, steered the knight to the right, and braced its front legs, causing the entire war machine to slide over 10 meters across the ground before slowly coming to a halt. The knight's toe touched a piece of ore, and the last bit of inertia pushed the ore to roll slowly on the ground, falling into the abyss. Qin Xiao, who had accelerated towards the mining facility after ending his communication with Lemon Russ, leaped from the thick armor on top of the knight. After landing steadily, he surveyed his surroundings. This was the pipe of the mining facility, like a mouthpart. The inside of this pipe also looked like the mouthpart of some kind of creature, with circles of tusk-like structures extending downwards. Aside from the tusk-like structures, there were no other traces of man-made objects inside the pipe, which gave it a certain natural feel. The internal space was so vast that Qin Xiao couldn't estimate its dimensions. It was so large that it seemed to have been created by the ingenious forces of nature at the beginning of the planet's birth, rather than being a mere pipe structure created by intelligent beings solely for extracting the planet's resources. The moment Qin Xiao burst out of the tunnel on the night, the word terrain flashed in his mind when he saw this place. Qin Xiao approached the edge and looked down. His eyes, enhanced by superhuman modification surgery, could not see the end. Only his psychic vision allowed him to clearly see the extinguished core of the planet at its deepest point. This planet is dead, Qin Xia murmured with a frown. At this moment, he was even more certain that this planet was forcibly anchored in the real world by psychic spells. After a while, from behind the tunnel came the roar of tanks, the dull thud of Night Titan footsteps on the metal ground, and the stomping sounds of space marines advancing in groups. Qin Xia looked back, and the Night Titan that had brought him turned around as well. A small portion of the 1st Battle Company's light infantry and rapidly advancing armored vehicles approached. The others are guarding the various routes leading to the mining facility, Kill reported to Qin Xia immediately upon jumping down from the top of an armored vehicle. The enemies between the industrial zone and the mining facility had not been completely cleared, so someone was needed for defense. Because the whirlwind torpedo had already been carried into Randon III's atmosphere by a transport aircraft, and to quickly execute Lemon Russ's planet-killing plan, the 1st Battle Company had to accelerate. Therefore, Kill adopted a more aggressive and risky tactic. A small number of fast-moving warriors followed Qin Xia to push towards the mining facility, while others left a portion of their forces to defend in place at each intersection. Tell those who were left behind elsewhere that they can rest and resupply ammunition, Qin Xia said. I used my psychic vision to see that the Randan aliens in the underground fortress are not preparing an attack. Instead, they have all been redeployed into the fortress to contend for control of the fortress with our allies. Kill was perplexed. Don't the Randan aliens realize that the mining facility is the key to the war? It seems they haven't realized it, or there might be other reasons. Qin Xia raised a hand and tapped his helmet. The alien brain structure is different from ours, don't try to figure out their thoughts. In any case, the current situation is favorable to us. It's even better if they don't come to contend for the mining facility. Kill relayed the order and then began to direct the Night Titans, armored vehicles, and space marines to set up defenses here. After the whirlwind torpedo arrived, they would remain here until the whirlwind torpedo was deployed, even if no aliens emerged in the interim, such as the strange alien assassins that could cross dimensions previously, they still had to set up defenses. Count the numbers. From now on, anyone other than us who approaches here, even if they are allies, even if they are your battle brothers, must never be allowed to approach this place. After a series of deployments, Kill instructed the warriors present on the most important matter. Kill considered that the Randan aliens might have spies disguised as anyone, even though the First Legion's data on Randan aliens didn't mention such things. However, fighting alongside a powerful alien alliance like the Randan meant considering things that normally wouldn't need to be considered. The whirlwind torpedo has arrived outside the fortress, and the First Legion's Corvus Wing warriors have already linked up with the transport aircraft. A space marine carrying a communicator suddenly turned to Qin Xia and reported, the transport aircraft will fly directly in, we don't need to rendezvous with it. Qin Xia nodded silently, then turned and sat on a larger oar, waiting. Transport aircraft. Kill said on the encrypted communication channel, the First Legion seems to have gone mad. Letting a transport aircraft carrying a whirlwind torpedo approach the surface while enduring anti-aircraft fire, and then fly into this underground cavity terrain where the fortress is located. Enduring the anti-aircraft fire network, enduring the Randan forces attacking the underground cavity, flying in, and successfully linking up with those Corvus Wing people. It's truly the Emperor's miracle that this transport aircraft could fly down. The more Kill spoke, the more dissatisfied he became. I just don't understand why the Lion King's strategy is so unnecessarily complicated. It's as if he knows what his brother's adoptive father is capable of, but not completely. Why can't the whirlwind torpedo be transported by psychic teleportation? Kill was the most composed of the World Eaters, but that didn't mean he had no temper. The World Eaters were always prone to anger. Kill had been able to hold back, but the matter of transporting the whirlwind torpedo by transport aircraft, coupled with the current lack of combat, meant Kill was no longer tense, allowing him to vent his accumulated dissatisfaction in a few sentences. After speaking, Kill returned to his composed state. Qin Xia said nothing. He thought to himself, you have an information gap. Although Qin Xia also thought it was ridiculous that the Lion King wouldn't allow the whirlwind torpedo to be teleported, that whirlwind torpedo was not a torpedo at all, but an ancient psychic bomb. Such an item, easily activated by psychic energy, was placed within a psychic dampening field. Even the Emperor himself would have to arrange for a transport aircraft to deliver the bomb. Furthermore, the First Legion possessed many excellent items, and ancient relics were even more diverse. That transport aircraft was probably not something used by modern people. It could directly enter the atmosphere from outer space, pass through anti-aircraft fire, and bypass enemies attacking the Corvus Wing. Perhaps it was a transport aircraft equipped with a void shield. Lemon Russ's strategy had previously seemed inexplicable, but now it appeared to have reasons. Thinking of this, Qin Xia suddenly recalled the First Legion's madman impression in the eyes of others 10,000 years later, always doing things that others found baffling, sometimes abandoning allies as if corrupted by chaos, and even attacking allies. Perhaps it was similar to the current situation, they had their own set of logic based on their existing knowledge, and thus, their actions were naturally incomprehensible to others. In Qin Xia's silence, the surrounding airflow changed. Then, imperceptibly, an aircraft gradually materialized before Qin Xia and Kill. The aircraft hovered steadily 1 centimeter above the ground. It had no wings and resembled a black container, slightly smaller than the tunnel that a Night Titan could pass through. Then, a crack appeared at the rear of the container, which gradually widened. A squad of Dark Angels in Terminator power armor leaped out from the dark space within the crack. Looking at the object that had suddenly appeared before him, Kill was impressed but didn't understand. He wanted to photograph what he saw, but found that the electronic system inside his power armor was temporarily paralyzed. The whirlwind torpedo is inside here. The leading Corvus Wing Terminator jumped down and walked towards Qin Xia. As he passed Kill, he gave Kill a meaningful look, but said nothing, his gaze immediately falling back on Qin Xia. Sir, the Terminator stood before Qin Xia and performed the Aquila salute within the limited range of movement allowed by his tactical dreadnought armor. We have completed our mission. The rest is up to you. The Primarch said you know what to do. Qin Xia sat on the oar, staring at the dark and deep space inside the aircraft, and nodded. Then, a container approximately 10 meters high and 12 meters long was expelled by the aircraft. The container carried by the aircraft was larger than the aircraft itself. Qin Xia focused his gaze on the container. Inside the container was a dark void, in short, nothing could be seen, which was the effect of the psychic dampening field. However, the container itself could be seen clearly, indicating that the container itself was just a very ordinary container. This gave off a feeling of gold wrapped in a plastic bag. This is a new type of detector. The Terminator glanced at the whirlwind torpedo container, then took out something that looked like a data slate. It can detect people controlled by slowest alien, a product of research on the slowest alien you captured earlier. The Lion King believes that having this item will ensure no mistakes are made going forward. Qin Xia looked at Kill. Kill stepped forward and took the detector. Every green dot on it represented a person present. The Terminator saluted again. How are Luther and his men doing? Qin Xia suddenly remembered Luther, who was blocking the Randan alien reinforcements on the Soul Passage in the underground cavity. Now, someone who had just seen Luther was in front of him, saving him the trouble of using his psychic vision again. Their situation is not very good, the Terminator said. The intensity of combat on their side is many times that of the fortress here. Someone had suggested that the Lion King dispatch Lemon Russ's sons as reinforcements, but the Lion King refused. Why couldn't they just enter the fortress directly to defend? Qin Xia asked again. Latest information, the Terminator replied, the fortress began to collapse for unknown reasons, which led to the abandonment of the Lion King's original plan to have the Corvus Wing delay until the fortress control was taken, then enter the fortress to continue delaying. After speaking, the Terminator paused, then remembered something and reminded Qin Xia, you might have to use teleportation to leave Randan 3 after you complete the whirlwind torpedo deployment mission. When we came here, all the passages leading underground were blocked by ruins. The Terminator looked back at the strange transport aircraft, thinking that if it weren't for this thing, there would have been no way to transport the non-teleportable bomb. You may leave. Please convey a message to the Lion King for me, I will ensure the mission is completed and that the Corvus Wing does not suffer too many losses, Qin Xia said. Hearing this, the Terminator paused for half a second, then saluted Qin Xia with the Caliban Knight's courtesy. All the Terminators turned and boarded the transport aircraft. The transport aircraft disappeared again before the World Eaters, leaving the underground fortress by an unknown means. As they left, the electronic systems inside the armor of the Space Marines, except for Qin Xia, began to function again. Communications resumed, and the HUD in their tactical visors reappeared. Clearly, they had a method to temporarily shut down electronic systems for secrecy. No one is piloting that thing, Qin Xia thought to himself. He noticed that the only living beings in that transport aircraft were the Terminators, which indicated that the transport aircraft was not piloted by a pilot. There was only one answer: the transport aircraft used abominable intelligence, or AI. However, the First Legion's transport aircraft was not the main point, and coveting it was useless. Qin Xia lowered his head, pondering Luther's situation. Considering Luther's importance, the good impression he had left on him previously, and the fact that they were allies after all. Legion Commander Kill, Qin Xia looked up and said, you deploy the whirlwind torpedo underground on Randan 3. I will go support our allies. Once I receive the order that the deployment is complete, I will transport you and the people in the fortress off Randan 3. As for the detonation, I will do it myself. Kill saluted and accepted the order. Qin Xia vanished from everyone's sight. The knights began to move the container. A firepower knight walked to the edge of the pipe, its back to the endless abyss below, and the engineering module installed on its back began to set up a cableway. At this moment, Captain Khan of the First Company arrived with his company guard. As he exited the armored vehicle that transported them, he said to Kill, a squad of aliens has infiltrated from behind us. Kill glanced at the detector. The detector only showed all the humans present, including Khan, which were represented by green markers. Mental control markers, alien markers, none of them appeared. By the way, what's wrong with the communication? Khan asked loudly. When the communication was cut off just now, I immediately brought my men here, and now the communication has resumed. Kill did not answer Khan's question, thinking that perhaps that squad of aliens had not yet arrived here, so he ordered Khan, you will defend here. Khan nodded and walked to the container being dragged by the Night Titan, walking over and tapping it twice. The guard members, meanwhile, joined the defense team. You are a warrior, not an engineer, Kill said to Khan, who was staring at the container. Khan shrugged, just looking. After all, I've never seen a whirlwind torpedo in my life. Kill silently pointed towards the guard team. Khan immediately walked over obediently. The Night Titans dragged the container to the edge of the abyss and opened it together. Kill looked over. Inside the container was a warhead, and nothing else. Kill had seen whirlwind torpedoes before, among the allies, so he could recognize at a glance that this was the contents of the very front part of a whirlwind torpedo. The entire massive whirlwind torpedo on battleships was actually mostly propulsion. However, this whirlwind torpedo did not have the Dark Angels Legion's emblem on it, but rather the White Scars Legion's emblem. Kill hadn't expected that this item had actually been coordinated by the 1st Legion with the 5th Legion. I thought the 1st Legion had some tricks up their sleeve. Kill only felt disappointed. So, it really is just a whirlwind torpedo. Chapter 364, The One Who Delivers Charcoal in the Snow. A long sword sliced through the body of an alien slave. The alien, which resembled a tiger evolved into an intelligent creature, was cut in half, and its originally dull eyes gleamed at the moment of death. Those eyes stared at Luther, making him uneasy. In a daze, Luther felt as if he had returned to Caliban, to that time when he stood in front of his house, watching a fierce beast charge at him, raising an iron sword, and in the startled cries of his wife and daughter, suffering bone-deep wounds through his ordinary iron armor from the beast. A look of relief appeared on the alien's face, and it spoke a language to Luther that humans could not understand at all. Finally, this slave alien closed its eyes and fell into a slumber, facing the sky in the direction of its home world. Luther looked in the direction the alien was facing, and there was only rock, tiny and ethereal. Suddenly, a shell landed not far away, shattering the alien slave's corpse, and the shockwave knocked Luther away. Constantine, who was battling Randan elite warriors, quickly kicked his enemy away and rushed to Luther's side, using his Terminator armor to block the incoming attacks. Luther, who had not undergone the full reconstructive surgery, did not regain consciousness from the dizziness for a long time, lying on the ground, listening to the shouts in his ears, and staring blankly at the rock ceiling above him. As Luther gradually regained consciousness and recalled that he was fighting in the underground cavern, he quickly got up. As he stumbled and almost fell, Luther steadied himself with his sword and glanced at the Legion warriors guarding him on both sides, then asked a Corvus Wing messenger, "Where are the wolves?" "The 6th Legion is on its way, and not just them, other legions, except for the World Eaters who are already underground, are also coming," Constantine replied. Luther observed the battlefield. Constantine continued to issue orders. The Corvus Wing's orders were to set up defenses in the sole passage leading to the underground cavern, blocking alien reinforcements, and then, after the fortress control was seized by friendly forces, to withdraw in an orderly fashion into the fortress, then resist the assault until the World Eaters reached the mining facility to deploy the planet-destroying weapon. However, the situation changed, the fortress began to collapse for unknown reasons, making all subsequent plans impossible. Now, the Corvus Wing was under assault from a massive number of aliens, with Randan elite warriors driving strange alien slaves, fighting with their characteristic tactics. Randan's slaves even reached Luther's front. "This place is a pit dug and waiting for us to jump in." Luther surveyed the entire underground cavern, then lowered his head to look ahead. Some space marines, redirected by Constantine, were slaughtering the alien slaves, and the decapitation squads composed of elite warriors were closing in. Luther looked back again. Most of the Corvus Wing were orderly approaching the already collapsed fortress. This place could not be held no matter what, so Luther issued a retreat order, not to find some defensive advantage in the collapsed fortress, but to reduce casualties. Constantine finished issuing a series of orders and approached Luther, preparing to retreat with him, so many Legion elites will soon seize control. Such a massive fortress, even a Titan Legion would have a hard time fighting it, yet the aliens did something simple and it started to collapse. Damn aliens. Luther, however, showed no intention of leaving. He raised his sword and held it before his chest, saying to Constantine in a deep voice, "Those Randan elites are targeting us. If we just stand here, we can buy more time." Constantine walked in front of Luther. The space marines still facing the aliens to buy time for the retreat had also gathered. Luther raised his head again, looking around, and repeated, "This place is a pit dug and waiting for us to jump in. Out of so many fortresses on Randan 3, only one is in this location." Constantine interrupted Luther, "If it were you, how would you choose to fight?" "Like a primarch would choose," Luther replied. Constantine turned his head slightly. "That's why I hate siege warfare. Some things clearly show the enemy's ill intentions, but you still have to follow their lead." The slave army pressed forward again. Luther gripped his sword tightly. Suddenly, a warrior present reported to Luther, "The 6th Legion just sent a message. They won't be coming here. They told us to retreat quickly too." Hearing this disheartening news, Luther calmly asked, "What about the other legions?" "They've all started to retreat too," the warrior replied. "The whirlwind torpedo hasn't." Before Luther could finish speaking, someone cut into the communication channel. "Deployment is complete. Now I just need one person to detonate it," Qin Xia's voice rang out. "The other legions have already started to retreat." "That fast?" Luther was quite surprised. Qin Xia ended the communication. A speck of snow fell from the sky. Luther raised his hand to catch it, then turned to look behind him. On the path of the Dark Angels who were retreating towards the fortress, the sight they had seen when they arrived appeared again. It was Qin Xia's open psychic portal. The fleet did not have the ability to teleport large-scale forces back. Luther realized that those legions were also actively teleported away by Qin Xia, which indicated that the whirlwind torpedo deployment was indeed secured. This progress exceeded Luther's expectations. Before communication with the World Eaters was cut off, Luther occasionally heard news from their side, knowing that the fortress's underground industrial area was full of enemies, so he hadn't expected the World Eaters to advance so quickly. In the pre-battle meeting, Luther also anticipated that the underground area of the fortress would have the most enemies, so he understood Lion's decision to assign the task of advancing to the mining facility to the World Eaters. Lion knew about the World Eaters Legion's reorganization, he only needed to look to know what tasks the reorganized First Battle Company should undertake, so the two most important tasks were given to his Corvus Wing and the World Eaters. In short, the World Eaters' advance speed was something Luther had not anticipated. Portal open, a dark angel shouted loudly. Luther saw that a teleportation channel had also opened at the rear of their position. The snowstorm obscured the main Corvus Wing forces further back who were returning to the fleet through the previous teleportation channel. Retreat, Luther ordered Constantine. Retreat. One of the two retreats was an emphasis and an urging. Constantine immediately ordered a retreat. The Space Marines passed by Luther and entered the snowstorm of the teleportation channel. Luther stood in place, gripping his sword. In a trance, he felt as if he had returned to Caliban, but during the nightly order period. At that time, he was just like now, always covering the rear for his knight brothers at the most critical moments, even if his actions might not change anything, but he earned the knight's praise and admiration for it. Because of the two previous retreat commands, no Space Marine tried to persuade Luther to retreat first. Constantine was the last to step into the teleportation channel. At this moment, the slave army, mixed with a large number of elite warriors, had approached Luther, and there were no other Space Marines to intercept the aliens for him. Luther immediately turned and sprinted. As he neared the teleportation channel, he was caught by a Randan elite warrior and had no choice but to turn back, holding his sword to parry the downward slashing blade. Realizing he couldn't outrun this behemoth, Luther adopted a combat stance, gripping his long sword with both hands, the blade raised above his head, parallel to his nose bridge. He was planning to find an opportunity to turn and sprint wildly during the upcoming struggle. Just as Luther stood with his sword, ready to fight the alien, a roar erupted from the teleportation channel behind him. It sounded like the roar of some large machine, the kind the Titan Legion often used as a means to intimidate enemies. It was like a train's whistle, letting out a vast, loud, and heavy sound that echoed across the wilderness when pulled. Luther looked up, his gaze passing over the sword blade above his head, over the tall alien, and towards the very top. Amidst the swirling snow, a snow-white, massive war machine stepped out, treading through the snow with heavy strides. Gleaming white psychic energy flowed backward along the war machine's elegant structural lines, finally converging into a cloak. That machine, which looked like a gun knight scaled up to Titan size, held a shield in one hand and a long spear in the other, slowly and powerfully stepping over Luther's head. The psychic shockwave had already been released when this colossal war machine stepped out into the snow. All the aliens closing in on Luther froze in place, and the Randan elite warrior in front of Luther was even trampled under the war machine's slender leg in the daze caused by the mental impact. God King Titan. Luther recognized this war machine. He had learned about it through communications between legions. It was a Titan exclusive to Qin Xia, the White Knight Lord of the 12th Legion. As the God King Titan passed over Luther's head, the snowstorm enveloped the entire battlefield. That was the supernatural phenomenon Qin Xia would cause when using his psychic powers, and the raging blizzard only indicated that Qin Xia was using his psychic energy to manipulate the God King Titan, this massive war machine, like a puppet. His psychic energy permeated every joint of the Titan, driving the Titan in a more direct manner. Luther saw Qin Xia after the God King Titan had passed over his head and gradually moved away. Qin Xia stood atop the Titan's armor, his arms crossed over his chest. His ornate armor shimmered under the glow of the gleaming white psychic energy, and the cloak behind him fluttered and rustled in the wind. Leave this place, Qin Xia's voice echoed in Luther's mind. Leave this place, Luther. Luther sheathed his sword, casting a gloating glance at the aliens facing the God King Titan, then slowly retreated into the snowstorm. The God King Titan halted its steps, slowly raising its long spear with its right arm. The Titan's arm joints moved rapidly, driving the long spear forward. Only the arm moved, while the body remained still. As the long spear thrust forward seemingly effortlessly, the gale stirred by this Titan-exclusive weapon instantly tore through the Randan alien's formation. This was the last scene Luther saw. The next second, he was back on the unwavering truth. Qin Xia stood on the Titan's back armor, stood still for a moment, then tentatively turned his head slightly to look behind him. Seeing that Luther had already left, he turned his head back. He did not want to waste time on these dying aliens. A strong wind howled from the right, and the blizzard gradually obscured Qin Xia and the Titan beneath him. The God King Titan and its master vanished. Chapter 365, Weapon of Destruction. Cool. I've already recorded your entrance just now. We can watch it together when you get back. Qin Xia teleported into the mining facility pipe, glanced at the bottomless abyss, and laughed, haha. I'm a man of spectacle. On the right side of his helmet's view, a row of communication boxes displayed the faces of Quadrant, Brown, and the Olina sisters, respectively. The four individuals were doing different things. Qin Xia jumped into the abyss, then used psychic power to accelerate to the very bottom, arriving near the already extinguished planetary core. But I didn't contact you to have you record me. Qin Xia walked towards the container at the bottom of the cableway. Later, you guys record the information of this bomb. Maybe we can replicate this thing with a forge engine. Brown and Quadrant immediately started working, connecting Qin Xia's armor's data analysis device and linking it to the forge engine. The Olina sisters didn't do this, their job was to inspect the alien corpses that had been teleported to the White Knight. Khan is unconscious. Olina dissected a corpse with a scalpel, speaking coldly at the same time. He was just sent to the White Knight by his subordinates. After Randan 3 is blown up, please come to the White Knight first to check what's wrong with him. That's what an apothecary should do. Qin Xia frowned. He was sent to the White Knight because the apothecary couldn't find any problems. I told them to take that guy named Khan back and wait, but they refused. Alina said. Qinxia noted this down, then approached the psychic bomb container. Suddenly remembering something, Qinxia said, how did Khan become unconscious? I remember when I left the passage, I saw that guy taking his guards to find Kill to report about the alien infiltration. Alina shrugged, not sure, but I put him in a static field anyway. Qinxia felt bewildered but then focused on the main task. He didn't use psychic power to open the massive container but jumped on top of it and then lifted the lid with his hand. Upon seeing what was inside, Qinxia froze, then took off his helmet, rubbed his eyes hard, and looked again. Buddy, this is a whirlwind torpedo. Brown awkwardly patted the back of his head. Qinxia put on his helmet and jumped into the container, looking at the warhead. The mark of the White Scars Legion was printed on it, indicating that this warhead belonged to the White Scars. Qinxia then used psychic power to probe it again. Unlike when the Dark Angels dragged this container out earlier, this time he directly saw the warhead's microscopic details, not being blocked by the psychic shielding device. This can't be, right? Qinxia was shocked. Quadrant silently retrieved the helmet's built-in information of Kill and others, displaying a series of first-person combat log footage in Qinxia's view. Qinxia watched them one by one. Except for a brief interruption in the combat log when the Dark Angels arrived and placed the container, it showed Kill seeing that the container's interior was a whirlwind torpedo when the Knights opened it, which was just after Qinxia had left. And then Kill, who truly believed the Dark Angels had delivered a whirlwind torpedo, continued to stare at the container until he heard Qinxia's footsteps and saw Qinxia's figure jumping down from above the passage before entering the teleportation gate. There must be a problem here. Qinxia then suspected Khan, who had inexplicably touched the container, especially since Khan was now unconscious. But if he had been controlled by a slowest alien, it should have been detected, and besides, how could such a large psychic bomb inside the container have been moved away? After some thought, Qinxia came up with the most stable command, tell Angron to have Kill gather everyone who has approached the container. Brown immediately relayed the information to Angron, who was resting after just capturing a void facility. Then Qinxia cut off communication, looking at the whirlwind torpedo in front of him. His head felt like it was buzzing. A communication box squeezed into his view, and Lion's furious face appeared in the communication box. What are you waiting for? Lion roared. Take the psychic bomb out of the shielding field and put it on the ground, then come back, and then ignite it with psychic power. Qinxia was silent. Lion frowned, calmed down, and then realized why Qinxia was silent, immediately gritting his teeth, open the container and let me see. The psychic bomb is gone. Qinxia said in a deep voice, I'll solve this matter. Give me some time. How will you solve it? Lion squeezed out a question through clenched teeth, then forced himself to speak calmly, the Emperor told me to give the 12th Legion a psychic bomb, which is why I promised you before. I will keep my promise. As long as you blow up Randon 3 with the psychic bomb, I will immediately order a bomb to be sent to the White Knight. I didn't take this bomb. Qinxia stared at Lion's face. Anyway, I'll figure something out. Lion ended the communication with an angry slam. Qinxia sat on the edge of the container, pondering the whole situation. He then suspected Khan, who had inexplicably touched the container, and now Khan was unconscious. But if he had been controlled by a slowest alien, it should have been detected, and besides, how could the psychic bomb in such a large container have been moved away? Qinxia also suspected whether Lion had tricked him, perhaps the psychic bomb was never delivered in the first place. But recalling Lion's performance just now, Lion was not a deep schemer. Qinxia overturned his suspicion. Qinxia felt that the current situation was like an employee of a company holding a huge sum of money that should have been used to fill a financial hole. The disappearance of this huge sum of money was certainly terrible, but for the company, what was even more terrible was that the financial hole could not be filled. For this war, the most important thing was to blow up Randon 3, to fill this hole first. Whoever stole this thing, I'm willing to call him a master thief. Qinxia slammed the edge of the container hard, then stood up to get to work. A psychic teleportation gate opened, and Qinxia entered it, his physical body entering the warp. Within the translucent white light curtain. This was a place Qinxia created, infused with his characteristics, a sub-warp within the warp. Qinxia slowly walked into the light curtain, seeing mountains of weapons, and the greater demon Scarbrand, who was making something within the mountains. Sensing Qinxia's approach, Scarbrand's hands paused for a moment, then continued making things. Scarbrand. Qinxia called out to the greater demon's back. Make me something. Scarbrand ignored him, continuing to make weapons. Realizing his attitude was poor and he needed something from the other party, Qinxia took off his helmet, held it in his hands, and calmly spoke, Scarbrand, do me a favor. Sorry, I cannot be distracted, for I am forging weapons. Scarbrand's voice echoed in Qinxia's ears. Qinxia looked at the mountains of various weapons, swords, spears, and cannons, and frowned, asking, why are you making so many weapons? If one day the Blood God or its slaves find me, I will use these weapons to fight them. Scarbrand raised his forging hammer and struck the metal. Weapons are used to take away the lives of others, and they can also be used to protect one's own life, and in my hands, weapons can ensure that I am not enslaved. Scarbrand stopped his movements, his head, spewing flames like a forge, turned towards Qinxia. To ensure I am not enslaved by anyone. It said. Scarbrand, born at the moment humanity created the first weapon used to take away the lives of others. Perhaps because the first person to create a weapon hated the fellow humans who enslaved him, and used the created weapon to kill those who enslaved him, Scarbrand gained some rebellious characteristics, craving freedom, craving resistance, hating slavery, preferring to confine himself to a world in the Great Vortex rather than return to the warp. Qin Xia knew this, which was why he came here. Scarbrand, help me build a bomb that can shatter Randon 3. Qin Xia requested. Not long after you threw that real creature in here, you found me again. Scarbrand stood up, his planet-sized body coming before Qin Xia, looking down at him. No. Qin Xia held his helmet, forcing a smile, really no. No. Scarbrand shook his head. Then get out. Qin Xia's expression suddenly changed, his tone irritable. I am the one who sheltered you, Scarbrand. Without this place I created, you would have been found by Gurn long ago and become its slave again, until one day you couldn't bear it and risked escaping, then the cycle would start again. But now you don't have to face the blood god's control. If you want to stay here, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, get out. Go sit at a table with Scarbrand, Cabanha and those other slaves of Gurn. Qin Xia pointed his index finger at Scarbrand. Now I'm giving you another chance to answer me. Do you choose to obey or choose to be thrown into Gurn's demonic realm? Facing the interrogation, Scarbrand and Qin Xia stared at each other for a moment. Then the greater demon turned and walked into the mountains of weapons, casually picked out something that looked like the round head of a psychic alien, and threw it to Qin Xia. Qin Xia reached out and caught it. What is this? An anti-witchcraft weapon. Scarbrand said, it represents my hatred for witchcraft. It can break Randon III's anchoring witchcraft in the supreme heaven and the material realm, and by the way, it can destroy a star system. Qin Xia reached out and sensed it, confirming its various characteristics before confidently putting it away. Next time I come to find you, you must immediately stand up and look at me, then ask me what I need. Qin Xia said. Scarbrand said in a deep voice, as soon as you appear, my situation will become only slightly better than being enslaved. Seeing that Qin Xia was not satisfied with this answer, Scarbrand's tone became as gentle as possible, and as close as possible to the human way of speaking that Qin Xia was accustomed to. You know that my characteristic includes rebellion, so I am clearly not someone who will obediently listen. You did free me from slavery. I don't want to leave here, nor do I want to stay with Scarbrand and Cabanha, those slaves, so if you only ask me in a critical moment, I will help you. Only then was Qin Xia satisfied, and he turned to leave. Upon returning to Randon 3, Qin Xia placed the anti-witchcraft weapon near the planetary core, then began to activate it with psychic power. The entire Randon 3 began to collapse. This collapse was not a material disintegration or shattering, but a complete disappearance. The planet continuously contracted from all directions inward, but it was not a compression that made its mass increasingly larger. Eventually, the entire Randon 3 disappeared into the void, as if this planet had never existed in the star system. In the cold void, Qin Xia sat on the whirlwind torpedo container, lost in thought. After contemplation, Qin Xia teleported the container and the whirlwind torpedo inside it to the White Knight, then used his psychic vision to scan the entire star system. The psychic bomb was protected by a psychic shielding field, so Qin Xia couldn't see the thing, but this invisibility appeared as a patch of darkness in his vision. In a situation where everything was incredibly clear in psychic vision, this patch of darkness was the most conspicuous. Finally, Qin Xia found that patch of darkness. It was in a void facility far away. Qin Xia picked up his long spear and extended his hand towards that void facility. No matter who stole the psychic bomb, and no matter what method was used to steal it, Qin Xia just wanted to enter that place and give those sons of bitches a piece of his mind. Chapter 366, The Enslaved. Inside the void facility. An overlord stood in the corridor, staring at the shadow on the wall that presented a mirage-like image. The world within the shadow was both orderly and chaotic. It presented complex and contradictory scenes, every event from the past and present appeared in the shadow as a dark outline, simultaneously displaying every sight on planets and in the void. However, to the overlord's senses, all of this was incredibly clear and orderly, he could quickly find what he wanted to see among the intricate scenes and discern the chronological order of their occurrence. Through this shadow, which functioned like a viewport, the overlord could stand within the void facility near Randon 2 and see every sight within the Randon star system. The reason the shadow presented a contradictory image of chaos and clarity, yet appeared incredibly clear and orderly in the overlord's eyes, was because the Randan aliens had popularized a modification technology, which only the dominant alien races within the Randan Empire had received. The reason for this modification was not to allow higher races to observe events at any time and place, but merely to deprive lower alien races within the Randan Empire of the right to gaze into the void at a sensory level. Those slaves, both mentally controlled and not, as the lowest and most despised member races of the Randan Empire, labored ceaselessly in dark environments until death, yet they couldn't even gaze into the void and dream of freedom. Watching individuals of lower races, who had not undergone sensory modification, stand before the shadow and witness contradictory scenes that could drive them to madness, their tragic expressions became a source of pleasure for the higher races of the Randan Empire. I see it, the overlord said. He was referring to the destruction of Randon 3. The slaves, who were moving supplies for the position, gathered around the overlord. Upon hearing his words, they shivered, trembled, exchanged frightened glances, and felt terror, doubt and worry. What did we lose? A dead star that can be replaced at any time, that's all. And they will lose their demigods. We will face an attack here. The overlord continued to speak into the communicator. In a grand war of racial confrontation, the role of slave cannon fodder is ridiculously small, we must change tactics. When I see those armored apes appear in the dark screen before me, I will order the slaughter of all slaves within the facility. With that, the overlord gazed at the shadow, observing the scene that was chaotic yet clear to the slave races, but flowed like a movie and unfolded like a story to him. The person on the other end of the communication offered a blessing in the Rendan common language, and then the communication ended. The overlord turned to look at the slaves, who became even more worried and terrified. The overlord spoke in the Rendan Empire's common language, which was also the language used by the slaves, but the slaves could only understand a few words. Scholars from the Empire's diplomatic races had devised a common language for internal communication within Rendan. Designed by brilliant linguists, the language was as complex and difficult to understand as a code, becoming a cipher-level language that was impossible to learn without being taught. The slaves could only understand a few tones that their masters frequently shouted when driving them to work, such as work, die, and slave. As the lowest slave race within the Alien Alliance, the slaves could only understand a few words when their masters spoke, such as slave. Then they would guess what their masters had said, and what arrangements had been made when their masters referred to their lowly status in their conversations. And when their masters mentioned the word slave, the slaves would face many outcomes. Generous rewards, or horrific punishments. This forced the slaves into a state of terrified speculation, trembling with hope for good outcomes and fear of bad ones. And this was also one of the sources of pleasure for the higher races. The overlord liked this. Distribute flavored food, the overlord messaged his assistant. Let these wretches have a good time, let them think I am rewarding them. Then, kill them all. With the command given, the overlord continued to stare at the shadow. Suddenly, an arm rested on the overlord's shoulder. As the overlord was surprised by who dared to treat him with such an offensive gesture, he saw a human. Can you understand what's inside? Qin Xia, like a friend, rested his arm on the overlord's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the shadow he couldn't comprehend at all. Qin Xia didn't know yet that by not understanding the images displayed in the shadow, he was already considered an individual of the lowest slave race within the Rendan Empire's class system. Not to mention, he didn't even know one or two words of the Rendan common language, which made him seem even lower than the lowest in the eyes of the Rendan higher races. But Qin Xia wouldn't care about the opinion of a strangely shaped ant. As the thought of attack surged in the overlord's mind, Qin Xia swept his right leg, shattering the overlord's kneecap, forcing the tall alien to kneel before him. Then he lifted his spear and plunged it through the top of the alien's head, piercing the alien with one thrust, creating two holes. The slaves watched in horror, seeing the overlord, whom they feared and revered, kneel and be killed, his body then pinned by the spear, remaining in a kneeling posture even in death as humble as they were when begging their masters for their lives. Then, under the gaze of the aliens, the human who had suddenly appeared in the corridor sat on the overlord's corpse's shoulder, left leg crossed over right, upper body leaning against the corpse's head, maintaining a relaxed posture. His armor looked very heavy and ornate, yet he could adopt such a relaxed posture with ease. The slaves immediately realized that this uninvited guest, in terms of both combat power and equipment, was hundreds of times superior to the overlord. Qin Xia sat with his legs crossed, leaning against the overlord's head, and said to the slaves before him, I came for a dark container, on which is engraved an open wing, with a long sword in the middle of the wing. It perfectly matches my race's aesthetic. Have you seen it? The words echoed directly in the slaves' minds, they all heard the question formed from words in their most familiar language. While waiting for an answer, Qin Xia looked around. 60% of the entire void facility was a pitch-black void, an effect of the psychic shielding field. However, this range of influence was completely different from the previous influence that only affected the size of the container, which again raised Qin Xia's suspicions. Qin Xia looked at the slaves again, almost everyone in this chaotic alien slave labor team was shaking their heads. However, Qin Xia looked closely and saw one familiar face among the crowded slaves. Familiar in appearance. They were not slaves, but humans, though in the eyes of the Rendan aliens, there was no difference. I transported that thing, one of them stood up and said in a language Qin Xia couldn't understand but could grasp directly from his consciousness. I can take you there. Qin Xia nodded, immediately got up, pulled his spear from the overlord's corpse, stepped over the body, and approached the enslaved human. The man didn't know Qin Xia's identity, nor whose fleet was attacking the star system outside, nor even the existence of the Imperium of Man, but Qin Xia's appearance said it all. He is my kind, the man said to the other aliens, using a common language the slaves had invented themselves. He will save us. We must help him. The aliens, from different races but all enslaved, whispered among themselves, then took out their work tools from behind their backs, holding them like weapons. Qin Xia had already sensed that these slaves had not yet been mentally controlled. But he didn't understand why. It would clearly be safest to mentally control them, yet the Rendan aliens deliberately kept some uncontrolled. However, this was also a good thing, for him. Qin Xia walked through the enslaved aliens from different races, the aliens made way, and then regrouped as Qin Xia passed them. The human enslaved by Rendan walked slightly ahead of Qin Xia, leading the way. It's fine if you walk further ahead, I guarantee you won't die, Qin Xia said. Hearing the meaning echoing in his mind, the human quickened his pace, while asking, where are you from? Is the fleet outside your army? The images displayed by those shadows are too chaotic, I can only see a fleet. I am from the Imperium of Man, the fleet outside is the Imperial fleet, Qin Xia replied. Imperium of Man. The human was very surprised. I thought my fellow slaves were the only remaining humans in the galaxy, and that all remaining humans were enslaved by their masters. You are not the only ones, Qin Xia said. In any case, the Imperium is prepared to completely exterminate all races that enslaved you. In the language I use, your masters are aliens. This is a term used to encompass non-human races. The man was very surprised upon hearing this, and continued to lead Qin Xia while still in his astonishment. The alien slaves followed closely behind. At this moment, a communication box appeared in Qin Xia's vision, with brown on it. The whirlwind torpedo you transmitted has been verified by the White Scars Legion. The serial number indicates that the whirlwind torpedo was the one launched by one of the White Scars Legion's fleet ships when approaching Randon 3, which then inexplicably disappeared. Clearly, that whirlwind torpedo didn't disappear, it was stolen and used to swap out the psychic bomb originally intended for Randon 3. After hearing what Brown said, Qin Xia was about to say something when a gate in the path ahead was opened by the person leading the way, and a patrol of Randon elite warriors appeared in view. The person leading the way jumped in fright. The alien slaves following Qin Xia also jumped in fright. The Randon elite warriors spotted the enemy in front of them, then immediately sought cover and opened fire. The energy weapons in their hands fired beams of light, all intercepted by the psychic barrier. Qin Xia waved his hand at the corridor ahead, a shockwave instantly swept from one end of the corridor to the other, shattering all Randon elite warriors along the way, and even the entire corridor was significantly expanded by the impact. Some alien slaves, after a brief stun, immediately rushed over, picking up weapons from among the scattered fragments. The guide continued forward, occasionally exchanging words with the aliens behind him. When he stated the destination he wanted to reach, the alien slaves who had worked or performed maintenance nearby provided some shortcut paths. Along the way, they again encountered some Randon elite warriors. The aliens with guns fired back at their former masters, but their weapons couldn't even penetrate the energy shields, so Qin Xia ultimately dealt with the enemies directly. However, these aliens were very familiar with the environment here. The shortcut paths they provided allowed Qin Xia to bypass the large transport passages the guide knew, saving a lot of time. Finally, when the guide stopped, Qin Xia arrived in an environment that looked like a hangar. A layer of energy film separated the void from the vast space within the hangar, which was shaped from dark metal. The Randon aliens' spiky spacecraft and a small ship undergoing repairs were docked within the hangar's expansive space. We'll go straight through another passage, the guide said, looking around to identify the path, then walked towards a gate. Stay here, Qin Xia said, looking at the guide. If you can fly an alien aircraft, pilot it and leave this place. Wait until the Imperium reaches here and picks you up, but don't bring those aliens, even if they shared your hardships, they will implicate you when they are killed. The guide stopped, momentarily dazed, then shook his head. There are still some of our kind left in this place, I have to take them with me. Then find a place to hide, and when this facility is attacked, find a tall warrior like me, give him this, and have him report your situation, Qin Xia said, unfastening a decoration from his waist, which was the World Eaters Legion's emblem. Qin Xia estimated that the previous detection device used to check for mental control had been popularized. Space Marines would directly inspect human slaves within the facility and confirm whether they were pure. If this person had not been subjected to some form of mental control that he himself couldn't detect, he would survive. The guide took the emblem with both hands and tucked it into the chest of his thin clothing. Qin Xia walked towards the gate, glancing at the alien slaves. The aliens realized that the attacking force would not rescue them, so they began entering the ultra-small ship that was being repaired, trying to save themselves. Qin Xia did not stop them and went straight through the gate, to do something incredibly important first. Chapter 367, The Peerless Thief. The Randan aliens had some psychic spell cast upon them, preventing their souls from being psychically read for memories. Qin Xia's journey of revenge wasted some time and took a detour, but fortunately, the guide he met earlier was a pleasant surprise, reducing the time he wasted. He still managed to arrive at the location of the psychic bomb in time. Like all Randan alien creations, the entire chamber was built from a black metal, adorned with various strange, spiky decorations. As Qin Xia entered the chamber, his eyes first fell upon the container placed in the center of the chamber, then shifted to the aliens surrounding it. Sensing someone entering the chamber, the aliens' gazes, from their diverse visual organs, projected towards Qin Xia. Slowest alien, tall overlord warriors, interdimensional assassins with bone spikes. Qin Xia's eyes swept over every alien present, identifying their species, and after he had identified them, all their heads exploded. After killing all the aliens, Qin Xia approached the container. Recalling the embarrassment of opening a container near the core of Randon 3 earlier, only to find a whirlwind torpedo inside. This time, Qin Xia didn't joyfully open the container. Instead, he took a deep breath, prepared for a surprise, and then gently opened the container lid. Inside was a black metallic sphere, engraved with various Gothic decorations and covered in spikes. This was the psychic nullification field. Fortunately, Qin Xia let out a long breath and closed the lid. This item couldn't be teleported, so Qin Xia could only drag the container out by sheer strength, while mentally planning to find the person who had guided him earlier. If that person could pilot a spacecraft, then he would use it to bring the container and the psychic bomb back. If not, he would stay in this facility for a while, wait until the warp war spread here, and then find someone from the First Legion to transport the psychic bomb back using those strange spacecraft he had seen before. Qin Xia pulled and dragged, moving the container to the chamber's gate, passed through the gate, and entered another chamber. Ahead was yet another gate. Qin Xia continued to drag the container, passed through the gate again, and entered the chamber again. Ahead was still another gate. Qin Xia stopped, let go of the container, and thought carefully. He had entered a chamber from the hangar earlier. Logically, passing through the gate should lead to the hangar, but he had passed through 2 gates and was still in a chamber. Qin Xia began to suspect this was a psychic spell similar to a ghostly wall or some ritual, so he started to sense his surroundings. However, he didn't detect any psychic fluctuations. The psychic aliens who had previously failed in psychic duels had not reappeared, nor had they tampered with the battle again. Since it wasn't psychic, it had to be reality technology. But Qin Xia recalled the information provided by the First Legion, which contained no description of spatial technology. Unable to figure it out, Qin Xia could only choose to temporarily remain in the chamber and try to find a way out. If he couldn't, he would call Brown over. The communication information in his sight showed a signal interruption, preventing him from calling. This is truly bizarre. Qin Xia leaned against the container, frowning in thought. Ever since he left the Rendon 3 mining facility, everything seemed to have gone awry. The psychic bomb was inexplicably swapped, and now he was encountering a ghostly wall. After a complaint, Qin Xia calmed himself and sensed his surroundings. He realized he could leave at any time using psychic teleportation, but the psychic bomb and the psychic nullification field couldn't be teleported. If he left first, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? As he was thinking, the container Qin Xia was leaning against suddenly vanished. Qin Xia turned sharply, finding nothing behind him. Turning back, the container appeared at the edge of his vision, but only for an instant, then vanished again. Qin Xia stood still, alert to his surroundings. One eye glowed, sensing as much as possible the location of the one controlling everything. Then, in an instant, he sensed the suddenly appearing controller. A metallic skeleton abruptly emerged from the ground. To you, this teleportation method seems like your witchcraft, incomprehensible to mortals, doesn't it? The skeleton's head flickered with a faint glow. Every Gothic syllable that reached Qin Xia's ears caused the glow in the skeleton's head to flicker. Qin Xia had realized what he was facing and became more vigilant than ever, no longer focusing on the container and the psychic bomb, but on his surroundings, and preparing to open a teleportation channel and leave at any moment. No matter what anti-psychic means were used, due to the limitations of their operating principles, it was impossible to completely prevent Qin Xia from using his psychic abilities on the surrounding environment or himself. The metallic skeleton stared at Qin Xia. Your subordinates are so lax, so easily deceived. All it took was a genetically modified human corpse I collected during an expedition, some disguise methods that aren't even tricks, and a teleportation method the only commendable part of the plan, and they were easily fooled. Qin Xia raised his hand and decomposed the metallic skeleton into a puddle of atoms. Then, Khan appeared in the chamber. Khan stood blankly, like a breathing corpse. Qin Xia sensed that this was not the real Khan, but merely a corpse, and at the same time, he understood the meaning of the metallic skeleton's words. A space marine corpse was found, disguised as Khan, then approached the container, and used a teleportation method to swap the container. What are you thinking? Another metallic skeleton appeared, but this time wearing a cloak, hunched over, and holding a scepter. You're thinking, if you can call your artificial human friend over, that toy that humans modeled after themselves, but which embodies humanity's hatred for its own flesh and blood, and discards its own advantages. The skeleton paced around Qin Xia. That fellow you call the Stone Man, you want him to come here, to help you solve this predicament, so you can leave with that little bomb your ancestors made, instead of just teleporting away for nothing. I know that's what you're thinking. My logic module tells me so. Qin Xia said nothing, raising his hand and turning the skeleton into atoms. Yet another skeleton appeared out of thin air, continuing to pace around Qin Xia. Can't you see this is a mechanical body? Qin Xia again turned the skeleton into atoms. I just don't want to listen to you ramble. Another skeleton appeared, this time no longer pacing, standing still and silently observing Qin Xia. Qin Xia examined the skeleton. From the distinctive hunched silver body, Qin Xia had already guessed the identity of the other party. The other party came from one of the most ancient races in the galaxy, a race that had once fought against the powerful psychic race, the Old Ones, who ruled the galaxy, and had achieved victory. Space Necrons. The Eldar Empire, at its peak, was overwhelmingly powerful, and the Old Ones, the creators of the Eldar, were driven to extinction by the Space Necrons allied with beings called C'tan. Afterward, the Space Necrons fell into slumber, with only a few individuals still active, and some others awakening from their sleep. Space Necron technology was at its peak, possessing effects like witchcraft but without any warp technology, representing the ultimate application of the reality universe's rules. And the Space Necron before him was named Trazen the Infinite. A collector with quite a taste, a master thief. Qin Xia suppressed his surprise at seeing a Space Necron in this war and also observed Trazen the Infinite, but he wasn't prepared to immediately open a teleportation portal and retreat. Because he knew that Trazen the Infinite was open to communication. How did you appear in the Rendon star system? Qin Xia asked. Are you on the Randan side? You. Trazen the Infinite savored the word. You are not perplexed by my race's existence, you know more than I anticipated. This is a pleasant surprise. Humans are an interesting race, they always bring me some interesting surprises. However, it's not we, but I am in this star system. I help the young races you call Randan. But don't despair, you won't have to face me in the upcoming war. I merely did some things to make matters more interesting. For example, assisting Randan in setting up a trap called Randan 3, letting you step into it, and then bringing out the weapon you thought could break the trap, changing the tilt of the war's balance, preventing it from leaning too much towards your race, which won the previous 2 wars. Trazen the Infinite continued. You should have guessed the plan. Yes, Randan gets the bomb, and then uses this interesting device, capable of erasing even warp structures, to eliminate the super-modified humans created by your emperor. Primarchs. That's what you call those modified humans. Qin Xia listened to Trazen the Infinite introduce his evil plan like a villain in a movie. But Trazen the Infinite wasn't boasting, he was like someone confiding, recounting an interesting event. The space Necrons' lives were endless. Their souls had been devoured by their former allies and masters, leaving only their modified, immortal metallic bodies. Trazen the Infinite was the one among the space Necrons who knew best how to have fun. Just for fun. Qin Xia said. You went to such great lengths to come here yourself, helping Randan with the bomb, and even swapping it, all just for fun. Not entirely, Trazen the Infinite gently shook his head, not elaborating. Qin Xia pondered what connection the space Necrons could have to this war, and there truly was one. During the Randan War, the Emperor broke through the Eternal Night Maze on Mars, releasing a malevolent and powerful entity within, known as the Void Dragon. The Void Dragon was a Citan, one of countless fragments. The souls of the space Necrons were devoured by the Citan, and after their victory in the war in heaven against the Old Ones, they sought revenge against the Citan, ultimately shattering most of them. They imprisoned and utilized the Citan fragments. A fragment of the Void Dragon was defeated and sealed by the Emperor on Mars in the 12th century, so it was quite reasonable for the space Necrons to have designs on the Void Dragon. Qin Xia thought so, but also felt it was uncertain. Trazen the Infinite was an eccentric. The thoughts of space Necrons, with their iron skulls, were already perplexing, let alone the thoughts of Trazen the Infinite, who was very unique among the space Necrons. Do you want to take it? Trazen the Infinite gently tapped the ground with his scepter. The container holding the psychic bomb instantly teleported behind Trazen the Infinite. Qin Xia did not answer. Exchange something for it with me, Trazen the Infinite said. As long as you can give me something I find worthwhile, I will return it to you. Qin Xia realized that Trazen the Infinite wanted a collectible. Qin Xia didn't want to give anything. Qin Xia wanted to get it for free. Although, ultimately, this psychic bomb was stolen by Trazen the Infinite for Randan, and now, for some unknown reason, it could be returned. It couldn't really be considered getting it for free, it should be said that it was returned to its rightful owner. But with the space Necrons' reality technology, which was like witchcraft, if Trazen the Infinite didn't want to return it, there was truly nothing that could be done. Chapter 368, Collection. You stay here. I'll teleport this thing to your fleet, along with some small gifts. Trazen the Infinite began to pace again. This is a very good deal. I have a museum that collects precious items like you. If you come with me, I will collect you in an environment most favored by your species. If you make this choice, all the conflicts in the reality universe will no longer concern you in the slightest. At that time, all you have to do are two things, enjoy and be admired. That is all. Qin Xia was about to say, are you kidding me, but was interrupted by Trazen the Infinite's next words. Then Trazen the Infinite truly began to plan for the future, not sounding like he was joking at all. This is definitely a good deal, a very good deal. Come with me, and I'll return the bomb to you, plus some gifts. For example, the teleportation technology I use, or weapons better than this bomb. Or I can help you eliminate the Randan aliens as well. This is a multiple choice question. You can choose to have it all on behalf of your species. Trazen the Infinite stopped pacing. Qin Xia remained silent, looking at Trazen the Infinite with the eyes of someone watching an idiot, as if saying, are you crazy? But he was indeed crazy. None of the space Necrons were normal. Their mechanical bodies brought them immortal life, but this thing itself was part of a lie and was not high-end at all. Over the long river of time, their bodies would be damaged, and their memories would be lost. For example, Trazen the Infinite himself couldn't figure out whether he was forced to accept the transformation in the first place or accepted it voluntarily, so much so that he not only transformed himself but also forcibly dragged another old rival into the transformation. Seeing that Qin Xia was unmoved, Trazen the Infinite felt quite puzzled. He truly offered a perfect condition, so he couldn't understand why Qin Xia wouldn't agree. Perfect enjoyment, only needing to enjoy, and then occasionally being admired. What was there to not accept? How could a short-sighted species like humans not be moved? So Trazen the Infinite raised the stakes again. You can make a wish on behalf of your people, infinite energy, technological advancement, the faster-than-light travel methods your emperor dreams of. Faster-than-light travel methods. Qin Xia snorted, can we humans use the faster-than-light travel you use? I'm afraid we'd turn into meat paste by the time we reached our destination. That's something you yourselves should consider. I'm not your species god, do I have to serve you? Trazen the Infinite said arrogantly. Qin Xia rolled his eyes at Trazen the Infinite, then looked at the psyker bomb container, there's no way I'm becoming your collection. Change the terms. Seeing Qin Xia refuse so decisively, and still unable to understand Qin Xia's thought process, Trazen the Infinite no longer brought up collecting Qin Xia, simply assuming Qin Xia didn't know how good he had it and was truly beyond saving. If you don't want to, then don't. I can't capture you, but I can control what you want, Trazen the Infinite said. Tell me what you plan to exchange for it. Qin Xia took out the book personally made by the Emperor from his waist and turned to the page sealing the Xianj Great Demon. Trazen the Infinite looked closely and saw a demon trapped within the page, roaring and struggling incessantly. Interesting. Trazen the Infinite tapped the ground with his scepter, and the psyker bomb container teleported beside Qin Xia. Qin Xia tore off the page sealing the Great Demon and pressed it against Trazyn the Infinite's forehead with his psyker power. Trazyn the Infinite took the page from his forehead, examined it, and nodded. Such warp creatures are not easy for my race to obtain. It barely satisfies me. Qin Xia dragged the container out of the cabin. When he reached the airlock, Trazyn the Infinite tapped the ground, and the psyker bomb container was directly teleported onto the White Knight. Qin Xia, who saw a patch of darkness appear on the White Knight with his psyker vision, realized that Trazyn the Infinite understood him quite well. Go back, among your kind, and continue to make meaningless sacrifices for a futile and doomed cause. Trazyn the Infinite extended a finger, pointing towards the fleet outside. A race is rising again after falling into a trough, returning to its peak. How can you say this is meaningless? Qin Xia frowned. Trough? Peak? When did you ever have a peak? Trazyn the Infinite pretended to ponder. Oh, you mean the era when you could still manufacture the weapon you painstakingly tried to retrieve just now, and the era when you could build that large ship outside. Trazyn the Infinite spoke High Gothic, mimicking human gestures, shrugging and spreading his hands. The glorious era of the human species didn't even complete unification, only a nominal trans-star system ruling entity existed, and this was still during its ascendant period. Earth is located in a corner of the Milky Way. Your race rose on Earth, struggled with interstellar travel, slowly developed into what you consider a prosperous state, and then merely had friction with the creations of the old ones without further incident. At that time, your race probably didn't even know there was an elder race in the Milky Way that was still dormant, and this race had once defeated the creators of the Ildari Empire. Trazyn the Infinite's contemptuous remarks truly angered Qin Xia. But Qin Xia did not immediately refute. Instead, he remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Trazyn the Infinite asked curiously. Share it with me, just as I just shared with you. If you ask me, you space Necrons only had a head start, just like the Ildari, tens of millions of years older than humans, not to mention having the Citan help you develop technology. Qin Xia said. You couldn't defeat the old ones originally. It was you who found the Citan, gave them material bodies, and then submitted at the feet of the reality gods, begging them to use their advantage over the rules of reality to help you develop technology and fight against the old ones. You begged for eternal life, and then you were deceived. A Citan named Mafeiran deceived you, exchanging your original bodies for metal shells, turning your souls into a feast on the table. I just want to know how you were deceived. What were you thinking at the time? Mafeiran is called the Deceiver, something with deception in its very name. How could you believe what it said? Trazyn the Infinite discovered that Qin Xia knew far more than he had anticipated. But this was not surprising, a unique psyker always had many ways to know the past and future. Trazyn the Infinite wanted to correct the error in Qin Xia's words, namely, the Deceiver Citan did not just jump out and say, Hi, I am the Deceiver, and I will give you eternal life. His methods were not that straightforward or foolish. However, Trazyn the Infinite also realized that in this situation, the truth was not important, mockery was. Humans entered the interstellar age in just a few tens of thousands of years, without the guidance of the old ones or the Citan. If they had as much development time as you, their future would be limitless, Qin Xia said. Trazyn the Infinite thought for a moment and nodded. You're right, I think so too. However, the fact is that a large-scale warp storm destroyed your civilization, plunging you into ignorance, and even now you rely on an emperor who practices witchcraft and a group of super-modified humans, fantasizing about restoring the glory of old, which wasn't that glorious to begin with. But, Trazyn the Infinite lowered his head, at least you still have goals, and you can still have goals. Qin Xia also didn't want to talk about the universe or the past anymore. He just wanted to return to his own endeavors now. As for what humans are doing now being meaningless, Qin Xia believed that even if Trazyn the Infinite was correct, he was only half right. Angron had already been changed by him, which would cause a butterfly effect. The future might not necessarily be the future he remembered. Be careful of your emperor, Trazyn the Infinite suddenly said, be careful of such monarchs. Their self-will can bring tragedy to a race. When you, through one tragedy after another, shed the glorious filter of such monarchs and realize that the entire race has been led into the abyss of destruction by a pathetic tyrant, everything will already be irreversible. Qin Xia heard Trazyn the Infinite using the emperor as an example, but he was actually talking about the Silent King. The Silent King was the ruler of the space Necrons, and he bore the main responsibility for the space Necrons becoming soulless husks. The emperor and an autocrat like the Silent King are still different. If you're not doing it for profit or for a serious matter, then don't meddle in human affairs. Qin Xia looked at Trazyn the Infinite, took off his helmet and held it in his hand, then raised his index finger towards Trazyn the Infinite, a slight smile on his face. Next time, don't let me see you randomly causing trouble, okay? With that, Qin Xia disappeared into the snowstorm. Trazyn the Infinite looked at the snowstorm, thinking that this person dared to speak to him this way only because of his special psyker talent that made him uncatchable. Next time, you will appear in my museum. I hope I won't be admiring a corpse by then. Trazyn the Infinite slowly turned and walked towards the wall, gradually disappearing in a hidden manner. This was neither a means of invisibility nor the teleportation method used for the psyker bomb. Trazyn the Infinite stepped into another dimension, independent of the reality universe's dimensions. This was a created dimension, what humans would call a pocket dimension, exclusive to an ancient race whose material technology had reached its zenith. In his own pocket dimension, Trazyn the Infinite was inside an ancient pyramid-shaped facility. The black pyramid was covered with green glowing patterns, and its internal space was not layered. As long as Trazen the Infinite wanted to expand the space, it could be expanded, ultimately stacking layer upon layer to infinite levels. However, Trazen the Infinite did not need to stack layers for now. He merely walked to the observation equipment he needed and observed through the vision of the Randan aliens' bioweapons, which could use a small trick to freely enter and exit the current dimension. At some point in the past, the bioweapons watched Qinxia fight. Trazen the Infinite began to research if there was any way to block Qinxia's overly special psyker talent. It wasn't until Trazen the Infinite realized that he couldn't possibly achieve this idea that he continued to research this impossible thing. In a long and uninteresting life, one always has to do something, especially to do something that is impossible to achieve, collecting artifacts whose material lifespan is not as long as one's own. Whenever he did such foolish things that only flesh and blood creatures would do, Trazen the Infinite could feel a philosophical difference between himself and those ceaseless machines. Chapter 369, Suspicion and Praise. I'll never forget the sight of him standing on the Titan. That Titan strode over my head, driven by him, and the numerous Randan aliens in front of me became harmless after his appearance. Then I retreated into the warp tunnel. Your brother's adoptive father is a reliable showman. Luther stood in the war room, softly recounting his recent encounter on Randan 3 to Lion King. Constantine, the Corvus Wing emissary, stood beside Luther. Hearing Luther, who was the last to evacuate, recount the events, he felt some regret that he hadn't witnessed that scene. Besides Luther and Constantine, there were many First Legion officers and Space Marines present. They surrounded Luther, the Primarch, and Constantine, learning about what had just happened. But he lost the whirlwind torpedo, Lion King said in a deep voice. Just one torpedo. Luther was indifferent. Just one torpedo? That's a whirlwind torpedo, a star-shattering weapon. Lion King stared at Luther, his voice low, like the growl of a Lion King. You know what kind of torpedo I'm talking about. You know. Luther nodded slightly. As Lion King's most trusted person, the First Legion Primarch's disciple, and a sun figure, Luther indeed knew many secrets. But he didn't care who lost the whirlwind torpedo, everyone makes mistakes, and even a Primarch isn't infallible. This matter should be blamed on the Randan aliens having too many trump cards and too many tricks. But Randan 3 was still destroyed, just as you wished. Luther pointed to the star system on the holographic image, which now only had 2 planets remaining. Lion King leaned forward, his elbows resting on the edge of the holographic projection device, his expression solemn, his breathing slow and silent. The Space Marines present all tensed up. Lion King's current state, like a lion preparing to hunt, was often a dangerous omen. I suspect he took the whirlwind torpedo, Lion King suddenly said. Luther did not immediately retort but listened quietly. He knew that Lion King, in this hunting-like posture, would not make judgments casually. He had to listen before he could refute. As far as I know, Nusaria has an organization specifically responsible for collecting ancient artifacts and knowledge for Qinxia, or other good things, accepting all comers. This is one basis for judgment. Then. Lion King did not continue speaking but recalled what the Emperor had told him in a dream before he arrived at the rendezvous point to begin the Randan alien extermination war. Destroy every world in the Randan star system with psychic bombs. You must ensure that Qinxia personally detonates those bombs, and ensure that you can gift him one psychic bomb in this war. But you must also be careful, he has a greedy attitude towards any ancient creations. He must obtain a psychic bomb, but this bomb cannot be one he obtained himself through non-gifted means. That's what the Emperor said. Lion King pondered carefully. The Randan aliens were not attacked by humans for the first time. There were 2 previous Randan wars, and most of the Randan Empire's territory and fleet were almost completely destroyed in the first 2 wars. If there really was an alien capable of pulling a switcheroo right under the Lord of the 12th Legion's nose, then the Randan Empire wouldn't be fighting a defensive war now. If they could use non-psychic means to swap things protected by anti-psychic shielding fields, they could have perhaps made the Imperium suffer greatly by swapping military secrets or strategic information earlier. When contacting the 12th Legion just now, Lion King also mentioned the loss of the whirlwind torpedo and received video footage from the World Eaters who were present at the time. It was a single shot, continuous take. Among the reasons Lion King believed the psychic bomb could not have been swapped by aliens, the most convincing was that Kill was there. He knew Kill, this person was extremely cautious, instinctively checking his detector even when seeing his own legion's captain approach. Is it possible that some World Eaters were mind-controlled, or that aliens mixed in, like disguised aliens or something, causing the detection device to fail? Luther could roughly guess why Lion King suspected Qinxia of embezzlement, so he asked. The detection device has been tested many times. I've experimented with death row inmates, the detection device cannot fail, Lion King said coldly. The detector I sent over was even a prototype confirmed effective through experiments. In the previous 2 wars, those disguised Randan aliens and mind-controlled individuals had nowhere to hide. Moreover, the key is not how the thief got in, but what method was used to swap the torpedo, Lion King continued. A wizardry-like swapping method. The 12th Legion is the only one among all our legions that possesses a large number of ancient technological artifacts. Luther fell silent. At this moment, the war room's blast door suddenly opened. The person Lion King least expected appeared outside the slowly opening blast door. Qinxia dragged a large container with one hand to the war room's blast door, released his grip on the container's dragging handle, and as one side of the container hit the ground with a thud, Qinxia entered the war room. Lion King immediately stared at Qinxia. Qinxia also looked at Lion King, pointing to the container outside, your whirlwind torpedo. Lion King turned to look at the Terminators who had just been sent to deliver the psychic bomb. The Terminator armored guard members turned and walked out of the compartment, ordered the onlookers outside to disperse, slightly opened the container to check, and then nodded to Lion King. How was it recovered? Lion King asked. I found it, Qin Xia replied. An alien used an unknown warp transmission method that we don't understand to transmit the container to a void facility near Rendon 2, and this alien approached the container through a disguised Space Marine corpse and used the transmission method I mentioned. As he spoke, Qin Xia transmitted photos of himself finding the container near Rendon 2 to the holographic projection. Then what did you use to blow up Rendon 3? Lion King asked, seeing the group of aliens surrounding the container. In the 12th Legion's own way, Qin Xia replied. Lion King pondered for a moment, concluding that the 12th Legion had used some ancient artifact similar to a psychic bomb to blow up Rendon 3. After further thought, Lion King completely overturned his hypothesis about Qin Xia's embezzlement. Furthermore, Lion King believed that if Qin Xia had truly embezzled, he wouldn't have brought the psychic bomb over. At most, he would have just said the psychic bomb was found again, then used, and then hidden that psychic bomb, and then come over to demand the other one that was promised to him in the previous communication. I understand, Lion King said flatly. Since the truth is clear, you can now claim the reward I promised you earlier and take this whirlwind torpedo back. Is that all? Qin Xia slowly removed his helmet, took his spear from his back and propped it on the ground with his right hand, holding the helmet in his left hand, and stared at Lion King. What you said in our previous communication indicated that you suspected me of stealing the whirlwind torpedo that should have been used for the mission. Qin Xia recalled what Lion King had said during their communication on Rendon 3. Although Lion King didn't directly ask if he had stolen the psychic bomb, his words revealed what he was thinking at the time. At the time, Qin Xia didn't feel much about it, as he was too shocked and too anxious, only thinking about finding the psychic bomb and blowing up Rendon 3. But after the psychic bomb was warped back to the White Knight by Trazyn the Infinite, and he himself returned to the White Knight, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. So Qin Xia, who could have directly told Lion King I didn't find the psychic bomb and left the psychic bomb, then sought the reward Lion King promised him, decided to drag the psychic bomb over and confront Lion King face to face, otherwise, he couldn't swallow this indignation. In Qin Xia's opinion, sometimes pride was more important than profit. I understand, Lion King remained calm. You did not steal the weapon that should have been used for the mission. I understand. You can now take the contents of that container back, just as I promised before. That is your reward. No, this matter cannot be left at that, Qin Xia slowly paced to the left, you have to retract what you said earlier. As soon as his words fell, the Corvus Wing officers remained silent, their feelings complex, while the other Dark Angels present were utterly displeased, staring at Qin Xia with hostile eyes. Watch your words and actions, a sergeant stepped forward, drawing his power sword, otherwise, I will use force to uphold the Jin Father's dignity. Qin Xia raised his spear, pointing at the sergeant and also at Lion King behind the sergeant, I will use my power to uphold my own dignity and that of the 12th Legion. The Lord of the 12th Legion's adoptive father and the White Knight Lord, the World Eater's think tank, is not a thief. Luther looked at Qin Xia, then at Lion King, signaling with his eyes what Lion King should do at this moment. Lion King did not look into Luther's eyes, still staring at Qin Xia, but he didn't seem to hold much hostility. The offended Lion King was quite angry but still thought calmly. The previous suspicion was a normal logical deduction, the most cautious consideration made under the circumstances of insufficient existing information, and some of Qin Xia's deeds and well-known characteristics also somewhat corroborated this suspicious deduction. Just as he also suspected that an alien had swapped the psychic bomb using some method, it was all just a guess. Being suspected certainly didn't feel good, but Lion King didn't think this was a reason for Qin Xia to bring a weapon here and confront him with an extremely offensive attitude. Therefore, Qin Xia should rightfully be punished for his attitude and behavior. Thinking this, Lion King slowly straightened up, his right hand resting on his sword hilt. But then he suddenly had a change of heart. Qin Xia's performance in the Rendon 3 planetary annihilation battle could be considered a great contribution, plus his solo venture into the Void facility to retrieve the psychic bomb and clear his name. The merits and demerits balanced each other out, so he shouldn't act. After contemplation, Lion King's hand, which had been resting on the sword hilt, slowly dropped. How do you want to conclude this matter? Lion King asked coldly. Retract your previous suspicion, Qin Xia said. Lion King was silent for several seconds, suppressing his anger with Qin Xia's performance and merits, and then slowly spoke, I retract it. Qin Xia nodded silently after hearing this, put his spear back on his back, put on his helmet, and walked out of the war room. Lion King clenched his fist, and after much deliberation, still decided to fulfill the Emperor's instructions and gift a psychic bomb to Qin Xia. So he said to Luther, go tell that fellow to take the bomb. Luther, who had wanted to leave, immediately exited the war room and ordered the Terminators waiting in the corridor to move the container, send this thing back to where it came from. Hearing Luther give an order completely opposite to Lion King's, the Terminators first looked at Lion King. Seeing Lion King remain silent, they then obeyed Luther's order and sent the psychic bomb back to the Unwavering Truth's vault. Luther quickened his pace to catch up with Qin Xia, walking alongside him, and together they turned into a side passage and disappeared from Lion King's sight. An arrogant hoarder, Lion King said in a deep voice, useless except for being powerful and reliable. Chapter 370, The Source of Tragedy. You can't just leave. You should get what you were promised, and then leave. You should take what is rightfully yours. Luther said to Qin Xia. Qin Xia remained silent, walking directly towards the hangar deck, where the transport ship that brought him and the psychic bomb to the unwavering truth was waiting. Seeing Qin Xia's silence, Luther reached out and pulled Qin Xia, heading towards another path at the fork leading to the hangar deck. The two boarded a transport vehicle, flew for some time within the First Legion's flagship, and then, after numerous identity verifications, arrived at a towering platform. The vehicle slowly descended. Qin Xia and Luther stepped out. They saw the Terminator squad that had brought the psychic bomb to this location. They had loaded the container Qin Xia brought, with the psychic bomb inside, onto an unremarkable transport ship. Upon landing on the platform, they immediately took the container and walked towards the platform's only gate. Send this bomb back, Luther commanded the Terminators, and bring out another one. Although they didn't know why Luther wanted to go through such a tedious process twice, the Terminators saluted and obeyed the order, taking the psychic bomb into the gate. Qin Xia looked around and realized that this should be the entrance to the Dark Angels Legion's treasury. However, it seemed there was still a long distance to the treasury, and when the gate opened just now, Qin Xia saw that the path inside was like a labyrinth, and his psychic power could not penetrate it. Lion shouldn't suspect me of self-dealing, Qin Xia said. Indeed. Luther nodded. Lion is so coldly distant in these matters that it's unsettling. He ruthlessly suspects anyone with even a hint of doubt, not understanding the principle of trusting those you use and not using those you doubt. Qin Xia snorted coldly. But he did retract his previous suspicion. I was surprised, I thought you two would fight, Luther said. Since the day I met Lion until now, this is the first time Lion has ever retracted a statement. Qin Xia nodded, also feeling surprised. He had even prepared to use his psychic barrier to defend against the flying head punch. But regardless, that whirlwind torpedo is something you should have. Luther glanced at the gate. Just for Lion's sake, take that whirlwind torpedo back. Qin Xia nodded again. Luther smiled and led Qin Xia to sit on a chair on the platform. To be honest, I think I was a bit offensive just now. Qin Xia said after sitting down, but I cannot compromise on this matter. I must be firm with Lion, even if it means risking challenging a Primarch. If this matter is not resolved, it will spread and gradually become a long-standing grudge between the two legions. The reason is simple, Angron, upon learning of this, will surely come to find Lion, and a conflict might erupt between them. Regardless of who wins or loses, the people of both legions will inevitably develop conflicts and contradictions after learning of this matter. Of course, it won't escalate to fighting each other when facing a common enemy, but mutual sabotage will be inevitable, leading to one side suffering losses, dissatisfaction accumulating, turning into a deep-seated grudge, until one day in the future, the two legions might have to resolve this grudge through battle. Qin Xia elaborated on his reasons. He didn't need to explain for Luther to understand the reasons, which was also why Luther remained silent at the time, not persuading either party. The fermentation process of conflict. Luther nodded. So your coming to the unwavering truth was actually a very wise decision. To put it another way, if you were a weak person and chose to swallow your pride, this matter wouldn't end with your forbearance. After all, your status is what it is, and many people consider your dignity as the Legion's dignity, so they would cause trouble for the First Legion, and the conflict would begin to ferment, just as you said. Qin Xia nodded in strong agreement, thinking that having a clear-headed person like Luther was quite good. It was just a pity that although Luther had great influence in the First Legion, his influence on Lion was not very great. If Lion had chosen to act at that time, Luther would certainly not have been able to stop him. Even though Luther was a clear-headed person, Qin Xia still explained his reasons for acting this way to Luther because he believed that he and Luther should serve as a channel for communication. So Qin Xia continued to tell Luther, in future collaborations where the 1st Legion and the 12th Legion have conflicts, I will come directly to the 1st Legion to find you and discuss it with you, instead of going to Lion. That is truly a wise idea. Luther found it hard not to agree. After finishing their discussion, the two quietly waited for the psychic bomb to be retrieved from the treasury by the Terminators. At this point, Luther took out a data slate and began to fiddle with it. Qin Xia looked at the display screen on the data slate and found that it showed beautiful landscapes of mountains and rivers. This is Caliban. Luther handed the data slate to Qin Xia. Look, this is the home world of Lion and me, a world of extreme beauty. Qin Xia looked at the data slate. The characteristic of Caliban's scenery was not beauty, but grandeur. Mountains that divided an entire continent into north and south stretched for thousands of miles, and the trees in the primeval forests were hundreds of meters tall, making even a titan seem tiny when walking through the forest. The source of Caliban's broadest and clearest river was on a 10,000-meter giant peak, with a waterfall cascading down the south side of the giant peak, truly magnificent. For me, during my time in the Night Order, every journey during the beast hunts was a pleasure. Luther always spoke of Caliban with a nostalgic and proud smile. You can't truly appreciate the grandeur of Caliban's scenery on a data slate. If you ever have the chance to come to Caliban, I'll be your guide. Even someone as well-traveled as you will surely be amazed by Caliban's magnificent beauty. Hearing Luther mention Caliban and seeing the animated expression on his face as he spoke, Qin Xia's mood became somewhat complex. Luther hadn't returned to Caliban for a long time at this point and was unaware of the changes that had occurred there. After Caliban was incorporated into the Imperium's rule, the imperial bureaucrats sent there flattened the primeval forests to export the timber, and then build hive cities and factories on the barren land. Clear rivers were polluted with toxic industrial wastewater, and the animals that served as mounts for the local Night Order were hunted in large numbers, becoming raw materials for luxury goods worn by imperial bureaucrats, or used to satisfy exotic culinary desires. People could no longer live in cities as grand and uniquely styled as human cities in fantasy works, whether forced or willingly. they had to move to hive cities, and then, after several years, the word sky became an abstract and obscure term for their descendants. Qin Xia knew all this. In a sense, he knew more about what Caliban was like than Luther, at least at this point in time. He was the one who best understood Caliban's current situation. In Qin Xia's opinion, bringing factories and hive cities to a world was not inherently wrong, but it depended on the circumstances. If the local people were already living in misery, facing harsh environments and threats from various local enemies, then they would need advanced industrial productivity to obtain better material conditions, as well as a hive city that could at least protect people from threats like the man-eating sandstorms of New Star. Furthermore, Caliban, as a recruiting world for the First Legion, needed to provide a large number of soldiers, and the First Legion was a legion that always fought tough battles, with very high casualty rates. Given that Caliban was already fulfilling its obligation to provide soldiers, establishing factories and hive cities to exploit Caliban's resources and labor output was no different from draining its very essence. The most excessive part was the hive city. Caliban had gone through the age of beasts, and it had only been a few years since the beasts died out, which was after Lion grew up until now. How could there be so many people? Building a hive city was nothing short of disgusting. When you left Caliban, had the Imperium already taken over Caliban? Qin Xia subtly reminded him. You need to realize that Caliban might be different now from when you left. The way Imperial worlds are governed, which you've seen during the Great Crusade, will also become the way the Imperium governs Caliban. Upon hearing this, the smile on Luther's face vanished instantly, and he remained stunned for half a minute, then forced a smile. No, it won't. Caliban is the home world of the First Legion's Primarch. The administrators sent to Caliban are the elite of the elite. Qin Xia frowned, looking at Luther. He felt that such an intelligent person as Luther was surprisingly naive at this moment, indicating that the changes Caliban might undergo after adopting imperial-style rule were precisely what Luther feared. The changes to Caliban were also one of the reasons for Luther's later rebellion. Luther was a strong-willed person. He was not the kind of fool easily seduced by the forces of chaos. When he rebelled against Lion, leading half of the Dark Angels into civil war, he would get a chance to kill Lion, a chance created through the gifts of chaos he received. However, even though Luther had already been infiltrated by the forces of chaos at that time, he still managed to regain his consciousness through his own will and then chose not to kill Lion. Such a person's rebellion had multiple reasons. Luther's dissatisfaction with Lion, envy, and jealousy were only a very small part of the reasons. The majority of the reasons were the Imperium's exploitative rule and changes to Caliban, as well as Caliban, as the First Legion's sole recruiting world, having to provide a large number of soldiers, leading to heavy casualties among Caliban-born Space Marines in the First Legion, which always fought tough battles. Furthermore, Lion did not prevent any of these things. All these reasons combined led Luther step by step towards rebellion, making the rebellion rate of the Dark Angels, a legion perceived as the most loyal, shockingly high. Luther. Qin Xia stood up from his chair, glanced at the gradually opening gate, and the revealed container. Luther was still deep in thought, and the more he thought about it, the more likely he felt that Caliban had been turned upside down by the Imperial-style management Qin Xia mentioned. I haven't been to Caliban either, I'm just more familiar with the Imperium's way of governance. You know, I personally facilitated the establishment of the Nuceria sector, so I'm very clear about some management matters. If Caliban truly undergoes a drastic change as I described. If one day you face a cruel choice, with nowhere to turn. Don't forget you also know a person named Qin Xia. This Qin Xia of the 12th Legion can open another path for you, just as he opened a path for you to leave the battlefield on Randon 3. Saying this, Qin Xia extended his hand to Luther. Luther swallowed, somewhat dazed, and grasped Qin Xia's hand to stand up. He wanted to ask Qin Xia about the probability of Caliban being transformed into a typical imperial world as Qin Xia suggested, but then he thought that there was actually no need to ask. What belongs to me has been delivered, and it's time for me to temporarily leave the unwavering truth. See you on Randon 2. Qin Xia patted Luther's shoulder and turned to leave. Driving practice today, 2 updates. He actually suspected you took his bomb. On the bridge of the unyielding resolve, the Primarch's furious voice echoed throughout the deck. Qin Xia had just finished recounting his experiences on Randon 3, and Angron, who was about to personally head to Randon 2 to capture the Void facilities, changed his mind and chose a different destination. Lion is insulting us. Angron paced back and forth, his hands resting on the twin axes at his waist. After some thought, he said to the blood drinker guard present, follow me to the unwavering truth. The gladiators, who had just experienced a bloody battle, drew their weapons, ready to visit the unwavering truth with Angron. I haven't finished. Qin Xia looked at Angron and the others, then continued, I dragged the bomb to the unwavering truth to find Lion, and made him retract his previous suspicions about me, which he did. Hearing Qin Xia's words, Angron pondered for a moment, then asked in disbelief, he actually retracted it. He really said that. The gladiators didn't find Lion retracting his suspicions strange, but Angron, who understood others' inner thoughts extremely well, didn't believe Lion would retract those suspicions. He thought his adopted father had come to the unyielding resolve to rally him to confront Lion. In Angron's view, Lion was not someone who would compromise in a dispute. He really did retract it. Qin Xia controlled his armor, and under his operation, the helmet projected a video recording. It was a recording of Lion saying I retract after a moment of silence, when Qin Xia was holding his gun and questioning him. After watching, Angron was even more surprised. The recording was from Qin Xia's first-person perspective. He held his spear, pointing it at a dark angel in front of him, and Lion behind that dark angel, demanding in a very strong tone that Lion retract those suspicions. If it weren't for Lion's behavior later in the video, Angron would have thought his adopted father had already fought with the Dark Angels on the unwavering truth before he returned. Angron stared at Lion in the video. Although he couldn't perceive what Lion, thousands of kilometers away inside the unwavering truth, was thinking, based on his accumulated experience, Angron could still deduce Lion's psychological activity. Lion was furious. The moment Qinxia pointed his spear at him and his son, he had already placed his hand on the hilt of his long sword at his waist. Angron also observed that Lion's body was accumulating strength at that time. Lion had been accumulating strength since Qinxia confronted him. This was clearly in preparation to attack Qinxia. But Lion's face kept changing, and his gaze shifted. Angron could tell that Lion was thinking. Finally, Lion's hand moved away from the sword hilt, and he said, "I retract." He probably thought about your great contributions in the Rendon 3 campaign, plus he still has to deal with the other 2 planets like he dealt with Rendon 3, Angron speculated, so he surprisingly chose to compromise. After the analysis, Angron's hands also moved away from the hilt of the weapon named Widowmaker. Perturabo had designed a sensing system when modifying these 2 weapons. When Angron's hands moved away, the 2 chainsword axes no longer emitted the ultra-low frequency hum produced when accumulating energy. "You should have taken us with you when you went to the unwavering truth," Yuechula said. "We could have given you support, and if a fight really broke out, we could have helped. Otherwise, you would have had to face a Primarch alone." "It's facing a Primarch plus a bunch of First Legion warriors, brother," Yuchuka reminded. "It wouldn't come to that," Yuechula looked at his brother. "The First Legion still has quite a martial code, they would likely fight in a duel." Qinxia nodded, agreeing with Yuechula's judgment. If it had really come to a fight then, it would have been one-on-one, it was impossible for a bunch of Dark Angels to gang up on him. If all the Dark Angels present at that time had drawn their weapons and attacked together, Lion would have disciplined his sons first. "Anyway, this matter is resolved," Qinxia spread his hands. "But if it hadn't been resolved, we would have had to prepare for an internal conflict, and in this conflict, we could not yield." Everyone nodded. Angron pondered for a moment, then spoke, "You said before that Lion intends to become the commander among the Primarches, but he can't even practice doubt not the one you use not the one you doubt. I truly can't imagine the day he becomes the leader of all our Primarches, at that time, hat." Qinxia largely agreed with Angron, but also believed that Lion did indeed practice doubt not the one you use not the one you doubt at certain times. For example, in the future, Luther might be driven away by Lion due to an incident, but Luther wouldn't become an outcast of the First Legion, instead, he would be entrusted by Lion with the responsibility of managing all of Caliban and even the logistics of the First Legion. How is this not a form of use not the one you doubt? At least in matters of war, this master of the First Legion handles things very well. Qinxia turned to look at the holographic image in the center of the command deck. Rendon 2 and the surrounding void facilities were presented as a 3-dimensional projection, and the surface of the tactical table glowed green, displaying a large amount of information. This tactical table was found in the High Knight's home. Although not as advanced as the tactical holographic device Lion used on the Unwavering Truth, it clearly displayed various real-time information. There were also some strategic suggestions floating near the projection. One of these strategic suggestions was, Silvervine is not recommended for use. This was because the information obtained by the tactical table from the Space Marines' tactical visors on the front line showed that the Randan aliens used various psychic technologies, and these technologies were diverse, including warp psyker abilities and real-world technology. As a weapon that uses psychic links as its technological basis, the tactical table believed that Silvervine could potentially be controlled by the Randan people, thereby causing adverse effects to their own side. Angron also agreed with the strategic advice analyzed by the tactical think tank, so the World Eaters did not use the Silvervine, which had been fully equipped before, in this war. Lion is a very powerful military leader. Angron leaned over the holographic projection, recalling how the 12th Legion attacked the Rendon 3 void facility defenses under Lion's arrangements. Although Lion's suspicion of Qinxia made him unhappy, he would not completely negate a person because of one unpleasant incident. To be fair, I learned a lot from Lion in this war. He seems to be able to predict, he can anticipate any arrangements the Randan aliens make. When the 12th Legion dispersed to attack the void facilities earlier, the Randan aliens would use some peculiar tactics, and when I was about to readjust my strategy based on the enemy's tactics, Lion would actively connect to communications and tell me that one of his reserve units was specifically responsible for dealing with such tactics, asking me to find a way to support the reserve unit. And when a certain Randan alien defensive line showed signs of fatigue, Lion would have already told me where they were most likely to make a mistake. This most likely was often 100%. Angron spoke truthfully. If it weren't for the issue of his adopted father being suspected, his attitude towards Lion would have been one of reverence. He is flawless in matters of war, Qinxia said. Then Qinxia began to think, if Lion could be as perfect in interpersonal relations as he was in matters of war, then Lion would truly be invincible. In the future, no matter how much Horus was favored by the Emperor or how senior he was, he probably wouldn't be able to become War Master. As they conversed, the void facilities of Rendon 2 were gradually being occupied or destroyed, and the Imperium of Man's control over Rendon 2's near orbit was becoming unstoppable. Qinxia saw with his psychic vision that the situation on Rendon 2 was similar to Rendon 3. The allied species of the Rendon Empire, the psychic spherical creatures, appeared in large numbers on Rendon 2, as if preparing to help their allied species defend Rendon 2 at all costs. But Qinxia, who had previously dismantled them, didn't find it difficult, it just required more psychic preparations this time, and more psychers to participate in the psycher confrontation. Qin Xia further instructed Angron not to let the suspicion affect the battle, then left the command deck and teleport to the White Knight. The think tank units from each legion were assigned to a ship, and these ships carrying the think tanks converged on the White Knight under the command of their respective think tanks. Transport ships flew in and out between the White Knight and the surrounding warships, delivering crystals containing Qin Xia's psyker energy to the other legion think tanks for use in the upcoming psyker confrontation. Qin Xia settled down in the White Knight library. The White Knights, temporarily withdrawn from frontline combat, sat on the floor around Qin Xia. The consciousness of all thinkers linked up the moment Qin Xia entered meditation and released his psyker energy. The thinkers came from various legions, located on the warships assigned to their respective legions, thousands of kilometers apart, but at this moment, they were physically close to each other on a psychic level. Those psyker aliens look like they're going all out against us, they're not as easy to deal with this time as last time. A white fox ran to Qin Xia's soul and spoke in human tongue. By the voice, it was Yesuge, the chief storm seer of the White Scars. Next to the fox was a giant wolf. Without looking, Qin Xia knew it was a rune priest from the Space Wolves. The various thinkers Qin Xia could see were bizarre and diverse. This form could be seen as a spiritual avatar, like a body generated according to one's psyche. For example, Malkador looked like a very young boy on the psyker level. He only looked old. Among the immortals, Malkador was the youngest. But we still have a way to solve it, Qin Xia told the thinkers. Do not draw psyker energy from the warp, draw psyker energy from me, and turn your respective warships into ritual nodes. The crystals containing the psyker energy I used are for the final step of the ritual after the warships become ritual nodes. Why didn't you say so earlier? The giant wolf in front raised a paw, clutching a white crystal. It's fine, as long as you haven't used it all. Qin Xia squeezed out an awkward but polite smile at the rune priest, then waved his hand. All the thinkers in the ritual link dispersed. Listen carefully, I will tell you what kind of ritual this is, and how we will complete it, Qin Xia began. The thinkers began to listen intently. It took Qin Xia some time to plan a psyker ritual that would play a significant role, enough to accelerate the war's progress and simultaneously put the Randan aliens, who only had one psyker alien ally and whose own psyker power was generally not strong, at an absolute disadvantage. Just as Qin Xia was about to elaborate on his ingenious ritual, he suddenly trembled. In that instant of trembling, Qin Xia perceived a powerful presence casting its gaze upon the Randan star system. This powerful presence had reached the pinnacle of psyker power usage. The moment he cast his gaze upon the star system, the psyker energy, as a common resource, began to stir. The collective consciousness of the psyker aliens in the warp flickered like a candle in the wind. Qin Xia also sensed that this powerful presence had a physical body, located within an imperial starport 30 light-years away from the Randan star system. It was the Emperor. We don't need to prepare any more. Qin Xia swallowed the ritual he was about to explain, then told the thinkers, because the Emperor has arrived. Although his physical body was still dozens of light-years away, the Emperor's consciousness had already arrived in the Randan star system. While he was in a state of arrived but not fully arrived, the Emperor's interference at this moment meant the thinkers no longer had to engage in a mental struggle with the psyker aliens. Chapter 372, By One's Own Power. The Emperor. The most powerful psyker in the history of the reality universe. Those who knew of his existence only knew that the Emperor was incredibly powerful, but they did not know the origin of the Emperor, the most powerful psyker, or rather, they knew but were unwilling to believe. Only a few immortals who had entangled with the Emperor knew and believed in the Emperor's origin. Not long after humanity first developed civilization, in a place later called the Anatolian Peninsula, a woman, surrounded by her husband and relatives, gave birth to a baby. They did not yet know what achievements their child would have in the future, or how powerful he would become. This is how the Emperor was born. He began to grow and, in his growth, discovered his psychic talent. Until one day, his uncle murdered his father. At his father's funeral, the Emperor used his psychic powers to stop his uncle's heart. Afterward, the Emperor continued to live like an ordinary person. One day, an immortal named Erebus, older than the Emperor, met the Emperor while herding sheep. The two, naturally different from their peers, quickly became acquainted and close friends. At that time, the Emperor was already preparing to do something for humanity. However, after a series of setbacks and his belief that his close friends and companions would always inexplicably leave him, he no longer proactively did anything. In the years before humanity explored the star system, the Emperor might have lived an ordinary life somewhere on Earth. In the years after humanity explored the star system, the Emperor might have silently collected and recorded things somewhere. It wasn't until humanity finally reached a critical juncture of life and death, until an immortal named Malkador found the Emperor, that the one known as the Emperor appeared in the sight of his kind, intending to turn the tide in humanity's darkest hour. He stepped forward, just as he does now in the Randan War, he stepped forward and, by his own power, changed everything. However, the Emperor's origin known to the immortals is not the complete story. There are some dark secrets that even the immortals, and perhaps even the Emperor himself, do not yet know. Psychic energy was permeating the reality within a star system. The shackles of reality, which normally required multiple rituals and even sacrifices to weaken the fabric of reality enough for psychic energy to have a significant effect, were easily broken by the Emperor. And this part of what happened in reality was just a small influence of the greater changes in the warp permeating the reality universe. All the psychic Xenos on Randan 2, who were preparing to dedicate all their strength to the Randan Empire, their collective consciousness in the warp flickered like a candle in the wind. Their unprecedentedly powerful psychic energy caused trauma to their collective consciousness the moment it appeared. The Xenos saw the Emperor's soul projection. It was a golden sphere, radiating dazzling light amidst the turbulent scenery of the warp. Even if the Emperor was not as powerful now as he would be later, agonizing on the golden throne, such a comparison of strength was meaningless to the Emperor's enemies. The Emperor exerted influence over the psychic Xenos. This was not a specific act or method, but a thought stemming from the Emperor's complete focus on unleashing his psychic power at that moment. In the Emperor's view, having deeply explored the warp, using psychic power did not require thinking about how to do it, only about what effect one wanted to achieve. Even if this thought was abstract, the warp would grant his wish. The thoughts of the most powerful psyker rippled through the warp. The psychic Xenos felt pain, and they collectively let out howls that could be heard by all intelligent beings in the star system. Everyone with even a slight understanding of psychic powers grew tense, because a psyker's howl or shriek often meant that the psyker would lose control, leading to terrifying psychic disasters. But the Emperor immediately exerted influence again, and the souls of all psychic Xenos detached from their bodies, entered the warp, and were then crushed by a surging torrent of psychic energy. The shrieks of these Xenos ceased abruptly. It was as if the victims, at the moment of being killed, had their mouths covered, deprived even of the right to scream and wail. The psychic Xenos, along with all the changes they had imposed on Randan II, disappeared, leaving only their Xeno allies and human enemies with irrefutable proof of their former existence memories. Qin Xia opened his eyes, deeply shaken. Only he had witnessed the entire process. The thinkers of other legions, fearing being affected, had already withdrawn their consciousness from the warp. The White Knight think tanks gathered around Qin Xia had also woken up earlier, but remained silent, not disturbing Qin Xia. At this moment, Angron, who had just arrived at the White Knight, pushed open the door of the library. Qin Xia opened his eyes. Did you perceive it? Angron nodded. Unbelievable, all those psychic Xenos were annihilated by the Emperor. Qin Xia took a deep breath, exclaiming, humanity's strongest psyker, well deserved. The Emperor projected a message to all of us Primarchs, Angron said. He wants us to use whirlwind torpedoes to destroy Randan II, and then not to attack Randan I to avoid heavy casualties. For now, we are to encircle Randan I and wait for his arrival. Qin Xia pondered the Emperor's judgment for a moment, then nodded. There are still masters among them. Angron's personal visit to the White Knight was not to deliver a message, but to ask a question. Is it enough to just blow up Randan II with whirlwind torpedoes, or do we need to use one of our own? The Primarch did not finish his sentence. If one of the 12th Legion's treasures had to be used to destroy Randan II, then either Angron or Qin Xia would have to operate it. Just blow it up directly, didn't the Emperor say so? Qin Xia said. Later, I'll have the White Knight use the torpedo that the Xenos used to swap earlier to blow up Randan II, the one that the White Scars Legion fired and mysteriously disappeared. Angron was relieved by this and turned to the White Knight's captain, who had come with him, and ordered, use the White Scars torpedo to blow up Randan II. The captain immediately turned to carry out the order. Angron had intended to discuss some less urgent matters, but seeing Qin Xia still sitting on the ground, his gaze fixed on the other thinkers, he realized that Qin Xia had something to say to the thinkers, so he left the White Knight first. Don't just sit there, Qin Xia said to the thinkers. Let's analyze the Emperor's psychic strike just now, analyze why those psychic Xeno races had no power to resist, and then share your insights. When training thinkers, Qin Xia or Chief Librarian Varus would always use classic cases for teaching, and then have the new thinkers analyze the underlying principles and various factors. It was also a form of psychic principle training. A better understanding of the principles of psychic operation could genuinely enhance the use of psychic power. The elders among the White Knight think tanks remained silent, their gaze fixed on the dozen or so newcomers who had recently joined the think tank. You start, Qin Xia said, looking at the new think tank member sitting to his left. Because, the newcomer stammered for a long time, then told the truth. I'm sorry, Divine Lord, no, White Knight Lord, I don't know. Qin Xia smiled and shook his head. It's all right. I've seen your psychic principle learning scores, they've never been very high, which means you don't understand much about psychic principles. The new think tank member thought Qin Xia believed he wasn't diligent and immediately wanted to explain, but Qin Xia wasn't mocking him for not being diligent. I know you're very diligent, but matters of psychic power have little to do with diligence. Your limited understanding of the principles of psychic application is due to your talent, Qin Xia said very gently. I know that when you use psychic power, you directly think about the effect it will cause. This is your talent, but it's an abstract way of using it, which leads to you not understanding the principles of applying psychic power. The elders among the think tanks watched Qin Xia gently instruct the newcomer, remembering that Qin Xia always taught others in such a soft, unhurried manner. If this were back in the Warhounds era, Varus would have just grabbed them and given them a beating, scolding and hitting them. After the Primarch's return, Varus occasionally took charge of teaching newcomers, and he still scolded and hit them, until one time Qin Xia stopped him and ordered him not to interfere with teaching duties in the future. The reason was that Qin Xia believed learning was a difficult thing, and people with astonishing learning abilities like himself were ultimately a very small minority. Some people simply lacked talent, finding everything difficult to learn. Hitting and scolding not only failed to help with learning but also made a person associate learning with the pain of being beaten and scolded, leading to a physiological instinct to feel pain whenever they learned. Qin Xia had also conveyed this reasoning to the thinkers. You speak, Qin Xia said, looking at the next new think tank member, smiling as he raised his hand. Those psychic Xenos are inherently a species with strong psychic talent, generally possessing powerful psychic abilities, and their species is too deeply connected to the warp, the next newcomer said. Therefore, when they face a stronger psychic attack, they have no margin for error. For example, for us humans, if we faced a situation like theirs, our brains would fall into a coma, but they wouldn't, they could only endure until death. Qin Xia nodded in satisfaction, that makes sense. That's why I often say that we must formulate specific countermeasures based on the enemy's characteristics. This type of strongly psychic talented species is not only countered by soulless ones, but also by more powerful psychics. Qin Xia then listened to the insights of all the new think tank members, commenting on each one. Finally, Qin Xia offered his own perspective. The effectiveness of psychic power is influenced by various factors, such as the strength of the reality's structure, the psyker's own level, and even the psyker's mood at the time. And when psychic power is applied to an enemy, it can have either good or bad effects depending on the enemy's characteristics. When those psychic Xenos unleashed their full psychic power, their soul projections shone incredibly brightly. This allowed the Emperor to pinpoint them, and since psychic power is a resource that anyone can use, when the Emperor appeared as a more powerful psyker and wielded psychic power, the psychic Xenos' strength would weaken. All these reasons combined, we witnessed such astonishing results. Those psychic Xenos were all annihilated. Qin Xia had originally intended to use the confrontation with the psychic Xenos on Randan 2 to teach the newcomers, but since the Emperor directly dealt with those psychic Xenos, he could only teach them verbally. Now we just need to wait for the Emperor to arrive, and during this time, I can teach you all well, Qin Xia said to the thinkers. At this moment, a dazzling flash of light caught everyone's attention. Qin Xia also looked out the window. The White Knight was facing Randan 2. The Emperor had also erased the influence the Xenos had exerted on Randan 2. The defenses and troops deployed on it, far more complete than those on Randan 3, had been destroyed by the whirlwind torpedoes launched by the White Knight, disappearing without a trace along with the planet itself. This was the consequence of losing orbital defenses and other defensive measures like void shields. Chapter 373, The Emperor's Praise. After the legions rested for a period in the star system, the Emperor's flagship entered the Randan star system. All primarchs were requested to attend a meeting on the Emperor's flagship, and all primarchs except Angron were ordered to go alone. Qin Xia arrived on the Emperor's flagship with Angron. This was Qin Xia's first time on the Emperor's flagship. Because this flagship was not the Emperor's dream, but the Bucephalus, a battle carrier. When Qin Xia and the primarchs arrived by transport at the final stretch of the path leading to the command deck, the flying transport dropped them off on the platform at the very top of a 1,000-meter abyss, and the custodian guards in the cabin remained silent. He had been silent since he first saw the primarchs, and even when Kogaris asked him some questions, he remained silent, like a puppet that couldn't understand speech. After stepping off the flying transport, the custodian guard silently walked ahead, now like a puppet that could only lead the way. Only Qin Xia and Angron knew what the custodian guard was thinking and why he adopted such a cold attitude, the former guessed, the latter perceived. He looks down on us, Angron said in a very low voice to his brothers and adopted father. The custodian guard in front slightly tilted his head to the right, then continued to lead the way. Why? Lion scanned his brothers suspiciously, then looked at Lemon Russ, because one of us was once a gladiator slave, and another was once a barbarian. Angron looked at Lion helplessly. Lion said this without any malice, purely from his heart. It should be one gladiator slave, one mining slave laborer, 2 barbarians, said Korux, who was walking at the very back. No, Kogaris is a very civilized place, Lion shook his head slightly. Angron bumped Lion's shoulder as they walked, smiling, buddy, Korux isn't talking about Kogaris. Although your adopted father was also a gladiator slave, to be honest, he's quite cultured, Lion said, looking at Qin Xia, he's just annoying. Qin Xia wasn't listening to anything Lion said. The custodian guard walking in front's distrust of the primarchs and space marines didn't bother him, as custodian guards generally believed that primarchs and space marines were unreliable. Qin Xia recalled the sight he saw when he first arrived at the Emperor's battle carrier, the Bucephalus. This battle carrier was massive, even having its own gravity field. In terms of volume, it couldn't compare to a forge engine, but this was a warship, not a colony ship. Following the custodian guard, the group entered the gate guarded by the custodian guards. There was one custodian guard standing at the entrance who was clearly different from the others. His armor was more ornate, adorned with various symbols of different meanings. This custodian guard was Constantine Valder, the custodian guard commander. Stop for a moment, Valder raised his hand, signaling the primarchs to halt. Then a custodian guard turned and entered the command deck, came out again, said something to Valder, and then Valder made way. Are you denying that I am the Emperor's son? Lion walked past first, his massive body directly bumping Valder back a step, then swaggered into the command deck. The heavy gate of the command deck slammed shut. The fully armored Emperor stood in the center of the command deck, his psychic power forming a real illusion, the content of which was the Randan star system. The Imperial elite mortal naval officers serving the Emperor's battle carrier walked within the illusion. They could see whatever part of the star system they wanted, and these people didn't have to take turns watching. Anyone in the illusion could observe everything from a soldier's perspective. This was why it was an illusion, yet real. The golden glowing Emperor stood outside the illusion, his armor illuminating the entire command deck brilliantly. Lion immediately knelt on one knee. Father. Korux, Lemon Russ, one after another, knelt down. Kogaris stood still, gazing at the Emperor's golden glowing back. Angron looked around, then looked up at the lights. I thought we'd never need to turn on the lights here. Qin Xia, standing next to the primarchs, nudged Angron with his elbow, indicating that he should show some respect when his other brothers were present, otherwise someone like Lion, who could treat loyalty as a reward, might argue with him. Some matters on Terra wasted my time, otherwise I would have arrived here before you reached the Rendon star system. The Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the illusion before him. Then the Emperor slowly turned around, his golden glowing eyes scanning each Primarch, and then spoke again, report some battle situations to me. Then Lion began to explain the war situation. Qin Xia didn't believe the Emperor was unaware of the progress of the Randan war, and indeed that was the case. While Lion was explaining, the Emperor suddenly looked at Qin Xia. In the eyes of the other Primarches, the Emperor was just staring at Lion, listening intently, and said nothing further. Why did the Randan aliens steal the psychic bomb? The Emperor asked. Qin Xia thought for a moment, then stated the various things he had deduced during his leisure time teaching new think tank recruits these past few days. Based on the few words I overheard when I found the psychic bomb, they wanted to use the psychic bomb to eliminate the Primarches. It might have been planning a suicidal void combat operation, but it lacked a powerful weapon like a psychic bomb, so it stole one. But their plan didn't succeed, not only because I stopped them, but also a large part of the reason was that the alien helping them deliberately messed things up. The Randan aliens wanted to steal the psychic bomb to kill the Primarches, as I said. But they couldn't do it, so they found another alien faction to help, or perhaps that faction sought them out. Qin Xia recalled Trazyn the Infinite's matter. Combining what Trazyn the Infinite said about duty, pleasure, and such when he met him. An overlord of a Space Necrons dynasty named Trazyn the Infinite. Using the Space Necrons witch-like technology, it stole the psychic bomb protected by a psychic shielding field, but when I found it, it talked to me and returned the psychic bomb. As for its motive, Trazyn the Infinite's habits make it very difficult to trace his motives. It might be for fun. But it's more likely that a small part of the reason is for fun, and a large part is for the Void Dragon Shard of the Citan. By helping the Rendon Empire, which is currently at war with the Imperium, to acquire the psychic bomb, it seized the opportunity to eliminate the Void Dragon Shard in the war. This way, it showed that after it awoke and learned about the Void Dragon Shard, it did something, rather than doing nothing. To fool its superiors, or perhaps their entire race has some special superior-subordinate interaction rules, where just making an appearance in necessary events is considered fulfilling their duty to the Silent King, or something like that. After speaking, Qin Xia waited for the Emperor to make a deduction. The Emperor thought for a moment, then asked, "You actually know about the Void Dragon Shard?" "Of course, I do," Qin Xia said, "after all, I am an immortal, and I know a little about the legend of Saint George slaying the dragon." "You also know that the legend of Saint George slaying the dragon is related to me defeating the Void Dragon and sealing it?" the Emperor asked again. "Yes," Qin Xia nodded. The Emperor lowered his head slightly in thought, then stopped pressing, "Only speaking of Trazyn the Infinite's matter, those aliens and the Citan have a deep-seated hatred. Once I deploy the Void Dragon, it's impossible for them not to do something, so I believe it's possible that the Overlord you mentioned lent a hand to the aliens for the Citan Shard." Qin Xia understood the Emperor's meaning. The Emperor truly intended to deploy the Citan Shard against the Randan aliens. "I think we can eliminate Randan 1 even without deploying the Citan Shard," Qin Xia expressed his opinion, "just like when I eliminated Randan 3 and you eliminated Randan 2, just one planet should not be enough." "Randan 1 is different," the Emperor interrupted Qin Xia, "I thought you knew what Randan 1 had." Qin Xia shrugged, guessing a random answer, "What does it have?" "Black stone." The Emperor nodded, much to Qin Xia's surprise. Qin Xia knew what blackstone was. It was a raw material for anti-psychic technology used by the Space Necrons. Blackstone was the bane of psychic powers. There was no way Trazyn the Infinite would give blackstone technology to the Randan, it could only be that there were blackstone deposits underground on Randan 1. If this stuff existed in the form of deposits, its effect wouldn't be as good, but it would be enough to prevent the Emperor from directly eliminating a large number of aliens on the planet as he did in the Randan 2 campaign. "There's a reason those psychic aliens accumulated on Randan 2 instead of Randan 1, the Emperor said, "In the countless futures I've seen, countless people and warriors sacrifice themselves on Randan 1, so deploying the Citan Shard is a necessary part of my plan." The Emperor glanced at the illusion, "You can look at the deployments on Randan 1. Qin Xia entered his psychic vision to observe Randan 1. He couldn't directly perceive the entire planet, only observe it from an overhead perspective. The defensive facilities on the planet stretched across mountains and plains, with those defensive facilities spreading outwards from anti-orbital defense facilities at their center. Even Perturabo would shake his head at this damn planet. "After we deploy the Void Dragon Shard, how can we recover it?" Qin Xia began to ponder what would happen after the Citan was deployed. The Space Necrons have something called a Tesseract Labyrinth, which is very powerful and can capture Citan like a Pokeball in Earth's 21st century Pokemon. "Do we have that thing?" The Emperor shook his head frankly. Qin Xia suddenly remembered Trazyn the Infinite wanting to collect him. He was very glad the Emperor didn't know Trazyn the Infinite wanted to collect him, otherwise he would probably make him agree to Trazyn the Infinite's terms in exchange for the Tesseract Labyrinth, and then figure out a way to help him escape Trazyn the Infinite's museum. Although the Emperor was good at getting things for free, having gotten the 4 gods for free, Trazyn the Infinite was no ordinary being, and his museum wasn't a public restroom in the galaxy where one could enter and exit as they pleased. "After the war, you'll come with me to recover the Void Dragon." The Emperor didn't think that far ahead, although you most likely know this, I still have to say it. "That is, I built a labyrinth on Mars, where I imprisoned the Void Dragon, and after we recover the Void Dragon, we'll imprison it on Mars as well." Qin Xia was silent for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and pursed his lips, nodding, looking as if he thought the plan wasn't very reliable. The Emperor withdrew his gaze from Qin Xia, then was silent for a while, and then spoke again, mentioning Qinxia's earlier analysis of the Randan aliens and Trazen the Infinite's struggle over the psychic bomb. Your information gathering and processing abilities are decent, he said. Decent. Qinxia looked into the Emperor's eyes, that's quite an effort. Gathering this information was indeed not easy. No, I wasn't talking about the information, I was saying that you can praise others, which is quite a difficult decision. The Emperor remained silent. When the private conversation between the Emperor and Qinxia ended, Lion had also finished reporting the battle situation. In the eyes of the other Primarchs, the Emperor had been silently listening, not saying anything to Qinxia. Convert those Randan void defense facilities into ours, then distribute the fleet throughout the star system to establish a defensive line around Randan 1, the Emperor ordered. Lion did not understand this order, he thought the Emperor's arrival meant he would lead him and his other brothers into battle, but now the Emperor was changing the Legion's combat mission from paused to terminated. But Lion still accepted the order. Chapter 374, Title. After Lemon Russ bowed and accepted the order, the Emperor gently waved his hand. Valder, the Captain General of the Legio Custodes, stepped forward, signaling that the Primarchs should leave. At this moment, time suddenly stood still. The Emperor then looked at Qinxia and said something that made Qinxia's heart pound. You just said that the Randan Overlord has a museum. He must like collecting, doesn't he? The Emperor asked. Indeed, Qinxia said, taking a slight breath after each word, he inadvertently revealed it during our conversation, or perhaps he simply didn't think we could do anything even if we knew he had a museum, so he just said it. The Emperor lowered his head, lost in thought. Qinxia felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. He was worried that the Emperor would propose an idea, and while whatever idea the Emperor proposed wouldn't have much impact, the key was, what if they hit it off? That would be. If there was something I could exchange for it, I would trade for the Supercube Maze technology, because that would grant humanity infinite energy, the Emperor said. Qinxia nodded slightly in agreement, but then, as if convincing himself not to dwell on it, he offered the Emperor a reason, no matter what, it's still an alien creation, which is not at all in line with the imperial truth. The Emperor gently raised his hand and pointed at Qinxia's waist. Qinxia looked down and saw the book personally crafted by the Emperor hanging from his waist, as well as an obviously alien device. The latter was an ancient spirit clan empire creation, a pocket universe gifted by the Great Seer on the Eldar Ark world. Qinxia had never figured out how to use this thing, so he had been studying it, picking it up and putting it back on his waist at any time. In this regard, we have something in common. The Emperor's shimmering eyes moved away from the alien artifact at Qinxia's waist. Qinxia felt the same way. At first glance, the Emperor seemed like a narrow-minded leader of a single race, he only cared about humanity and hated aliens. But in reality, the Emperor's bottom line was quite flexible, even daring to make deals with the Dark Gods. Using some alien creations, in his view, was nothing. However, the prerequisite was that it be used by a small number of people within a limited scope. Once ordinary people learned how powerful and terrifying those aliens were, and how potent their creations were, humanity would gradually lose the courage to explore the stars. If I could exchange my humanity and emotions for everything I need right now, such as webway technology, I wouldn't hesitate, the Emperor suddenly lamented. Qinxia thought, you can't exchange your humanity and emotions for webway technology. Years later, you'll use those two things to sit on the golden throne. Let's go, the Emperor turned, resuming his usual cold, majestic, and extremely rational demeanor. You just need to get ready on the unwavering truth, and then I will come to the unwavering truth, after I deploy the Void Dragon. Time resumed its flow. Qinxia and the Primarchs turned and left. A moment later, Qinxia walked inside Hangar Deck 9 of the Unwavering Truth. This was where the slowest alien infiltration and boarding battle had previously taken place. Now, the slowest alien was no longer confined here, it had been killed by the thinkers of the Dark Angels. The cold slowest alien had become a warm, hot detector due to battery heat. When Qinxia first arrived at the Unwavering Truth, he saw a group of people standing in the hangar deck. A Dark Angel's Terminator, armed with a weapon, was holding a detector, examining the group of people in front of him. These people were dressed even more shabbily than the servants on the Unwavering Truth. Qinxia thought they were recluses found from some unknown corner of a lower deck, brought in to fill the Unwavering Truth's sailor vacancies. Until Qinxia saw the man who had helped him find the psychic bomb in the Randan alien facility. The man also recognized Qinxia, and a look of extreme surprise instantly appeared on his face. He had clearly been disciplined by the Dark Angels, so he suppressed the words he wanted to shout out. Tears streamed from the man's eyes, dripping onto his chest. The man gritted his teeth, suppressing his sobs, then thought of something, picked up a photo, pointed at the group of people in it, then pointed at the people behind him, and then held up the World Eater's Legion emblem hanging on his chest. Qinxia hadn't expected that this group of people enslaved by the Randan Empire had been taken away by the Dark Angels. The man's figure was quickly obscured by a Dark Angel's heavy armor. Qinxia walked up to a Terminator and asked, what will happen to them? Those detected to be mentally controlled will be killed. Those not mentally controlled will be settled as personnel in the Imperial worlds that were completely massacred by the Randan aliens during the Second Randan War, taking root there, the Terminator said, holding a bolter in one hand, staring at the slaves being examined by his battle brothers. Although I don't know why, there are indeed people who haven't been mentally controlled. Most of those who were mentally controlled have already been killed. The Terminator pointed to the corpses being incinerated in the corner. The remaining people will be settled, as I said. But I estimate they will also receive education before being settled, because they don't know of the Empire's existence. As soon as he finished speaking, the Terminator holding the detector signaled the surrounding mortal naval warriors to send these people to the warehouse. I thought you would kill them all, Qin Xia said. The Terminator, not wearing a helmet, looked at Qin Xia with a very surprised expression. Why? We're not like the Warhounds, where everyone was a death row inmate before the Lord of the 12th Legion returned. The Lord of Caliban designed the capture of the slowest alien to study that detector, to confirm Luther and the Lord of the 5th Legion's speculation that the Randan aliens might, out of malice, not brainwash all slaves, and to save those who could be saved. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia smiled and examined the Terminator in front of him. So you are a righteous warrior. I prefer the title of educator, Shatterer. The Terminator raised his bolter and saluted with Caliban's knightly etiquette. The Great Crusade is not just about war and expansion, but also about education and salvation. As the Imperial Truth states, our mission is to spread prosperity, reason, and the Emperor's light throughout the galaxy. Qin Xia nodded, then looked at the man who had guided him. The man still dared not make a loud noise, just silently walked at the very end of the line, at a pace that was not fast, but also wouldn't incur a beating from the mortal officer. Finally, he knelt down and expressed his silent gratitude to Qin Xia with a gesture passed down through generations among the Randan human slaves kneeling, then pressing both hands tightly to the ground, and alternately pressing his left and right cheeks to the ground. The officer with the stick walked over, intending to strike, but looked up and saw Qin Xia, then silently lowered his stick and performed the Aquila salute. Qin Xia watched these screened individuals leave. He speculated about what would become of these people after they went to an imperial world that had been cleared out. They might become local administrators, or initial members of the Planetary Defense Force. Or perhaps even after being settled by the Dark Angels, they might die later due to some accident. Maybe the person he saved would become a governor and slightly modify the World Eaters Legion emblem to be his family's crest. It's also possible that in the future, a young man will come to the World Eaters Legion with an old emblem, traveling thousands of miles, saying that his great-grandfather told him to participate in the new recruit selection. Who can say for sure? Qin Xia waved and nodded to the man, motioning for him to follow the main group, then turned and walked towards the command deck. As he passed through the corridor leading to the command deck, several Dark Angels who were standing in a corner chatting looked at him, then continued muttering. Look. The Shatterer. Another special mission. Qin Xia walked up to the Dark Angels, puzzled, and asked, What did you call me? I suddenly remembered hearing that title you just used earlier on the hangar deck. The Shatterer, sir, the warrior respectfully replied, because you shattered Randan 3. Only then did Qin Xia understand that the so-called Shatterer was an honorific, like White Knight Lord or original body guidance. It wasn't just me who shattered Randan 3, it was also the elite troops from various legions, including your Corvus Wing, Qin Xia said. My brother serves in the Corvus Wing, another warrior said. Every time a planet-killing weapon is manually activated, someone has to sacrifice themselves, and you prevented us from dying under whirlwind torpedoes instead of dying honorably in battle. Moreover, you stayed alone on Randan 3 to activate the torpedoes and opened a portal for others in time, otherwise I would have lost a brother serving in the Corvus Wing in the Randan 3 campaign. Qin Xia nodded to the Dark Angels in front of him, then said, That's a good title, but I'm a low-key person, and this title is a bit too flashy. A low-key person? Sir. A warrior began, Brother Luther told me he saw you piloting a Titan emerge from a teleportation portal, with cool special effects and everything. I don't know if you understand the term special effects, but back home, we make a kind of data drama, and we use special effects to describe all sorts of cool visual phenomena. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia smiled slightly and, feigning mystery, beckoned to the Dark Angels. The Dark Angels thought the Shatterer had something whispered to say, and they all leaned close to Qin Xia, inclining their ears. Don't tell anyone that I'm a showman who likes to pretend to be low-key, Qin Xia whispered. The Dark Angels exchanged smiles. Let's go, Qin Xia continued towards the command deck. After a few steps, he came back and stared at a hand grenade hanging from one of the Dark Angels' waists. It was a vortex grenade. A weapon capable of throwing everything around it into the warp. If you need it, take it. The warrior unclipped the grenade and handed it to Qin Xia with both hands. Qin Xia took it and said thank you. This was a weapon that was supposed to be used on Randan 2, but I don't understand what this single grenade would be useful for you, the warrior asked. This is a magical tool I'll be using on Randan 1 in a moment. Qin Xia smiled dashingly, turned, and walked away. Chapter 375, The Mighty Power of Reality. The Emperor used a method known only to him to deploy the star god shard named Void Dragon. Under accelerated time, the heavily fortified Randan 1, with defenses that would make Perturabo shake his head, suddenly had all its anti-orbital weapons, reconnaissance devices and everything they placed their hopes on, fail at a certain moment. A meteor fell to the ground, its fiery glow as it tore through the atmosphere appearing incredibly clear in the darkness of Randan 1. Even though all reconnaissance and detection devices on the entire planet had failed when the meteor suddenly entered the atmosphere, the Randan aliens could still observe the arrival of the uninvited guest with just telescopes. The Randan Alien Alliance, already on edge due to the loss of 2 planets, immediately mobilized its already assembled army. This army, composed entirely of elite Randan warriors with no slaves, approached the meteor's predicted impact point as soon as it landed, and immediately surrounded the impact zone. Scouts from the Alien Alliance approached the giant crater made by the meteor, getting closer to the meteor's true form amidst the towering dust. They gradually saw the meteor's original appearance. This was not a meteor at all, but a towering, castle-like structure, inscribed with numerous human cultural symbols. It was as if something was sealed inside. Suddenly, the structure began to crack. The elite Randan warriors deployed around the giant crater heard screams emanating from the dust. The screams were heart-wrenching, hysterical, and utterly insane. Then, a faint greenish glow gradually emerged from the dust. Tens of thousands of elite Randan warriors all prepared for battle. Various mobile light and heavy artillery and armored vehicles all aimed their weapons at the faint greenish glow in the dust. The strategic decision-making body, composed of overlords, began to consider all possible scenarios. An army charging out from within. A powerful psyker bursting forth. A secret human weapon, a secret war machine, emerging from the dust. And then, formulating various countermeasures to each of these possible scenarios. As they did so, the greenish glow in the dust floated up, slowly approaching the edge of the giant crater. There was only one such greenish glow, facing one direction. But every elite warrior present saw it floating towards them. Some Randan warriors saw the sky and ground flip. Some Randan warriors saw themselves in the dust, with the gradually emerging greenish glow being incredibly clear. There were even some warriors who saw the sky flowing like a river beneath their feet, and even heard the war machines they were piloting suddenly speaking to them, joking with them. These phenomena were not illusions, they were genuinely happening. These phenomena were not isolated incidents, every phenomenon the Randan warriors saw was not only truly happening but also existed simultaneously. The existence of spatial rules became utterly chaotic, machines began to stir uncontrollably, and they were genuinely speaking to their former operators. The next second, the dust instantly dissipated. A being appeared, floating in the air, holding a long spear, surrounded by green information streams, appearing humanoid but not entirely so. Its silver-white living metal shell only appeared for the briefest moment while the mortal flesh beings still retained their sanity, and then all the elite Randan warriors present, no matter where they were or what they were doing, went mad, letting out hysterical screams and beginning to tear at their own flesh. The already agitated machines collectively shouted a name. This shouting was not an anomalous phenomenon caused by reality universe creations being permeated by the distorting power of the warp, but rather originated from a reality power capable of influencing reality even more deeply than psychers. Magladrith. 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 The name of the Void Dragon. Magladrith, its own name, forgotten by the Star God Shard in its madness and rage to shatter everything. The Void Dragon Shard raised its long spear. The spearhead pointed forward, but also simultaneously in all directions, pointing towards the low and high dimensions within a planet's range. Countless mortal flesh creations instantly transformed into data streams flowing towards the Void Dragon Shard, eventually converging into something that the senses of mortal flesh could not discern. This thing destroyed the fortress in the sky and the sky fortress on the ground. It only fired in one direction, from the perspective of mortal flesh. But everything on the entire planet within the Void Dragon's perception was simultaneously destroyed. Entropy began to reverse. Creations transformed from wholes into atoms and molecules, returning to their most initial state. The planet, which had been transformed by the Randan aliens into something akin to a war world, began to reverse, returning to its pre-transformation state, and even to its ancient, youthful appearance. But the Void Dragon had no intention of saving this celestial body, it merely wanted to destroy everything unfamiliar to it here. The human fleet in the Void witnessed the planet's transformation, but the humans within only took it as an alien illusion. Some in the fleet who believed the Emperor was a god secretly considered this a miracle under the Emperor's influence, and began to quietly spread the religious faith forbidden by the imperial truth in the darkest corners of their ships. It was unknown if it was hours later, or hours earlier, or tens of thousands of years before or after. With time having become chaotic, Qin Xia and the Emperor arrived at Randan 1. Qin Xia, on this journey, had a helpless expression. Because he and the Emperor were not traveling in a spaceship, a super war vehicle, or what Qin Xia imagined, those cool psyker titans or something similar. Qin Xia was riding a horse. A literal horse. He was riding a white horse, and the Emperor was riding a black horse. The Emperor was even wearing ancient armor, looking like a medieval knight. The two, riding horses across a planet that had become primitive, full of volcanoes and active tectonic plates, approached the Void Dragon's location in a tacit silence. This armor and the lance in my hand were forged for me by an immortal. I wore it when I challenged the Void Dragon on Mars. This is a set of legendary weapons and equipment imbued with concepts. It is the culmination of the oldest and most intelligent armor smiths of humanity, the first set of plate armor and plate knights weapons in human history, and it enhances my strength. It seemed the Emperor proactively explained to prevent Qin Xia from finding his attire out of place. Awesome, Qin Xia said. The first set of plate armor in human history, impressive. You're wearing such powerful armor, the most formidable human pre-space age forged item, riding a horse to face a weakling who has no legendary equipment, even if this weakling can change spatial and temporal rules and primitivize Randan 1 by himself, I still genuinely feel we have a better chance of winning. After speaking, Qin Xia added, really, I truly think we have a better chance. The Emperor was expressionless and said coldly, I defeated the Void Dragon wearing this, searing its defeat into its memory forever, even if it's a mad, amnesiac shard, it will remember the first time it was defeated by a mortal. Qin Xia nodded. The Emperor then instructed, to make it recognize me, I also have to act with the personality and attitude I had when I defeated him back then, and you have to learn too. We have to pretend to be people from that time, to make the Void Dragon think time hasn't changed, everything is as usual, and it will still face its destined defeat. Qin Xia nodded again. What were you doing around 280 AD, what was your personality and character then, the Emperor asked again. I was probably assassinating the Sima family during the Jin dynasty, Qin Xia made something up to fit his previously stated immortal identity to the Emperor. Oh, it seems you failed, the Emperor shook his head. No immortal has never done something that failed, even I, the things I failed at, I can't count them all even with my hands and feet. Qin Xia turned to ask, like, pretending to be the son of a god, and then your career crashed, and you got nailed up. That was not my most humiliating thing, the Emperor frowned. At that time, I believed only religion could lead humanity on the right path. To be honest, not only was my cognition very foolish then, but what I did was also very foolish. I should have changed places, at least not run around in Roman territory, or just pretended to be a god of the pantheon. Like changing to my place? Qin Xia asked. But Qin Xia immediately overturned this idea, that wouldn't be suitable either. If a woman appeared in the Han dynasty, Yuan Shou era, saying her child was a god, saying the Heavenly Father sent his son through my womb to save you from your predicament or something, probably. Although the Emperor didn't hear the latter half of Qin Xia's sentence, he nodded in agreement. Qin Xia noticed that the Emperor was talking more now. The Emperor was getting into character. He seemed to have truly transformed into an ancient knight from before 300 AD, and this was an expedition deep into the dragon's lair, to slay the dragon and save the common people or something. Qin Xia, riding a warhorse that he didn't know why it could carry him, bounced along with the old horse the Emperor had dug up from who knows where, advancing across the bizarre terrain of the primitive wilderness, and he truly felt like he and the Emperor were knights. Clearly, the Emperor's statement that he must pretend to be the knight who defeated the Void Dragon back then, to make the Void Dragon recall the moment of its defeat to create an advantage, was not a joke, but genuinely considered a battle plan against the Void Dragon. Qin Xia also thought that perhaps the past Emperor that the Emperor was currently portraying was precisely the Emperor's personality in 280 AD. The Emperor was not always this annoying in the eyes of other immortals, certainly not, otherwise he would have been kicked when he first met Erebus. I doubted you were an immortal when you first told me, but now I confirm you truly are, the Emperor suddenly said. After all, the mother tongue you spoke during our conversation, the time point, the historical background, were all flawless. That is everything belonging to a certain human culture that even current immortals have forgotten. The Emperor then turned to look at Qin Xia again. Even immortals from your own origin, like me and Malkador and those other immortals, have forgotten their own culture in the long river of time. For example, what happened in the Anatolian peninsula back then is already blurred in my memory. Qin Xia responded vaguely. What the Emperor suddenly reprimanded with a stern face, as a knight's squire, can you respond to an adult's words with HMM? No, you're really getting into character, aren't you? Qin Xia was stunned. Wait, no, why am I the squire? This armor on me looks more like a big shot, right? Also, where were plate armor knights in 280 AD? The Emperor's face showed an annoyed expression, like a knight whose squire was riding on his neck. Are we slaying the dragon or not? If not, roll back to earth. Then you slay the dragon yourself, Sir Knight, I'm out. Qin Xia immediately turned his horse around. Don't. In case my method doesn't work, you can still use other methods. The Emperor reached out to hold him back. Only then did Qin Xia turn his horse back. The Emperor continued to play the role of himself from his first challenge to the Void Dragon. Back then, he also brought an immortal to Mars, conversing like this, riding forward. The Emperor knew the Void Dragon could appear at any moment, so he was also coldly contemplating various countermeasures, but his undivided humanity and sensibility made him feel nostalgic for that time. The two war horses walked all the way to the entrance of a plain, arriving at the edge of a cliff. Below the sheer cliff, above the boundless primitive wilderness, the Void Dragon stood, lost in thought. When it sensed the appearance of the two humans, the Void Dragon paid no attention. It had forgotten what it was doing here, trapped in a constantly recurring memory illusion. At that time, two mortal flesh beings had also approached it, offering the souls of their kin, as well as faith and worship. The Emperor and Qin Xia spurred their horses onto the highest point of the cliff. Qin Xia became serious, his expression grave and somber as he stared at the Void Dragon. With this star god shard now before him, he dared not be careless in the slightest. The Emperor also became serious, holding the reins and his lance, sitting astride his horse, directly facing the reality universe god that appeared infinitely vast yet infinitely small. He recalled the scene and the words he spoke when he first found the Void Dragon on Mars. Intending to awaken the Void Dragon's profound memory of being defeated by mortal flesh. Look at me, the Emperor's voice boomed from his mouth, echoing across the wilderness, bitch. Chapter 376, Star God Shard Recovery Battle. Every Star God Shard is powerful enough to make us mortals feel despair. The Emperor transmitted a message to Qin Xia using warp energy that the Void Dragon couldn't detect. But after a Star God is shattered, their minds undergo drastic changes. Smart, foolish, evil, kind, brave, cowardly, every personality trait imaginable for a mortal body, they will also possess when they become shards. They will forget who they are, what they are supposed to do, and what capabilities they possess. If we make good use of these characteristics, we can successfully take down the Void Dragon. Also, there's one thing you absolutely must remember. The Emperor took a deep breath, warning Qin Xia in an extremely serious tone. You must make your use of warp energy reasonable. Do not unleash overly powerful warp energy, such as directly crushing a planet or something similar. That will make the Void Dragon remember some things. I once failed because I used overly powerful warp energy against the Void Dragon and paid a heavy price. Qin Xia understood Star God Shards well, but he still listened attentively, because when facing a god of the reality universe, he would be meticulous to the extreme in everything, to ensure no mistakes were made. The Void Dragon had already been drawn to the Emperor's shout just now. This Star God Shard slowly turned around and took a step from an extremely distant location. With just one step, this Star God Shard arrived in front of Qinxia and the Emperor. Accompanying the Void Dragon was the plane beneath its feet. It was as if everything in the space, from the center of the plane to the cliff where Qinxia and the Emperor stood, had instantly vanished, and a part of the plane and the cliff were abruptly pieced together, forming a natural wonder. Star gods are deities of the reality universe, their mere existence twists the physical laws of the reality universe. The warp's infiltration of reality relies on weakening the structure of reality, requiring rituals and needing emotional impact to breach the real structure. But star gods don't do such troublesome things. The more resilient the structure of reality, the more freely they can manipulate it as if playing with toys. Call me Saint George. The Emperor still stood firm with his spear on the cliff, staring at the Void Dragon Shard, which was curiously examining him. The Void Dragon recalled some things. It seemed to foresee its defeat by this armored mortal in front of it. The Void Dragon had forgotten who the Emperor was, but it still remembered its first defeat by a mortal. That failure was etched into its memory. Even though the Void Dragon had forgotten much, even things deeply etched in its memory, it could still, as if seeing a prophecy, repeatedly browse the scene of its defeat by a mortal in its consciousness. Then the Void Dragon stood frozen in place. The Emperor's strategy was indeed effective. However, the Void Dragon could not simply surrender. In a sudden burst of rage, it rapidly moved backward, its massive body leaping up and slowly descending 1,000 meters away. Attendant. The Emperor turned to Qinxia, charge with me. Qinxia's face was grim at this moment. He didn't bother to argue about him being an attendant and the Emperor a knight, he just wanted to quickly recover something as dangerous as the Void Dragon. The Emperor suddenly tugged the reins, and the warhorse beneath him neighed, rearing its upper body, its hooves pawing at the air a few times. At this moment, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. The Emperor urged his warhorse to leap from the cliff, landing steadily, then, with his long spear lowered, began to charge towards the Void Dragon. Qinxia followed closely behind. The two, one in front and one behind, one left and one right, galloped across the plain. Ahead was the enormous Void Dragon, surrounded by a desolate planetary wasteland, covered in lava and spouting flames, which had been entropically reversed to a primitive age by the Void Dragon's reality-bending powers. Above, the Emperor had summoned dark clouds and lightning with his warp energy. These were not just effects to enhance momentum or create a spectacle, but warp defenses to prevent the Void Dragon from leaving the star system. Amidst the thunderous roar, Qinxia and the Emperor galloped, both leaning low on their horses, with a lance and a long spear in their hands, pointed directly at the Void Dragon. They were charging towards a god. And the Void Dragon, as a god of the reality universe, upon seeing this scene, suddenly saw another illusion, the foremost of the two mortals charging towards it, but the terrain and environment were not as they were now, but a fiery red hills. While the Void Dragon was momentarily stunned, the Emperor and Qinxia had already charged to its front. Fully concentrated, Qinxia was prepared for defense and had already thought of various attack methods the Void Dragon might use. For example, directly controlling machinery or matter, or antimatter meteors. But the Void Dragon's attack method turned out to be gripping its long spear, surrounded by green information flow, and thrusting it fiercely at its challengers. Having forgotten who it was and what it was doing, the Void Dragon's only thought for combat was to engage in melee like these two mortals in front of it. It was completely led astray by the Emperor's various actions. Long spear. The Emperor roared, waving his left hand to block the Void Dragon's thrusting spear with warp energy, then leaped up and galloped along the spear. Qinxia followed suit. The Emperor galloped along the spear until he reached the Void Dragon's arm, then leaped from the arm onto its shoulder. At this point, the lance in his right hand had turned golden, and he delivered a warp-infused strike to the Void Dragon's head. This strike contained enough warp energy to strip thousands of psychers of their lives and souls. Half of the Void Dragon's head was shattered, and its body tilted to the right. At this moment, Qinxia had just jumped onto the Void Dragon's other arm and attacked like the Emperor, knocking the Void Dragon to the other side. Then, the two leaped off the Void Dragon's body, gazing up at this god of reality who had forgotten everything. The Void Dragon's shattered head was rapidly healing, the metal fragments flowing and rolling like a stream of information until they finally reassembled. That was not the Void Dragon's true body at all, but a shell crafted from a substance called living metal. The star god's true body was merely a mass of quasi-stellar matter, feeding by absorbing stellar energy while orbiting a star system. Their thoughts and consciousness in their complete form were as chaotic as the current Void Dragon shard. It was the space Necrons who crafted this shell for them, allowing them to perceive the outside world and develop self-awareness. Attack it like this. The Emperor said with warp energy, material attacks are less than a tickle to it, only warp energy can deal with it. Then the Emperor began to actively explain the Void Dragon's weaknesses. Star gods abhor warp energy, and they cannot comprehend or utilize it. Even if we bombard it with warships, the lances and macro cannons of those warships will be unconsciously twisted into something else by it. It's even possible for a macro cannon to be turned into a flower. But warp energy is not affected by them. The Void Dragon can control unrefined black stone, which are those anti-warp things beneath the star system, but it currently cannot think to do so, and has even forgotten what black stone is. Fear not, the advantage is on our side. The Emperor also wanted Qinxia to use this weakness to come up with a way to change the tide of battle. In his previous observations, the Emperor had seen the methods Qinxia had devised. For example, creating the image of a green tide butcher within the green tide population. The Emperor felt that if this idea master knew more information, he would surely come up with brilliant ideas that even he would applaud. But Qin Xia felt that what the Emperor said was useless. He also knew that warp energy was effective, but even if a star god was as insane as forgetting who it was, and insane enough to destroy an entire star system yet still fight in melee, they were still star gods. He had never fought a star god before. Stand up. Evil dragon. The Emperor pointed his lance directly at the void dragon. Continue to meet my challenge. The void dragon suddenly let out a roar. This roar sounded like a dragon's cry. Subsequently, the living metal shell on the void dragon's body began to change, molding into the form of a winged dragon. It remembered. The Emperor was overjoyed, looking at Qin Xia and saying, when it once came to earth, it saw a painting, and it thought it was the dragon in that painting, and then it transformed into the shape of a dragon. This is why my challenge to the void dragon is called dragon slaying. Qin Xia gazed at the void dragon. The void dragon had dragon in its name, but it had nothing to do with dragons, because it was a star god, with 2 legs, 2 feet, and 1 head, its appearance designed by the space Necrons. But now the void dragon was truly related to dragons, it had transformed into the winged dragon it remembered. Qin Xia could now also understand that the Emperor pretending to be a knight, insisting on wearing ancient plate armor and wielding an ancient lance, and even reverting his speaking style to that of 280 AD, all of this was to deceive the void dragon. The Emperor's schemes were indeed deep. Although the void dragon had lived for countless years, having been born with the reality universe, it was a shard, having even forgotten who it was. Its mentality was no different from that of a child, whatever an adult said, it believed. The void dragon did indeed recall some things it had done in the past. In that memory, it found its self-identification a winged monster. In its subjective consciousness, everything connected. Why these knights were fighting it, what it had done, that it was indeed an evil dragon. The dragon's roar once again echoed through the sky. The void dragon spread its wings, soaring into the sky amidst the powerful air currents that appeared with its thoughts, circling twice, then swooping down towards the Emperor, spewing flames from its mouth. Wherever the flames passed, matter was consumed. On a macroscopic level, rocks and lava on the ground melted into nothingness in the flames, while on a microscopic level, atoms directly disappeared, and as the heat of the flames propagated, even atoms not directly scorched but affected by the residual heat also began to vanish. In the moments of the void dragon's self-cognition confusion, only the flames it spewed could prove how noble and powerful a god it once was. The Emperor charged towards the flames spewed by the void dragon, using his warp energy to protect everything around him. He stared at the flames, charging to the void dragon's head, his lance accumulating warp energy and striking the void dragon. The giant evil dragon wailed, as if it could feel pain, then soared into the air again. A warp energy impact struck the void dragon, knocking it down from the sky. The void dragon fell to the ground, rolled twice, then got up and looked at the person who attacked it, which was Qin Xia. But it suddenly froze. As the void dragon's living metal shell transformed into a creature, its shell also developed eyes. Its eyeballs stared at the armor on Qin Xia's body. It was a suit of armor that looked full of technological sense, and also full of aesthetic beauty. The void dragon, whose authority was related to technological creations, was gradually recalling more things. Qin Xia realized that the armor on his body had the danger of making the void dragon recall more memories, so he immediately teleported away. Only the Emperor was left alone on the wilderness, facing the void dragon. Chapter 377, A Sudden Ending. After the blizzard caused by the portal disappeared, the void dragon was still staring at Qin Xia's previous position. Teleportation technology. This concept suddenly emerged in the void dragon's consciousness. Gradually, it remembered more. A teleportation technology that could transport creatures from one end of the galaxy to the other. The void dragon didn't know what this technology was, but it just remembered it and even knew how to achieve it. Its claws began to carve a type of script on the ground. It wasn't the script used for communication between the star gods, but a script that even the void dragon itself had forgotten, one it used when imparting knowledge to its space Necrons worshippers. However, the Emperor's attack interrupted this process, and the void dragon was once again drawn into the ancient battle. Gradually, the void dragon even forgot what it had just done, completely engrossed in the knight versus dragon battle that the Emperor had crafted for it. But Qin Xia, who had previously teleported away, suddenly teleported back. When the Emperor looked at the sudden blizzard not far away and Qin Xia emerging from it, he wanted to remind Qin Xia that using teleportation like this might make the void dragon recall more memories, but then he suddenly understood why Qin Xia had done it. Qin Xia's armor was gone, leaving only a thin black robe. He held a staff, obtained from who knows where, and was riding the warhorse the Emperor had given him earlier. The void dragon's attention was once again drawn by Qin Xia's sudden appearance, and it flapped its wings, soaring into the air. Qin Xia began to gallop towards the void dragon. The staff in his hand was raised high, and a dazzling white light gleamed from its tip. The void dragon flapped its wings and swooped down. Qin Xia continued to gallop on his horse, the light from his raised staff growing more blinding. Finally, he swung the staff and released a fireball at the swooping void dragon. The fireball grazed the void dragon but altered its flight path. The void dragon circled once and continued to dive towards Qin Xia. Qin Xia rode his horse towards the Emperor, still holding up the glowing staff. The Emperor spurred his horse to meet Qin Xia, raising his lance towards the void dragon behind Qin Xia. As the two passed each other, Qin Xia released an iceberg formed by psychic energy, which crashed down on the void dragon from above. The Emperor, meanwhile, charged directly into the void dragon's landing spot, and this full force attack completely pierced the void dragon's head. The Emperor rode a circle and returned to Qin Xia's side, observing Qin Xia's attire. Are you pretending to be a wizard? At least not a squire, Qin Xia said. Please call me Merlin, or Gandalf works too. The Void Dragon's living metal body was still regenerating. Qin Xia asked, are we just going to keep wearing it down like this? Of course not. The Emperor took a sphere from his pregnant, threw it to Qin Xia, and after Qin Xia caught it, said, disguising psychic power as magic, taking off that armor and pretending to be a wizard, these are all good ideas. We just need to keep fighting and then find an opportunity to use what I gave you to trap it inside. We must do it quickly. Because the Void Dragon might recall everything at any moment, or it might never recall anything and just continue to believe it's a dragon being challenged. If it remembers certain things, we're doomed. Also, never let it have a chance to fly out of this planet. It might recall many things when it sees technological constructs. And don't use overly powerful psychic energy to create too many supernatural phenomena. Remember what I said before. I once unleashed my full psychic power against the Void Dragon and paid the price for it. Remember what I said. Listening to the Emperor's instructions, Qin Xia looked at the sphere in his hand. He realized it was actually a planet. The Emperor's psychic power was strong enough to shrink a planet to a very small size. He had done so before in front of Sanguinius. However, such powerful psychic energy had little decisive effect against an unkillable enemy. Inside is the prototype of the Eternal Night Maze, the Emperor explained with psychic power in an instant. Only this can trap the Void Dragon. Upon hearing the words Eternal Night Maze, Qin Xia believed that this unremarkable sphere could indeed trap the Void Dragon. The Eternal Night Maze was the Emperor's most mysterious creation. After the Void Dragon was first captured by the Emperor, it was stuffed into the maze. However, the Eternal Night Maze was actually located within Mars. Trap it inside, and then I'll have a way to transfer it to Mars, the Emperor said. Qin Xia gripped the planet containing the prototype of the Eternal Night Maze and sped towards the fully recovered Void Dragon. The Emperor rode his horse around from the other side, once again leveling his lance directly at the Void Dragon. Another fierce battle ensued. The Emperor tried to knock down the Void Dragon, and Qin Xia tried to stuff the Void Dragon into the Eternal Night Maze. The Void Dragon would occasionally stare at the sphere in Qin Xia's hand, seemingly recalling something, and then it would rather be hit by the Emperor than approach Qin Xia. The battle became difficult. Until the Void Dragon was repelled by the Emperor countless times, and until Qin Xia had also used psychic power to activate the Eternal Night Maze countless times. And this time, the Void Dragon suddenly stood still, dazed. The planet in Qin Xia's hand, containing the prototype of the Eternal Night Maze, began to expand. He thought this time it would work. Just as the psychic power began to pull the Void Dragon towards the Eternal Night Maze, space suddenly changed. The Void Dragon instantly moved into the sky. The ground abruptly extended diagonally upwards, reaching beyond the atmosphere. The Void Dragon suddenly transformed from a winged dragon into its original form, that is, with 2 hands and 2 feet. It's become normal, the Emperor opened a portal. We need to leave now and return when it becomes mad and amnesiac again. Qin Xia picked up the vortex grenade hanging from his waist. I think we should destroy it and throw it into the warp. If I wanted to destroy it, I'd just throw the entire planet into the warp, that's easier. Why would I need this thing? The Emperor glanced at the vortex grenade. It's still useful. While the two were communicating with psychic power, the Void Dragon suddenly looked at the two mortals. It had no eyes now, although its head existed, there were no structures that could be called eyes on it. But for some reason, Qin Xia could feel that the Void Dragon's gaze was different, a feeling he didn't know why he had, with no logic or origin. Until Qin Xia realized that this feeling of the Void Dragon's gaze being different was an influence actively exerted by the Void Dragon. You seem to know me. Do you know my name? A voice simultaneously entered the ears of both the Emperor and Qin Xia. The Emperor looked at the Star God in surprise. I remember you. You are, the one who stopped me when I turned into a dragon and was about to prey on your mortal souls. The Star God said. Hearing the Star God's words, the Emperor used psychic power to tell Qin Xia that they had to leave now. The Emperor had a system for dealing with the Void Dragon, and this system had a warning level setting. When the Void Dragon was in a state of confusion and began to rampage, it meant that the Void Dragon was acting purely on instinct, and that was the best time to deal with it. However, when the Void Dragon began to speak instead of rampaging first, then under no circumstances should they attack it, because this was the Void Dragon's most terrifying and threatening state. Is that your fleet outside? Under the Void Dragon's deliberate perception, everything in the universe was laid bare to it. After looking at the outside world as if through an astronomical telescope, instead of just focusing on one planet, the Void Dragon saw the fleet. Your species develops really fast, the Void Dragon said. Look at this thing. Qin Xia held up the vortex grenade. If you dare to scheme against those warships, I'll throw you into the warp. The Void Dragon looked at the vortex grenade in Qin Xia's hand. The idea of a star god being threatened sounded like nonsense at first, but it had actually happened. As far as Qin Xia knew, a powerful figure among the Ultramarines in the future accidentally released a fragment of the Nightbringer, and then that guy threatened the Nightbringer with a bomb. The star god's fragment had confused cognition and couldn't think rationally, so it was indeed threatened. However, the Void Dragon's reaction was not what Qin Xia expected, it merely glanced at the vortex grenade, then looked away. Why are you threatening me? The Void Dragon tilted its head, making a very confused gesture like a living creature. Aren't we collaborators? Upon hearing the Void Dragon's words, Qin Xia almost couldn't hold back his laughter. But the Emperor, standing beside him, had a somber face, his head bowed, not at all appearing to find the Void Dragon's words nonsensical or amusing. Seeing the Emperor's reaction, Qin Xia felt something was off. He lowered his head in thought for a moment, then, with a look of astonishment, said to the Emperor, "You actually made a deal with it." Qin Xia couldn't fathom the Emperor's motive. If the dark gods would still disguise themselves as benevolent beings, then the star gods were pure evil, disliking any pretense. Their weakness was psychic power and the warp, but they loved to consume the souls of living beings, finding souls sweet. Given the chance, they would immediately devour souls to satisfy their hunger. Such beings were not at all like those one could make deals or even cooperate with. "Oh, you don't know about those things," the Void Dragon said to Qin Xia. "You can ask him what he did after he defeated me on Mars back then. It was originally a rampaging madman, and now it can suddenly speak. Do you believe everything it says?" The Emperor interrupted the Void Dragon's words and asked Qin Xia. Qin Xia shook his head. "Words are flimsy, I know that, but I will infer based on the information revealed by the words." The Emperor was silent. "Do you want to kill me?" The Void Dragon floated in front of the Emperor. "Or do you want to continue our previous cooperation? If I wanted to kill you, I would have directly sent you into the warp." The Emperor snatched the Eternal Night Maze from Qin Xia's hand and held it up. "Get in here." He didn't state his choice, but he had undoubtedly made one. The Void Dragon transformed into a stream of data and entered the planet that the Emperor had shrunk with psychic power, entering the Eternal Night Maze within it. Qin Xia watched all of this, dumbfounded. They came down to deal with the Void Dragon. They fought a great battle with the Void Dragon. They made the Void Dragon believe it was a dragon being hunted by a knight, and they looked for an opportunity to use the Eternal Night Maze prototype. And then the Void Dragon itself entered the Eternal Night Maze. This sudden turn of events left Qin Xia silent for a long time before he gradually accepted it as a fact that had already happened. "Things are not as you think," the Emperor said. "Then what exactly happened?" Qin Xia asked. "You will know when you need to know," the Emperor turned. More words are useless. After the Emperor waved his hand to open the portal back to the battle cruiser, Qin Xia suddenly tugged, using psychic power to pull the Emperor far away. The Emperor looked at Qin Xia, his eyes filled only with coldness. His battle strategy failed to deal with the Void Dragon, as if because of this, his earlier portrayal of his past self also failed, and now he had completely transformed back into the Emperor, his demeanor and style utterly different from before. "Why can't you explain now?" Qin Xia said. "This is just like you. You never speak when you should. You're good at psychic power, good at biology, and also good at solving simple things in the most complicated ways." The Emperor waved his hand to create a psychic barrier, turned around, and opened the portal again. However, just as he was about to enter the portal, the Emperor suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at Qin Xia. Chapter 378, The Emperor's Confession. "I made a deal with Serum, so I can't blame you for making a deal with the Void Dragon, but I just want to know why." Flames flickered, casting a warm glow. Qin Xia and the Emperor sat on the ground in the cave, with a burning bonfire between them. Qin Xia confessed first, speaking of his dealings with Serum. "It's just a demon. They are influenced by warp concepts and emotions, mastering what they fear and desire allows you to manipulate them at will. This isn't enough to exchange for the secret between me and the Void Dragon," the Emperor said. But after a moment of silence, the Emperor still spoke. "Just now, the Void Dragon wasn't fully conscious, it was still in a state of confusion. It just happened to be in a segment of memory most beneficial to us. This memory is from when I once cooperated with it." The Emperor, like a cold narrator, elucidated the matter. "When I defeated the Void Dragon on Mars, it, like now, suddenly went from being insane to being able to communicate with me. It asked me if I knew who it was, and it was then that I realized the legendary dragon was actually a humanoid entity with 2 arms and 2 legs. I fabricated a myth and told it that it was the god of humanity. It said no, it felt incomplete, and how could a god be incomplete? This gave me an opportunity. I said I would help you become complete, and you would have to repay me with benefits. I just said it casually back then, but becoming complete seemed to be its ultimate pursuit in life. It quickly agreed." The Emperor added a piece of wood to the bonfire. "But this peaceful period didn't last long, it started to go mad again, killing and eating people everywhere. I built a labyrinth to imprison it." Qin Xia listened to the story with a mix of belief and doubt. Then Qin Xia began to tell the Emperor what he knew. The Void Dragon has been imprisoned underground on Mars, and it intentionally or unintentionally influences technological creations. Some Adeptus Mechanicus people worship it as the machine god, even if those people don't know such an entity as the Void Dragon exists. Otherwise, how else could I make a faith that worships machines spread for tens of thousands of years, making those believers willing to go forward for their faith, and even daring to brave warp storms to explore the unknown during the rampant warp storm period?" the Emperor asked. Only then did Qin Xia realize that the Emperor had always known about the Void Dragon's influence on the Adeptus Mechanicus. And he was utilizing that influence, making the Adeptus Mechanicus people perceive the influence exerted by the Citan as divine miracles, thereby corroborating their faith. Only lies require such corroboration manufactured by lies. The Adeptus Mechanicus itself is a lie, there is no such thing as the god of all machines. The prophet was impersonated by the Emperor, and the god of all machines was fabricated by the Emperor, it's just that his methods were more sophisticated this time, and he didn't end up nailed to a wooden stake. "The Void Dragon is still useful to me," the Emperor said, "otherwise, I wouldn't even need to come down, I could just throw the entire planet into the warp from the ship." The Void Dragon said it wanted to continue cooperating just now. Qin Xia recalled the scene. Could it be that it wants to use the Adeptus Mechanicus for something? The Emperor pondered for a moment, then raised 2 fingers. 2 possibilities. First, the Void Dragon's memory is confused, thinking it's the period when it first started cooperating with me. Another possibility is that the Void Dragon, as you said, wants to use the Adeptus Mechanicus for something. After speaking, the Emperor lowered his hand. Qin Xia nodded. The Emperor continued, whatever, who cares about something that's going to be abandoned anyway, as long as the Void Dragon doesn't do anything in a short time, and it can't do anything. That's enough. Qin Xia sighed, pondering other matters. He wanted to confirm some things, about the Thousand Suns, about the Grey Knights. He hadn't told the Emperor about these things because he was sure the Emperor knew them all. When Avita was trapped by a Xiange great demon in the warp, a golden light appeared and saved Avita, which was a trace of the Emperor's intervention. Later, when Forge Master General Kyle Boer of the Adeptus Mechanicus visited Nuceria, the Emperor clearly stated that he knew about Avita's situation, and even knew about the 2 insane Grey Knights and the White Knight. The Thousand Suns Legion. Qin Xia had just uttered a phrase when the Emperor already knew what he was going to say. I will handle the matters of the Thousand Suns Legion, the Emperor said. I have prepared a conference. The conference will discuss the prohibition of psychic abuse, and I will use the most appropriate method to prevent the 15th Legion and Magnus from delving deeper into psychic powers. At that time, you and Avita will attend the conference as witnesses. The Emperor added another piece of wood to the bonfire. Okay, Qin Xia nodded. Magnus must be strictly controlled. I know you want him to sit on the Golden Throne, but in the future I know, he not only didn't sit on the Golden Throne but also dealt the most fatal blow to your ideals. The Emperor nodded. After a few seconds of silence, the Emperor suddenly spoke again. Don't rely too much on your knowledge of the future. In the reality universe, the past has already happened, the present is happening, and the future has never happened. This is an iron law in the reality universe. Over-reliance on the future will lead you into a trap, turning you into someone who causes more destruction than the person who will cause destruction in the future. Seeing Qin Xia about to refute, the Emperor stated his reasons. We are not warp creatures living in the warp. Your unique psychic talent allows you to freely enter and exit the reality universe and the warp. You should know that a person's destiny on the web of fate is not a single line, but a tangled mess of lines. I can see anyone's future, any possible future. Just like my most trusted person, Malkador, the regent of the Imperium. I can see Malkador dying on the Golden Throne, I can see Malkador living an obscure, live a miserable life existence, I can see Malkador being dragged into the endless abyss by chaos for pursuing something, thereby becoming my strongest adversary, and I can also see Malkador one day leaving me to become the emperor of a human faction in the universe. If I paid too much attention to the future, I wouldn't even be able to say a word to Malkador, because I wouldn't be sure if this guy would be my enemy or friend in the future. Seeing that Qin Xia was listening, the Emperor continued. Lion, do you think he is loyal enough? But I can also see his various futures. On one thread of destiny, he falls into chaos and personally strangles his brothers. On another thread of destiny, he dies at the hands of the Randan aliens, and on yet another thread of destiny, he is murdered by one of his brothers. If I believed that one of his futures was inevitable, what should I do? Cleanse everything harmful to him? Then I should find them and kill them the moment his brothers leave the birthing tanks. The Emperor glanced up again, his gaze piercing through the cave and towards the unyielding resolve. I can even see Angron and your various futures. He challenges me due to the tragic state of human existence. He strives to establish a nation where people can truly live well, and then, because of this desire and persistence, he is tempted by chaos, becoming the one who inflicts the most grievous casualties on the human race. In that future, I can also see you two fighting each other. Hearing the Emperor say this, Qin Xia couldn't help but ask, how can my future be seen by you? I don't have a soul projection, and I confirmed earlier when I left the reality universe that my web of fate wasn't even on the veil. Qin Xia then recalled that Conrad Kurz was also like this. He also saw himself in prophecies. You will appear in others' destinies, the Emperor said. What you are like in others' eyes is what you will do in their destinies, so you can be seen. But this has no reference value, because the you in others' eyes is not necessarily the real you can understand it as the you fantasized by the prophet. Qin Xia nodded, finally understanding. The Emperor felt that he had explained the matter of the future clearly, so he stopped discussing the matter of not overemphasizing the future. For some reason, he felt that Qin Xia, a person who seemed to know everything, was not only not dangerous but also had a familiar feeling. It was like someone with whom he could share secrets. Magnus' unrestrained use and exploration of the warp, and his extreme desire to explore the unknown, are inherited from me. The Emperor gazed at the flames, recalling the past. I once explored the warp in ways that would now seem almost insane, and then I received help from some benevolent entities. Truly benevolent entities exist in the warp. Everything there is essentially a convergence of the mental projections of real beings. Since goodness exists in reality, there will also be corresponding entities in the warp. I naively believed that a god belonging to humanity existed in the warp, a god that belonged only to humanity itself, who would help humanity grow and survive at all costs. Who? The Emperor's voice suddenly trembled. Excitement, sadness, and various emotions that the Emperor had never shown before were now revealed. A twisted expression, similar to crying but also similar to laughing, appeared on the Emperor's face, which usually showed no emotion. I once truly saw such a god. At least, I thought the god I saw was like that. It shimmered with golden light, emitting warmth like the sun. It gave me a lot of help, teaching me how to use my talents, teaching me how hateful and ugly aliens were, teaching me how to elevate the human race. But one day I suddenly discovered that no god is truly good. The emperor looked up at Qin Xia, his voice trembling. Do you know how disappointed I was when I discovered this truth, when I realized that what we now perceive as the warp is the reality? Watching the emperor's genuine emotions, Qin Xia felt only surprise, and at the same time, nodded in a daze. The expression on the emperor's face gradually disappeared, returning to that of the human emperor who usually presented himself as utterly cold and rational, his voice also calm and cold. I hope that on some matters you can cooperate with me, rather than become an enemy, which is why I have explained so much. You named your think tank White Knight, which is a psychological term referring to an altruist who desires to save others. So I am certain that you, like me, wish to save everything. Hearing the emperor say this, Qin Xia suddenly recalled. When he was very young, a teacher from the orphanage held his hand and walked down the street. Passing a construction site, the teacher said, when you grow up, you must study hard, otherwise you'll end up working under the scorching sun like them. Qin Xia looked at the workers. One worker stood by a constantly rotating concrete mixer, holding a book and reading. Others were carrying rebar further away. When I grow up, I want to invent robot workers so these people can have money without working, Qin Xia said. At that time, he wanted these workers not to have to work under the scorching sun. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, and the book in the hand of the worker who was reading fell in front of Qin Xia. Qin Xia saw an unintelligible title on the cover, Advanced Lectures on Structural Mechanics. After Qin Xia picked up the book, the worker walked over and smiled, saying, remember, little brother. Not studying doesn't necessarily mean you'll end up on a construction site, but choosing the wrong major definitely will. At that time, people at the orphanage always said, little Qin is a kind child. Later, when Qin Xia returned to the orphanage and brought a lot of money to improve its environment, those teachers who were still working said the same, but Qin Xia only felt guilty, because these teachers didn't know what he had done to crush his competitors. You are a self-contradictory person at times. Not purely good, the emperor said, but fortunately so. Otherwise, Angron would be trained by you into a useless person who couldn't even bring himself to kill enemies. Qin Xia gazed into the emperor's eyes. Kindness and ruthlessness need to coexist. This is the experience I've summarized. I've also summarized experience, just like you. And then I became who I am now. The emperor extinguished the flames and opened a portal. When I can be as idle as I am now in the future, we'll discuss Magnus' affairs. Chapter 379 The Seal Bearer. Inside the emperor's battleship. In a private office belonging to the emperor, Qin Xia stood by the porthole, gazing at Randan 1 in the distance. The entire Randan 1 had been transformed into a primitive world. The power of the star gods was so immense it could defy fate. Originally, Randan 1 had been utterly devastated by the Randan Empire, with xenomorphs hollowing out all its resources to create surface defenses that would make Perturabo feel helpless. Such a planet was no different from being dead. But the star gods, a tiny fragment of a star god could restore this planet to its primitive state. How should such an existence be defined within the imperial truth? As he was pondering, a custodian pushed open the office door. After Qin Xia had recovered the Void Dragon fragment, he had returned to the battleship with the emperor. Upon arriving, the emperor had arranged for him to be there, stating he wanted him to meet someone. The custodian was clearly not the person Qin Xia was meant to meet. One custodian entered, then another, positioning themselves on either side of the door. Then, a slightly hunched figure in a black robe walked in. He carried a double-headed eagle scepter. With just one glance, Qin Xia could identify him. The Imperial Regent, the Seal Bearer, Malkador. Qin Xia hadn't expected Malkador to be here. He thought Malkador was inseparable from the palace on Terra. The Nurturer of 12, the White Knight Lord, the one who comes from the future. Malkador looked at Qin Xia, speaking titles that encapsulated his understanding of Qin Xia, as he walked to the porthole. Psychers could change their physique at will, so Malkador didn't need to look up at Qin Xia but could look at him directly. An old man under 2 meters tall and a guy nearly 3 meters tall, who would be considered a mutated giant even among space marines, looking at each other at eye level. Though this seemed illogical, the warp could make illogical things happen. Seal Bearer, Qin Xia said, it's an honor to meet you. His voice had no fluctuation when he spoke, nor was there any expression on his face, because he wanted to project a sense of profound imperturbability in front of Malkador. Malkador was a master manipulator among master manipulators, and Qin Xia didn't want to reveal any inner thoughts through micro-expressions. And Qin Xia had received professional training in controlling micro-expressions, because before he came to this damned universe, as the leader of a conglomerate, he frequently had to give interviews and press conferences to the media, and a psychology PhD was specifically responsible for training him in expression management. But Malkador didn't observe Qin Xia's expressions at all. Experience told him that observing expressions was meaningless when dealing with someone like Qin Xia. Instead, it would lead to misinterpretations. Such people could often make micro-expression analysis experts look like fools. Oh. Right. Malkador suddenly raised his arm. I have a welcoming gift. Qin Xia watched Malkador take a scroll-like object from under his robe, hand it over, and then took it, unrolling it. The scroll was a painting, depicting the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. A valuable item. Qin Xia placed the painting into his armor's storage layer. I truly didn't expect it to have been preserved until now. It shouldn't have been possible. Malkador said with a smile, such treasures from humanity's pre-space era were already worthless shortly after humanity entered the space age, at least to others. Because at that time, replicas could be made to be identical to the originals, and there was no technology left that could distinguish whether a treasure was real or fake. Then how do you know what you gave me is genuine and not a replica you collected? Qin Xia asked. I come from an organization called the Seal Bearers. The Seal Bearers collect and protect all precious things from human history, Malkador said. We go directly back into the past, quietly observing the flow of treasures at every historical point in time, thereby confirming whether a treasure is a replica or not. Qin Xia found it quite interesting after hearing this. When replica manufacturing technology was so advanced that it couldn't be identified as fake, the Seal Bearers used such a simple but absolutely effective method to authenticate treasures. However, Qin Xia then thought of another question. I accidentally learned from an Eldar that long-distance time travel can lead to unpredictable and terrifying consequences. You all. Malkador nodded, indeed, but if the stay isn't long, nothing will happen. After speaking, seeing Qin Xia nod, Malkador then looked Qin Xia up and down, and continued, the Emperor and I believe you are an immortal, who lived 10,000 years later, then time traveled back, and have stayed in this timeline for so long without any consequences. It is truly perplexing. Qin Xia nodded, saying nothing. Because even he found it perplexing. But I didn't prepare any gifts. It was sudden, and besides, I truly didn't have anything presentable, Qin Xia said with a laugh. No, you have already given me a gift, this ancient painting is the belated return gift, Malkador said, suddenly smiling. Malkador's laughter had an unsettling quality, like the laugh of a standard intelligent supervillain. Qin Xia only felt confused, he didn't remember giving Malkador anything. Something you did was a gift to me, Malkador said. You will understand what I mean in the future. Qin Xia felt that the Imperial Palace on Terra was truly a place full of riddle speakers. It was no wonder Malkador and the Emperor could get along so well. How will the Imperium treat the Nuceria sector? Qin Xia abruptly changed the subject. How to treat? You mean? I heard that the Imperium will suppress Nuceria because of the Space Marines' rule over mortals in the Nuceria sector. Oh. You mean the matter where Kyle Boer warned you through his apprentice, which you are now referring to as the suppression of Nuceria? Malkador mentioning Kyle Boer made Qin Xia pause. Qin Xia had thought that everything Kyle Boer did was confidential. His mention to Quadrant about the various things Terra intended to do, asking Quadrant to warn Nuceria, shouldn't have been known to Malkador and his people. But clearly, no matter how meticulous Kyle Boer was, he couldn't outwit Malkador, a man who could turn a spy agency into an art form. The Nuceria sector is indeed ruled by superhumans over mortals, but that was a decision made out of necessity. Qin Xia said. When the concept of mortals leading everything would cause mortals to live in torment and suffering, then changes should be made. The Imperium and the Nuceria sector have ideological conflicts, which I think is normal, but it should not escalate to the level of confrontation. Ideological conflicts can. Malkador raised his hand, signaling Qin Xia to pause. Qin Xia fell silent, looking at Malkador. The seal bearer smiled and shook his head. Ideological conflict? No, that is not the reason the Imperium will suppress the Nuceria sector, it's just an excuse. Because of a mere ideological conflict, so many people in the Imperial High Command would start spending manpower and resources on confrontation? When has the Imperium ever been that efficient? You don't really believe what you just said, do you? Facing Malkador's question. Qin Xia was serious at first, then his lips curved slightly, and then he suddenly couldn't hold back, laughing out loud. Malkador also smiled, you just wanted an opening. You don't believe what you just said is true yourself. You just wanted to open a discussion, to ask if this matter could be resolved privately between us. Qin Xia nodded, I didn't expect you to be so direct. Malkador's face suddenly turned as cold as ice, of course, it cannot be resolved privately. Qin Xia gradually stopped smiling, facing the seal bearer with the same expression. Neither of us are naive fools, Malkador said. Superhumans managing mortals, mortals managing superhumans, this is not enough for the Imperium to even glance at the Nuceria sector. The Emperor made a promise back then that he could give a portion of star systems to his 12 sons to manage. Your sector only needs to use that one sentence to silence the Imperial High Command. Moreover, the 500 worlds have already set a precedent, with the Great Ultramar as a shining example. If the Imperium were to suppress Primarchs for establishing their own forces, they should have started with Guilliman. But have you seen the Imperium deal with Guilliman? The Imperium simply doesn't have the leisure or the efficiency for that. But if they suddenly target you, there must be a compelling reason to do so. Speaking, Malkador again mentioned Kyle Boer. The Forge Master General of Mars previously warned you about pressure from the Imperium. I don't know how he, as someone who sent people to lobby various Forge Worlds of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and then had the Forge Worlds lobby the War Council, managed to give you that warning. I can only say, Kyle Boer is the least foolish among those fools in the Adeptus Mechanicus who have been played for tens of thousands of years by a lie. You need to be careful of him, and we all do. Qin Xia listened in silence to Malkador's words. Watching Malkador speak like a schemer. What kind of person Malkador was depended on one's perspective. If he was a friend, one would certainly think Malkador was the best person, because Malkador knew how to forge relationships. If he was an enemy, or a neutral party he had manipulated. Then unless one knew that Malkador would later sacrifice himself by temporarily sitting on the Golden Throne in the Emperor's stead, one would certainly think Malkador was a rather sinister person. This meeting today was arranged by the Emperor, with only one purpose, to persuade you to return to Terra with us. Malkador extended his withered left hand. You have already nurtured 12, and 12 is now fulfilling his role as a conciliator among his Primarch brothers, just as his creator expected. Qin Xia looked at Malkador's hand. You can rest assured. If you return to Terra with us, we can do more important things. We can work together to bring a glorious future to humanity, rather than the various bleak futures you know of, and that the Emperor and I have seen. Malkador continued. Qin Xia was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. You're not trying to trick me into sitting on the golden throne, are you? Hearing Qin Xia mention the golden throne, Malkador showed no surprise. Malkador realized this was Qin Xia's refusal, so he put his hand down. If a person without a soul projection could be drained of psychic energy by the golden throne, then humanity, who created such a construct, would probably be even more powerful than the ancient spirit clan empire. The seal bearer turned around, looking at Randan 1. Qin Xia remained silent. A moment later, Malkador suddenly brought up a matter. I once suggested to the emperor that he make 12, this tool, female, to be the Primarch's elder or younger sister, so that this tool could better serve its purpose. Otherwise, what if 12, like the other tools made male, not only failed to serve its intended purpose but also caused chaos and infighting among his brothers? That would be undesirable. Malkador's words were somewhat alarming. But Qin Xia knew this was not a joke. Malkador had truly made such a suggestion to the emperor. In fact, it wasn't just Angron. Malkador suggested making several more sisters. This was something Malkador said to a Primarch, explicitly stating it. The result was that the emperor likely refused because he feared that having both male and female space marines would replace mortals. I won't go to Terra because there are people I can't leave behind. I consider the so-called 12 you speak of as my family. His name is Angron, not 12 the tool. He and his other brothers and sisters have a home, called Nusaria, called the Unyielding Resolve. I cannot abandon them to go to Terra, Qin Xia said, looking at Malkador. A tool with a name is still a tool, isn't it? Malkador said. Would a normal person refuse an invitation for the sake of a named tool? Qin Xia did not argue, turning and leaving. Chapter 380, Randan's Epilogue. The 12th Legion has made great contributions in this war. On the command deck of the Unwavering Truth, Lang stood by the tactical table, his head down, looking at the information displayed on it, and said without raising his head. In front of him were Qin Xia and Lorgar Saren. Qin Xia had just come down from the Emperor's battle carrier and was invited to the Unwavering Truth. Tell this guy the details of the gifts prepared by the First Legion. Lang commanded Lorgar Saren like a subordinate. Lorgar Saren took a list and walked up to Qin Xia, handing it over with both hands. Qin Xia looked at the list. Lorgar Saren explained some important items on the list, a psychic bomb, which you have already brought back. Then there are Terminator tactical dreadnoughts of all models, enough to arm 5,000 people. Qin Xia saw that there were also some military supplies on the list. Bolt guns, power armor, and so on. Thank you. Qin Xia accepted the list. Lorgar Saren continued, the Lion King wants to express some apologies to his brother through you. The previous suspicions were indeed inappropriate, and I hope this matter will not cause a rift between the two Primarch brothers. After speaking, Lorgar Saren looked at Lang. Lang acted as if Qin Xia had already left, not raising his head or speaking. Lorgar Saren gave Lang an annoyed glare, then gave Qin Xia a you understand look. Qin Xia nodded helplessly. The meeting ended in silence. Then the command deck's bulkhead opened, and two people walked in. Qin Xia first saw the captain of the White Knight, and then a person wearing armor, as tall as a space marine, accompanying the captain. He seemed to be a warrior. However, the armor on this warrior was not the armor used by space marines, but a type of power armor with a strong plate armor style. It was also decorated with a large number of Caliban badges and so on. When the captain and that warrior saw Qin Xia present, according to etiquette, they naturally should first salute the person they currently served. And they did so, under Lang's somewhat displeased gaze. The captain first led the warrior to salute Qin Xia, and then saluted Lang. The appearance of the White Knight's captain here did not surprise Qin Xia. After all, this captain had served in the First Legion before he and the White Knight were given to the 12th Legion. During the salute, the warrior, as tall as a space marine, removed his helmet and held it in his hands as a gesture of respect. Only then did Qin Xia recognize that this person was the captain's wife. No ordinary person on the ship left a deeper impression on Qin Xia than the captain's wife and her brother-in-law. Because both the captain's wife and her brother were tall, even taller than the average height of a modified space marine. My lord. The captain and his wife saluted and addressed him simultaneously, then saluted Lang. Qin Xia gently nudged Lorgar Saren, what's going on? His wife used to be a member of the Caliban Knights, fighting alongside the Primarch to eliminate giant beasts. Lorgar Saren whispered in response, she personally slew 13 giant beasts, and her home contains 13 giant beast head specimens. Holy cow! Qin Xia was startled. He suddenly remembered a legend on the White Knight. It was said that the captain's wife had a treasure room full of terrifying things, and ordinary people would be scared to death if they went in. Many attendants also refused to serve the captain's wife. Originally, they couldn't refuse, but after Angron returned to the Legion, the White Knight no longer had slaves, so they could refuse. Qin Xia thought this might have something to do with witchcraft or something, and was just about to find time to resolve it, but now, hearing Lorgar Saren say this, he realized they were specimens of giant beast heads, used to show off her martial prowess. But how did they? Qin Xia asked Lorgar Saren very softly. Your captain used to serve as a servant to the knights. Lorgar Saren said, he used to serve the Primarch, and then somehow, his knight wife claimed him, and then the two of them got together. So he's a veteran of the Caliban Knights? But this captain used to tell others in front of me that he came from an obscure world, was an ordinary person, and then climbed up to the captain's position step by step. Qin Xia said. Lorgar Saren smiled. Back in the nights, this captain was always told by his wife, he's small everywhere except his guts, so just ignore whatever he says. The captain secretly turned his head and frowned at Lorgar Saren, then gave Qin Xia an awkward smile. Lorgar Saren looked at the captain with schadenfreude. Qin Xia could tell that the captain's relationship with Lorgar Saren was not just that of a servant and a former knight commander. But his ability is indeed very strong. Lorgar Saren said, he is a talent among talents. How does life in the 12th Legion compare to that in the 1st Legion? Lang asked the captain's wife. It's pretty good. The captain's wife replied. A smile appeared on Lang's stern face. It's good that it's good, Angelica. It was something I regretted very much to impulsively send you and your husband away, but there's no helping it, I can't take you back now. My husband violated the Legion's discipline. Yes, yes. Then Lang chatted with the knight he had once fought alongside, discussing some past events, and then talking about what happened after the couple joined the 12th Legion. Finally, he mentioned Qin Xia. It's not an easy task to serve such a guy. Lang said, apparently, this is a more difficult task than fighting and keeping the warship running normally. It's indeed not easy. Qin Xia interjected, but personally, I feel their difficulties are nothing compared to Lorgar Saren's. The captain subconsciously looked at Lorgar Saren, indeed. Feeling Lang's gaze, the captain lowered his head and closed his mouth, saying no more. Lang looked at Lorgar Saren again, as if asking, is it that difficult? Lorgar Saren remained silent. Lang waved his hand, signaling that everyone could leave. Qin Xia and the two people Lang had called to reminisce went to the hangar deck, with Lorgar Saren seeing them off all the way. After the captain and his wife boarded the transport ship, Lorgar Saren suddenly called out to Qin Xia. Although the First Legion has given a gift, that is the Legion's gift. Lorgar Saren unhooked a Caliban Knight's medal from his waist. I don't have anything of substantial use on hand, only something I cherish most. Lorgar Saren walked towards Qin Xia, held the Knight's medal in his hand and gazed at it for a few seconds before handing it over with a furrowed brow. I received this when I became the master of the Knights. It looks like a medal, but it's actually more like a token, passed down through every generation of administrators in the Knights until now. Qin Xia reached out with both hands to take the medal and hung it on his waist. Then he unhooked something from his waist that looked like a metal sphere covered with beautiful patterns and handed it to Lorgar Saren. This is a single-person defense device, which can attach an energy coating to your armor to resist attacks. Lorgar Saren took the sphere with both hands and hung it on his waist. This is my trophy, from the first slave owner I killed. Qin Xia said, at that time on Nuceria, there was a ruler named Mad King Tark. He had an uncle, and I killed his uncle and found this thing on his uncle's corpse. Qin Xia paused, then continued. It represents the beginning of the Nucria Uprising War, and it holds great significance for me. Lorgar Saren smiled and nodded, thank you. Both realized that, for each other, they were already friends. This friendship progressed too quickly, and neither could say where it began. Lorgar Saren thought it might be because Qin Xia and he had similar early experiences, regarding Primarch-related matters, except that Lang and Angron were different. In Qin Xia, Lorgar Saren saw the person he wanted to become. Farewell. Qin Xia took the spear from his back, held the shaft with both hands, and raised the spearhead above his head. Just as Lorgar Saren performed the knight's salute with a knight's sword, this was a Caliban custom. And Lorgar Saren drew his sword, held it vertically to the ground, and tapped the floor a few times with the sword's edge. This was the gladiator's salute of Nuceria. Qin Xia smiled and nodded, then turned and boarded the transport plane. Lorgar Saren stood on the hangar deck, looking up at the transport plane gradually ascending and flying out of the energy membrane that separated the void from the hangar. After Qin Xia returned to the White Knight, Angron also prepared to return to the unyielding resolve from the Sword Edge storm. All the Primarches except Lang were here. Angron bid them farewell one by one. Kogaris started first, but he and Angron said nothing, just shook hands. Both knew they understood each other perfectly and didn't need to say anything. Then it was Korux. After experiencing some things during the Great Crusade, I am absolutely certain that you were right to advise me not to leave my home world and the neighboring planet to Imperial management. Korux embraced Angron, thank you, brother. The most crucial thing wasn't my reminder, but that you truly cared about your home. Angron smiled and nodded. Angron then walked up to Lemon Russ, I know you are a truly civilized man. I don't care about those things. Lemon Russ shook his head, but thank you for your evaluation nonetheless. Angron nodded. After a final glance at his brothers, Angron turned and walked out of the command deck. Upon returning to the Unyielding Resolve's command deck, the 12th Legion fleet began to set sail for Nuceria. Qin Xia then teleported over from the White Knight. Karn isn't dead, he's just unconscious. This was the first thing Qin Xia said. Angron cared about Karn, but the first thing he wanted to ask wasn't about Karn. Lying didn't make things difficult for you again, did he? No, Qin Xia shook his head, Lying isn't actually that bad, he's just a bit naive. Qin Xia also thought, if Lying were truly a lion, he would be the naive kind of lion, the kind that would become very close to humans if given a piece of meat or if he was petted comfortably. This could be seen from the incident in the Horus Heresy where Lying was tricked out of a general cannon by Perturabo. The viewport sealed, and the fleet began to enter the warp. Qin Xia stood beside Angron, checking the information sent by star speakers and compiled from various star sectors. A new think tank member was particularly adept at interpreting star speaker messages, so he was specifically responsible for receiving and compiling star speaker information when the fleet was out. The Adeptus Mechanicus has recently launched a series of infiltration operations against several planets. Angron said, as Kyle Boer told the Quadrant before, the Adeptus Mechanicus has always coveted our ancient relics. But such large-scale infiltration is unprecedented. Qin Xia looked at the messages. 8 out of 10 reported catching Adeptus Mechanicus infiltrators. And these were just the ones caught, there were probably many more that weren't. Qin Xia then recounted his conversation with Malkador on the Emperor's battle carrier. Angron immediately realized the consequences after hearing this. The Imperium will target Nuceria, and we will face pressure from the Imperium next. Yes. Qin Xia nodded. I tried to play dumb to hint at Malkador to resolve this in another way, but Malkador completely ignored me. We need to be prepared, that old guy is really not easy to deal with. We just finished a war that had nothing to do with us. Captain Lorgar Saren walked over, indignant, but we not only have to face the enemy, but also our own people. Even though we fought for the Imperium doesn't trust us. We are not fighting for the Imperium. Angron looked at Lorgar Saren. The World Eaters and several other legions together eliminated the Randan aliens. The people here will no longer be slaughtered by the Randan aliens. The revenge for the tens of billions of humans previously slaughtered by the aliens has also been exacted. From now on, for thousands of years, the ordinary people here will be able to live a peaceful life. And when humanity has resolved external threats, and can finally focus on internal matters, all that we have done for the survival of the entire race will be duly evaluated in the eyes of the world, and then they will make the correct choice. Hearing the Primarch say this, Lorgar Saren nodded silently. Qin Xia gazed at the messages, then suddenly spoke after a period of silence, we need to obtain some intelligence, and through unofficial orders, meaning without using Nuceria's intelligence department. Human Historical Research Institute. Angron asked. Qin Xia nodded. Theseus will be responsible for this matter. Hearing the name Theseus, Angron immediately recalled the girl. She was the same age as Yuchuka, Yuechula's younger brother, and was still a child when she first entered the gladiator arena. But she was very brave, daring to fight beastmen who had the butcher's nails. And Theseus neither stayed on the planet Nuceria nor joined the Legion's regular forces as a commander, she chose to become an agent. I will take care of this. Qin Xia turned and teleported back to the White Knight. Chapter 381, Macro and Micro. Dawn Star. Theseus departed the transport ship in a transport plane, entering the planet's atmosphere. She looked out the window at the world outside. This was a hive world, with only one massive hive city. It possessed the typical chaos and disorder found on hive worlds. And this chaos became particularly evident as the planet, nestled between the Nuceria sector, the 500 worlds of Great Ultramar, and the Imperium, had no single human faction claiming ownership. As the transport plane entered the underhive of the hive city, Theseus saw the streets filled with smog and chaotic crowds everywhere. People were debating among themselves which faction should take them over. Nuceria, Ultramar, Imperium. They would choose one of the three, then get into brawls with dissenters in the streets. The nobles, who could originally still speak a few words due to their 10,000-year ruling status, had now become pre-booked spoils of war for the opinionated masses, as they received no support from any faction. The transport plane flew over the chaotic crowds and landed on a helipad in front of a large building. Theseus glanced at the logo on top of the building Cromarch Bio. It was a biotechnology company with a monopoly in Nuceria. Cromarch, the founder of the company, was a gladiator's uncle who always smiled and doted on Yuchuka and her as if they were his own children. He had brought Theseus a lot of warmth, and now, he could also provide her with considerable help. The transport plane's hatch slowly rose. Theseus stepped off the transport plane, and a man from a group of people already waiting there jogged over, squinting and lowering his head amidst the airflow and roar produced by the transport plane's engines, shouting to Theseus, "Welcome to Dawnstar. A damned lawless place." The transport plane took off again, preparing to return to the transport ship to retrieve some equipment needed for the mission. Theseus asked the man, "Ultramar and the Imperium haven't occupied this place?" "No," the man shook his head, "this hellhole is bordered by our Nuceria's Pompeii one to the east, an Ultramar world to the west, and an Imperial world to the north. I'm not sure about the Imperium's intentions for now, and Ultramar is probably waiting for the Primarches to return and consult with their Lord of Ultramar before making a decision." Primarches. Hearing that word, Theseus subconsciously glanced at the man's accessories. Among them was a word written in the local Nuceria language, made into a badge. The badge, combined with the word Primarch, proved the man's identity, a worshipper of the Nuceria savior Primarch faith. "The Imperium's intentions are precisely what I came here to find out," Theseus said. "The briefing I received on my way here said you would help me quickly gather intelligence." The man nodded, then pulled over a 2-meter-tall, cold-faced strongman who looked like a robot. "He will take you to that place," the man said. Theseus scrutinized the extremely cold strongman. The strongman was expressionless, his eyes lifeless. Theseus recalled something. She had indeed seen some people like this in the World Eaters or the current World Eaters regular army. They were people indistinguishable from robots. These individuals were once toys of the Moray family in the fortress territory. They were made into a kind of flesh brick-like biological entity, and only the Primarch faith sustained them until the moment the fortress territory was breached and they were rescued. These people were already indistinguishable from machines, their original bodies looked exactly like machines. But after a mechanicum named Quadrant joined the World Eaters, these people received an upgrade and modification, looking completely normal, but their mechanical bodies possessed combat power even stronger than Space Marines. Emotionless, cold-blooded, yet driven by extreme fanaticism to dedicate everything to the one they believed in, they became excellent warriors and agents. I will protect your safety and execute your orders, the strongman said in a cold, mechanical voice. What's your name? Tisius asked. Servitor 3, the strongman replied coldly, I was the third flesh brick from the entrance in the Moray family's basement, so I am 3. All right, 3, Tisius nodded, making a gesture of invitation, then I'll trouble you. The person named 3 immediately walked towards a car. Tisius followed. The car stopped in front of an inconspicuous bar. Tisius noticed that this bar was located in the exact center of the 3 main residential areas of the Underhive, and recalling the Cromarch Bio Company building she had just seen, she immediately realized that this hive city had actually been divided into spheres of influence, and this bar was a microcosm of this hive world. It was not located in any faction's territory, purely neutral. 3 led Tisius into the bar. The entire bar was filled with smog. Tisius saw some bounty hunters from the Imperium, on their way to Nuceria to sign contracts for exploring forge engines. They wore the insignias of their respective bounty hunter teams. There were also some people engaged in black market dealings, whispering in corners. Tisius heard them discussing which route to take to send a ship full of people to Ultramar refugee reception points, or to Nuceria's Pompeii 1. There were also some people discussing matters that Tisius considered more important. That is, where in this hive world another firefight had occurred, how many fully cybernetically modified mechanicum had died, or where dead giants had been found in another foul ditch. Tisius realized those were traces of conflicts between intelligence operatives. Nuceria and the Adeptus Mechanicus currently had no contact, just as before, but in reality, Nuceria's people would engage in one bloody conflict after another, assassinations or overt firefights, both within and outside Nuceria. The situation was already quite grim. Even before coming here, Tisius had heard information from Nuceria's intelligence department, which explicitly stated that some assassins from the Imperium had fought with personnel from the planet's internal intelligence department on Pompeii 1. So Tisius was also prepared for combat here. Inside, the bartender told 3. 3 silently led Tisius through a door guarded by some bodyguards, entering a large room filled with smoke, where the air quality was shockingly poor. Here, Tisius saw people from many factions. Red-robed Adeptus Mechanicus monks, Imperial Agency bureaucrats or operatives, Space Marines in various different armors, they came from everywhere, and there was even a beastman, a subhuman. Their origins were immediately apparent because they were civilized individuals who stood in the light within their respective factions, so they did not hide their identities, engaging in civilized and peaceful exchanges, much like the superficial relationship between Nuceria and the Imperium today. 3 led Tisius past a subhuman. That beastman was conversing with a woman clearly from Nuceria's New Guard 1, discussing the terms of trade for underground industrial facilities in the hive world. We killed those gang members and devoured their flesh. As long as your price is reasonable, I'll immediately have my lads sell those industrial facilities to you. Then let's discuss the price. The beastman and the New Guard 1 woman exchanged words. Tisius recalled that New Guard 1 had been trying to recover industrial facilities and similar items for a long time. They also had their own recycling department, similar to organizations like Qinxia's Human Historical Research Institute. They roamed everywhere, purchasing industrial facilities. And these actions were not reported and approved by the New Star ruling officer. But to Tisius, this was normal. Various smaller factions under a large organization would always have their own agendas, as humanity is a species with diversity and self-awareness, so it's impossible for a faction to be a large group of yes-men. The warships we captured in the border skirmishes can be returned to you. A World Eaters glanced at Tisius as she walked past, then continued speaking to the Ultramarines in front of him. But you must also return the resources that were impounded. These are the terms of the deal. Additionally, I have a signed letter from the Pompeii 1 ruling officer. This is proof you can present when reporting to your superiors. The Ultramarines on the other side took the signed letter from the Pompeii 1 ruling officer, then nodded. I believe the governor will agree. Hearing their conversation, Tisius was not surprised. Friction between the borders of Ultramar and Nuceria was normal. Even though the two primarchs of Nuceria and Ultramar signed a contract, that was only macroscopic friendliness and cooperation. Previous conflicts would not be resolved or cease to occur due to macroscopic friendliness, but they also wouldn't escalate to Angron or Guillemon. Just like the propaganda posters on the walls of Ultramar's border planets, even if the locals threw feces at the World Eaters shaking hands with the Ultramarines in the poster and cursed the World Eaters from Pompeii 1 for always intercepting refugees who should have been sent to their local planet, a new propaganda poster would still be put up the next day. 3 led Tisius to a mechanicum. The mechanicum looked at 3, took out a chip, and placed it on the table, after which the surrounding sounds were isolated from the space around the two. After doing this, he first glanced at another person drinking in the corner, then said to Tisius, your people have already discussed this with me, and I hope we can reach a deal without any hitches. Tisius nodded, took out a briefcase, and handed it to the mechanicum. The person took it, handed a data slate to Tisius, then opened the briefcase and looked at the technical data provided by Quadrant inside. He nodded with great satisfaction. My mentor told me to tell you that if there's anything else you want to trade, just say so. He still needs some data that Quadrant's tech priests can provide to be promoted to tech priest on Mars. Tisius glanced at the data slate. It contained intelligence. The intelligence indicated that Mars had already lobbied the Imperial War Committee and Malkador's loyalists, deciding to launch simultaneous operations against Nuceria. And in the plan, Dawn Star would become a decoy and target. Once Nuceria tried to occupy this place, the Imperium would immediately intervene and make a big fuss. The intelligence also contained some data to prove its authenticity, such as meeting recordings, photos of the Adeptus Mechanicus meeting with War Council personnel, and some internal planning documents. Tisius gained an unexpected harvest and then asked the Mechanicum, "Your mentor's rank must be very high, and he's also very bold, daring to sell even this kind of intelligence, isn't that undermining the Forge Master General? You don't need to try and trick me, little girl, I'll be direct with you." The person snorted coldly. After that bastard Kyle Boer became Forge Master General, my mentor was sidelined. When his plan succeeds, and he doesn't get a share of the spoils, why should he care about Kyle Boer's grand plan? After an appendage wrapped around the document case, the Mechanicum continued, "I'm telling you this not because I'm stupid, but because my mentor wants you to understand through me that he really needs, you know. Remember that he exists, if there's any deeper cooperation opportunity in the future, be sure to think of him." After speaking, he glanced at 3 again, "Your servitor knows where to find me." Tisius nodded. The Mechanicum in front of her stood up, then seemed to think Tisius was too young and might not understand some things, so he sat back down. "My mentor is the kind of person, who even uses the funds Kyle Boer gave him to rent a house for me in this hive city. Even if it just annoys Kyle Boer a bit, he's willing to do it, understand?" Seeing Tisius nod, he pointed to the person sitting in the corner of the room, drinking. "He came with me. He wants to find a way out for his master in the War Council, a way out in Nuceria." Tisius looked at the person drinking. The other party raised his glass in greeting, then cast a grateful look at the Mechanicum. Chapter 382, The Importance of Communication Channels. Some time later. Someone sent by a member of the War Council has made contact with Tisius. He only has one request, and that is to meet us. And he also said that he would refuse to discuss anything before meeting us. Xia said to Angron, who was sitting on the other side of the desk. "Then let's meet him. We are just about to return to Nuceria from the direction of Pompeii 1, so we can meet along the way," Angron said. Xia glanced out the viewport. The fleet was being resupplied around the forge engine. This was the last resupply. Once it was finished and they embarked on another journey, they could return directly to Great Nucria. Meeting along the way was indeed a good choice, but Xia had other ideas. "When we pass Pompeii 1, I will stay in the star system with the White Knight," Xia said, closing his eyes as if in deep thought. "I have a premonition that Pompeii 1 and Dawn Star will be of utmost importance. You still have Legion affairs to handle, so I can just oversee things from Pompeii 1. Angron thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Then the Primarch continued to examine the documents on the desk. Those documents were also provided by Tisius, and the source of the documents was clearly marked, they were purchased. The price for purchasing this document was a biological neural implant technology provided by Quadrant. Because he needed to trade with the Adeptus Mechanicus, Xia sought out Quadrant. And Quadrant casually took out a technology he possessed, successfully exchanging it for this document. Just as Tisius had seen in the tavern before, it contained various photos of meetings between Adeptus Mechanicus personnel and members of the Imperial War Committee, recordings of meetings, and some specific decisions discussed and formulated by the War Council. "Sometimes it's really unbelievable," Angron said, turning the page of the document and looking at the reports from some technologically advanced planets in Nuceria. "In some places, our people and the Adeptus Mechanicus's modified warriors are fighting to the death, but on Dawn Star, there's actually a place where all factions can sit down and fairly trade information. If there's a demand for it, there will be a place for it," Xia said. "Obviously, the owner of that tavern on Dawn Star is not an ordinary person, but an information broker. The document Tisius sent says the owner speaks Standard High Gothic, so he should be from Terra." "From Terra?" Angron frowned. "But if that guy really is from Terra, he should have been under Malkador's surveillance long ago, so how could he be an information broker?" Xia shrugged. "Malkador sent him, of course. The reason is simple, Malkador has other considerations. He doesn't want to make things too big, so he created a place where information can be exchanged, a secret communication channel, to prevent things from escalating into a full-blown conflict." Angron pondered for half a second, quickly understanding the intricacies involved, then asked his adoptive father, "By the way, how do you know so much about intelligence matters?" Just experience," Xia said with a mysterious smile. "Me, to put it very modestly, apart from tedious administrative affairs and the formulation of war strategies and tactics, there's nothing I'm not good at." "Indeed," Angron nodded in strong agreement. Xia suddenly took his legs off the desk and placed them on the floor, crossing his left leg over his right, and gently pushing off the floor with his right foot. The entire office chair spun around. Xia half reclined in the office chair, looking up at the ceiling, entering a state of deep thought. "The Adeptus Mechanicus is eyeing our ancient technology. They've wanted to do this for a long time, but they didn't make any big moves until we found the forge engine. Those Adeptus Mechanicus people would truly stop at nothing for technology. This is their motive." Angron silently listened to Xia's deductions. He also thought so. The only reason Nuceria could be troubled by the Imperium now was its use of superhumans to manage mortals, which was not in line with the Imperial truth and went against the Emperor's original intention. But this ideological conflict was clearly just an excuse that would be exploited. And the Adeptus Mechanicus also had ideological pursuits and obsessions, their faith in the god of all machines and their obsession with technology. They would truly do anything for this belief. Why did the Adeptus Mechanicus originate from Mars but spread throughout the Imperium of Man? The reason was that, during the rampant warp storms back then, those fanatical Adeptus Mechanicus followers dared to shout the name of the god of all machines and brave the warp storms to undertake a suicidal exploration where the chance of survival was less than 1 in 10. As for the Imperial War Committee, Qin Xia stopped rotating the chair with his legs, suddenly halting and looking at the purchased intelligence document. It shows photos of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel meeting with members of the Imperial War Committee, and other unnamed individuals who belong to Grand Master Malkador's faction. When your brother Guilliman visited before, we discussed the War Council. It will be abandoned by Malkador and replaced by a new institution, the Imperial Parliament. The War Council does not want to be replaced. They hope to prove their necessity through an event, so they will look for things to do. This is also why they can be swayed by the Adeptus Mechanicus. And the Imperial Parliament needs an opportunity to replace the War Council. They also need to prove their ability and qualification to replace it, so they will also look for things to do. Qin Xia looked at the nodding Angron and pressed his index finger on a photo in the intelligence document. It showed photos of Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests and priests meeting with people who were not part of the War Council or Malkador's faction. When everyone on Terra was preparing to find something to do, the Adeptus Mechanicus keenly seized the opportunity. They wanted technology, and the War Council and Parliament wanted to replace each other, so they reached an agreement and seized this opportunity. Just as the transcript of that part of the decision document in the intelligence file shows, they could reach an agreement in less than a month and prepare to address the dispute near Dawnstar. When they all wanted to do something, their efficiency was so high it startled even me. After Qin Xia finished speaking, he fell into thought again. Angron looked at the decisions of the Imperial high-ranking officials in the intelligence document, which was to use Dawnstar as bait and an entry point. Kill, the current Legion commander and warlord of the World Eaters, thought this intelligence was fake, pure nonsense. If there really was an organization to replace the War Council, the War Council would fight that organization like crazy, rather than cooperate to do something against Nuceria. Not to mention the cooperation between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the War Council. After the Emperor signed the Treaty of Olympus, confirming the Adeptus Mechanicus as an imperial ally, the Adeptus Mechanicus did some things to show that they were extremely loyal allies rather than subordinates with ulterior motives. The War Council needed Mars's approval to mobilize war materials, and Mars had killed envoys sent by the War Council upon their arrival, under the pretext of insulting the god of all machines, making an envoy a sacrifice to assert their own status. Kill, who came from a Terran military noble background, was very clear about these matters, so he believed that such cooperation was simply impossible. But Angron and Qin Xia still believed this intelligence was true. Yesterday they were enemies, today they can join forces and cooperate, Angron sighed. In the face of common needs, their past and present grievances will only prevent them from helping each other achieve what they want in temporary cooperation. I'm truly not surprised by their cooperation. And furthermore. Angron paused, then looked into his adoptive father's eyes and continued. Even we want to achieve some things through this conflict. Hearing Angron say this, Qin Xia nodded in strong agreement. Angron was referring to what Qin Xia had said many times about the future Imperial Parliament having Astartes members. That's right. Astartes parliamentary seats, Qin Xia nodded. We must actively intervene in the mess on Dawnstar. According to the original development, after the Imperial Parliament replaced the War Council, there was no place for Space Marines in the Parliament, only Valder, the commander of the Custodes, who did not participate in parliamentary affairs, could have a seat and remain silent. Qin Xia wanted Astartes to join the Imperial Parliament, even if only one Astartes could join. This persistence was not because Qin Xia was thinking from the perspective of superhuman interests. After arriving in the 30th millennium and replaying the Horus Heresy countless times at night, Qin Xia believed that among the various factors that led to the rebellion spiraling out of control, one was very crucial. That was the lack of communication channels between the Space Marines and the Imperium. Even the Primarches lacked this communication ability, because in the later stages of the Great Crusade, the Emperor directly withdrew from the Great Crusade to build the webway, ignoring everyone. Among the rebel legions, there were many loyalists, and some rebel legions' rebellion rates were not much higher than the Dark Angels. But the loyalists seemed to be able to do nothing until things got out of hand, and Horus's army was already at the gates. The Imperium still didn't know which Primarches had participated in the rebellion, and Malkador was still speculating with Dorn, who guarded the Imperial Palace, about who had rebelled and who hadn't. The lack of information led to the Imperium's slow response. And the loyalists in the rebel legions were not a bunch of idiotic fools, they had actually discovered that the legions had undergone very unsettling changes long ago. As the saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day. The loyalists didn't wait until their battle brothers in the legions began slaughtering mortals, began tormenting mortals with various unimaginable methods, and their Primarches had started growing wings and turning into snakes, to still believe that the legions were fine, only to suddenly exclaim holy crap, the legion has rebelled, when one day the Primarch shouted death to the false emperor. Some loyalists had discovered the problem long ago. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't see the emperor, nor could they see any influential person other than their increasingly corrupted battle brothers and Primarches. Except for Dorn of the Imperial Fists and his successors, who had not left Terra for a long time, Space Marines from other legions were not even sure if they would be allowed into the solar system. As for reporting to members of the Mortal Council, they would probably only think, you other legions can still enter the solar system? Astartes seemed to be a bit unruly. They had no right to speak in the council. They had no opportunity to convey what they saw to the administrators. Ultimately, they could only watch their legions gradually fall into depravity. Some particularly fierce loyalists might directly draw swords against their Primarches, while those loyalists who didn't want to see their legions and Primarches fall into depravity but also didn't want to draw swords against their Primarches, could only choose between falling together or falling while complaining. We must secure an Astartes seat, Qin emphasized after deep thought. It's a must. So we also have something we want to achieve through this conflict, you're right. Angron nodded slowly. Sometimes I think, if only we didn't have to get involved in this kind of mess. Kick out those vermin, to hell with the Imperium, Qin Xia's tone was filled with helplessness. But I also think, if one of our legions could be stronger than several legions combined, if we could build the webway ourselves, if only we could. Before he finished speaking, Qin Xia fell silent. Qin Xia had told Angron many things, such as the Chaos Gods, the Warp, and what the Emperor was busy with every day. They had even, in their spare time, speculated about the possibility of kicking out the Imperium and acting independently. So Angron could also understand what Qin Xia was saying at this moment. No matter how many discussions they had, Qin Xia believed that if humanity was to avoid the situation 10,000 years later, they could only choose the Emperor and his cause, and the Imperium that the Emperor created to fulfill his cause. Go to Pompeii 1, Father. Angron gazed at Qin Xia. Do what you want to do, achieve what you want to achieve, without worries. I will handle all affairs of Nuceria and the Legion. Usually, I make decisions for the Legion and Nuceria's many worlds, and you support me. Now I support you, giving unconditional support just like you. Hearing this, Qin Xia took a few deep breaths, suppressed his emotions, and smiled confidently as usual, nodding. Chapter 383, A Person of Esteemed Status. Lord Clamo, I am immensely grateful for the grace you have bestowed upon me by granting me an audience. I merely wish to represent all the people of 19 Star System's third world to behold your esteemed presence and offer you our most sincere greetings and blessings. The elderly man knelt on the ground, gently lifting the middle-aged man's hand and placing it on his own shoulder. After a brief touch, the kneeling elder wept tears of joy, then, at the reminder of his attendants, rose and left the most opulent audience hall of the transport ship. The middle-aged man named Clamo sat on the throne, silent. Another person came and knelt, and after receiving permission, gently held Clamo's hand to perform the shoulder-touching ritual. People came and went one after another, making no demands, only expressing how grateful they were to Clamo for granting them an audience. However, there were simply too many people who had traveled from various planets within the star system to attend the audience on the ship. Clamo didn't know why these high-ranking and powerful individuals from their respective home worlds had come all this way, it clearly couldn't just be to see him once. But they didn't state their reasons. Finally, a large group of people were let into the audience hall by the attendants. Clamo gently waved his hand, I'm tired. Send them back. At Clamo's command, the eager supplicants bowed and departed. After all of them had left the transport ship, the entire vessel set off for Mandeville Point. Clamo glanced at the star system before the viewport closed. This star system was named 19. After the 12th Legion declared it part of Great Nucria, it should have been given an unnumbered, proper name by the Primarch. But its official name was simply 19. This was because the star system contained 19 habitable worlds, which in astronomical terms was simply preposterous, as habitable worlds in the universe are exceedingly rare. Yet, the 19 star system truly had 19 genuine habitable worlds. Legend had it that ancient gods bestowed this place of reproduction and life upon the ancestors of all humans in the 19 star system, with the gods adjusting the orbits of celestial bodies and the environments of each one. The ship set sail. After an unknown duration of travel, Clamo only remembered repeating his daily routine for many days before the viewport slowly rose. Clamo gently pushed away the attendant who was styling his hair, then walked to the viewport to observe the star system. This was Pompeii 1. It had an ancient starport. The design style of this starport appeared very out of place compared to the surrounding cluster of void facilities. It was a design style clearly forgotten by modern people. It was incredibly smooth, yet resembled a cube, truly ugly beyond belief. At least, that's how it seemed to Clamo. Around the starport were ships queuing to enter. There were many of these ships, and Clamo was too lazy to count exactly how many. Anyway, as far as he knew, one of Nucria's 2 divine lords had arrived at Pompeii 1 aboard only one ship called the White Knight, and had not brought a large fleet. Clamo thought about it and concluded that the owners of these ships had gathered in the Pompeii star system for the same reason as himself. Lord, an old friend of yours has sent a communication, wishing to meet with you and reminisce. The attendant motioned for the messenger to withdraw, then reported to his master. Did this old friend of mine come to find me after I announced, from now on, the Lord of the Star System is the superhuman offspring sent by the Primarch? Clamo asked. The attendant replied, no. Clamo nodded, therefore, please tell him not to bother my communications officer. Having said that, Clamo continued to observe the Pompeii star system. It wasn't until 2 Nucria hours had passed, minute by minute, that the attendant approached again. Lord, it's time to wash and change. The meeting will begin in 3 Nucria hours. Clamo immediately turned around, motioning for the attendant to tidy his attire. At the same time, he did not forget to remind, I must be dressed grandly enough so as not to leave a bad impression on that lord during the meeting. Bring out my father's formal attire. The attendant complied. After Clamo meticulously prepared himself, he proceeded to the ship's hangar, then boarded a transport ship bound for Pompeii 1. Upon reaching the landing pad atop a magnificent, steel-built castle in the planet's capital, Clamo disembarked from the transport ship. Many people were queuing to enter the castle. Clamo also queued, waiting, until the guards at the entrance checked him, then verified his name, and said, your name is not on the list. Page 467, Line 36 of the list, the one with the same name as a fellow named Mort earlier, that's him. A deep voice came from the side. A Space Marines walked over, clad in heavy and ornate crimson armor, holding a helmet in one hand and the other placed beneath his cape behind his back. The ornate decorations on his armor indicated that he was the administrator of this planet. And the golden emblem engraved on the chest of his armor, a building ruin within fangs, indicated that his first achievement upon arriving on this planet was the eradication of its extreme poverty. He is my father, the Astartes governor told the guard. The guard saluted, then stepped aside. The Astartes governor queued and entered the castle with his father, Clamo. Clamo said to his Astartes son, you wouldn't even look at me and call me father just now. Primarch, why does our family even pass down names from generation to generation? The Astartes looked helpless, then nodded, yes, you are my father, but I am now an Astartes, appointed by the Primarch to manage Pompeii I. I am your son, but I am also Angron's son. Upon hearing his son address the Primarch by name, Clamo frowned, habitually scolding, disrespectful. How can you address the Primarch by name? In the family, you must use an honorific when facing your mortal father. How dare you address your Primarch father by name in the Legion? The Astartes shook his head. The full name has special meaning, so calling by the full name shows respect. The Nukria people all call by the full name, that's what civilization and culture are about. Clamo looked helpless. After a few steps, the Astartes indicated that his father could sit down, then said, this is the seat I arranged for you through proper procedure. Clamo sat down, watching his son walk further and further away. After another period of time, the entire castle's spacious, plaza-like hall was filled with people. After a while longer, Qin Xia emerged from the front. Everyone stood up, saluting according to their respective planetary cultures. Then Qin Xia motioned for everyone to sit down. Clamo saw that the Divine Lord seemed to say something, but it was too far to hear clearly, and there were simply too many people, even their breathing was loud enough. However, this problem was quickly resolved as Qin Xia began to speak using psychic power. Only then did Clamo hear clearly. He wasn't speaking of anything important, just welcoming everyone to Pompeii I, and assuring them that Pompeii I would properly host them. And then there was nothing more. This meeting wasn't organized by Qin Xia himself. He was puzzled why so many people had inexplicably shown up, so he only wanted to get it over with. After speaking a few sentences, Qin Xia left. The Astartes governor then began to speak. Everyone in the hall was somewhat restless but tried their best to remain silent. This meeting had no organizer, everyone had come on their own, but due to the long journey, they couldn't immediately return home, so the governor had to find a way to host them. It wasn't until the governor also left, watching his Astartes son depart, that Clamo saw the assembled crowd leave in an orderly fashion under the guidance of guards, so he too quietly rose and left. But as he left the castle and returned to the transport ship, Clamo saw his Astartes governor's son approaching him again. We're going to meet the White Knight Lord together in a moment, the Astartes said. I thought this was the end of the meeting. Clamo was overjoyed. I thought you hadn't arranged anything for me at all. I didn't arrange it, the Astartes shook his head. The White Knight Lord learned from me that you had arrived, so he specially permitted you to see him. I don't know why. Clamo nodded and walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. Castle top. Qin Xia stood by the railing, overlooking the city's nightscape below. Noticing someone approaching, he turned his head. The two Clamo walked closer, saluting under the gaze of Kamas, who was clad in Grey Knight's armor. Are you both named Clamo? Qin Xia raised a hand, motioning for the two to stand upright, then asked with a smile. Yes, White Knight Lord, this is a name I once used, because the family I belonged to before becoming a son of Angron had a tradition of fathers and sons sharing the same name, the Astartes governor named Clamo replied. And the other Clamo nodded. Qin Xia looked at the two. The Legion originally did not recruit individuals from old noble families belonging to a world under Great Nukria, but this Pompeii I governor named Clamo had astonishingly good results in the selection process. And at just 12 years old, Clamo already had 3 years of management experience. Not only did he achieve first place in the written examination for a selection district composed of several star systems, but he also had management experience and excellent management results. So Angron specially recruited Clamo. Facts proved that Clamo was indeed very capable. Pompeii I was originally extremely poor, but after Clamo arrived, its poverty was crushed, as indicated by the honor emblem on his chest. The transformation of Pompeii I was certainly related to the large amount of resources provided by the sector, but resources always need to be provided, only a competent manager will distribute and use them reasonably. I estimate your old Clamo has excellent educational abilities. Young Clamo is a very capable person. Qin Xia smiled, his gaze shifting from old Clamo to the Pompeii Astartes governor. This is not my first meeting with young Clamo. I visited once before, after acquiring the Forge engine, and at that time young Clamo had just arrived on this planet, and there were still some disruptive elements for him to deal with. Hearing this, young Clamo looked helpless. He had originally prepared a plan to achieve success in one fell swoop, but then, he didn't know who killed all those disruptive elements. Not even knowing who the other party was, young Clamo considered this his disgrace, that he had shamed his Gene father. So I specially summoned you, Qin Xia said to old Clamo. If you have any requests, you may put them forward, and I will consider them at my discretion. Old Clamo bowed again, then immediately stated frankly, a 19-star system merchant ship has been detained on Dawn Star. Lord, I know this is a very small matter for you, and I shouldn't bother you with it. But I truly have no other way. After listening, Qin Xia pondered for a moment, then spoke, young Clamo explained your family's situation before you arrived. I know that after you relinquished power, you relied on merchant trade for your livelihood. Your family, as the former lords of the 19-star system, chose to support Nukria's administration and the Astartes governor assigned there. If the difficulties of supporters are ignored, then those who oppose will gain a moral weapon. So you are not correct, Mr. Clamo, this is not a small matter, even for me. Therefore, I will find a way to get your merchant ship back. After old Clamo expressed his profound gratitude with immense excitement, Qin Xia remembered something else. He continued, the 19 habitable worlds of the 19-star system were originally all under your family's administration, and they were well ordered. Your management ability must also be excellent. Old Clamo humbly shook his head. Qin Xia continued, Dawnstar is very important to Great Nukria. I need to control that place, but since this is a decision I made suddenly on Pompeii 1, it's impossible for an Astartes administrator to arrive in a short time. I need you to temporarily remain on Pompeii 1. Old Clamo was very confused. As far as he knew, Dawnstar was not under Nukria's jurisdiction, and both the Empire and Ultramar were currently interested in acquiring that star system, so the situation there was very complex. Such a rotten place truly had no value. But what old Clamo thought wasn't important, he knew very well that he didn't even have the right to be here. When we begin to garrison Dawnstar, I will need you to temporarily manage a place there. Qin Xia glanced at Kamas, I will send my think tank to protect your safety, and you will also receive due reward afterwards. It is my bounden duty, old Clamo replied without hesitation. Thank you, Qin Xia nodded. He looked at the two Clamo. In the upcoming conflict, whether it was young Clamo who would remain on Pompeii 1, or old Clamo who would go to Dawnstar, both of them were of utmost importance. Qin Xia hoped that the two of them could cooperate well, and that Pompeii 1 and the neighboring Dawnstar could cooperate well. Chapter 384, Layout. 2 days later. Dawnstar. That ship. Little girl, what price can you offer for that ship on behalf of your master? In a smoke-filled private room of a bar, Theseus faced a middle-aged man with tattered clothes and rotten teeth. They sat on opposite sides of a round table. Standing beside Theseus was the mechanically cold number 3, who was once a meat brick and was now a zealous servant of the Divine Lord. He looked at the two men before him with the gaze one would give a corpse. Standing beside the middle-aged man with rotten teeth was a fellow who was 80% mechanically augmented. The man twirled a cigar, took a deep puff, and exhaled. This was not a provocation, he intentionally turned his face towards the guard beside him when exhaling the smoke, avoiding Theseus. It's just an unremarkable merchant ship, you name the price, Theseus said in a calm tone. I have other matters to attend to. This is just a personal affair for me. The man twirled his cigar, pondered for a moment, and asked, that ship is just a merchant vessel, from your 19-star system of Great Nukria. As the Lord of the 12th Legion's spokesperson, discussing a worthless small, broken ship doesn't suit your status. Theseus remained silent, neither explaining nor concealing. After old Clamo agreed to come to Dawnstar in the future, Qin Xia immediately arranged for Theseus to retrieve the impounded merchant ship for Clara Amor. Theseus was also very confused at the time, until she learned that the father of the Pompeii 1 Astartes governor, during his mortal period, would be assigned to Dawnstar to manage its affairs after Nuceria expanded again and occupied Dawnstar. Theseus had no need to explain these things, because explanation was essentially the outflow of information. She was more concerned about the inflow and outflow of information, because the other party had clearly stated, you are the Lord of the 12th Legion's spokesperson. Theseus wanted to know the source of this information. On second thought, Theseus looked towards the corner. The representative of the Imperial War Committee member, who had been introduced by the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel earlier, sat there, still drinking an expensive wine. This person would be arranged to meet the White Knight Lord after Nuceria took control of Dawnstar. Theseus realized that some of her information might have been sold by this person. And the other party still hadn't figured out that she wasn't serving the Lord of the 12th Legion, but the White Knight Lord, which meant that fellow hadn't sold all of her information. In a way, this was a good thing. Only those who were profit-oriented were easy to deal with in this environment. Name your price, Theseus said in a commanding tone after a quick deliberation. It's worthless. The man frowned and rubbed his cigar against his half-missing front tooth. I'll give it to you for free, plus a piece of information. I don't know why you are so eager to get that merchant ship back. Anyway, the merchant ship was impounded by the Adeptus Mechanicus. That flamboyant woman by the Forge Master General's side on Mars is stationed in the Imperial Star system next to Dawnstar. She wasn't specifically targeting that merchant ship, rather, she issued an import and export control order, and that merchant ship just happened to walk into it. Hearing the man mention a woman by the Forge Master General's side, Theseus recalled the female mechanicum in a form-fitting bronze armor. That person had appeared during the incident where Kyle Boer was previously captured and had even saluted the quadrant. Thank you, Theseus nodded coldly. The man extended his hand, consider it a welcoming gift. I run a gang in the Underhive, and your tooth knows how to find me. My master wants me to tell you that he's not on the side of the War Council or the Adeptus Mechanicus. If there's anything that needs to be communicated, he can facilitate it. Theseus did not shake his hand. The man smiled, twirled his cigar, stood up, and left with his guard. What did he mean by tooth just now? Theseus asked number 3 beside her. A local term in the Dawnstar Hive City, used to describe a lackey, an attendant, a slave, number 3 replied. Theseus snorted, thinking that the fellow's master was indeed resourceful, to find a local as a pawn. Then Tisius pondered again who that fellow's master was. Not the War Council, nor the Adeptus Mechanicus, the answer was obvious, it was someone from the Imperial Parliament, but the Parliament hadn't shown its face yet, and most people just considered them Malcador's pawns. That one over there, after thinking, Tisius waved to the person drinking in the corner. The man walked over and sat down, immediately asking, "When can I meet the White Knight Lord or the Primarch?" "This time, you will go to Nuceria with the merchant ship," Tisius said. "You'd best have a very important matter, as you claimed, which is why you need to report directly to the White Knight Lord." The man nodded. A month passed in a flash. Tisius usually stayed in the safe house arranged by Crow Biological Company. From the outside, the safe house looked like a mansion, but inside, 99% of the space was occupied by a large number of defensive weapons and armored walls, leaving only a small, prison-like room for living. A toilet, a bed, that was all the cramped room contained. If it weren't for the bed itself being a weapon cabinet, Tisius would have had to sleep on the floor. The furnishings of this place were extremely Spartan, but this was a sacrifice of comfort for higher security. In necessary circumstances, the small room inside this building could even rise from the ground and fly directly out of the atmosphere, back to the Human Historical Research Institute's ship. And such a terrible living environment meant nothing to Tisius. She was trained as a gladiator from a very young age, living crammed with hundreds of other children. As she grew up, she followed the gladiators to fight everywhere and had long grown accustomed to it. Sitting on the toilet as a chair, holding a meal box and eating, Tisius even genuinely felt that this dining environment was quite good, much better than sitting on corpses, eating dry rations amidst the smell of blood and gunpowder in the air back then. Before Tisius was a holographic projection, displaying Qin Xiao's face. The two were currently communicating. "The fellow who insisted on seeing me before he'd share information, he came to Pompeii 1 with the merchant ship a few days ago and told me the information. This fellow said he could contact his master to help us acquire intelligence, letting us know in advance what the Empire will do before it takes any action. You've done very well on Dawnstar, Tisius. Although I have arrived on Dawnstar, I cannot show myself for now, and you shouldn't come to see me yet," Qin Xiao said. Tisius smiled, two dimples appearing on her face. "I will do my best. You bear a very important responsibility. Do your best, but don't take too many risks," Qin Xiao instructed. "Remember to act within your capabilities and never act rashly." Tisius nodded. Then Qin Xiao mentioned some other matters. "The merchant ship I asked you to retrieve belongs to Clara Amor. Their patriarch has already arrived on Dawnstar with me. As we speak, Nuceria has begun to take over Dawnstar. At that time, I will need you to meet with Clamo and assist him in managing Dawnstar. As for security matters, a White Knight think tank named Commas will be responsible." Upon hearing this, Tisius asked, "Am I no longer collecting intelligence?" "No need. I estimate that you've already been noticed by people from other factions, so I'm worried they might kidnap you or something," Qin Xiao said. "Besides, Nuceria's intelligence department isn't idle, they perform their duties very well, and these people are also very reliable." Tisius nodded silently. After saying what needed to be said, Qin Xiao again instructed, "Don't act rashly, and don't make decisions for Clamo. That fellow is quite reliable and capable. I have already entrusted the affairs of Dawnstar to him." Tisius nodded again. The communication ended. Tisius was a bit surprised, not expecting Qin Xiao to have already arrived on Dawnstar, and with someone named Clamo. She had originally thought that Qin Xiao would be responsible for the management of Dawnstar. After a moment of thought, Tisius chose to leave the safe house and continue her duties. Leaving the prison-like safe house. Leaving the fortress disguised as a mansion. The guard named Number 3 still followed Tisius. The two walked on the street. The Dawnstar Hive City Underhive was divided into 3 areas, one for Nuceria's intelligence personnel, one for Ultramar's intelligence personnel, and another for the War Council, Adeptus Mechanicus and Malcador's forces. As Qin Xiao said, Nuceria had already begun to try and control the entire Dawnstar. World Eater's Legion Storm Eagle gunships landed on the street, and a squad of Space Marines emerged from the hatch, beginning to control the street. This was just the beginning. Tisius estimated that Nuceria's regular army soldiers would later be responsible for maintaining order, and then the streets would be filled with regular army soldiers. Before these Space Marines arrived, Dawnstar was a no-man's land in the blank space between the 3 factions of the Empire, Ultramar, and Nuceria, so no single faction had taken it into their possession. And after these Space Marines appeared on the street, Dawnstar would belong to Nuceria. But not just to Nuceria. Tisius walked a few steps and saw a blue-painted gunship. The gunship landed, and some Space Marines in blue armor jumped out. Tisius recognized them, they were from the 13th Legion Ultramarines. The 2 teams of Space Marines lined up amidst the onlookers, their squad leaders stood together, exchanged a few words, and then advanced down the street. This indicated that Nuceria and Ultramar had reached an agreement. Clearly, while Qin Xiao was making arrangements in Pompeii 1, the star system next to Dawnstar, Angron had not been idle either, meeting with Guillemon and discussing some matters. Ultramar had begun to fulfill the agreement signed with Nuceria before the Randan War, which was to jointly face pressure from the Empire. Long live Nuceria! Long live Ultramar! People gathered on both sides of the street, welcoming the Space Marines from Nuceria and Ultramar, as well as all the red and blue gunships descending from above. These people were all supporters of Dawnstar belonging to Ultramar or Nuceria. Just 2 days ago, they would have clashed on the streets, fighting tooth and nail over whether Dawnstar should belong to Ultramar or Nuceria. Now, the 2 groups, still with bandages on their heads, could stand together to jointly welcome the Space Marines of the 12th and 13th Legions. Theseus couldn't help but marvel at the adaptability of these people. Among all the gunships descending from the sky, a white gunship landed on the helipad outside the Crow Biological Company, not far away. Theseus happened to arrive there. When the gunship hatch lowered, the think tank named Commas walked out with a middle-aged man and immediately nodded in greeting upon seeing Theseus. Theseus stepped forward. "Hello, madam," Clamo saluted Theseus. "You are the administrator sent by the White Knight Lord." Theseus glanced at the underhive environment. "I will assist you in managing this world. If you already have some ideas for your task, we'd best communicate." Clamo didn't rush to answer, first instinctively looking around, finding the environment here much harsher than he had imagined. At the same time, he lamented that it was fortunate the Divine Lord's task for him wasn't to make this place less impoverished or to improve the environment, but simply to manage it. Considering the current situation of Dawnstar, and the circumstances between the Empire and Nuceria, I don't think it's possible for us to directly occupy the entire Dawnstar. The Empire will definitely stop us before we completely control Dawnstar, Clamo said. So, I personally believe we need to be prepared to divide areas within this hive world and co-manage it with the Empire. Theseus nodded in agreement. The Empire clearly wouldn't let Dawnstar fall into Nuceria's hands so smoothly. They intended to make a fuss about Dawnstar. Clamo's suggestion of CO management was bound to be the outcome. I've decided to have Pompeii 1 provide manpower and resources, with all of Nuceria as a backing, to make the areas on Dawnstar that we can manage become, Clamo looked around again, become less harsh, thereby forming a stark contrast with the Empire's management. This is all I can do, the rest is beyond someone of my position to interfere with. I will help you contact Pompeii 1, Theseus said. And the star systems near Dawnstar on Ultramar's side can also provide manpower and resources, you just go ahead and do it. Upon hearing this, Clamo glanced at the Space Marines on the street who were expelling Imperial personnel. The World Eaters and Ultramarines were working together. Clamo saluted Theseus again, that would be truly excellent. Chapter 385, Crisis Situation. As Clamo expected, not long after Nuceria and Ultramar began to jointly take over Dawnstar, the Imperium swiftly intervened to stop them. Adeptus Mechanicus Holy Guard seemed to materialize out of thin air, gathering in the Hive City areas controlled by the Imperium. Both sides tacitly divided the Hive City into two, drew a dividing line, and then set up defensive positions on both sides of the line. After these temporary emergency measures were implemented, the previously silent parties finally held their first official exchange. The meeting location was chosen to be the spire of the Hive world. Among the key figures Xia had embedded on Dawnstar, Theseus did not attend the meeting as she was coordinating the transfer of manpower and resources from Ultramar and Nuceria to Dawnstar. Only Clamo and Commas, who was responsible for protecting him, arrived at the Hive City spire, ready to participate in the communication meeting between the two sides. When Clamo arrived at the meeting hall's lounge, he saw the representatives of the armed forces deployed on Dawnstar. One was Margot of the World Eaters Legion's 2nd Company. The other was Marius Gage, warlord of the Ultramarines Legion's 1st Company. After learning Gage's identity from Theseus and realizing he was a confidant of the 13 Primarch, Clamo was puzzled by Ultramar's intense focus on Dawnstar. Since Nuceria led the occupation of Dawnstar, and Dawnstar would seemingly belong to Nuceria in the future, even though Ultramar had an agreement with Nuceria, the 13 Primarch would not be so concerned as to send a Legion warlord to Dawnstar. Margot. Clamo. Gage. The two Space Marines and Clamo saluted each other and stated their names. They met for the first time today. Although Nuceria's regular army and the 2nd Company Space Marines had already begun occupying Dawnstar a few days prior, neither Margot nor Gage had arrived yet. What will we discuss with the Imperial representatives at the meeting today? Gage asked Clamo, who had arrived on Dawnstar earlier and was well informed about the situation. Discuss the establishment of the dividing line, Clamo said, shrugging. Although both sides have already tacitly deployed defensive positions along the dividing line in the past few days, we still need to go through the motions to formally establish the dividing line and then delineate our respective administrative areas. I thought we would have fought with the Imperial forces a few days ago, Margot said. After all, we were already setting up defensive positions then. We won't fight, don't worry, Gage said with a smile, patting Margot's back. No matter how far this escalates, we won't fight, at least not openly. Regardless of your Nuceria's and the Imperium's interests, you both agree on one thing, you don't want to escalate this to war. What does Ultramar want to gain on Dawnstar? Clamo asked tentatively. I don't know what the Primarch thinks. He just sent me to Dawnstar to represent him in fulfilling the agreement he once signed with Nuceria, Gage said naturally, uttering a lie. Clamo knew Ultramar definitely had its own motives and wasn't merely here to fulfill an agreement, but if Gage didn't want to talk, he certainly wouldn't be able to find out. Look, Gage said, looking at a local noble who walked into the lounge, it's time to talk to them. The three left the lounge and, led by the local noble, headed to the meeting hall. As the three entered the meeting hall, an Adeptus Mechanicus woman and a man dressed in the elaborate attire of a Terran noble were also being led into the meeting room by the local noble. The two sides sat around a large round table. Seeing that the opposing delegation was so small and brought no retinues, Clamo felt that they might be discussing something private and important. However, the noble representing the Imperium immediately spoke words that disheartened Clamo. Nuceria should not continue to expand. You must withdraw from Dawnstar, or we will take strong action. The Imperial War Committee has already held a meeting regarding your excessive expansion and has formulated a decision. Believe me, you definitely don't want to know the specific contents of that decision. After the noble finished speaking, the Adeptus Mechanicus lady in her form-fitting bronze armor spoke, I represent the Forge Master General of Mars. The Adeptus Mechanicus will act as an ally in this conflict, assisting the War Council in taking action against Nuceria should you refuse to withdraw from Dawnstar. Clamo completely ignored what the woman was saying. Suppressing Nuceria's excessive expansion, the Adeptus Mechanicus as an imperial ally. These were all meaningless platitudes. On the surface, this conflict between the Imperium and Nuceria was about suppressing Nuceria's excessive expansion, while also having another grand reason, to, in accordance with the Emperor's will, make the Lord of Nucria change his abhorrent decision of superhumans ruling mortals. Furthermore, by the Emperor's decree, you should immediately dismiss all Astartes governors and deploy these superhumans, born for battle, into the wars they should be participating in, the noble from Terra continued. Is that the Emperor's decree? Margot asked. Are you a custodian? What right do you have to speak of the Emperor's decree here? The seal-bearer walks the same path as the Emperor, what he practices is the Emperor's will, the noble replied. Besides, I am certainly more qualified than you augmented humans to proclaim and enact the Emperor's will. I was born in a mountain village at the foot of the Imperial Palace, a loyal subject who followed the Emperor when he was called the Lord of Thunder and took the first step in unifying Terra. When I was enacting the Emperor's will, you were just a lowly wretch serving as a slave to a warlord in some barbarian tribe on Terra. Upon hearing this, even an Astartes like Margot nearly slammed the table and resolved the issue the World Eater's way. However, Margot's composure was comparable to Kill's. He showed no expression, merely pondering how to deliver a powerful verbal blow to this fellow. But bickering was truly not Margot's forte. Gage, beside him, was also not good at it, and Clamo was even worse. He had been pampered since childhood and found arguing undignified. In the matter of bickering, the constantly warring Space Marines truly couldn't compare to the mortals who practiced oral gymnastics daily at the Terra War Council. But Margot's thoughts suddenly paused. Then, a smile appeared on his face. A confident, somewhat arrogant smile. Then, my lord. Margot slowly spoke, in a tone that made Gage beside him feel like he had become a different person. When I became a Space Marine and, for the Emperor, chopped off the heads of countless tech barbarians or warlords during the Unification Wars. You were probably in some safe corner, wantonly squandering the power the Emperor bestowed upon you. Only after you had satisfied your urges, both verbal and carnal, would you perhaps recall, oh, I am an administrator appointed by the Emperor, it's time to do something useful. But, Lord of the War Council, to be honest, from what I saw and heard while fighting during the Unification Wars, your only accomplishment in doing something useful was merely thinking about it, as I said, and then continuing to squander power and the Emperor's trust. Otherwise, the Unification Wars could have ended several years earlier. The noble opposite heard Margot's words and his lips twitched, but he did not show anger, maintaining a dignified demeanor. After all, as a member of the War Council who practiced oral gymnastics daily on Terra, he possessed that much composure. The War Council can give you some time to make a decision, the noble changed the subject, no longer mocking Margot. During this period, a dividing line will be drawn along where we have each deployed our lines in the Hive world, and the spire of the Hive city will be a neutral zone. If you are truly repentant, no matter how things develop, we can still talk as we are now. Agreed, Margot nodded. Furthermore, whatever conflicts we have, at least we didn't fight a few days ago, and that's also due to your restraint and rationality. If, in the future, the situation becomes uncontrollable due to a series of foolish actions by the Imperial War Committee, and you are dismissed by the Seal-Bearer, you can at least come to Nuceria. While we cannot give you your original status, providing you with a few barrels of food to sustain you would be easy. The noble rose indignantly and departed. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel followed. That was rather undignified, warlord, Clamo said softly. They mocked us first, Margot calmly responded. When the other party acts undignified first, we either act like a wretch who silently endures insults, or we retort. Clamo nodded with a complex expression, then looked at Gage, who represented Ultramar. Gage's expression was solemn, he nodded silently, Margot is right. If he hadn't suddenly become eloquent, as if possessed by the White Knight Lord, I would have brought up all the messed up things the early members of the War Council did during the Unification Wars. That also makes sense, Clamo said. The three gradually fell silent. How will the situation develop next? Margot looked at the two, actively breaking the silence. I think it will fall into a long-term stalemate. I think so too, we will be in a stalemate, Clamo speculated. Until something happens to accelerate it, breaking the stalemate. We may have to stay on Dawnstar for a long time. Gage nodded silently, indicating his agreement with Clamo's view. The three bid each other farewell and returned to the joint administrative area of Nuceria and Ultramar. They inspected the defensive positions near the dividing line, facing the Imperial administrative area. They issued some orders that would affect the civilian life within their administrative area. Perhaps to others, the direct establishment of opposing defensive lines and the resulting stalemate between Nuceria and the Imperium along the dividing line was a very serious and terrifying matter. However, the three high-ranking individuals were utterly convinced that this standoff could never escalate into war, so they proceeded to enjoy a rather leisurely period. My lord, please. Please let me pass. The boy knelt before a Holy Guard officer, repeatedly kowtowing and pleading tearfully. The officer looked down at the boy until only sobs came from his mouth, and he could only cling to the officer's boots, looking up with pleading eyes. Only then did he speak. You are the umpteenth person this month trying to find an excuse to leave the Imperial Administrative Area. Here, let me tell you. The officer pulled the boy up from the ground and pointed to a spot not far away. There's a supply distribution point there. Go there, tell them how many people are in your family, and they will give you food, clothing, and necessities, just like in the administrative area next door. After speaking, the officer subconsciously glanced at the front of the defensive line. That was the Nuceria administrative area. It was dinner time, and a food distribution tank was driving down the street. The Nuceria mortal soldiers were taking out food and medicine and throwing them to the people waiting in the street. I don't want food. My lord. The boy continued to cling to the officer's boots, crying, my home is on the other side. My mother is sick, I went to buy medicine for her. When I came back, I saw guns everywhere. I have to go back. After speaking, the boy pulled out 2 pills from his pocket. The officer glanced at the medicine, then put it back in the boy's pocket, and said, what a clever little storyteller, but I'm sorry, your story might move me but it won't move the defensive deployment here. It's not that I won't let you pass, but if you do, you'll be riddled with bullets. The boy cried uncontrollably in distress. Just as the officer was about to advise the boy to stop pretending, he suddenly saw someone approaching and immediately saluted, priest. An Adeptus Mechanicus priest, whose body was bloated with various bionics, walked over, looked at the boy, and then ordered the officer, have your men let him pass, then fire into the sky. The officer was very confused but ultimately decided to comply. The lights on a section of the defensive line were turned off. The boy glanced at the priest, then immediately ran towards the other side. Gunfire erupted behind him, scaring him so much that he fell to the ground, but he still scrambled and crawled towards the Nuceria administrative area. Finally, a space marine stepped out of the position, casually scooped up the boy, and carried him back behind the defensive line. The priest stood on the defensive line on the Imperial administrative side. Everything was reflected in the crimson electronic observation lens of his right eye. He thought that if this incident was handled properly, it would accelerate the development of the conflict. Send someone to investigate the other side, the priest ordered the officer, turning his head. Just find any reason, no matter how outlandish. Chapter 386 Lobbying the Primarches. In a corner of Dawnstar. The think tanks were setting up a ritual. Qin Xia sat cross-legged at the center of the ritual array, his eyes closed, breathing peacefully, silently listening to the psychic communication from commas. Just now, a child ran through the blockade from the Imperial Administrative Zone. He wanted to see his sick mother. Then a squad of Holy Guard from the Imperium arrived, claiming the child was hired to steal military secrets, and demanded we immediately let them through and allow them to search the administrative zone. Commas finished speaking and waited quietly for Qin Xia's response. After the last syllable of the voice, made ethereal by psychic energy, echoed in Qin Xia's ears, Qin Xia responded psionically to commas, who was elsewhere, what is the boy's situation now? His mother is indeed ill and is being cared for in the temporary hospital established by Clamo. They are reunited now, commas replied. Qin Xia nodded slightly, then commanded, tell Margot to make those Holy Guard people go as far away as possible. But they said they would take action if we refused. Exactly what I want. Something should have accelerated the conflict already, otherwise, it might drag on indefinitely. I understand. The psychic communication ended. The think tanks had already set up the ritual and all left the room. Qin Xia calmed his mind and focused his psychic energy. His thoughts transcended the limitations of time and space, traveling through the warp, arriving at a place in the warp where more than a dozen soul projections were hidden. These soul projections shimmered with light, a sign that a psyker was using psychic power. Qin Xia attempted to penetrate these soul projections, thus directly contacting the owners of those soul projections. Beside Qin Xia. Beside the owners of those soul projections. An illusion appeared in each place. The illusion that replaced the room was a snowfield. Angron and a star speaker appeared simultaneously in the snowfield. He looked around, saw Qin Xia using psychic power, and then stood still, waiting. Next to appear was Guilliman, and one of Guilliman's think tanks. Then Kogaris and Yesoge of the White Scars Legion. All the Primarchs who had met Angron and the psychers who helped Qin Xia create the illusion all appeared in the snowfield. The reasons for these Primarchs' appearances varied. Some were waiting next to a think tank because the think tank had just finished communicating with Qin Xia via star speaker. Some were very close to a think tank when the illusion appeared. Others were in the middle of a conversation with the sun when they were suddenly pulled into the illusion. The Primarch's superhuman cognitive abilities quickly adapted to the illusion and realized what this illusion was equivalent to a faster-than-light communication method. Due to the psychic spell cast by Qin Xia, the Primarchs who had met Angron, no matter where they were, could all communicate face-to-face with Angron and Qin Xia. A more advanced communication method than the star speaker, Fulgrim said, puffing out his chest, reaching out to catch a falling snowflake with a smile, it seems little Qin Xia's psychic power is even stronger than when we last met. What the hell is little Qin Xia? Perturabo frowned, this arrogant bastard is only a bit smaller than us Primarchs, Thunder Warrior as big as him are rare. Angron looked at Perturabo. Perturabo deliberately avoided Angron's gaze, changing the subject so Angron wouldn't question him, also, what kind of ghostly method did you use to drag me in? I was formulating strategy in the fortress, and suddenly a guy with glowing eyes pulled me in. One of your sons has awakened to psychic powers, Qin Xia said. Otherwise, with your 4th Legion having no think tank, you wouldn't be able to enter this illusion even if you cried desperately. Angron stared at Perturabo, questioning, we agreed to return together then, why did you part ways halfway? My 18th company's warlord, the second warlord, said you helped him end a conquest, and then you left with your legion. What did you experience there? Perturabo avoided Angron's gaze, but his thoughts had already been seen through. In short, he regretted it greatly. Perturabo deeply regretted leaving without a word at the time, but he didn't want to admit his regret, which is why he picked a fight with Qinxia, hoping that by arguing with Qinxia, Angron wouldn't question him, but it clearly failed. I am a Primarch, I can do whatever I want, Perturabo said. Good, Angron nodded, we'll settle that score later. For now, let's discuss something important. About Nuceria and Ultramar confronting the Imperium, right? Kogaris asked. Angron silently acknowledged. Guilliman, standing nearby, also implicitly agreed. What's wrong with you two? Perturabo scanned Angron and Guilliman. Why does your Nuceria have to expand? Why do you insist on having Space Marines manage mortals? What's wrong with you? If you had just stayed put like before, why would the Imperium bother with you? Guilliman started building the 500 worlds years ago, and I didn't see the Emperor or Malkador bothering him. You too. As Perturabo was about to continue, Angron gently raised his hand and softly said, SHH. Be quiet. Perturabo closed his mouth, displeased. I said we'll settle the old score later, you don't have to rush to intentionally provoke me, hoping I'll kick you out so you don't have to face my questions, Angron said. You clearly know why but are still pretending to be ignorant. Brother, this matter is not a tool for you to avoid problems. Perturabo fell silent, as if he had become a different person, no longer as irritable as before. He even appeared calmer and more composed than Guilliman. This was his demeanor when he realized his resistance was futile. Angron looked at each of his brothers. Perturabo, Conrad Kurz, Horus, Fulgrim, Ferris, Vulcan, Sanguinius, Kogaris, Korux, Lemon Russ, 11, Guilliman, Lion. All the Primarches who had previously met Angron were now present. Their inner thoughts were also perceived by Angron through the psychic link established by Qinxia. The Primarches had already learned the detailed course of the Dawnstar conflict. Because before these Primarches entered the illusion, they had, as if receiving a psychic communication, seen everything that had happened on Dawnstar. The conflict on Dawnstar is closely related to every Primarch and every legion, and the same goes for those brothers who are not present, Angron said. This is your own business, Lion said. Nuceria and Ultramar are in conflict with the Imperium. Luther said the forces on the Imperial side have ill intentions, but what good intentions do you have? Ultimately, no matter who wins or loses in the conflict itself will not become relevant to each of us. Angron waited quietly for Lion to finish speaking, then continued with what he hadn't said. We are not trying to acquire a single world in the Dawnstar star system. My adoptive father, Guilliman, and I, the three of us, are acting towards a goal that will benefit all of us, to secure a seat in the Imperial Parliament for the Astartes, even if it's just one seat. We need someone who can represent all of us to articulate our needs to the Imperial High Lords, someone who can represent our interests. Angron looked at Lion, who was about to ask a question. My brothers, you may already know what I mean by the Imperial Parliament, but I still need to explain. It is a new, powerful institution that will replace the War Council, an organization with unclear responsibilities. The Primarches all fell into thought simultaneously. Regarding the Imperial Parliament, some rumors had reached the Primarchs' ears, and the Primarches also knew that this institution would be a mortal organization, with not a single Astartes. This was quite different from the War Council. The War Council had Astartes participation, they could express opinions and represent the Primarches to make requests to the War Council, although they were often ignored, they still had some right to speak. The Imperial Parliament, however, was a purely mortal institution. The Primarches instantly realized the implications. So, Horus began, in the Dawnstar conflict, the War Council and the Imperial Parliament want to achieve the goal of replacing each other or not being replaced by each other. Is it just for this one thing? Angron nodded, yes. At least, that's how it is for the War Council. Finished speaking, Angron looked at Qinxia. Qinxia silently watched Angron, he just wanted to quietly observe Angron, like a thought leader, convincing his Primarch brothers. At the same time, Qinxia also felt that some of these Primarches disliked him greatly, and if he spoke, it might have a counterproductive effect. I am not trying to seize a single star system, Dawnstar, Angron said. If we can together secure an Astartes seat in the Imperial Parliament, I will hand over Dawnstar. As for the people of Dawnstar, they have ways to leave Dawnstar and enter Nuceria or Ultramar, thereby avoiding Imperial rule. The Primarches were silent, thinking. Think about the terrible management of the War Council, my brothers. The war materials that should be allocated to one of our legions are held by them and cannot be obtained. This is true even for military supplies produced by Imperial industrial worlds, let alone the warships produced by the Adeptus Mechanicus. But no matter how bad the War Council is, we still have the right to express our opinions there. If it's replaced by the Imperial Parliament, which oversees everything, what kind of treatment will we receive? At this point, Angron looked at those brothers who were disgusted with the War Council. You can actually imagine what kind of attitude an institution that denies our legions even the right to speak in front of them will adopt to manage us. Angron then looked at those who were absolutely loyal, like Lion. Lion was unswervingly devoted to the Emperor's will, no matter how absurd the War Council or the Imperial Parliament became, he didn't care. Loyalty itself was the reward, and that was all there was to it. After all, the First Legion was not short on war materials. There were also Primarches similar to Lion, such as Conrad Kurz, who believed the emperor was omniscient and omnipotent, that everything he did had a reason, and that if he didn't do something, it must be part of a grand plan, as well as a few others. Angron changed his persuasion method. Lion, think about what will happen when we completely lose the right to speak before an imperial institution. We will gradually ignore that institution. They are not influenced or recognized by us, and their various commands will naturally not be recognized or accepted by us. Now, think about it, when we no longer recognize each other, gradually diverging. Lion suddenly looked up, thinking that what Angron said actually made some sense. This was no longer about power, it was about the Imperial Parliament potentially causing a rift between the Space Marines legions and the Imperium. But Lion still didn't express agreement, because he felt that the Emperor couldn't possibly have failed to foresee this step. I earnestly implore you, my brothers. Angron's tone was very firm and sincere. I ask that we work together to change something that could cause the Astartes and the Imperium to go their separate ways. You can participate, or you can have my adoptive father dismiss the illusion now, I will not force you. Then, I will fight alongside the brothers who agree with me for the benefit of all our legions, and for the preservation of an Imperium where superhumans and mortals can advance hand in hand. Guilliman stood beside Angron and said to his brothers, future Astartes Council members will also speak for the legions that do not participate in this matter. You need not have any concerns, simply make your decision as you wish. Chapter 387, Taking Sides. The meeting, facilitated by psychic powers, fell into silence. The Primarchs, with their superhuman intellects, stood still, some with heads bowed, others with heads raised, eyes closed, or darting around. All expressions normally seen on the faces of struggling mortals now appeared on the demigods. Angron did not rush them, waiting patiently. He could already sense the thoughts of all his brothers, which Primarchs were willing, and which were utterly unwilling, making further persuasion unnecessary. This is truly an absurd matter. Perturabo was the first to finish his contemplation, stepping forward a few paces. The Steel Lord came before Angron, Guilliman, and Qin Xia, who were facing his Primarch brothers. Then he turned around, surveying each of his brothers. Robert, Angron, the Steel Lord spread his hands, saying loudly, the Imperial Parliament replacing the War Council is ultimately just your speculation. If such a major change truly occurred at the highest levels of the Imperium, we would surely be the first to know. That makes no sense. Guilliman stepped forward, looking up at Perturabo. We have long been excluded by the Imperial Parliament. Why would they tell us about changes at the highest levels of the Imperium? Suit yourselves. Perturabo looked at Qin Xia, remove the little illusion you created. I don't have time to play power games with you. Qin Xia raised his hand, don't worry, Steel Lord, if we secure benefits in the end, you and your 4th Legion will still enjoy them, even if you did nothing but undermine your brothers. As Perturabo was about to retort, Qin Xia banished Perturabo from the illusion. I won't participate either, Vulcan stepped forward, saying to Angron, I'm sorry, brother. I believe our duty is to protect mortals. I have a premonition that if this continues, the mortals on Dawnstar will bear a price they shouldn't have to in this conflict. Angron shook his head, it's all right, Vulcan. Vulcan's figure gradually faded into the wind and snow. At this point, Ferris stepped out, his expression cold as he looked at Guilliman, then at Angron, before speaking, in my opinion, both the Imperial Parliament and the War Council are extremely inefficient. Your attempt to change it is meaningless. Angron remained silent. Ferris continued, however, I support you and Guilliman. 1 is greater than 0, doing something is always better than doing nothing. Having said that, Ferris stood beside Angron and Guilliman. Kogaris walked directly to Angron's side without saying anything. Upon seeing Kogaris go over, Lion frowned deeply, oh, you've long disliked the Imperium and our father. I'm not surprised at all that you'd side with them. The other Primarchs present, besides Lion, also found Kogaris siding with Angron to be entirely normal. Kogaris frequently spoke ill of the Imperium and the Emperor. It was no longer a secret that he had once openly declared the Imperial truth to be a lie. I will not oppose for the sake of opposing, Kogaris extended his hand to Lion, I believe Angron is not wrong. The Imperial Parliament's complete exclusion of Astartes will only lead to Astartes and mortals diverging, creating an irreparable rift between the two great foundations of the Imperium. You should stand on this side, if you are truly for the Emperor and the Imperium. Lion rolled his eyes at Kogaris and fell silent. Kogaris withdrew his hand, I understand. Fulgrim emerged from the remaining brothers, like a graceful orator, his right hand behind his back, head held high, chest out, taking elegant and light steps. The Gene Primarch of the Emperor's Children Legion opened his mouth, then closed it, ultimately standing silently with Angron. I don't know what you are hesitating about, brothers. Horus walked towards Angron, speaking as he went, we Gene Primarchs and our legions are the main force of the Imperium. The Emperor led us on the Great Crusade, enduring countless brutal wars to expand the Imperium's territory to its current scale, spreading the glorious ideals of our father to the darkest corners of the galaxy. Horus stopped, continuing, look at what those mortal bureaucrats have turned everything we fought for with blood into, brothers. What I've seen and heard during the Great Crusade has made me realize that they are twisting our father's ideal and benevolent light into the fires of hell. Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Korux, Lemon Russ, 11, Lion. Among the 6 remaining Primarchs who had not yet declared their stance, besides Lion, there was still room for persuasion in Guilliman and Qin Xia's view. This is a worthless internal struggle, 11 gestured with his eyes for Qin Xia to send him out of the illusion, as part of the human species, we should consider the gains and losses of the entire race. Too much concern for individual and legion gains and losses will only make us waste time on meaningless things. 11 left. Conrad Kurz spoke, sense my inner thoughts. Angron said, I am sensing them. He sensed that Conrad Kurz was very conflicted at this moment. On one hand, he believed the Emperor was omniscient and omnipotent. If the Imperial Parliament did not involve Astartes, it must be because the Emperor had a good plan. Qinxia had once told Conrad Kurz that the Emperor was not omniscient and omnipotent, but before the Randan War, the Emperor and the Midnight Lords Legion had jointly handled a matter that convinced Conrad Kurz that the Emperor was indeed omniscient and omnipotent. On the other hand, Conrad Kurz had promised Angron that he would stand by him personally in the future, but he was afraid that doing so would disrupt the Emperor's arrangements and plans. However, to break his word would be unfair to Angron, and he also feared that Angron would no longer provide him with psychological treatment. These thoughts were very troublesome to express in words, but Angron understood them with a single sense. Don't let this matter worsen your psychological issues of split personality. Even if you choose to stand with me now, I wouldn't let you, because the Midnight Lord's situation is special, and your situation is also very special. Angron turned to Qinxia, Father, let Conrad Kurz leave. Qinxia raised his hand, allowing Conrad Kurz to exit the illusion. 4 primarchs remained. Lemon Russ glanced at Conrad Kurz, then looked at Qinxia, signaling him to let him leave as well. 3 remained. Corax, Sanguinius, and Lion. So, effectively, 2 remained. Angron sensed that Sanguinius felt it was indeed inappropriate for the Imperial Parliament to exclude Astartes. Although he initially thought it didn't matter, after hearing Angron's analysis about how the Imperial Parliament would sever the connection between the Astartes legions and the Imperium, he felt he should still participate. However, Sanguinius had a slight mischievous streak. He thought that by siding with Angron, he could provide information to the Imperium. On one hand, he considered that if Angron failed and was punished, he and his legion wouldn't be too implicated. On the other hand, if the conflict escalated, he could help prevent a full-blown war. Sanguinius knew Angron knew what he was thinking. So he gave an awkward smile. But Angron still extended his hand. We all need you, Sanguinius. Sanguinius stood with Angron. Finally, only Corax, the one primarch who could potentially be swayed, remained. Lion faced Angron and the others alone. The opposing side was numerous and powerful. Lion's aura was not weak. Seeing Corax still holding his ground, he felt a sudden conviction that Corax was a trustworthy brother. And the numerous primarch brothers on the opposite side of Lion watched Corax. Feeling that Corax had always had a weak presence and not a strong aura, Lion stepped forward to support his brother, who still stood with him. Everyone present remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until 10 minutes had passed that Corax spoke, puzzled, why are you all looking at me? They want to force you to make a choice, Lion said, but don't worry, because... Corax interrupted Lion's unfinished sentence, I thought leaving meant disagreeing, and staying here meant agreeing. Saying this, the Raven Lord immediately walked over to Angron's side. Lion watched Corax walk to the other side with a speechless expression, leaving him alone on the opposing side. I don't understand why you disagree, Guilliman said, do you just want to watch the Imperial Parliament replace the War Council, us completely lose our say, and then the connection between the various legions and the Imperium greatly weaken, until one day in the future we no longer accept any orders except those from the Emperor himself? I don't want to see that happen, Lion's gaze was firm, but our way of solving problems shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be about directly confronting the Imperium on a god-forsaken planet, and it certainly shouldn't turn this incident into a confrontation and conflict between the Astartes legions and the mortal faction. As someone who doesn't even care about his own home world. Guilliman chuckled, your words have no persuasive power. When did I ever neglect my home world, Caliban? Lion pointed at Guilliman, questioning him. Guilliman spread his hands, I know what happened on Caliban, and you don't. That's one indication. Lion was silent for a few seconds, his confusion sensed by Angron. When he spoke again, he did not continue to argue, but simply signaled Qinxia that he could be sent out of the illusion. The First Legion will never participate in such an absurd matter, Lion said firmly as his body gradually dematerialized. I wouldn't be so sure, Qinxia said. Lion's body dematerialized completely, exiting the illusion. There are still a few brothers who haven't come to this meeting, Guilliman said, looking at Horus. Horus was currently on the Great Crusade, fighting alongside or in close proximity to the remaining brothers who hadn't arrived, except for Alpha. Mortarion. Horus said, he's the most aloof person, it makes no difference whether we call him or not. What about Lorgar? Fulgrim asked. Lorgar Aurelian. The future founder of the Imperial cult, the creator of the God Emperor faith. Hearing Fulgrim mention Lorgar, Horus was silent for a moment, then said to his brothers, I'll try to persuade Mortarion. The Primarchs nodded, but held no hope for Mortarion's participation. Lorgar Aurelian couldn't join because he clashed with the Imperial truth. Primarchs like Horus, who had a good relationship with the Emperor, somewhat knew that the Emperor detested Lorgar's religious activities and thought it best if he didn't come. Otherwise, if considering purely from a power perspective, Lorgar's non-participation was indeed a pity. The worlds under Lorgar's legion's rule were very stable, and the probability of rebellion after subjugation was extremely low. If they faithfully believed in the Emperor, the local people would also receive proper and appropriate governance, so Lorgar and his legion also had a very good reputation. What do we do next? Fulgrim asked. Certainly not charge straight into the Imperial Palace on Terra to find the Emperor, Qinxia said, we need to use Dawnstar as a focal point, just like the Imperium and the Adeptus Mechanicus. So I suggest you deploy a very small portion of your Legion's warriors to Dawnstar. The rest will be handled by me, I'm already on Dawnstar. All the Primarches expressed their agreement. Qin Xia dispelled the illusion and began to make further preparations for the Dawnstar conflict. Chapter 388, The Grievance of Caliban. Dawnstar Spaceport. Ships came and went in the spaceport. Qin Xia stood on a platform next to an empty berth, quietly waiting for a ship that had not yet docked. At the same time, he listened to Margot's report on the standoff situation on the surface of Dawnstar. These past few days, both sides have continuously deployed more personnel to the standoff line. The Imperial representative stated that if we still do not allow them to enter our administrative area to search, for that child, they will use artillery to bombard our positions. Margot said this, feeling a bit helpless. The locals of Dawnstar call this, a trouble caused by a child. Hearing this, Qin Xia turned to look at Margot, but we all know this isn't because of a child. Even if a fly flew in from the Imperial administrative area, they would say that fly was a biological spy machine from our Nuceria. I understand, Margot said, but I'm just a little worried that the conflict is escalating faster than we imagined, and I wouldn't be surprised by anything those Adeptus Mechanicus madmen might do. Qin Xia silently turned his head. It had been over 2 months since the Primarches were brought into the conflict. In these 2 months, Margot, along with Clamo and Gage, had been meeting daily with Imperial personnel, arguing about the child. Qin Xia had never participated, he had only arranged for the White Knight to pick up the Space Marines sent by their respective Primarches and legions. As for what Margot said, Qin Xia was not worried at all. Even if the Adeptus Mechanicus were extreme enough to open fire, once these Space Marines arrived, they would have to eat their words. Qin Xia and Margot waited for a while longer. The White Knight slowly entered the port. After another wait, a formation of transport ships flew towards the dock. A large number of Space Marines jumped out of the transport ships' compartments, gathering together after landing. Qin Xia saw that they came from various legions, from the legions whose own Primarches were willing to participate in this conflict. However, there were exceptions. And not just one exception. A group of Space Marines with yellow and black stripes on their shoulder pads jumped off the transport ship and assembled. The person leading them was an old acquaintance of Qin Xia. That person walked towards Qin Xia. Danjiak. Qin Xia asked with a smile, didn't your Iron Warrior's Primarch explicitly state he wouldn't participate in this matter? Hearing this question, Danjiak looked back at the 1,000+ Iron Warriors he had brought, then turned back to look at Qin Xia. Danjiak said nothing, only spread his hands, giving off a feeling of, man. What can I say? Anyway, thank you for coming. Qin Xia extended his hand to Danjiak. Danjiak shook his hand and then said, the Primarch specifically ordered me to bring the Olympian-born. Danjiak added, a few days ago, the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on Olympia, looking for something unknown. The Primarch's adopted sister clashed with the Adeptus Mechanicus, and I only just learned of this. But honestly, I don't think this is enough to make the Primarch willing to intervene in this conflict. This is just one reason, but it is still a reason, Qin Xia said. In Qin Xia's view, Angron's influence on Perturabo was not without effect. Perturabo must have started to value his family, but even so, this would not be the main reason for the 4th Legion's involvement in the conflict. Perturabo's stubbornness was not the main reason either. Qin Xia felt that Danjiak had more to say. Then, under Qin Xia's gaze, Danjiak spoke again, the Primarch hopes Nuceria can supply medical supplies, because we just dealt with a very powerful Xeno civilization. Naturally so. Qin Xia glanced at Margot, arrange it immediately. Margot bowed. The Space Marines from other legions also gradually finished assembling. The people leading them immediately walked towards Qin Xia, saluted him, and then discussed some instructions from the Primarches when they were sent. Qin Xia learned that they were all Space Marines from the Primarch's homeworlds of their respective legions. This made Qin Xia feel that the Primarches truly wanted to help, even if the number of people they sent did not exceed 1,000. Finally, Qin Xia came before the Space Marines of another Primarch who did not want to participate, but whose legion had sent people. These Space Marines were all from the 1st Legion. When the Space Marines from other legions saw them, they found it incredible. Qin Xia also found it incredible at first. Until one person, leading the 1,000 men of the 1st Legion, walked out, took off his helmet, and with an angry but forced smile, greeted, Qin Xia. It's me, Luther. Luther's arrival made the 1st Legion's presence seem appropriate. Does the Lord of the 1st Legion know you're here? Qin Xia asked. As expected, Luther shook his head, the 1st Legion is about to engage in a more difficult war. The Primarch sent me back to Caliban to bring a batch of new recruits. I sent those new recruits to the Legion first, and brought a group of warriors, who were protecting me and the new recruits, here. Saying that, Luther turned to look at the 1st Legion warriors, they are all Caliban-born, filled with anger and grievance, just like me. Qin Xia speculated on the reason for Luther's arrival. Luther was not a fool, he was a very shrewd and calculating person, and of course a good person, but he would certainly not run over just to support his old friend after learning that Nuceria and the Imperium were in conflict. Luther came for Caliban, hundreds of light years away. Let's find a place to talk. Luther made a gesture to invite him. Qin Xia nodded. After opening a portal for the Space Marines in the spaceport, Qin Xia followed Luther to a place in the spaceport where they could talk. The spaceport was nominally under Imperial control, but was actually in shared use. In a hidden corner of the spaceport, a poster of the Nuceria planet was pasted on the wall. New Star was depicted on it, with a line written in the local language of Dawn Star below, saved by it. This was clearly posted by an employee who supported the Nuceria sector's administration of Dawn Star, and had not yet been removed by Imperial personnel. Has Nuceria always been like this? Luther walked to the poster, gazing at the ugly planet. Always this ugly, Qin Xia said bluntly. New Star was the ugliest planet in the Nuceria sector, and there was nothing to be ashamed of in admitting that. Perhaps from the surface, the towering giant cities looked very high-tech, but viewed from space, it was a reddish planet, because the sand there was red. Caliban is not, Luther murmured softly, looking at New Star on the poster. I always regretted not being able to invite you to Caliban after the Randan War ended. Caliban's beauty is not limited to the surface, it is also a beautiful planet when viewed from space. Luther turned to look at Qin Xia, but Caliban will soon become no different from New Star. What happened? Qin Xia asked, though he already knew. What you said before was right, Caliban is a mess now. Luther turned around with his helmet in his arms, slid down the wall, and sat on the ground. Luther, who usually maintained knightly etiquette, now looked nothing like a knight, but rather like a disheartened loser. When I returned to Caliban, I was shocked. Do you know what the Imperium did there? Luther opened his mouth to speak of all the changes that had occurred on Caliban, but thousands of words ultimately condensed into one sentence. A powerful sentence that instantly made Qin Xia realize the seriousness of the matter. When I went back, I saw hive cities on Caliban. Hearing this, Qin Xia's expression became extremely solemn, and he lowered his head as if mourning for something. Luther nodded, yes, hive cities. I don't know what the meaning of that is. Caliban's population isn't large enough to need hive cities, and there are still vast forests that can be cleared and developed into cities. People no longer need to fear the giant beasts on Caliban that Lion killed, they can settle anywhere they want. I don't understand why the Imperium would build hive cities there. When I stood in the transport ship, looking down at Caliban's surface, it stood there, dark, with thick, misty green smoke spewing from the hive city factories. It stood there, as if proclaiming the unprovoked hatred and malice, and the outrageous stupidity and absurdity of those who built it towards Caliban. Hearing this, Qin Xia looked at Luther, seeing that Luther's eyes were red. Lion probably knows about this, Luther continued, but he not only didn't tell me, he also didn't tell me that you had discussed your conflict with the Imperium with him. If the think tank, whom you chose as a communication bridge, hadn't actively sought me out, then I would not only be a fool who didn't know his home world was being ravaged, but also a loser who would miss the only chance to save his home world. Lion doesn't know about the changes on Caliban, Qin Xia said, but then again, even if he did, I'm afraid he would still. Luther sighed. Both fell silent for a while. It was not until Luther had thought carefully that he broke the silence. I don't know what to do. Lion doesn't support me, and I don't have the authority to do anything to those who manage Caliban on my own, so I came here, hoping to ask for your help. Qin Xia realized that Luther had not directly stated his purpose in coming here, but had expressed it euphemistically. This was normal, after all, Luther did not have Lion's backing. I will help you resolve the troubles on Caliban then, Qin Xia said, if you stay here and help me, I will help you. The problems Caliban is facing are not difficult to solve, even without Lion. This suited Luther well, but Luther was still too eager to know the specific method and its feasibility. He cared too much about Caliban. Seeing this from Luther's expression, Qin Xia continued, I know what the Emperor and the Seal-Bearer truly fear. I will work with you to uncover some secrets from those Imperial administrators on Caliban, secrets that will make the Imperium wary, and then logically clear them out. Luther stood up from the ground, silently walked in front of Qin Xia, and extended his hand. Qin Xia grasped Luther's hand and nodded. The First Legion joined this conflict in an unexpected way, their rallying power and deterrence were different from other legions. In Qin Xia's opinion, even if Luther were pulled away by Lion midway, the First Legion's brief involvement would still play a crucial role. Chapter 389, Assassination. 1,000 warriors of the First Legion were deployed at the most conspicuous position on the confrontation line. Space Marines, emblazoned with the First Legion's symbol on their shoulder pads, held bolt guns, standing at the highest point of the defensive line. The leader's head, like a monitor, scanned steadily and slowly, his cold gaze under tactical optics sweeping over the Imperial positions opposite. While these 1,000 Space Marines patrolled the highest point, the Astartes of the World Eaters and Ultramarines were busy on the position, consolidating the most prominent parts of the front line alongside the 4th Legion's Iron Warriors. It was as if the protagonists of the entire conflict were the Space Marines of the 1st Legion Dark Angels, not the World Eaters, not Nuceria, not the Ultramarines, and not Ultramar. Even to the Calibanite warriors of the 1st Legion, this Dawn Star felt like their home world Caliban. Everything they did here, every experience they accumulated, could be applied to Caliban. The appearance of the 1st Legion had already put the Adeptus Mechanicus Holy Guard on the opposite side on high alert. Those priests and sages gathered under the chilling gaze of the Dark Angel Space Marines, huddling in groups of 3 to 5, discussing something. On other parts of the front line, the Holy Guard on the Imperial side was also on high alert. Because Space Marines of various colors appeared on the position, their presence already represented the will of their primarchs. As for the Imperial side, the various factions, which could only be broadly categorized as such, now realized that no matter what methods Angron had used, he had pulled his brothers into the conflict, and it was developing in an uncontrollable direction. Qin Xia also witnessed all of this. And Luther, who stood with Qin Xia in a top-floor room of a hotel very close to the confrontation line, both observing the Imperial deployment. I always feel like things have gotten a bit out of hand, Luther said in a deep voice. How will the Imperium characterize this incident? It should get out of hand, Qin Xia said, staring at the people on the Imperial side who were observing the Dark Angels. As for the characterization, Malkador will give us a satisfactory characterization. Luther turned his head slightly to look at Qin Xia, the seal bearer. I heard he's someone who particularly despises superhumans ruling mortals and doesn't have a good opinion of the Primarches. Yes, but, you might not believe me when I say this. In this conflict, the seal bearer will stand on our side, Qin Xia said. Luther first took a surprised deep breath, then slowly exhaled and fell silent. The pressure from Caliban's night culture and giant beasts forced people to minimize internal strife as much as possible, so even Luther, at this moment, could not foresee what choice Malkador, as the leader of the Imperial side, would make. Do you usually live here? After a brief silence, Luther surveyed the entire hotel room. Qin Xia gently shook his head. No, I don't live here, but an important person lives here. A moment later, the bedroom door opened, and a man carrying a wine bottle and burping walked out. Seeing Qin Xia and Luther, he was first puzzled as to when they had arrived, then immediately apologized. I'm sorry, my lord, I thought you too. You had someone relay to me that you had something you wanted to say on behalf of your master. Qin Xia interrupted the man's apology, getting straight to the point. The man had been introduced to Tisius by Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, and Tisius had introduced him to Qin Xia. He was not from the War Council, nor from the Adeptus Mechanicus. This man also did not ask for any intelligence or wealth as compensation. His previous claim of finding a way out for his master in Nuceria to approach Qin Xia had not been mentioned for a long time. His demands were simple, plenty of fine wine, luxurious accommodation and the ability to speak with the White Knight Lord at any time. With these demands met, the man naturally had no hesitation and immediately spoke of the matter. The War Council member leading the conflict is Lord Movi. He is the person in charge of the new subordinate agency established within the War Council, the Department for Monitoring and Management of Nuceria and Ultramar. Hearing of Lord Movi, Qin Xia recalled the Imperial War Committee member he had angrily denounced at a meeting a while ago. He had never attended any meetings, that meeting was attended by Margot, Gage, and Clamo. However, Margot was so thoroughly scolded that he didn't know how to retort, which truly infuriated Qin Xia, who was observing the meeting with his psychic vision at the time, and then he possessed Margot's mouth. I know this person, continue, Qin Xia commanded, still gazing at the opposing positions on the confrontation line, without turning his head. My master hopes you can plan an assassination attempt against Movi. The man calmly stated something that would determine the fate of an important member of the Imperial War Committee. Then he sat down, took a big gulp from the wine bottle he placed on the table, and then pulled out a briefcase from under the sofa. After opening the briefcase, he placed a thick stack of documents on the wine table. Qin Xia and Luther turned their heads and approached the man. The man glanced at them, then placed his hand on the stack of documents and gently moved it to the right, spreading the documents out. Each page described matters concerning a core War Council member named Movi. How much he ate each day. His daily movements. His personal habits, how many guards he had, and where he lived. What he had done in the past 2 days. Every detail was covered. It was so detailed that Qin Xia felt this was not intelligence collected by the fellow in front of him at all, but rather internal documents directly provided by the person responsible for arranging and managing Movi's affairs in all aspects. Qin Xia even suspected that if this drunkard's master wished, he could directly arrange for Movi to walk onto the street without a single guard. What do I get if I kill him? Qin Xia's gaze shifted from the documents to the man's face. It will further accelerate the development of the conflict, the man replied. You and my master both hope the process of the incident can be faster, quickly passing through the meaningless stages, and then entering the most crucial moment to do the most crucial things. This benefits both of us. No, I already have a plan. So I'm not talking about the conflict's development after I kill him, but what can your master offer in exchange for his death? Qin Xia asked. Movi, that woman from the Adeptus Mechanicus, either of them dying can accelerate the conflict's development. But you propose killing Movi. I suspect your master wants to use this incident to eliminate old rivals, eliminate competitors. From a personal perspective, this is more beneficial to your master. The man was silent for a moment. Just as Qin Xia and Luther thought he would say something, he opened his mouth, picked up the wine bottle, and took a gulp. After drinking the wine, the man shrugged and shook his head. Sorry, my lord, I am just a small character, a pawn like the Space Marines and Holy Guard outside, and your Nuceria mortal army. I don't even know what my chess player is thinking. His series of decisions seem incredible to me. Also, my lord, the man continued after another sip of wine, if you truly decide to kill him, I suggest you dispatch Space Marines, and at least 2 Terminator combat squads. That Movi fellow is obsessed with bionic modifications. 60% of his assets are used for his own modifications. Forge Master General Kyle Boer of Mars once personally performed modification surgeries for him. Qin Xia fell silent, staring at the documents on the table for a moment, then finally nodded slowly. Movi will die after you finish dinner. At that time, I hope your master can cooperate well and amplify the impact of this incident. Night. Core area of the Imperial Administrative District. A car slowly stopped by the street. The people Qin Xia sent to kill Movi, and the people he believed to be the most reliable and infallible for this task, got out of the car. Not Tisius, not Brown, and certainly not 2 squads of World Eaters Terminators. Only 2 women, the Olina sisters, Olina and Olia. The two got out of the car and glanced at the building across the street. It was a building recently constructed, unremarkable in appearance, but everything inside was more luxurious than the mansion of the most prominent noble in this hive world, Dawnstar. Rumor had it that this was a gathering place for imperial personnel, and the holy guard at the building's sole entrance, along with some heavily bionically modified guards who looked no different from ordinary people, proved the rumor to be true. The target comes here every night, without fail, Alina said, looking at her sister. Olia nodded to her sister. The two sisters immediately walked towards the building entrance. They carried no weapons and wore only the opulent clothing of Hive City nobles, appearing not to pose the slightest threat. As they reached the building entrance, one of the guards stepped forward. You are not authorized to enter here. Alina spoke softly, let us in. Understood. The guard motioned for the holy guard and servitors behind him to make way. Each of the holy guard felt strange. As Olia entered the doorway with her sister, she said to them, there's nothing strange about this. The holy guard immediately ignored the two, as if two people from the War Council and Adeptus Mechanicus had simply walked past them, feeling no surprise at all. The two sisters entered the building. Some house servants, brought by Movi from Terra to Dawnstar, looked at them with confusion but said nothing, as the people at the door had allowed them entry. Alina approached one of the house servants and asked, where is Movi? The house servant immediately pointed to the deepest part of the corridor. Alina and Olia continued forward. The two finally arrived at a room at the end of the corridor and gently pushed open the door. Inside the room was a group of guards. Upon seeing the two women, who, while they could reasonably be in the building, should absolutely not be in front of them, the guards immediately stood up. Sit down, Alina said. All the guards who had stood up, ready to raise their weapons, sat back down, like school children, hands behind their backs, sitting perfectly straight. Alina led her sister towards another door deeper in the room. Seeing the crimson light by the door, she said to a guard, clearly a commander, as they passed, give me the keycard. The guard immediately presented the keycard. Alina's steps did not falter. She smoothly took the keycard and held it up. After the light by the door turned green, she and her sister entered the deeper room and casually discarded the keycard. The two passed through another door, entering the target's room. Alina and Olia stopped, scrutinizing everyone in the room. To the sisters, who had a touch of face blindness, everyone in the room looked pretty much the same. Finally, the sister took out a piece of paper, compared it, and ultimately used the ornament on his neck as a distinguishing feature to identify the target, Movi, sitting in the corner of the room. At this point, the other people in the room stood up, intending to call for guards, while an Adeptus Mechanicus priest raised two power swords. The waitresses, who were serving drinks to these important figures, immediately hid behind the sofa. Shut up. Put away your weapons. Hearing these two sentences, the people who wanted to call for guards closed their mouths, and the priest who had raised his power swords put them back down. You two, Movi looked at them, pondering their origins. They were clearly psychiers with special psychic talents. Then he recalled that before coming to Dawnstar, he had always wanted a soulless one guard, but this request had never been approved. Movi realized that the other party was most likely sent by his colleagues. This is a critical time. If I die, we're all finished. Movi calmed down and relaxed. Tell me, what do your masters want from me? They want you dead, Alina said. All right. Movi's arm instantly transformed into a cannon emitting plasma light. He shoved his arm into his mouth, and then his entire head was incinerated into ash by the plasma. The waitresses behind the sofa screamed. Quiet, Alina said, looking at the waitresses. The waitresses, who had been screaming with expressions of horror, immediately became calm and closed their mouths. Everything that happened here must be forgotten, Olia said to the waitresses. Okay. Okay, the waitresses responded calmly. Let's leave, Olia smiled and nodded, then turned to go. Alina, however, said to the Adeptus Mechanicus priest, destroy yourself in this room. Yes, the priest took out a melta bomb. After the waitresses left and the Alina sisters also exited the building, there was a sudden loud bang. The room where Movi's body was located was completely destroyed by the melta bomb, and the heat released by the melta bomb also caused flammable materials outside the room to ignite. Amidst screams, a large number of people rushed out of the building and ran outside. The guards at the entrance, however, watched the direction of the sound with great alarm. Go in, Alina told them. The guards immediately rushed into the building. You didn't have to make them die too, Olia said. There's no wizard backing you now, you can't control me. Alina walked directly towards the car. After the two got into the car, Theseus, in the driver's seat, immediately started the vehicle and drove towards a most inconspicuous part of the confrontation line. Chapter 390, The Curtain Closer. So, what does it feel like to have the power to make someone die just by saying a word? Theseus asked while driving. Alina first glanced at her sister, and seeing that she didn't speak, then answered Theseus's question. A pleasant feeling, Alina tilted her head back. Originally, only power could drive others, but now I don't need power to drive others. Although I can only drive those with weaker willpower and no anti-psyker abilities, this is already enough. This is why the Labor Council forbade us from leaving that underground facility before the New Star Uprising War, Olia, who was beside them, said. They didn't just see us as a secret weapon against the High Knight, they also feared our power. Alina sneered. I've never used my power to drive my Labor brothers and sisters, but if the Council had chosen to keep us in the underground facility for life back then, it might have been a different story. Theseus watched the two sisters in the rearview mirror. Alina sat in the back seat with her legs crossed, arms folded across her chest, head held high, looking proud and cold. Olia, on the other hand, was curled up in her seat, hugging her knees, leaning against the window and looking out at the street. Theseus recalled when Qinxia had taught him to analyze others, using Alina and Olia as examples. Their habits and postures could reveal their inner personalities. Theseus remembered asking, if they were originally one person but were split into two, shouldn't their personalities converge? How can one person have two completely opposite psychologies? Qinxia replied, pure people are rare, people are often self-contradictory, and some are even more so. In the future, you will meet extremely contradictory and conflicted people. Later, Theseus learned about the Primarch Perturabo and found this to be true. After a moment of reflection, Theseus suddenly remembered something and suggested, you two have been staying on the White Knight, right? When we return to the Nuceria administrative district, I'll take you for a tour. Great. Olia perked up, her excitement evident. What's so great about it? Alina rolled her eyes at her sister. It's like everywhere else except New Guard 1, full of inequality and imbalance, a large group of fools watching a few swindlers living it up, secretly wishing they could also live it up like those swindlers one day. Stupid and worthless. All right then, I'll drop you off at the White Knight and take Olia for a tour, Theseus said with a smile. Alina was silent for a moment, then looked at her sister, you're not going. I am. Without that wizard backing you up, you dare to be so rebellious? I said you're not going, and you're not going. I am. And you're coming with me. Then Olia suddenly hugged her sister and rubbed against her, continuing to plead. Only then did Alina nod. Theseus, in the driver's seat, suddenly empathized with Qinxia. Dealing with them was clearly not an easy task. Achoo. Qinxia suddenly sneezed. The sneeze was extremely loud, startling Luther, who was deep in thought in the hotel room, causing him to flinch, followed by the sound of a glass bottle falling and shattering. The drunkard who had provided information for the assassination of Movi glanced at Qinxia, then at the broken bottle. Although displeased, he couldn't say anything, only knelt down to slurp up the wine mixed with fragments. After slurping, the man stood up and laughed, Sir, your sneeze startled my wine bottle into shattering. Qinxia frowned, then suddenly recited a spell-like phrase, 1 for a thought, 2 for a curse, 3 for a mention. What does that mean? Luther asked, puzzled. The meaning represented by the number of sneezes, Qinxia smiled. 1 sneeze means someone is thinking of you, 2 sneezes mean someone is cursing you, and 3 sneezes mean someone is mentioning you. Luther slightly furrowed his brow and blinked, at least just now it wasn't someone cursing you. By the way, is that accurate? Metaphysics, Qinxia smiled mysteriously. Believe it and it is, don't believe it and it isn't. No wonder I always sneezed once or thrice during the time I left Caliban, Luther recalled with a frown. So the people of Caliban were thinking of me and mentioning me. The man, who had taken out a new bottle of wine from the liquor cabinet, sat down at the table, it shouldn't be that accurate, right? Why do you think it's not accurate? Qinxia raised an eyebrow. Because you always sneeze twice. The man was silent for a moment, then nodded. Qinxia and Luther exchanged glances and laughed. Then Qinxia used his psychic vision to check the external situation, then immediately became serious, Movi is dead. That quickly. The man was somewhat incredulous, but the White Knight Lord certainly didn't seem like someone who talked nonsense, except for the metaphysical meaning of sneezes, so he still believed him. However, Qinxia still placed his hand on the man's head, allowing him to see the situation of the building where Movi was. The fire there had been extinguished, leaving only a large crowd surrounding the building, and a priest was interrogating each person who had run out of the building. After much questioning yielded no useful information, the priest cursed, some damned person must have sold Movi's intelligence. Upon seeing this scene, the man suddenly sneezed, achoo. Qinxia, who had helped him suppress the second sneeze with his psychic power, moved his hand away, you're welcome. It's time for your master to act, Luther said. Make this matter big, and accelerate the progress of the conflict as quickly as possible. Ideally, important personnel from the Imperial High Command should arrive at Dawnstar tomorrow to begin negotiations on real issues. Luther repeated Qinxia's words from before the assassination of Movi began. He was truly anxious, although he appeared calm and composed every day he spent on Dawnstar, he was actually constantly worried that one day, as he walked down the street, Lion would suddenly jump out and roar, dragging him away. The faster the conflict progressed, the sooner Luther could conclude his involvement before Lion sent someone or arrived himself, and then have Qinxia handle the matters on Caliban for him. The man immediately nodded in agreement. And just as Qinxia was about to say something more, a sudden roar echoed into the room, shattering all the windows. The three of them walked out onto the balcony to check the situation. On the street below the hotel, residents left their shattered windowed homes and walked onto the street, discussing and observing the direction from which the sound came. Qinxia saw thick smoke billowing from the top of a bunker on their side of the confrontation line not far away. And on the Imperial side of the front, a cannon was being reloaded. Apparently, the Imperials had fired a shell at the fortress built by the Iron Warriors. As they observed, another shell landed on the bunker. After 2 rounds of calibration, all the cannons on the Imperial side adjusted their angles and bombarded the Iron Warriors fortress complex. The personnel operating the cannons, assisted by Adeptus Mechanicus priests and numerous servitors, carried out a round of bombardment. Their artillery skills were extremely precise, with 80% of the shells landing on the bunkers. The shells only chipped off a few fragments from the bunkers built by the Iron Warriors. This was clearly intentional. Qin Xia gave an order to the World Eater's sergeant in charge of that sector, and then the cannons there also began to bombard the Imperial positions. Similarly, their artillery skills were extremely precise, relentlessly bombarding the bunkers. It seems my master doesn't need to do anything, Movi's death is enough to make them lose their composure, the man said with a sneer, holding his wine bottle. But they don't dare to truly start a civil war, so they use this method to demonstrate. After speaking, the drunkard raised his wine bottle, facing the bunkers that were being relentlessly bombarded by both sides, and only losing some fragments in the bombardment, laughed a few times, and took a deep swig. Seeing this man, who was clearly on the Imperial side, gloating to such an extent, Luther felt uncomfortable. The Imperial people on Caliban were probably like him, treating Caliban as a tool, a chessboard in a conspiracy. Luther thought so. So he said, "Are you really an Imperial, not a fake?" "Sir, I am happy for the Imperium." The man took another sip of wine and laughed loudly. As you can see, the Imperial War Committee is such an institution, fragile and chaotic, no one is clear about what their functions really are. Ultimately, this institution is merely a temporary tool, a very temporary affair in a temporary period of time. They are unable to take correct actions. They had a slight role in the early stages of the Great Crusade when they were forced into action, but now their only role is to slow down the Great Crusade. A new institution will replace them, and the Imperium will become stronger, so I am genuinely happy. The man raised his wine bottle and handed it to Luther. The prelude to the War Council's utter defeat has begun. Let us enjoy their curtain call while celebrating the Imperium, shall we? Even if we are not on the same side, we at least have common interests for now. Luther remained silent. The man then raised his wine bottle to Qin Xia. "Let's drink this bottle of wine together, to your Nusaria's phased victory in this conflict." Qin Xia leaned on the railing, saying without turning his head, "This is not yet a phased victory, we still have one more thing to do." The man shrugged and smiled, then drained the wine in the bottle. He then opened his mouth to say something, but before the words could come out, he suddenly turned and left. A moment later, when the man returned, a new message reached Qin Xia's ears. "My master says you know what to do next. He asks you to act as you wish, and he will arrive at Dawn Star with another person later. They will arrive at Dawn Star under the pretext of mediating the conflict. At that time, anything can be discussed." After speaking, the man quietly waited for Qin Xia's response. Qin Xia looked at the bunkers standing firm amidst the bombardment on both sides of the front not far away, and slowly spoke. "Tell the seal bearer. I, on behalf of Nusaria, welcome the seal bearer to Nusaria to serve as Prime Minister. Just as he used the excuse when his servant met with me, he can find a way out in Nusaria." Upon hearing the word seal bearer, Luther suddenly looked at the gleeful drunkard. The man gave an awkward smile. "Sir, I believe the seal bearer will be pleased with this offer, but I also believe he will certainly ask me to decline on his behalf." Chapter 391, Critical Negotiations. The shelling incident lasted for 1 day and 1 night. The losses for both sides were, some construction materials. Injured, 0. Deceased, 0. While the shelling continued, the World Eaters and Ultramarines jointly seized control of the starport. However, the military intelligence regarding the starport's capture was leaked, causing the Holy Guard within the starport to evacuate prematurely. The military intelligence was leaked from a room in a tavern in the neutral zone of Dawn Star. Someone, whose identity only Qin Xia knew, sold the intelligence. A certain Adeptus Mechanicus individual, intending to undermine Kyle Boer, bought the intelligence at an extremely low price. He then used the intelligence to persuade his colleagues in the starport, leading to the Holy Guard's premature evacuation. Only a very small number of people knew about this process. After the starport capture operation concluded, the Dawn Star Holy Guard, whose supplies were cut off, were disarmed. Imperial War Committee external personnel and Adeptus Mechanicus personnel were detained. Only when a ship from Terra arrived in the star system where Dawn Star is located were the detainees permitted to go to the starport to meet the Emperor's spokesman. The ship, emblazoned with a massive double-headed eagle insignia, docked. Under the escort of the custodes, Malkador, leaning on his double-headed eagle staff, emerged from the transport and approached the Imperial War Committee external personnel gathered there. Some Adeptus Mechanicus personnel also arrived and similarly saluted in Malkador's direction. But this was not a salute to an equal ally, but rather to their Forge Master General of Mars, Kyle Boer. Kyle Boer and Malkador walked side by side, arriving before those present, escorted by the custodes. "You have failed miserably," Malkador said, his face grim, not even glancing at the Imperial War Committee personnel kneeling on the ground. "Sir." Movi's son and successor knelt before the custodes, weeping profusely, "I'm sorry. You've messed everything up, even losing control of the starport, forcing my ship to request docking rights from those detestable transhumans," Malkador said coldly. "You've disappointed me greatly." Movi's son cried and tried to approach Malkador, but was kicked away by a custodes, rolling several times like a dead dog before passing out. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel remained silent throughout, and Kyle Boer said nothing to them either. Just as Kyle Boer was remembered by these people, the Forge Master General's gaze was as cold as a machine's, and he himself was like a walking machine, ruthless, cold-blooded, neither angry nor annoyed. Malkador and Kyle Boer left the presence of the crowd. The surrounding World Eaters stepped forward to take control of those who had been detained after Dawn Star's supplies were cut off. The seal bearer and the Forge Master General rode a vehicle to the top floor of the starport. After disembarking the vehicle, taking an elevator, and then exiting the elevator, Malkador saw two tall figures standing in the dim corridor ahead. One was Qin Xia, the other was Angron. Malkador glanced at the custodes. The custodes stood against the walls on both sides of the corridor, while Malkador and Kyle Boer walked together towards Qin Xia and Angron. The four remained silent, entering the starport manager's office at the end of the corridor, which had been converted into a conference room. After sitting down at a long table, Malkador exhaled softly, a smile appearing on his face. Kyle Boer watched Qin Xia and Angron, his minimally modified face betraying no expression. Do you remember when we last met? I gave you a welcoming gift, and you said you had no gift for me, but I said you had already given me a gift. Malkador asked with a smile. Qin Xia nodded slightly. This is the gift, Malkador said. The Imperial War Committee performed terribly in the Dawn Star conflict, almost leading to civil war. The Emperor has ordered the War Council to be disbanded, and in a few days, Terra will select personnel to form a new organization to replace them. Your cooperation was especially important in this incident. Qin Xia said nothing. Angron sensed Malkador. Malkador did not side with the War Council or the Adeptus Mechanicus during the conflict. His idea was to use the conflict to prove the War Council's failure and backwardness, thereby finding an excuse for the Imperial Parliament to replace the War Council. Malkador genuinely wanted an excuse. In his opinion, even he and the Emperor could not dismiss an organization of the War Council's level without reason, as it involved the handover of affairs and various problems. Malkador sensed Angron's perception and said to Angron in his mind, the Imperium is not a play-pretend place like your Nuceria. Personnel appointments are not solely your responsibility as a Primarch. If you don't want Nuceria to collapse the moment you briefly leave one day, then you'd best establish a system like I have. This is a lesson I'm giving you out of consideration for your and Qin Xia's merits. Remember it. 12. Angron and Malkador met each other's gaze, the latter sneering. The Primarch then looked at Kyle Boer. Angron, who was puzzled as to why Kyle Boer was here, sensed Kyle Boer's inner thoughts and the information they revealed. In reality, the Adeptus Mechanicus' series of actions were a collaboration between Kyle Boer and Malkador. Under Kyle Boer's instruction, the Adeptus Mechanicus lobbied the Forge Worlds and various factions on Mars, then together they set their sights on the ancient artifacts of Nuceria. But Kyle Boer was not truly here for technology, which differed from his foster father's speculation. Kyle Boer was here to help Malkador, and the reason for helping Malkador was that Malkador had played a part in him becoming the Forge Master General of Mars. So the Forge Master General was just returning a favor, but he also had the intention of clearing out those who defied him. Those among Mars's opponents whom he considered a threat were all sent to Dawn Star to handle the conflict. This explained why there was a high-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus official who wanted to undermine Kyle Boer, and this official's spokesman, who traded intelligence with New Star. Angron was deeply shocked. A scene flashed in his mind, Malkador, on one hand, giving orders to the War Council personnel to go to Dawn Star to participate in the conflict, and then saying how much hope he had placed in those people, while on the other hand, using various means to ensure the War Council's complete defeat in this conflict. He also imagined Kyle Boer pretending to be very interested in Nuceria's ancient artifacts, when in reality it was just to return Malkador's favor and eliminate his opponents. Don't thank me, Qin Xia said, because I'm not specifically here to be a stepping stone for you two old geezers. Malkador smiled and shook his head. I calculated every one of your steps. The only thing that went wrong was that you and Angron, using some unknown means, persuaded almost all the Primarches to send their sons to participate in the conflict. The seal bearer then looked at Angron. Your father, upon learning that you had drawn almost all your brothers into this conflict, was very surprised and pleased, thinking that you, 12, who only inherited his most hated weakness, had exceeded his expectations and were fulfilling the role he hoped you would. Perhaps for a moment, Malkador continued, he was proud of you. Angron glanced at Qin Xia. My father has always been proud of me. Malkador pondered something, merely nodding with an unreadable expression. Kills us and those priests and sages, or whatever they are. Just find an excuse, Kyle Boer suddenly spoke. If you do that, from now on I will order the Adeptus Mechanicus to forbid approaching the Nuceria sector. Zess. Qin Xia recalled the woman he had seen with Quadrant during the incident where Kyle Boer was captured. This female Adeptus Mechanicus member, who retained a large number of biological features, was the Adeptus Mechanicus's representative during the conflict. Qin Xia looked at Kyle Boer. When he saw the Forge Master General appear with Malkador, he understood that when Kyle Boer had found Quadrant before the Randan War, reminding Quadrant to have the apprentice relay the Adeptus Mechanicus's covetousness of Nuceria, his true purpose was to warn Nuceria to prepare early, so as to kill more opponents in this conflict. Is Zess also one of your opponents? Qin Xia asked. She is not a complete supporter of mine, Kyle Boer replied. If she had participated in the infiltration, she would have died long ago, Qin Xia said. She didn't die, so you handle her yourself. Kyle Boer was silent. Angron sensed that he was calculating how to eliminate those who had not yet died. Let's talk about what you want, Malkador said. Anything except having the Space Marines join the Imperial Parliament. The talks entered the reward phase. Let the Astartes join the Imperial Parliament, Qin Xia demanded. Choose another, Malkador shook his head. Let the Primarch's sons join the Imperial Parliament. Don't even think about it, impossible. I advise you to make a demand that can be achieved. In any case, it is absolutely impossible for transhumans to join the Imperial Parliament, this is the Emperor's will. Then please leave. Qin Xia slowly stood up. Malkador and Kyle Boer exchanged glances. Angron felt helpless. Before seeing these two together, he hadn't imagined that a person absolutely loyal to the Emperor and a person who considered the Emperor a liar and a thief could compromise with each other and stand together. Then you truly will have been a stepping stone for us, Malkador said, rising and leaning on his double-headed eagle staff. You gained no benefit whatsoever from this conflict. We will win our own benefits in our own way, Qin Xia said. In Qin Xia's view, Malkador had anticipated everything in the entire conflict. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that most of the primarches would be persuaded by Angron. By leveraging this, they could secure a seat for the Astartes in the Imperial Parliament. Qin Xia knew he had selfish reasons for insisting on the Astartes seat. He wanted to extend his influence to Terra, which would bring more benefits to Nuceria and the World Eaters. But at the same time, he genuinely wanted to serve the public good. For both public and private reasons, this matter had to be done, and Qin Xia would never compromise. Malkador and Kyle Boer stopped trying to persuade them, turned, and left. Only after both had left did Angron look at his foster father and say, Malkador truly is. I don't know how to beat him. Even if I re-examine the entire conflict, I feel that no matter what choices we made, the outcome would always be to Malkador's liking. This man has conviction and means, and is willing to go to any lengths to uphold a person, a cause. Qin Xia said in a deep voice. Look at the Emperor, then look at Malkador. Although he is the youngest perpetual, he hasn't lived in vain. The experience he has accumulated and the things he has gone through are things we don't have. The fact that he was able to persuade the Emperor to stop hesitating and stand up for humanity back then is enough to show his capability. A vast imperium is managed in an orderly fashion by him. The Emperor is truly lucky to have such a person to assist him. So, of course, he is difficult to deal with. Angron grunted in frustration. But don't be negative. You persuaded several of your brothers. He couldn't properly respond to that, whether he anticipated it or not. Qin Xia patted Angron's belly with the back of his hand, a smile appearing on his face that would make Perturabo and Lion instantly dislike him. Now is when we begin our operations. Chapter 392, The Monster of Mars. The Forge Master General, guarded by the Custodes, walked alongside Malkador. Kyle Boer and the Seal-Bearer engaged in an extremely cold exchange. You promised the entire Adeptus Mechanicus a gift if we helped the Imperial Parliament replace the War Council, as we agreed. When will that gift arrive? That gift of ancient technology has already arrived on Mars as we speak, Forge Master General. Thank you. Their conversation was simple and direct, like an exchange between two people with transparent minds, without any prevarication. This was because both Kyle Boer and Malkador believed that indirect expressions only increased time costs and held no value when communicating with each other. Just like the meeting with Qin Xia and Angron earlier. Such high-level imperial meetings typically lasted 10 days to half a month, but with everyone present being intelligent, it only required a few sentences of discussion, then it was over, and everyone went their separate ways. As they were about to enter the elevator, a person slowly emerged from the shadows of a side passage. The Custodes immediately raised their weapons and aimed at the person. Malkador glanced at Kyle Boer's reaction, then raised his hand, signaling the Custodes to lower their weapons. Please continue, Kyle Boer said, his eyes as cold as a machine, looking at Malkador. I need to discuss something with my apprentice. The person who emerged from the side passage was Quadrant. Kyle Boer watched the Custodes and Malkador leave first, then turned to his apprentice. His eyes no longer held only coldness, but a hint of spirit. Master, Quadrant performed the cogwheel salute. Kyle Boer surmised his apprentice's intention in that instant, but it wasn't until Quadrant spoke that he realized his surmise was useless. Can Zess be spared? Quadrant's voice was as cold and purely mechanical as Kyle Boer's when he faced others. What value does she have to be preserved? Kyle Boer's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, vastly different from how he spoke in front of others, as if he had become a person of flesh and blood. Besides parading around in bronze armor, the only other thing she can do is mess everything up. I don't believe she has any value to be preserved. Quadrant's crude, inferior vocalizer once again produced a voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I'm not considering the problem from a utilitarian perspective, or rather, not from your utilitarian perspective. Zess has taken good care of me, so I simply don't want her to die. Kyle Boer's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly realized that Quadrant hadn't eavesdropped on the meeting, but had been found by Zess and begged by her to intercede on her behalf. However, eliminating dissenters through the Dawnstar conflict was Kyle Boer's strategy. Seeing his master's silence, Quadrant realized that his intercession was meaningless and fell silent himself. After a minute of silence, Quadrant spoke, Master. You truly are a heartless, ungrateful old man. Quadrant, using his inferior vocalizer, sounded like an old radio cursing when he uttered this sentence. Heartlessness isn't a flaw, low intelligence is, Kyle Boer said with two snorts, then continued, a top-tier cyberneticist trained by the Forge Master General of Mars, doing odd jobs for a legion. You're even more useless than Zess. I walk the path of knowledge designed for me by the God of all machines, Quadrant said. Designed for you by the God of all machines. How arrogant and presumptuous. Kyle Boer rebuked. Master. I still want to call you Master, after all, I have gained knowledge from you regardless. Quadrant's shoulders moved up and down, making a clumsy shrug. I am merely stating facts. I have received more blessings than any devotee who worships the God of all machines daily. I can casually produce an old research achievement that would be enough to promote one of your opponents to a sage right under your nose. I am a genius, I have no flaws besides being timid. Master, you deliberately suppressed my in-depth exploration of bionics. You thought you found other disciplines I excelled at, but I had no interest in those subjects you forced me to study. I only pretended to be interested to humor you, but even so, the talent I displayed still made you exclaim that I was a genius. I should have spoken to you like this long ago, my master, but before today, I hadn't realized you were such an utter scoundrel of an old man. Kyle Bo sneered, scrutinizing Quadrant's body as if to say, you, this genius, are trapping yourself in such a broken iron cage? You could go to any forge world and, using your master's name, get a free body that wouldn't be as inferior as this one. This inferior body is merely the concretization of the control and fear you imposed on me. I already have a better human vessel, but I still came to see you in this one, Quadrant said. I have dear friends, a cause I pledge allegiance to, a legion I love. The negative influence you exerted on me has vanished, just like the rebelliousness I'm displaying in our current conversation. After hearing this, Kyle Boer fell silent, anger filling his chest. He had always believed that Quadrant maintaining his original, inferior metal body even in places beyond the Adeptus Mechanicus's control was due to his deep-seated taming of Quadrant's soul, a thought that always pleased him. A genius even more brilliant than himself in his youth, tamed. Kyle Bo was genuinely happy. But when Quadrant broke free of this taming, Kyle Bo's chest filled with rage, each beat of his mechanical heart intensifying the feeling of anger. Quadrant, on the other hand, believed that Kyle Boer clearly hadn't escaped his biological nature. As long as a human possesses complex thoughts and emotions, regardless of their status or experiences, unless they are not human at all, at most they can only manage to contradict their outward appearance and inner feelings, meaning they can hide their emotions. Kyle Boer's coldness and indifference towards others, the so-called ruthlessness people expected from a superior, were merely because the emotions generated by external stimuli in his heart were not strong enough to drive his facial or limb nerves to produce the appropriate expressions, nothing more. Leave, Forge Master General. Heavy footsteps approached. Angron emerged from behind Quadrant and, as Quadrant looked back in confusion, told Kyle Bo, if you intend to do anything to Quadrant here, I will grab your head and throw you to the end of the corridor. If other Primarchs said that, I would consider it a meaningless threat, but when you say it, I believe you can match your words with actions, Kyle Bo responded. Because you truly lack much rationality. Angron did not retort, instead pointing in the direction of the exit corridor. Kyle Bo looked at Quadrant, remained silent for a moment, seemed about to speak, then silently departed. After the Forge Master General left, Angron sensed Quadrant's inner state. The Primarch found that, concerning Kyle Bo specifically, Quadrant's inner feelings were different from before. Previously, Quadrant had been submissive, on one hand truly hating his master for transforming him into this state, but on the other hand, also grateful to his master and nostalgic for some past memories with Kyle Boer. Of course, Kyle Boer wasn't as terrifying back then. It wasn't until leaving Mars, becoming a recorder for the World Eaters Legion, and then realizing his master's actions through several events, that Quadrant became completely disillusioned with Kyle Bo, just as Kyle Bo had become disillusioned with him. He doesn't intend to kill the person you wanted to intercede for, Angron said unhesitatingly, telling the truth. His feelings for you are more complex than yours for him. This guy, he's the Adeptus Mechanicus version of Perturabo, that's all I can say. Angron wasn't worried that revealing Kyle Bo's complex inner feelings would lead Quadrant to harbor illusions and immediately think his master was a good person, and that he should still get along well with his master. Because, in the Primarch's view, Quadrant was one of them, the kind who wouldn't betray them. Then he's even more terrifying and hateful. Quadrant looked up at the Primarch's face. What kind of monster would possess a father's flesh and blood affection for his son, while simultaneously abusing him? Angron blinked, not knowing what he was thinking, then pursed his lips and nodded. Quadrant, however, didn't overthink it, merely discussing Kyle Bo's matter. Angron suddenly smiled. The Primarch was genuinely happy for Quadrant, because every previous time Kyle Bo visited, Quadrant would be scolded by his master like a grandson and still have to host him. Now, Quadrant was finally no longer submissive. That night, as Qin Xia prepared to gather Angron and speak with the other Primarchs, Quadrant installed the psychic amplification device he had created in the White Knight's library. Angron noticed that Quadrant had changed his body. His body hadn't become completely human in the narrow sense, it was still tall and heavy, but the technology used had been updated. A technology Quadrant had reverse-engineered from relevant technical data provided by Forge Engine engineers, the splitting and rejoining of atomic structures to produce a shape-shifting effect. He applied this technology to his prosthetics, allowing them to transform into various tools. In short, it was similar to Braun's variable body. Why are you still so big? Qin Xia asked with a frown. Because I still need to research and manufacture, Quadrant replied coldly. Kyle Bo's pragmatism changed me forever. Between a completely simulated human appearance and practical convenience, I chose the latter. My research is not yet finished, I must continue to endure and sacrifice for my cause. Then why don't you change your vocalizer? It still sounds like an old radio, completely devoid of emotion. Qin Xia tapped the rusted vocalizer on Quadrant's new body's face. Quadrant's upgraded face made an expression, his brow slightly furrowed, as if hesitating about something. Because you once said that his cold, even voice cursing or joking had a unique feel, Angron said. That's what he thinks. Haha, that's certainly true. Qin Xia said with a smile. But Quadrant, you don't need to keep anything you don't want to keep just to please anyone. Whether to replace or keep this vocalizer should depend on your personal feelings, not others' opinions. Quadrant slowly nodded, expressing nothing, and continued installing the device. In any case, his original body, which Kyle Boer had crafted with punitive intent, had been replaced. Qin Xia felt that Kyle Boer and Malkador coming together wasn't just to make an appearance in front of him, it also brought an unexpected gain. Quadrant finished installing the device. Qin Xia contacted the Primarches even faster than before. As before, within the snowy illusion, the Primarches quickly absorbed information like watching a recap, gradually materializing. This time, however, it was the Primarches who had agreed to participate in the conflict. You gained the Dawn Star, the Imperium gained the benefits they wanted, and we gained nothing. Perturabo's voice came through before his phantom had fully materialized. Qin Xia, where is the so-called Astartes seat you, this arrogant fool, promised earlier? Angron rolled his eyes at Perturabo, not even wanting to say a word to him. Because he sensed that Perturabo actually understood, he was just looking for trouble. In the future, within our grasp, as long as we remain united, Qin Xia spoke on behalf of Angron this time. From now on, we refuse to obey any orders from the Imperial Parliament, only orders from the Imperial War Committee. The Parliament's takeover of the War Council will begin gradually, first with a period of chaos, the handover of affairs, the transfer of powers. In short, the Imperial Parliament won't just instantly replace the War Council as if Malkador clicked a button. During this period, there will be a good deal of intrigue and maneuvering between the usurpers and the usurped. We can exploit this stage. For example, when the Imperial Parliament and the War Council simultaneously dispatch planetary administrators to a newly conquered planet, we will only recognize the latter's authority over the planet and only cooperate with the latter's takeover efforts. When Qin Xia said this, the Primarches immediately understood what it meant to only obey the War Council's orders. This wasn't about strategic level orders, the War Council wouldn't issue war orders because the Emperor was still leading the Great Crusade. However, planets conquered during the Great Crusade did require the War Council's orders for cooperation in their takeover. There was also the matter of supplies. The Astartes were, in any case, the main force and backbone of the Great Crusade. In the initial stages, the Imperial Parliament would likely try to win over the legions, taking over military supply distribution from the War Council. At that point, they would refuse supply allocations from the Imperial Parliament. But this also raised a question. Are you aware that not all legions, like Nuceria, Ultramar, and Deliverance, possess a large number of forge worlds capable of sustaining their legion's material consumption? Perturabo said. We will provide supplies, Qin Xia replied. Please trust us. Nuceria and Ultramar will establish a supply management department. This department will be composed of Astartes, and under their calculations, all the legion's required supplies will be reasonably arranged. Independently bearing material consumption. Anyone would think we have the potential for rebellion, Kogaris interjected as a reminder. I don't see the Emperor and the Seal-Bearer being too concerned about such things, Qin Xia stated frankly. In Qin Xia's view, in fact, regardless of whether the legions had backing like Nuceria and Ultramar, they had already de facto become warlords. And the Imperium couldn't be said to have done nothing about this situation, it was just that the measures taken could only be described as makeshift. Obeying the War Council while resisting the Parliament is the result we seek through this method to force the Imperium to concede. Korix asked. Yes. But this will not be all the methods we use, Qin Xia nodded. This is just one step in all the steps we need to take. The Primarches pondered upon hearing this. Finally, in silence, new methods were devised. Chapter 393, Everything must be expedited. Some time later. How is the progress of the Imperial Parliament replacing the War Council? We've encountered some trouble. I have to say, the Astartes are, after all, the real power faction in the Great Crusade, their support is enough to bring a temporary tool that was about to be replaced back onto the table. Malkador sat on the ground, his eyes closed. He was inside his ship, yet on a sensory level, he was enveloped in a brilliant light. Communicating with the Emperor put Malkador under immense pressure, because the Emperor's psychic power was too strong. Then what do you intend to do? The Emperor asked. I have 1,000 ways to solve this problem in a short amount of time, Malkador responded telepathically. Negotiation is what I'm best at. But, time is running out. But more importantly, even if time is running out, this is your ideal, your persistence, so I can compromise and cooperate with Kyle Boer, but on this matter, I will never compromise, rest assured. Upon hearing this, the Emperor sensed Malkador's soul projection, his will extending the time consumed by this warp-based conversation by a few seconds, but this was merely a feeling of silence. Then the conversation continued. Among the 1,000 methods you've thought of, is there one that can solve this problem in an extremely short time, faster than my direct intervention? Hearing the Emperor's question, Malkador shook his head honestly, there's indeed nothing faster than compromise to solve a problem, but the issue is that you cannot compromise. This is not compromise, this is a solution to the problem, the Emperor said. Time is running out. Since they are all temporary tools, we should first think about letting them play their due role, and then discuss other things. Malkador did not respond. The Emperor's consciousness gradually withdrew from the warp, leaving a message before fully exiting. I will talk to them. Also, there is only one truly important thing. That is, everything must be expedited. Dawn Star. Quite some time had passed since the conflict on this planet, and the planet was gradually being taken over by Ultramar. Before evacuating, Xia and Angron still needed to do one thing, which was to send the warriors from each legion who participated in the Dawn Star conflict back to their legions. At the spaceport, massive amounts of supplies were piled up like mountains. Terminator tactical dreadnoughts and medical supplies, these items desired by all legions, would be taken back as gifts by the people sent by the legions upon their return. Xia and Angron saw off the Space Marines at the spaceport, personally meeting every officer entrusted with responsibility by a primarch, offering words of thanks, and then presenting a list of supplies more substantial than verbal gratitude. Except for the Space Marines of the Dark Angels Legion, all other Legion's Space Marines were sent off in this manner. The reason the Dark Angels Legion was an exception was their primarch was the only primarch who personally came to pick up his sons. Luther. A roar echoed through the spaceport's transport platform. Luther, who was preparing to board the ship with the Calibanites, was so startled that he even drew his sword, while the Calibanite Space Marines instinctively tried to find cover. Luther was from the Knightly Order era, he had participated in the fight against the Caliban beasts. Although those Calibanite Space Marines were young, they were born before the Caliban beasts were completely eradicated, and at a very young age, they had to hide with their parents from the threat of the beasts. And the roar of Lionel Johnson, Primarch of the 1st Legion, Lord of the Lion King, made everyone, including Luther and the Calibanite Space Marines, feel as if they had heard the roar of a beast. Luther. Another roar. Luther only realized he wasn't on Caliban, and wasn't hearing the roar of a beast, when he saw Lionel Johnson's figure. Lionel Johnson strode over menacingly. The Calibanite Space Marines, having witnessed the Primarch's ferocity, immediately hid behind Luther. It proved that these Space Marines' decision was entirely correct, so correct that it could be called a wise tactical decision. Lionel Johnson merely walked over, stopped in front of Luther, his gaze fixed on Luther and no one else, and he did not take another step forward to punch the head of the person in front of him. Angron, who tried to intervene, was pushed aside by Lionel Johnson. Luther, Lionel Johnson gnashed his teeth, do you know what your actions mean? Luther looked directly at Lionel Johnson, it means a correct decision. Lionel Johnson's teeth ground together audibly. While the Calibanite Space Marines behind him were sweating for Luther, thinking he might, for once, be in trouble, Angron sensed that Lionel Johnson had no intention of hitting Luther at all. He was indeed angry. But unlike with others, Lionel Johnson had no thought of attacking Luther. He was just, extremely angry in an extremely angry situation. I was the one who asked Luther to come, Xia said. Lionel Johnson slowly turned to stare at Xia. In that instant, Luther vaguely felt a fierce beast turn its body from in front of him, fixing its crimson eyes on another person. Enough, Lionel Johnson, I came on my own initiative. Luther pulled Lionel Johnson's arm. Do you know what Caliban has become? During the period our entire legion was away from Caliban. What Caliban has become is no excuse for what you did. Lionel Johnson's chest heaved violently, as if complaining, you made me look ridiculous. One moment I told them the 1st Legion would never participate in such a thing, and then you came. You disappoint me so much, Luther, you disappoint me so much, you disappoint the Calibanites, disappoint your brothers and sisters, Luther said. You ignore the place where you grew up. Did I do wrong, Lionel Johnson? The Imperium's governance of Caliban is like sucking the marrow from bones, your neglect of Caliban has made them even more excessive. Besides begging you to take another look at Caliban, what else could I do? Do I have a way to report the unfair treatment Caliban is suffering? When you repeatedly brushed me off with the so-called the Emperor will properly arrange Caliban, and when I had no other recourse but to rely on you, what else could I do? Luther glanced at Xia. They are fighting not only for the Astartes' right to speak, but also for the right to speak for your homeland. When the rulers of the Imperium ravage our homeworld, an Astartes can stand up and tell the Imperium, look at Lionel Johnson's homeworld, what have you people done to it? And you actually think this is an irrelevant matter? Faced with Luther's words, Lionel Johnson was speechless for a long time, not knowing how to respond. Finally, Lionel Johnson simply stopped discussing what Luther was talking about, leave my legion, go back to the place you yearn for. I don't need you causing trouble in the legion. Luther removed his helmet, then shoved it into Lionel Johnson's arms, and walked away directly. Xia made a contact me gesture as Luther walked past him. He indeed intended to help Luther solve the Caliban problem. Whatever you plan to do, Luther. Lionel Johnson roared at Luther's retreating back, ensure the 1st Legion's troop supply is stable. Luther raised his right hand, indicating he had heard. And so, just like that. In front of everyone, Luther was expelled from the Great Crusades Legion fleet by Lionel Johnson, because Luther participated in the Dawn Star conflict without his permission, turning his previous solemn vow of I will not participate in front of his brothers into a joke. The Lion King could not bear the feeling of being undermined by his most trusted person. But he still instructed Luther in front of everyone to ensure the Legion's troop supply was stable. A person expelled by a Primarch would now return to the Primarch's homeworld, Caliban, to manage the most important troop supply affairs of the Legion. From now on, those Calibanite Space Marines who supplemented the Dark Angels Legion would all remember Luther. Angron, standing nearby, felt utterly bewildered. Although he knew what Lionel Johnson was thinking, seeing it happen in front of him was still surprising. This was the complexity of Luther and Lionel Johnson's relationship, it always seemed distant, but in reality, they were intimately close, and nothing was enough to destroy Lionel Johnson's trust in Luther. Put away your schemes, and stop deceiving Luther, Lionel Johnson warned Xia and Angron coldly, his gaze finally falling on the Calibanite warriors again. Lionel Johnson took a step forward, and those Space Marines instinctively recoiled. But their Primarch did nothing, he merely walked, taking these Calibanite warriors with him. Angron sensed that Lionel Johnson had a special tolerance for the Calibanites, but these Calibanites were not recruits, they were Luther's trusted subordinates. They had undergone Space Marine augmentation and followed the Legion on various campaigns. Anyway, they had seen what happened to the Terraborn Dark Angels who defied Lionel Johnson, which was why they feared Lionel Johnson. Xia and Angron exchanged a glance, then simultaneously shrugged and pursed their lips, looking helpless. The Dark Angels were the last Space Marines to leave the spaceport. After seeing off the meritorious individuals, Xia and Angron turned and walked towards the spaceport hangar. I plan to go to Caliban, Xia suddenly said. Angron was not surprised, he had just sensed that Luther was actually very happy to return to Caliban, which would allow him to cooperate well with Xia. Lionel Johnson had inadvertently fulfilled Luther's wish. The imperial rulers on Caliban are truly absurd to the point of being fake, Angron mused, stroking his chin as he walked. They're like spies. No different from spies, Xia responded. Remember what I said before about chaos corruption? Caliban is a planet in the midst of chaos corruption, the imperial rulers there have probably long since gone mad. Purely from an enemy-friend perspective, they are not our own people. Angron stopped walking. Xia nodded, chaos. After I return from Caliban, I'll show you some evidence or something, and then you'll understand. Also, we need to prepare early. The two continued to walk. The path ahead gradually narrowed, eventually becoming a corridor. When the two reached the end of the corridor and pushed open the door, they stepped not into the spaceport hangar, but onto the command deck of a warship. Xia glanced at Angron and knew that the Emperor was once again using Angron as a nexus to create an illusion for conversation. It was always like this. Whenever the Emperor wanted to talk privately, Angron would become the communication relay. It was precisely because of this that Xia felt Angron had powerful psychic abilities that had not been unearthed, and Angron's talent was constantly growing and improving, from being able to only sense emotions at first to now being like mind reading, plus Angron's physique could even change. Why have you two come to this point? A cold voice came from behind. The Emperor passed directly through Angron and Xia's bodies, came to the tactical table, and examined the alien Empire's star system displayed on it. The Emperor did not look at the two, but he was indeed talking to them. Xia did not rush to respond, but was thinking about what attitude the Emperor might express through this communication. We want to secure a parliament seat for the Astartes, Angron said. As the main force of the Great Crusade, the Astartes have no voice and are isolated from the Imperial High Command. In the long run, ordinary humans and transhumans will diverge. I know, the Emperor said, his back to Angron, nodding slightly. You know. Angron chuckled in exasperation. So what grand strategy is this again? The consequences of such things are clear, yet you don't change them. I truly wish I could sense your inner thoughts now, it would save you from talking for ages with that inefficient communication style. The Emperor did not lift the shield of Angron's sensory abilities, still facing away from Angron and Xia, but began to slowly explain. It's simple, because the current situation is only temporary, not eternal. The War Council is a temporary tool within temporary tools, the Imperial Parliament is a temporary tool, and the Imperium itself is a temporary tool. You two, one is a Primarch, and the other is an immortal. Your lives are eternal, yet you are making such a fuss over a temporary problem created by a temporary tool. The one who should be confused now is me, I rack my brains and still don't know what exactly you two are trying to do. What was the Great Crusade for? What is the Webway project? Didn't he tell you these things, 12? I'm very curious now. He can tell you everything about chaos but not about the Webway project, nor what I'm truly working on. What is the person you call father thinking? The Emperor spoke while motioning for the surrounding strategic advisors to disseminate the strategies he had formulated. Those mortals gathered around the Emperor, and from their perspective, the Emperor was discussing strategy, not conversing with a Primarch from a great distance. The Great Crusade was a war undertaken because the warp storms ravaging the galaxy ended, and you sought to reintegrate and reshape the identity of a fragmented humanity. The Webway project is your desire for humanity to have a faster-than-light travel method independent of the warp, allowing humanity to escape the various negative influences of the warp, such as chaos corruption. I've said all this. Xia and Angron spoke one after the other, taking turns. The Emperor nodded, so you understand what I want to do, you understand that I want to seize every second to complete the Great Crusade, then gather resources to build the Webway, making humanity a Webway race like the Eldar. But you still chose to waste so much time and cause so much trouble just to scramble the status of a temporary tool. The Empire is just a temporary tool. What difference does it make if Astartes are in the Imperial Parliament or not? Those rulers you are tired of will be discarded when the Webway project is realized and the entire human race begins to migrate into the Webway. They will have only two choices, death or stepping down. I will not let Astartes govern humanity, but if in the future humanity itself decides to accept Astartes as governors, then that is humanity's own choice, and I will not interfere. Personally, I want to leave, take the Primarches, find a place, and live an obscure, reclusive life. At this, the Emperor turned to look at Xia. I will hand everything over to mortals. When they become rational and civilized, they will manage things properly. The Emperor then looked at Angron. He told you about chaos. So you should know that there are 4 dark gods in the warp, and they are eyeing the reality universe. I must end the Great Crusade and complete the Webway project before they act. Time is so pressing that even as I speak to you, I must simultaneously formulate a strategy against an alien empire. You hate my lectures about the big picture, but you lack a big picture perspective. You simply don't realize the crisis humanity is currently in, nor how urgent time is. Time is so pressing that we have no choice but to build some temporary tools. Of course, they cannot be perfect, nor should they be perfect, but if they can function, we should be content and not wish for more. As for the status of the Astartes, those various ideological disputes, which are luxuries given humanity's current situation, should be set aside and discussed slowly once everything has settled. The Emperor then opened up a part of what he could perceive to Angron. Angron perceived the Emperor's current mood. It was like the earth was about to explode, and a person named the Emperor could prevent the disaster. He rushed along, and people handed him flyers about the latest discounted goods, others pulled him aside for photos, and a large group of his trusted assistants were waiting on the street for lamb skewers to cook. This was the Emperor's view of the conflict. We have similarities. I agree that success and failure should be judged by future generations, Qin Xia began, but you seem to have completely overlooked what would happen if the Webway project failed, and what the countermeasures would be. The Empire is indeed a temporary tool, but this temporary tool might have to bear eternal work tasks with its temporary, inferior quality. Is it that future you know again? The Emperor sighed, wanting to speak but holding back. But at the same time, the Emperor had to admit that Qin Xia's words made sense. The Webway project was not 100% guaranteed to succeed. The Webway was an invention of the old ones, a faster-than-light route carved out in the space between the warp and the reality universe. Although called a route, its internal space was actually vast enough to accommodate cities, even an interstellar nation. The Emperor knew that the home of the Dark Eldar, Kamarak, was a city located in the Webway. Although nominally a city, this city was large enough to encompass the solar system and several surrounding star systems. Even if all the population of Terra were filled into Kamarak, the Webway city would still appear deserted. Such a powerful and important thing as the Webway, after the extinction of the old ones, was controlled by the Eldar. With the destruction of the ancient spirit clan empire, today's Eldar do not even know how to create the Webway, nor can they restore it. The Dark Eldar, on the other hand, know a little about Webway knowledge, but the possibility of rebuilding the Webway is very low. From a purely technical perspective, the success rate for a human to recreate the Webway is extremely low. It's possible, but I will make all the arrangements, the Emperor said after some thought. Qin Xia and Angron were still preparing to argue with the Emperor that the Astartes' participation in the parliament was not a waste of time, but rather a necessary preparation and a measure to guard against future eventualities. The Emperor suddenly sighed and spoke again, since you insist. I can promise that there will be Astartes seats in the parliament. Qin Xia and Angron exchanged smiles. They had both initially thought they would have to continue their back-and-forth struggle with Malkador. The Empire is just a temporary tool. Although their goal was achieved, Angron still had some things to say. But no matter how temporary it is the ruling entity to which most individual members of the human race are currently loyal. If we ignore the many problems it causes and faces, simply because its original purpose was merely a makeshift tool, then when this temporary tool finally shatters, the sound it makes will be the wails of billions of humans. And you turn a blind eye to all of this. Conrad Kurz believes you are omniscient and omnipotent. Although I know you are not omniscient and omnipotent, you are still very powerful. Being overly busy and hasty is no excuse for you to turn a blind eye or to stick with a mistaken ideology. Upon hearing these remarks, the Emperor gazed at his 12th son. He showed no anger, nor did he open his mouth to reprimand. Only after a brief silence did he express agreement. This is why I hate transhuman rule over mortals, because any transhuman will find it difficult to empathize with mortals, ultimately leading to tragedy. Take me, for example. Although I want to find some excuses, I must admit that some of the Empire's issues are indeed due to my own absurd mistakes. In any case, your ability to speak with such empathy for mortals brings me comfort. This is the first time I've felt approval for you, and I hope it won't be the last. The Emperor's tone grew stiffer as he spoke, filled with conflicting emotions towards Angron. Angron truly empathized with mortals. The sensibility and humanity he displayed were precisely what the Primarches generally lacked. If the Webway project succeeded in the future, and one Primarch had to remain to help humanity, the Emperor hoped it would be Angron. But Angron also used Astartes to rule mortals. The Emperor, who had just lectured Angron to put ideological issues aside for later, spoke with little confidence in his own lecture. Because he himself had done something similar, he disagreed with the idea of transhuman rule over mortals, which led to the Imperial Parliament having no Astartes seats at all. A matter that should have been easily resolved escalated to its current state. Humanity is not without flaws, and a lack of self-awareness is one of them. The Emperor now is not yet the future Emperor who will abandon humanity to confront Horus alone. In the silence of the three, the Emperor waved his hand, dispelling the illusion. Time is pressing, everything is urgent. That's a good reason, but it can't cover everything, Angron mused, recalling the meeting. Some things he does are just wrong, no matter how good his reasons are. Qin Xia continued walking towards the hangar, but he's not a god after all, and he can't be flawless and never make mistakes. Anyway, now there are finally Astartes seats. Although it was ultimately arranged by the Emperor, if it hadn't escalated to this point, the Emperor would never have taken the time to solve this problem. Who will go to the Imperial Parliament? Do we have candidates? The World Eaters aren't suitable, in any case. If I appoint my son to the Imperial Parliament, the other legions will think the Astartes seats are only for the World Eaters Legion. I hope this representative for the Space Marines can be widely recognized by almost all legions. Hearing Angron speak of widespread recognition, Qin Xia strongly agreed, then very seriously stated his arrangements for the Astartes seats. It must be someone chosen from the legions that directly and explicitly declared their intention to join the conflict. While other legions cannot be excluded, it would be disheartening if the first Astartes Council member were chosen from legions that did not participate in the conflict at all. Tomorrow I will arrange for you and your brothers to meet in an illusion. As the Lord of the 12th Legion, you can make your own decisions on such major matters concerning the various legions. But there's one thing, no matter who is ultimately chosen, the first thing this person must do is take a Vita of the Thousand Suns Legion to Terra and bring charges against Magnus. If you feel you cannot choose a foolproof person, then simply swallow your pride and have the World Eaters provide a member for the parliament. At this, Qin Xia looked at Angron. Angron nodded, indicating he understood. Only then did Qin Xia continue. What is a communication channel, and how should this channel be used? Let's use this matter with Magnus to set an example for the other legions. Chapter 395, Legion Council. My brothers. Together, we have secured a seat for the Astartes. Angron stood amidst the blizzard illusion, spreading his hands, chest puffed out, looking at his brothers, and proudly and contentedly announced the news. The Primarches present were not only those who participated in the conflict, but also those who did not approve of participating. The Primarches only heard the news, and then all showed surprise, after Angron's words, propelled by Qin Xia's psyker abilities, rippled through the warp and were transmitted deep into the souls of the various legion psykers used as a hub. Lion King's eyes widened, and he looked at Angron in puzzlement. He did not understand how such a thing could have been accomplished. Even the Primarches who had previously voted to participate in the conflict were surprised. Among them, Guillemon, though he had fully voiced his support for Angron during the first psyker illusion meeting, his expression at this moment was no more composed than Lion King's. Malkador conceded. Brothers, how is this possible? I thought this would take decades of negotiation with Malkador to achieve. The Primarches spoke one after another. After one Primarch after another expressed their surprise, Angron gestured for his brothers to listen to him first. It was not Malkador who conceded, but the Emperor. He came to me for certain reasons, and then he indicated that this matter could be compromised, and the Imperial Parliament, which would replace the War Council, could have an Astartes seat. But brothers, if the majority of us had not stood united, we would not have been able to escalate the matter enough to attract the Emperor's attention, and he naturally would not have compromised. Angron took a few steps forward as he spoke, explaining the reasons for the matter, surrounded by all his brothers. With Qin Xia merely opening the illusion and not personally participating in the meeting, Angron became the focal point, leading his other Primarch brothers to believe he was not merely driven by Qin Xia's will. Lion King, my elder brother. Angron looked at Lion King. In the conflict, your legion's involvement played a significant role. Those Adeptus Mechanicus Holy Guard and the mercenaries the Imperial War Committee put into the Adeptus Mechanicus truly feared your first legion. I express my gratitude to you, elder brother. The Primarches quickly turned their heads to look at Lion King. Some had schadenfreude in their eyes. Others were puzzled. But Lion King himself felt angry. However, Lion King really had no way to shout at this younger brother or attack him when facing Angron. There were two reasons for this. One reason was that Luther participated in the conflict, but not by acting unilaterally and then returning to Caliban. Instead, he launched a series of propaganda within the Legion, making his participation in the conflict appear as an act tacitly approved by Lion King. Lion King, unwilling to knock Luther's head off, naturally acquiesced. The other reason was that Angron respectfully bowed to Lion King, using the etiquette of a Caliban knight. Regardless, even if there had been some minor disagreements before, Lion King could still feel respect from this younger brother. Lion King ultimately just widened his eyes and shifted his gaze elsewhere, simply not looking at Angron. And Perturabo. Angron looked at Steel Lord. Perturabo was currently leaning his body, not directly facing Angron. Upon hearing Angron mention his name, Perturabo's right eye turned towards Angron, who was to his right. The several Primarches who had previously decided not to participate in the conflict all looked at Perturabo. Saying they wouldn't participate but actually doing so, it was hard for those who decided not to participate not to wonder if Perturabo was intentionally causing trouble. Even the brothers who did not participate will have the right to speak and fight for their interests through the Astartes Council representative. Angron then looked at Lemon Russ and the others. Because we are all gene fathers, and our descendants are all Astartes. The Astartes Council representative will not become the exclusive spokesperson for a single legion, but rather the spokesperson for all of us Primarches and Astartes. Angron finished speaking and scanned all his Primarch brothers. He also wanted to convey a message: no matter whose descendant was elected as the council representative, they could not merely speak for the interests of their own legion. Whether it was the Primarches and legions who directly decided to participate in the previous illusion meeting, or the Primarches and legions who did not decide to participate at that time, or those who participated indirectly like Perturabo and Lion King, even those who were not brought to participate in the illusion meeting at all, such as Rogaldorn, Alpha. All had the right to express their interests through the council representative. This fairness and magnanimity made it hard for the Primarches not to feel a sense of goodwill towards Angron, and at the same time, they truly believed that Angron's earlier statement, to secure an Astartes seat for all our legions, was indeed his motivation. Then let's elect a representative. Horus said. Of course, but the election of a representative should have a process. Angron smiled and nodded to Horus, then offered his opinion. Lord of the 12th Legion quickly articulated his vision from before the illusion meeting began. That was to establish an internal Astartes council encompassing all legions. The primarchs would discuss and decide matters within this internal council. At the same time, each legion would contribute personnel to form an organization specifically responsible for conveying to the elected Imperial Parliament Astartes representative what that representative should state in the Imperial Parliament on Terra, based on the outcomes of the primarchs' discussions. Consolidate the interests of all legions, and then present them to the Imperial Parliament. This way, no matter whose descendant was elected as the representative, they could speak not only for their own legion but also for all legions. It was just that when a person from a certain legion was elected as the Astartes representative, the interests of their affiliated legion could be prioritized. After all, speaking in the Imperial Parliament on Terra would inevitably involve the Parliament's cumbersome procedures, and rhetorical exercises would be unavoidable. Not all matters could be raised at once, nor could the Imperial Parliament be asked to discuss all matters at once, so the ability to prioritize matters of one's affiliated legion was indeed an advantage. Finally, an Astartes representative's term would be 10 years, an Astartes sent to Terra would need to stay for 10 years. And after Angron finished explaining the selection of the Astartes representative within the Imperial Parliament, and the entire well-structured process by which various legions would convey their respective interests to the representative through an organization called the Legion Council, the primarchs became even more convinced of one thing: Angron was indeed acting for everyone's good, and not just talking. Angron, for his part, intended for the Astartes representative to be a spokesperson for all legions, regardless of which legion the representative came from. He deeply understood that his foster father's goal was to establish a communication channel for the Astartes on Terra, and that channel should not be exclusive to any single legion's spokesperson. Fairness was essential. So this counts as the first Legion Council. Guilliman looked at all his brothers. Let's discuss the candidates for the second term Astartes representative. The primarchs all nodded. The reason it was called the second term was because the first representative would obviously come from the World Eaters Legion, as Angron was one of the main orchestrators of the entire conflict, and the other orchestrator, Shou, was also from the World Eaters Legion. So the primarchs all tacitly agreed that the first term should be a World Eaters. But just as everyone was about to begin discussing candidates for the second term Astartes representative 10 years later, Angron raised his right hand. We should directly discuss the candidates for the first term representative. First, the World Eaters will abstain. The primarchs fell silent. Brothers, as I said in the first illusion meeting, I fought for a seat in the Imperial Parliament for all our legions. Dawnstar will not become a world under Nusaria's rule, it now belongs to the 500 worlds of Great Ultramar. Similarly, this first term Astartes representative will not come from the World Eaters Legion. I hope you understand the importance of this person who represents us. Angron paused here, then continued. I hope that no matter which legion this representative comes from, he and his gene father will understand that they are not merely speaking for one legion. Angron's repeated emphasis and his direct relinquishment of the opportunity to select the first term Astartes representative meant that his advocated philosophy had been understood by the primarchs. Having gone to such lengths, he no longer needed empty praise. The primarchs all knew how to show their admiration and support. I propose. Horus raised his hand. From now on, no matter which legion the Astartes representative comes from, they must prioritize presenting the demands from the 12th Legion to the Imperial Parliament. This will become a tradition, an agreement, to honor our 12th brother and his foster father for their struggle for the interests of all our legions. The vast majority of primarchs nodded in agreement. Except for Lion King, but Angron sensed that Lion King inwardly agreed. And from the heart of this elder brother, who was extremely skilled in war and only skilled in war, Angron perceived admiration for himself. Regardless of Lion King's views and attitude towards securing a seat in the Imperial Parliament, everything Angron did aligned with what he had said and promised in the first illusion meeting, and this was hard not to admire. Let's begin selecting the representative. Angron said. Xia was not present, but Angron had his own method for selecting the Astartes representative. This process was for all primarchs to mentally choose two candidates, one from their own legion and one from another legion. Finally, each primarch would take turns stating their two choices, and the person whose name was mentioned most frequently would become the Astartes representative. Starting with the first legion. Luther. Lion King said, and then. Xia. You have a problem with that. Perturabo raised his hand and tapped his head. The World Eaters have already abstained. Not that arrogant one from the World Eaters, I'm talking about the Lord of the Keshik from Kogaris. Lion King roared. Angron sensed Lion King's thoughts. Lion King genuinely believed Luther was a suitable candidate, followed by the Xia version of the Lord of the Keshik from Kogaris, with whom he had the best relationship. In Lion King's view, the Lord of the Keshik version of Xia, having fought alongside Kogaris from being mortals until now, was suitable in every way. The other primarchs noted Luther and Xia, and then also began to consider other candidates, though they tried to converge in their thinking. This was also why Angron used this method of everyone naming names to select the representative if they were mortals. It would definitely be one person saying two names, which wouldn't converge, would be chaotic, and ultimately no one would be selected. But the superhuman minds of the primarchs would directly choose the person they deemed most suitable, and they would also consider their brother's previous nominations during their thinking, quickly analyzing which candidate was widely accepted by most. Angron's completely fair demeanor had already influenced the primarchs. Regardless of their individual personalities, the primarchs would consider the opinions of other primarchs, leading to convergence. After the first primarch, Lion King, finished speaking, it was time for the second primarch. The second one is already dead. Lion King looked at Fulgrim. You're next. Eidolon, one of the three lords of the Emperor's Children Legion. The third primarch, Fulgrim, said, and then Scionus of the Shadow Wolves. Angron sensed that when the name Scionus was brought up, it immediately received widespread approval from the Primarchs. Horus bowed to Fulgrim, expressing thanks on behalf of Scionus, as he also supported Scionus. After Fulgrim finished speaking, he looked at the fourth Primarch, Perturabo. Scionus. Perturabo only said one name, then hesitated for a moment, and continued, there aren't many qualified candidates in my legion, except for Fakris, but he can't be idle for 10 years in that wretched place Terra, otherwise I will no longer have anyone strong both internally and externally to use, so. Danshiok? Okay. Angron directly spoke the name Perturabo was thinking, next. Perturabo gave Angron an annoyed glare, then looked at the fifth Primarch, Kogarus. Chapter 396, Scionus, who is he? Qin Xia, Kogarus said. Scionus. Scionus it is, Lemon Russ said. My legion also abstains. Angron perceived Lemon Russ's thoughts at this moment. The Wolf Lord knew very well that the first Astartes representative could absolutely not come from the 6th Legion, because he had chosen to oppose Angron in the first illusionary meeting. Since no one from the 6th Legion could be elected, it was better not to propose anyone at all. Angron felt that Lemon Russ was more clear-headed than Lion. Primarch Rogaldorn, number 7, was not present. Primarch Conrad Kurz, number 8, spoke, Savator, Shen, both of these are from my legion. If anyone truly supports their election, then choose one of them. In any case, one of them must stay by my side. If I were to choose from my legion, I could name hundreds, but I will not utter the name of any one of them, Sanguinius said. Scionus. Angron perceived that Sanguinius was worried about something. The angel feared that if his son were truly elected and went to Terra, he would expose the legion's darkest secrets, so he simply did not nominate anyone. After the Lord of the 9th Legion expressed his stance, everyone looked at Ferris. Ferris remained silent. There were indeed not many individuals with distinct personalities and outstanding merits in the Iron Hands Legion, as Ferris's sons emphasized collectivism more. Scionus it is, Ferris said. 11 spoke, I choose the one everyone agrees on. Primarch Angron, number 12, abstained, so it was naturally Gilliman's turn to speak. The Ultramarines abstain. Also, I choose Scionus, Gilliman said. Primarch Mortarion, number 14, was not present, and Primarch Magnus, number 15, was also not present. Primarch Horus, number 16, was present. Scionus, and then Luther from the 1st Legion, Horus said. Primarch Lorgar, number 17, was not present. Primarch Vulcan, number 18, spoke, I choose the one with the most support. The Fire Dragon Lord believed that his legion had always been obscure, and bringing up a candidate from the 18th Legion at this time would only waste his brother's time, so he simply did not mention any 18th Legion candidates. As the Primarchs searched for Primarch Korux, number 19, Korux gradually appeared in the most inconspicuous place. Sukunnu, Korux mentioned the person he liked and trusted more in the 19th Legion, and then named another candidate, Scionus. Alpha was not present. So Korux was the last Primarch to speak. The person who received the most nominations was Scionus. When all the Primarchs had finished speaking, Scionus was pulled into the illusion by Qin Xia, who was not physically present but also not entirely absent. Scionus was suddenly pulled into the illusion by the Psyker assisting him while on his way to a certain place. After he appeared, he first looked at his Gene Father with surprise, then saluted the other Primarchs. Scionus wore a unique suit of armor, and combined with his handsome appearance, he looked very dashing. But he was nominated not because he was good-looking. Before the return of the Primarchs of the various legions, the legions would form expeditionary fleets to fight in the Great Crusade. The legions naturally communicated with each other, and Scionus was the one responsible for diplomatic affairs in the Luna Wolves. Within the legion, the notorious troublemaker and hot-headed brother Abaddon trusted Scionus, and Primarch Horus also liked Scionus. If Scionus had taken on the responsibility of a foster father like Luther, then he would be the Luna Wolves' version of Luther, and even more renowned and well-regarded than Luther, because the First Legion always carried out secret missions, and Luther rarely showed his face. If Luther was the succubus of Caliban, then Scionus was the succubus of the Shadow Wolves. In handling inter-legion affairs, Scionus left a deep impression on members of other legions. Do you remember when I said we were busy vying for an Astartes seat? Horus said gently to his son, so far, you are the most nominated person. If Mortarion and Magnus have no objections, you will go to Terra to represent all our legions and fight for our legion's interests in the Imperial Parliament. Scionus had many things he wanted to say, but he also knew that he shouldn't speak in such an occasion, so he merely saluted again, indicating that he would certainly live up to expectations. What about Mortarion's opinion? Gilliman looked at Angron. They have never participated in an illusionary meeting. Those not present are fighting alongside the Emperor. The Emperor's psychic power is too strong, making it difficult to break through his influence and pull Mortarion and the others in, Angron said. Then we will wait for them to finish fighting alongside him, then call them in, discuss it, and then make a decision, Gilliman said, looking at Scionus. If they have no objections, then Scionus will go to Terra to represent us. Horus and Gilliman both said they would wait for the opinions of the Primarchs who were not present. But in reality, this was just considering them according to Angron's concept of fairness. Everyone knew that no matter what Mortarion and Magnus' opinions were, their nomination results would not affect the outcome of the discussions so far. However, making a decision without including them would certainly be inappropriate. Then the discussion about the candidate is temporarily suspended, Angron said. After they finish fighting alongside the Emperor, my father will once again use his psychic power to bring all of us together for another discussion, and a final conclusion will be reached. The Primarchs nodded in agreement. The illusion gradually disappeared. The Primarchs gradually withdrew. Finally, only Horus, Cyanus, and Angron remained in the snowstorm. You should prepare for your journey to Terra, Angron said to Cyanus. Although the discussion is temporarily suspended, it is clear that you will inevitably be the one to go to Terra, so you should prepare early. My brother is right, Horus nodded. Go and prepare now, all your current missions are suspended. Cyanus respectfully saluted the two Primarchs. I will not fail your expectations. Furthermore, regarding the matter that our 12th Legion wants you to raise in the Parliament. Angron extended his hand, sending his thoughts into Cyanus's mind. Cyanus perceived Angron's inner thoughts and realized in an instant what he needed to say on Terra. This made Cyanus's expression exceptionally serious, and he also felt surprised. It was an accusation against Magnus. He must bring Avita of the Thousand Suns Legion on his way to Terra, and then on Terra, he must question Magnus and the Thousand Suns' unrestrained deep exploration in the warp. There was even evidence regarding the influence of malicious warp creatures on the Thousand Suns. Their entire legion is sliding into the abyss, we must stop them, Angron said. Cyanus nodded with a solemn expression. Horus, beside him, didn't know what was happening, but Angron had no intention of concealing it. I don't require you to keep this matter a secret, it will soon be known to all anyway. The illusion gradually faded. The few people who remained in the snowstorm also returned to reality. Qinxia and Angron opened their eyes simultaneously. Done, Angron nodded. Excellent, Qinxia slowly stood up. Next, we just need to call Mortarion, Rogaldorn, and the others, these legions cannot be excluded. Angron thought. The remaining brothers only needed a separate meeting, they couldn't blame him for not calling them because the Emperor's psychic power was too strong, and they truly couldn't be found. Qinxia, on the other hand, felt that the Emperor had intentionally shielded the psychic energy he transmitted to him. After compromising and choosing to let the Astartes join the Imperial Parliament, perhaps he pondered it and felt uneasy, so he made a decision akin to throwing a tantrum, just temporarily preventing Mortarion and the others from being brought into the illusion to discuss matters. This matter is not over yet, it just no longer requires our direct involvement. Qinxia walked to the porthole and looked at the Dawn Star outside. The attitude of the Imperial Parliament members towards the Astartes representative is imaginable. For Cyanus to speak normally in the meeting, we still need to do some things. Coercion and inducement? Angron asked. Of course, but such matters are easy to resolve. Qinxia turned around. As early as when I believed the Imperial Parliament could replace the War Council, I arranged for people from the Historiography Society to operate in the solar system. Now they can be activated. A small figure in the Imperial Parliament will act as our spokesperson to lobby various factions within the Parliament and win over some people. For example, previously, our various legions chose to support the War Council to contend with Malkador. Now, we completely withdraw our support for all decisions of the War Council. On any matter concerning Terra, we fully support the Imperial Parliament. Only when people from the Imperial Parliament speak will it be effective. Then, we'll find a way to secretly manipulate things, letting the Parliament assign those minor figures we want to win over to tasks, and then provide convenience and support to these minor figures, allowing them to get promoted. At this point, Qinxia paused to think. He continued, we will foster our own supporters in the Parliament. If we don't do this, merely the Emperor's promise of a Parliament seat and one more Astartes in the Parliament will not be enough to ensure that our representative can gain a nominal position in the Parliament. Angron pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He realized that he considered himself very proficient in managing Nuceria's affairs, but he still had much to learn in external affairs. These external machinations were something his foster father was more skilled at. Thinking of this, Angron suddenly asked, if I can learn these things from you, then who did you learn from back then? Self-taught. Qinxia smiled and shook his head, sighing secretly. I mentioned that I was an inventor in my early years, and then had experience running a company. If you don't just invent for the sake of inventing, then you need to face many things. Dealing with betrayal, maintaining your own power. I still remember that before I kicked out one of my best friends and partners, we had a series of struggles where our bottom lines were gradually broken. When I finally faced him as the victor, I could only say to him, no matter how much time passes, I will always remember that night when we secretly snuck into our opponent's office and uprooted his money tree. At this point, Qinxia sighed, shook his head, and did not continue. For him, that was ultimately a matter of too distant a past. None of that matters, Qinxia said. What matters is now. Although we no longer need to be directly involved in Imperial Parliament-related matters, we still need to provide support to those who need our support, such as the Society and those in Nuceria's intelligence department. Sometimes, just thinking about certain things makes me feel immense pressure. Angron lowered his head. We make a decision, and tens of thousands of people need to implement and carry out our will. They travel to various parts of the galaxy, serving us. Just like the tavern on Dawnstar and Tisius and her people. When dealing with some matters in Nuceria, even small things, I would be very cautious, using my stronger-than-average thinking ability to consider all possible consequences. Because I know that every decision we make will affect many, many people. Angron's voice grew softer and softer. Qinxia sighed, frowned, and said in a deep voice, we always need to make decisions, and decisions will always affect many, many people. We can only weigh and make decisions that benefit the most people. The Emperor is always doing these trolley problems. I somewhat disagree with his ideas, but if I were doing a trolley problem, I would also choose the one most beneficial to the majority. The most difficult decision in life is choosing between chocolate-flavored shit and shit-flavored chocolate. Upon hearing this, Angron nodded silently. Next, I plan to go to Caliban to repay Luther's favor, Qin Xia said. But before I go, I want to return to Nuceria once. Avita will also come over before meeting Cyanus. I hope to say a few words to him. The World Eaters' Uprising Commemoration Day is approaching, Angron slowly nodded. After Avita arrives, I will make the arrangements. Chapter 397, The Sacrificed. Perhaps in the eyes of the White Knight Lord and you, I am a damned madman. I just want my brothers and my superior to survive. Avita spoke haltingly. Asar looked at Avita. What do you want to do? Give you my body. The elevator slowly ascended. Avita stood in the corner of the elevator, his dim pupils fixed on the floor, his breathing calm but strong. Things that had happened before kept replaying in his mind. Those were events that occurred when the owner of this body was not yet controlled by his soul, Asar. They were events that happened to this body, belonging to Avita, before Avita yielded it. Even now, Asar still felt a sense of bewilderment. When his flesh mutated and Avita sought a solution from the demons in the warp, the demons suddenly revealed their malice. When Avita's soul was damaged, causing his best brother and superior, Asar, to mutate even more severely, he chose to give his body to Asar. Whenever there was a need to calm down and wait for something to end, Asar would fall into a reverie. Just like now. The elevator was ascending. Asar was lost in memories. Lord Avita. Lord Avita. The attendant sent by Nuceria to greet the guest stood at the entrance of the open elevator door, continuously calling out to the guest from the Thousand Suns Legion. Avita suddenly startled awake. My apologies. The attendant looked at Avita with confusion. Avita quickly walked out of the elevator, and then the attendant led him into a room in the corridor. When the door opened, the attendant bowed and left, while Avita stood before Qin Xia in the office. Long time no see. Qin Xia smiled, stood up, and warmly pulled Avita to sit on the sofa. It hasn't actually been that long, it's just that a lot has happened in this period. Avita habitually retorted. Qin Xia also agreed with Avita's view. Indeed, too much had happened recently. From the end of the Randan War to the Dawn Star conflict, to the struggle for Astartes' seat in the council, and now to Avita's arrival. Actually, not much time had passed, but the key was that too many things had occurred, and only after seeing Avita, whom he had met during the Greenskin Annihilation War in the Onus sector, did Qin Xia feel a sense of having lived through an age. I sent you a star message a month ago, and you arrived so quickly. Qin Xia poured Avita a cup of tea. After I returned to the Legion assigned me to carry out some missions alone, Avita said. I was actually collecting ancient books not far from Nuceria, which is why I was able to arrive so quickly. Qin Xia had already explained what had happened during this period in the star message, including Cyanus becoming the Astartes representative, and the need for Avita to cooperate with Cyanus to go to Terra to accuse Magnus. So Avita was the one who knew about this series of events even before his gene father. Angron was not present at this moment because he was in a holographic conference with Magnus, Mortarion, Rogel Dorn, and Alpha, informing them of what had happened recently. As an early informed party, Avita asked directly, after meeting you this time, I will immediately go to the Luna Wolves, then rendezvous with Cyanus, and then proceed to Terra together. However, after Avita finished speaking, he noticed that Qin Xia was not as pleased as he had expected, but was instead staring at him. Thinking of something, Avita lowered his head, avoiding Qin Xia's gaze. Qin Xia realized that Avita was not very firm about the accusation against Magnus. Avita knew that Qin Xia, like Angron, could perceive people's inner thoughts, only his method wasn't sensory, so his inner thoughts definitely couldn't be hidden. So he spoke frankly, even though I hate the Legion's various aspects, hate my and my brother's carelessness regarding warp-related matters, hate that I once naively believed the warp was good, and then indirectly caused Avita's soul to fall. But making the decision to become a traitor to a Legion is still not easy for me. If I accuse Magnus on Terra, then I am a genuine traitor to the 15th Legion. After speaking, a look of pain appeared on the face of Avita's body, and at the same time, Asar's soul inside it also felt pain. Although he heard Avita say this, Qin Xia still firmly believed that Avita would stand up and accuse Magnus. Because Avita had not paused for a moment after receiving the star message, immediately interrupting his Legion mission to rush to Nuceria, preparing to head to the Luna Wolves after this meeting to rendezvous with Cyanus. Qin Xia knew deeply. Avita wasn't someone who wouldn't do what he had to do, rather, he would do it, but his heart would be tormented. This was an Astartes, deeply devoted to his Legion. Regardless, from a personal perspective, Avita accusing his Primarch and Legion in the council was a genuine act of betrayal against the Legion. Even if he felt Magnus was no longer worthy of his respect, the Legion was his home, and many people he valued were in the Legion. Avita knew what needed to be done and decided to do it, and inner torment was not in conflict with that. I hope that when I return from Terra, Nuceria can accept me. Avita, as Qin Xia expected, still decided to go to Terra, so he began to think about what would happen after Terra, because by then I will definitely not be able to return to the Legion, I can only survive under the name of Avita the traitor. Qin Xia nodded silently. Avita also nodded, survive. I originally planned to take my own life after everything was over, but I don't know if I have the right to decide the end of this body that doesn't belong to me. The name I use now, Avita, belongs to the person who gifted me this body. I even brought dishonor to his name. I regret not telling others that the soul inside this body is named Asar, so that Evita's name would not be defiled by me. Qin Xia pondered silently, and finally thought of something, saying, I want to take you somewhere. A moment later. New Star, outside the Dizia City Gladiator Arena, the World Eaters Rebellion War Victims Cemetery. Qin Xia and Evita teleport directly into the cemetery. The people outside who were preparing for the Rebellion Memorial Day did not notice them, and the entire cemetery was prohibited from entry when the memorial event officially began, so there was no one else here besides the two of them. Out of a scholar's habit, Evita, who had thoroughly read the history of Nuceria, looked at the tombstones around him. He found that these tombstones were all for the casualties of the World Eaters Rebellion War. Some were soldiers from the infantry units of the World Eaters Rebellion Army, the predecessors of the regular army. Evita remembered the names on several of these tombstones very clearly. And on the tombstone in front of the two of them was carved a name, Saline. A gladiator casualty from the Rebellion War, besides Caesar. Evita asked. Yes. Qin Xia nodded. High knight equipment, once seized by us, would often be preferentially allocated to gladiators, because gladiators have more combat experience, and are more determined and loyal. And precisely because they possessed high knight equipment, they were very difficult to kill. Qin Xia squatted down and wiped the tombstone, but Saline, as a gladiator, using even the extremely protective high knight equipment, still sacrificed himself. He was betrayed. Your Nuceria books say so. Evita said. Qin Xia nodded. Saline. Saline the Homeward Bound. This name shares part of its pronunciation with Lothar Saline, the captain of the Unyielding Resolve, so Angron particularly liked that captain named Saline, and this gladiator casualty is partly why. He was not killed by a weapon used by a high knight, but died from poison, and even more so, from betrayal. In the mid to late stages of the Rebellion War, 5 years after the Battle of Dizia ended, those were 5 years of rapid progress for the Rebellion War, everything went smoothly. But in those glorious days of continuous celebration, Saline's death was the only darkness. Qin Xia sat down and looked at the tombstone. He picked up the wine bowl that had been placed in front of the tombstone by staff the previous night and poured the wine onto the grave. Saline, our impression of him was that he was timid and weak, yet also silent. He never spoke, he was willing to do anything to survive. But it wasn't because he simply wanted to muddle through life, but because he wanted to return to his hometown. He said it was a beautiful paradise, nestled between the mountain ridges of Nuceria's southern hemisphere. If he hadn't secretly run off to see the world, he probably would never have been captured by slave traders. He named that paradise-like hometown after himself, Saline. He had a title, the Homeward Bound, and this is also the origin of that title. Saline's death stemmed from betrayal. At that time, after we broke out of the gladiator arena, some gladiator slaves who were willing to follow the gladiators also ran out with us. They were trusted just like the gladiators, and that traitor was among them. The traitor and Saline had known each other for a long time, so they fought side by side. This traitor was jealous that Saline could receive high knight weaponry and equipment, and also believed that he himself had always been a nameless person used to highlight Saline. At that time, a high knight's henchman infiltrated the rebellion army led by Saline. This henchman poisoned Saline, and the traitor saw it, but chose to remain silent. When I executed this traitor and read his memories, I found that he was very conflicted and struggled greatly at that time. He didn't want Saline to die, but he was also jealous of Saline, so in the midst of his internal conflict and struggle, he chose silence. There were many reasons. On one hand, he believed the High Knights would win, on the other hand, it was due to jealousy, various reasons combined led to his silence. If he hadn't chosen silence, we would have found a way to treat Saline, rather than delaying until the day Saline died from the poison. At this point, Qin Xia looked at Evita. You mean, traitors never come to a good end? Evita said. After saying this, Evita laughed. He was just making a joke, in reality, he naturally knew what Qin Xia wanted to convey through the story of Saline and the traitor. That was. You can be conflicted, you can struggle, you can make any choice, but you absolutely cannot be silent and do nothing, Qin Xia said. If the traitor who caused Saline's death had chosen to defect, he would have received commendation from the High Knights and lived a good life for a while. If that traitor had chosen to tell us about the poisoning, then he would have been grateful, he would have been commended. But he chose to do nothing, remaining silent until the situation became irreversibly lost, only then did he flee. The High Knights were almost annihilated and dared not shelter him. He was impoverished, constantly hiding from the pursuit of the rebellion army, but was eventually caught and killed. Evita nodded upon hearing this. What Qin Xia said was largely similar to what Evita had realized. Of course, I know these are grand principles, so I've also thought of more useful help for you. Qin Xia took out something that looked like a handkerchief. Carry this with you, and you will be able to completely conceal your appearance and voice. Only a very few people will know your true identity, such as the Emperor, the Seal-Bearer, and Cyanus. You can accuse Magnus, and you will not be considered a traitor to the Legion. I will send someone to help you continue completing the mission given by the Legion. When you return from Terra, it can be as if you just completed the mission. Hearing this, Evita looked at the handkerchief in Qin Xia's hand. He guessed it was some kind of ancient relic. However, he did not take it, but looked into Qin Xia's eyes. Your Nuceria books do not have a detailed description of this matter, so I am very curious about what happened next. Chapter 398, The Choice. Later. Qin Xia's eyes looked at the tombstone. Time seemed to flow backward. It was as if everything had returned to the time of the rebellion war. In the pouring rain, the traitor hid and fled, eventually arriving on a street. The traitor wanted to keep running forward, but a tall figure wielding 2 axes emerged from a building. Desperately, the traitor tried to choose another path, but a gust of wind and snow swept through, and Qin Xia, with his icy eyes and fierce expression, appeared on the other path. More gladiators appeared. They descended from the sky or teleported in. Crom Arch, carrying Salin's body, watched the traitor after teleporting. The first legion of the rebellion won't be able to reach the ridge region before my brother falls into eternal slumber. Crom Arch took out a self-prepared medicine from his pocket and gently put it into the mouth of the dying Salin on his back. Then he raised his brass broadsword and pointed at the traitor, but fortunately, at least we can give him a gladiator's funeral while he sleeps. We'll cut off your traitor's head to be his pillow when he's buried, and make your body his bed, another gladiator said fiercely. The traitor stood in place in a panic, hesitating and wanting to run in some direction, but eventually realized he absolutely couldn't escape. So the traitor knelt down and begged, I didn't want to betray. I really didn't. If I had known the High Knight would lose so quickly, how could I not have told you he was poisoned? The traitor still believed the High Knight had a chance to fight before, and his fear of the High Knight was deeply ingrained, so he never believed the rebellion could win from the start. He ran away from the gladiator arena with others simply because Brown had picked him up along the way when they were being collected. I never thought you could win. The traitor wept bitterly. Looking at the gladiators closing in, he seemed to realize that no matter how much he begged, he would not be forgiven. The traitor wept bitterly, but his words were no longer so humble. How could you win? You people, either you were tearing at each other like dogs in the gladiator arena just a while ago, or you were living day to day. How did the High Knight lose to you? How the hell did you win? If I had known you could win, I would have reported it to you when I saw Salin being poisoned back then. You can't blame me. I really didn't know the rebellion would succeed back then. Listening to the wailing, the gladiators closed in. Angron punched through the traitor's chest. As Qin Xia read the traitor's memories, Crom Arch, who was nearby, glanced at his self-made vital sign monitor and shouted, no time. According to tradition, if a gladiator who died by betrayal could be buried with the traitor's body in his last moments of life, his soul would not wander in reality amidst the anger and pain caused by the betrayal. Qin Xia immediately teleported everyone back near Dizia City. There, coffins made by other gladiators were already prepared. The gladiators stuffed the traitor's body into the coffin. Crom Arch laid Salin's body down and held Salin's upper body. Sorrow arose in everyone's chest, gathered on Angron, and was then transmitted by Angron, forming a more powerful resonance of pain. I'm sorry, Angron stroked Salin's face, the rebellion still needs 2 hours to take the ridge region. But we definitely won't let your coffin be buried in Dizia. We will send you back to the ridge region, back to your hometown, after the battle ends. What are you saying? Angron. Aren't we already in my hometown? Salin said weakly. The gladiators were stunned. Salin's dim pupils stared at the night sky, and intermittent words came from his trembling lips. I saw us kill all the High Knights, and then return to my hometown together, to that place called Salin. The rebellion war is won. We are walking amidst people's cheers. Everywhere are flowers and celebrations. Angron sobbed incessantly. Crom Arch wiped away his tears, picked up the monitor, and then looked at the gladiators. Angron picked up Salin's body and placed it in the coffin, letting his head rest on the traitor's head and his body press against the traitor's body. Before Salin took his last breath, the coffin was closed. We rushed to the front line, fighting while carrying Salin's coffin. Qin Xia said this, then looked at Avita. This is what happened afterward. Avita gazed at Salin's tombstone, mourning for 3 minutes, then asked in confusion, but Salin wasn't buried in his namesake hometown. Why is that? A High Knight turned that place into a sea of fire in a deep pit before he died, and the people living there had already been slaughtered by the guards, Qin Xia said. Afterward, we pinned down the High Knight and guards prisoners, beheading them one by one, letting their blood fall on the land to provide nutrients for the flower, grass, and tree seeds we would sow. When that place becomes a place of birdsong and fragrant flowers again in the future, Salin's coffin will be moved there. Avita nodded silently after hearing this, then said a moment later, if that traitor had made the correct decision, he wouldn't have died without dignity, and the rebellion attacking the ridge region wouldn't have lost Salin's command. Perhaps they could have eliminated the High Knight and guards there before Salin's hometown was ravaged into a living hell. Qin Xia nodded in agreement. Avita looked at the handkerchief still in Qin Xia's hand, the item that could be used to conceal one's identity. But he did not take it. The Astartes participating in the Imperial Parliament will already be questioned and scorned. If I hide my identity, I'm afraid the accusation cannot proceed smoothly. So I won't use this thing. I will openly accuse Magnus in the Terra Parliament. Avita touched his chest. The name Avita, which he used in the Achaemenid Empire, was branded on the chest of his power armor. I was once a fool who explored the warp without restraint. Avita made a pact with a demon, trusted a demon. He was originally a man who questioned everything, so I believe his actions in cognition were influenced by me. I caused him to trust the demon. I must atone for my mistakes. Avita recalled the words Avita said in the warp, before his soul perished from his body, which was to atone for his credulity toward demons and for causing his closest superior and brothers to mutate beyond recovery. Whether the Legion will hunt me down afterward, or if I take my own life, those are things to think about later. I only regret one thing, and that is if I am branded a traitor, I will bring shame to Avita's name. Avita looked at Qin Xia. Qin Xia stood up. The two shook hands. When will Cyanus arrive? Soon. It's a long way from Nuceria to Terra. You go ahead, I will also arrive at Terra later, but before that, I will go to Caliban first. Alright. Avita thought that besides himself, Qinxia was also the one who witnessed the entire incident in the warp at that time, and was also a powerful witness. See you on Terra. See you on Terra. After the Rebellion War Memorial Day, the White Knight began preparations for an ultra-long distance warp journey. The destination was Caliban. Contact the spaceport, initiate departure procedures. Hurry up, when I was a communications officer back then, one person did the work of 10, much more efficiently than this communications officer and your team combined. The captain walked on the command deck with his hands behind his back, urging someone every time he passed them. An officer who had been promoted from the lower deck asked in confusion, Sir, when I first boarded, didn't you say you started from scratch and climbed up to the captain's position step by step? I remember you said you were a gunner. Before being a gunner, I was a communications officer. The captain stopped in front of the officer, hands behind his back, chest out, then turned 45 degrees to face the officer. Any other questions, sir? The officer shook his head. None, sir. The captain was silent for a second, then crooked his finger at the officer. Because the captain was quite short, the officer had to bend down to listen closely. After the officer leaned in, the captain said mysteriously, Go back to your post and execute the departure procedures. Yes, sir. The officer saluted, then sat back down. The command deck hatch suddenly opened. The White Knight Lord stepped onto the command deck. The captain, who was patrolling with his hands behind his back, immediately scurried over and followed Qinxia to the viewport of the command deck. Are supplies sufficient? Qinxia glanced at the interior of the spaceport outside the viewport. Sufficient, sir. Execute departure procedures. Yes, sir. The ship began to leave the spaceport. The White Knight, a heavy cruiser, sailed towards Mandeville Point. Our destination is Caliban, Qinxia said, looking at the captain, your home world. The captain subconsciously glanced at the officer who had just questioned him. You, who started from scratch, served as an attendant to the Primarch of the First Legion, then started from scratch again, and with your wife who once fought alongside the Lion King, climbed up to the captain's position on this ship step by step, are now finally returning to your home world. How do you feel? Qinxia asked. The captain smiled embarrassedly, the feeling of missing home. Now I can finally return to Caliban. Good, it's good to miss it. When we reach Caliban, you can go down and do what you want, Qinxia said. Thank you, sir. The captain thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice, Will we be in any danger? I hear Caliban hasn't been peaceful lately. Qinxia looked at the captain, saying nothing. This guy was truly capable, but his flaws were as prominent as his strengths. Namely, he could be timid at times, and he was overly curious. Seeing the White Knight Lord silent, the captain gave an awkward smile, then immediately turned to urge others to work. The White Knight's viewport covers gradually lowered, and it jumped into the warp. Chapter 399, Chaos Influence. Dawn. Dawn. Nuceria, has withdrawn. Dawn Star. Dawn Star conflict, concluded. Chief Astropath, are you saying that Nuceria has completely withdrawn from Dawn Star, and now Dawn Star belongs to Ultramar, so the Dawn Star conflict is completely over? Yes, yes, yes. Lord. Chief Astropath. During the Dawn Star conflict, I promised a man named Clamo that his entire Clamor family would receive a gift after the conflict ended. Now is the time for me to fulfill that promise. Convey to Angron, please ask him to sign a rogue trader's warrant for the Clara Amor family. Yes. Lord. Your interpretive ability is strong, but your ability to send star speaker messages still needs more practice. Although I am on my way to Caliban, I can still guide you from afar. Enter a meditative state at 9 p.m. Nuceria time every night, and I will personally teach you in the warp. Thank you. Lord. Thank you. After a star speaker communication, Qinxia opened his eyes. The lights in the library flickered, and the entire ship was in a violent tremor. The bookshelves, imbued with psychic spells, swayed, but the books they held seemed glued in place. No matter how much the shelves tilted, the books would not fall out. Qinxia pondered calmly amidst the tremors. The so-called Rogue Trader's Warrant was a document that various Primarches and the Emperor had been issuing during this period. Rogue traders were not just merchants, they were responsible for exploring distant star systems for the Empire, venturing into the dark reaches, with immense responsibilities and powers. The Clara Amor family deserved the Rogue Trader's Warrant. After all, they had cultivated a managerial elite who could serve a Primarch for thousands of years, and the family head's actions during the Dawn Star conflict were all very prudent and without error. Qinxia considered for a moment, his heart filled with anticipation for how the first rogue trader of Great Nucria would perform. Then, he began to focus on the shaking ship itself. The portholes in the library were tightly covered by plating, but Qinxia could still see what was outside. The White Knight was still in the warp. A warp creature approached the ship, its limbs gradually coiling around the White Knight. The appearance of this warp creature was indescribable. Qinxia could only forcefully categorize it as an octopus. The giant octopus's tentacles were covered in screaming, anguished human faces. The shrill, heart-breaking screams, accompanied by the creaking of the ship as it shook, reached Qinxia's ears, making him intensely irritated. The Geller field was still active, but this giant octopus could still affect the ship itself. Qin Xia suspected it was a type of warp creature similar to a void whale. Such warp creatures are born in the warp but are not entirely bound by its rules, allowing them to enter the reality universe. Such physical creatures could indeed bypass the Geller field's obstruction. This beast really knows how to pick its timing. Qin Xia moved his fingers. A white beam of light shot out from beneath the white knight, enveloping the giant octopus. The colossal creature's form gradually vanished in the flashing bright light. The ship stopped shaking and continued to move steadily through the warp. Qin Xia stood up and walked out of the library. In the corridor outside, crew members who were making their way from the library to the gun deck to attack the octopus, seeing that the ship was no longer shaking, were momentarily stunned. When they saw the White Knight Lord emerge, they all moved aside and saluted. Qin Xia nodded to every crew member along the way, hands behind his back, as he passed through the corridor and entered the living quarters of the think tank members. Several thinkers who had intended to deal with the warp creature were returning. Upon seeing Qin Xia, they bowed respectfully, and Qin Xia nodded back to them. Suddenly, a roar came from the side, and something flew over. Qin Xia raised his hand to catch the object, then controlled it to land steadily, and realized that the flying object was Kama's without his armor. Qin Xia glanced at Kama's, who quickly stood up and saluted, then looked in the direction from which Kama's had flown. Two Grey Knights were going mad, and the surrounding thinkers were trying to restrain them. This involved not only physical struggles but also psychic contests. They were normal just a second ago, Kama said regretfully. Qin Xia's eyebrows twitched a few times, and he looked at the two Grey Knights with a somewhat pained expression. Chief Librarian Varus and Grand Librarian Tethys suddenly stood together, bending to their left and right respectively, extending their arms, then sweeping their arms in a circle until their index fingers touched. The World Eaters think tank performed their unique skill, summoning a giant named Communion. The giant held one Grey Knight in each hand. The two Grey Knights screamed and struggled, but only their heads were visible outside the giant's palms. After struggling for a long time, they gradually calmed down. They hadn't been acting like this for a while. Even when they went mad before, it was like they had Alzheimer's, forgetting who they were, Kama said, looking at the Grey Knights. But I don't know why, they suddenly had a complete change of personality. It might be because we're getting close to Caliban. The reality structure there is fragile, and they might have been stimulated by something to become like this, Qin Xia said, looking at Kama's. Take them both to the warehouse. Varus and the others in the room heard this and immediately each grabbed a Grey Knight, leading them out of the living quarters and towards the warehouse. Kama's had not only inherited the Grey Knight's armor but was also entrusted with their care, and he was the only one with the warehouse key, so he naturally had to go along. Qin Xia watched the two Grey Knights leave, a complex expression in his eyes. The two Grey Knights, once incredibly brave, had now become like this. This was the downside of such a massive temporal displacement. The Emperor also knew of their existence but did not intervene. The two Grey Knights are a cautionary tale, Qin Xia said, looking at the surrounding thinkers. Once we enter Caliban, you must maintain your sanity. That place has a fragile reality structure and some unknown influences. If any of you feel unwell, you must speak up according to communication protocols. The thinkers present all saluted. Qin Xia turned and continued forward, pondering the strange occurrences on the journey. Previously, there was a mass sleepwalking incident among the crew on the lower deck, which was resolved by the two Grey Knights using a mystical approach. Then came the sudden attack on the White Knight by a giant warp octopus. Tentacles capable of coiling around and violently shaking the White Knight, a heavy cruiser tens of kilometers long. What kind of octopus was that? And then the Grey Knights inexplicably went mad. They had gone mad before, but as Kama said, it was like they had senile dementia, and it had been a long time since they had violently attacked those around them like today. These were the strange occurrences during the warp journey. Once they entered Caliban, a planet clearly corrupted by chaos, there would likely be even more strange events. Becoming increasingly vigilant in his thoughts, Qin Xia entered the command deck. The moment the gate opened, the officer closest to the door instinctively looked at Lilith, then saluted and shouted, "White Knight Lord." Qin Xia silently stepped onto the command deck. The officers one by one stood up and bowed, and the captain vacated the throne on the command deck. Qin Xia passed by the captain and came to the porthole. At this point, the White Knight had reached its destination and was exiting the warp. The porthole plating slowly rose. In the distance of the star system, a planet like a green gem appeared before everyone. Caliban. The captain's voice trembled. My beautiful home world. Qin Xia observed Caliban. From a distance, Caliban looked like a green gem. That was Qin Xia's immediate impression. The surface of the gem had some deep blue patterns and patches, which were Caliban's rivers and oceans spanning several continents. The white clouds within the planet's atmosphere added some white embellishments to this green gem, making it look even more beautiful. However, even so, it did not prove that the Empire's rule here was reasonable. Luther's previous mention of hive cities and factories during the conflict must exist, it was just that due to the Empire's appalling inefficiency, the destruction of Caliban had not yet manifested in the macroscopic view seen when looking at the planet from afar. The White Knight slowly approached the spaceport. A communication image appeared on the tactical table in the center of the command deck, projected by the communications officer, intended to allow the important person to communicate directly with the spaceport. After all, Caliban was managed by the Empire, a recruitment world, the home world of the Dark Angels, and in most cases, unrelated to the Dark Angels. Qin Xia continued to gaze at Caliban outside the porthole. The captain, meanwhile, turned to the tactical table to speak with the spaceport personnel. Lord. The spaceport personnel, seeing the captain's magnificent attire, immediately realized that this person's status was extraordinary, so they stood up from their workstation and saluted with utmost respect. The captain looked at him. The spaceport personnel glanced at Qin Xia's back, then humbly asked, "May I ask, Lord, whose ship is this?" "The guide of the Lord of the 12th Legion, the librarian of the World Eaters Legion White Knight think tank, the Shatterer in the Alien Extermination War, the representative and champion of the interests of various legions and primarches. This ship, named the White Knight, is this Lord's flagship." The captain stood tall and proud, and although he was looking up at the spaceport personnel in the holographic image, his aura was as tall and robust as his younger brother-in-law. "You are not qualified to handle the White Knight's docking procedures. Report it up the chain, and call the port administrator to handle it personally." Upon hearing this title, the spaceport personnel on the other side suddenly remembered a recent order, to find a way to obstruct the White Knight when it entered the star system. But a small figure didn't care about the intricacies of the higher UPS. He immediately ran to report, skipping the tedious and complex procedures, and went directly to the spaceport administrator to report. After hearing this, the administrator immediately gave orders to his servant. "Today, we unexpectedly encountered the White Knight flagship. The White Knight Lord holds a revered status and has outstanding military achievements. We tried our best but could not obstruct it. Please, everyone on Caliban, prepare yourselves." After giving the order, the administrator immediately went to personally handle the White Knight's docking procedures. After a series of expedited arrangements, the White Knight quickly docked. While these events were unfolding, Qin Xiao observed Caliban with his psychic vision. In his vision, the entire Caliban presented a chaotic scene. The planet's corresponding structure in the warp was wailing, something black enveloped the entire planet's warp structure, permeating the planet and the star system. Combined with the series of strange events that had occurred previously, even someone with only a slight understanding of chaos could guess that Caliban was being corrupted by chaos. All subsequent actions must take this as a prerequisite condition, Qin Xiao muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Torrential rain continued. Qin Xiao, who had stepped out of the teleportation gate, stopped. The White Knight's captain and his wife, the Thinkers, Qin Xiao's personal retinue, everyone stood behind Qin Xiao, observing the imperial personnel responsible for welcoming the distant guests. Over 1,000 people stood together, all members of Caliban's ruling elite. Subordinates held umbrellas for their superiors. These individuals wore varied attire, their only commonality being their current demeanor. They remained silent. Their bodies and heads were tilted, not facing Qin Xiao and his group directly, but their gazes were fixed on them. These individuals had their heads slightly bowed, their eyes unfriendly, and their expressions cold. Amidst the pouring rain, only the patter of raindrops hitting the ground and the splash of water from the 1,000-meter waterfall could be heard, not a single person spoke. Raindrops splattered on Qin Xiao's magnificent armor, flowing along the exquisite patterns that Fulgrim had personally designed and carved into its surface. He, too, was silent, the two crimson beams from his helmet falling upon the imperial personnel before him. At the same time, he thought that perhaps it was the influence of chaos that caused these people to act this way. Whether imperial bureaucrats, Nusaria bureaucrats, or those from elsewhere, no matter their thoughts or ideologies, one thing was common, they generally knew how to conduct themselves. Smiling outwardly while harboring ill intent was the norm. In a silence that seemed destined to last an eternity, a think tank slowly stepped forward to Qin Xiao's side, then gently raised a hand. Where the White Knight's personnel stood, the large raindrops falling from the sky floated in mid-air, as if time had paused. Both sides waited in silence. At this moment, Qin Xiao looked up at the nearby waterfall. He suddenly remembered that Luther had once shown him this place on a data slate. It was called the Waterfall of Oaths. During the time when Caliban was overrun by beasts, members of the Knight Order were revered and supported by the people. Knights would dedicate their entire lives to protecting the people, and they would stand beneath this waterfall, thousands of meters high and reaching into the clouds, wearing power armor, enduring the impact of the waterfall while loudly swearing their oaths. Qin Xiao still remembered how amazed he was when he saw the scene on the data slate. However, now, only a corner of the hive city could be seen above the waterfall, and the water cascading down was yellowish-black, emitting a stench that required the Thinkers to block with their psychic abilities. Heavy metal waste liquid from the hive city, and wastewater from daily life, all surged and poured down this natural sewer. Occasionally, some chunky objects would plop into the water. Qin Xiao shifted his gaze, looking at the Imperial personnel. A moment later, these Imperial personnel suddenly broke into smiles and walked off in another direction. Because Luther had arrived. Luther, accompanied by the Dark Angels, approached, greeting the Imperial personnel with great enthusiasm. Qin Xiao could tell that those Imperial personnel genuinely liked Luther, there was a heartfelt closeness. Luther greeted and exchanged pleasantries with every core member of the Imperial ruling class, all while continuously moving, until he stood before Qin Xiao. "You've arrived," Luther said, grasping Qin Xiao's hand. "I've arrived," Qin Xiao nodded. Luther then whispered into the comms channel, "Sorry. I had some matters to attend to just now." To prove that his lateness and current words were not an excuse, Luther sent the stored information from his armor to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao reviewed the information and found that it documented a local Caliban investigator who had discovered a location in a hive city suspected of conducting a sacrificial ritual. There was also secretly recorded video footage. The footage showed a group of people confined in cages, crying out in vain in the sunless depths of the hive city, as a black-robed figure holding a promethium flamer stepped forward and sprayed fire into the cage. At the end of the video, the person holding the flamer suddenly turned to look at the camera. The investigator died, Luther said in the comms channel, but thankfully I was still able to find what he left behind, otherwise I would have no idea what happened. Qin Xia sighed deeply, his gaze shifting from the imperial personnel to the hive city. The torrential rain continued to pour, and dark clouds pressed down above the hive city. The black liquid flowing from the base of the hive city's waterfall of oaths, like the information Luther provided, was just the most inconspicuous and unremarkable part of the darkness flowing from that hive city. Welcome, Luther's voice became external. He shook hands with Qin Xia's retinue one by one. Among all the dark angels accompanying Luther, his most trusted individual followed him. While shaking hands with Olina in the quadrant, Luther smiled. Even just the White Knight Lord and his retinue are enough to turn the tide of a war, eliminate a faction, an alien empire. You are absolutely right, Brown said, shaking Luther's hand. But please allow me to humbly remind you that we once took down an ancient warship the size of a landmass with just a dozen thinkers, so eradicating a modern alien empire would be as easy as reaching into one's pocket. Oh, Luther smiled, saying to his confidant beside him, you must be the most humble person on the White Knight. Luther then shook hands with Olina in the quadrant, and came before the captain and his wife. Luther extended his hand to the captain, and the captain extended his hand as well. Then, at the same moment, both adjusted the trajectory of their outstretched hands upwards, instead touching their hair or helmets. The captain was the only one among all the people Qin Xia brought who did not shake hands with Luther. After the rounds of handshakes, Luther led the guests away. Before leaving, Qin Xia took one last look at the hive city, and at those imperial personnel. He could discern much dissatisfaction in their eyes. It was likely because Luther did not perform the Aquila salute, or even the Knight's salute, when receiving the guests, but instead used a form of greeting Qin Xia was more accustomed to. The White Knight's party settled into Luther's home. Luther had no strictly defined home, neither a house nor family members. This person, who had been raised by Lion and was the Lord of the Night Order before Lion replaced him, now, after the earth-shattering changes on Caliban, had only one place that could be called his home, a former headquarters from the Night Order era. This was a large fortress standing at the end of the waterfall of Oaths River, appearing like a medieval castle constructed from various high-tech materials. Dark angels were everywhere on the castle walls and within the castle. This was the only place on Caliban, the homeworld of the Dark Angels, that could truly be considered to belong to the Dark Angels. Caliban's technological level was not actually low. Before the Imperium's arrival, Caliban knights wore power armor and wielded bolt guns or power swords to hunt beasts. Things that looked like medieval creations on the outside but had extremely advanced cores on the inside were ubiquitous. The guests from the White Knight were led by Luther through the castle gate and into the Great Hall. Inside the hall hung banners from the Night Order era, covered in dust, just like the furnishings in the hall, looking worn and neglected. I see there are some servants here, Qin Xia observed the people moving bedding back and forth in the hall. Why don't they clean the banners or anything? Those are things of the past. Things of the past should be covered by dust, Luther said, gazing at the banners hanging on the hall walls. These servants aren't really servants, they are all people who lost their husbands and children in beast attacks, or who are disabled. During the Night Order era, they made a living doing odd jobs in this castle, and it's not good to ask them to climb up and wipe those tens of meters high banners. Qin Xia nodded. An old servant, leaning on a crutch, approached with a set of casual clothes. Sir, these are what the Astartes wear, but if you want to wear them, they might need alterations. I can take your measurements. No need, Qin Xia said, taking off his helmet and holding it, then accepting the casual clothes with his other hand. Even ordinary people's clothes will fit me. The old man bowed respectfully, then led the people brought by the White Knight Lord into the castle to arrange their accommodations. Qin Xia, meanwhile, went with Luther to a small room inside the hall. A suit of armor was displayed here. Luther looked at the armor with nostalgia, then sat at a small square table. On the table was a half-empty bottle of wine. Clearly, Luther would come to this room in his leisure, drinking wine and looking at the armor that represented past glory, reminiscing about the old days. Do you know about chaos influence? Qin Xia asked directly after sitting down. Hey! Luther looked up sharply at Qin Xia, his expression not one of confusion, but of surprise at how directly you said that. Chaos influence, Qin Xia said calmly. You Calibanites might not use that exact term, but the meaning is similar. Yes, Luther said, his gaze slowly drifting upwards in recollection. After Lion decided to kill all the Caliban beasts back then, we gradually began to clear the beasts around human settlements, exterminating them. After the beasts in an area were exterminated, people would go mad, even committing more cruel and terrifying acts. Qin Xia nodded, indicating that this was what he was referring to. Luther continued. Once, when Lion decided to kill all the beasts, there was a Night Order that strongly opposed it. They spoke of theories that seemed utterly absurd. They said, that beasts and humans should coexist, that they were helping us resist something even more terrifying, that their very existence was a gift from Caliban to its people, and that it wasn't us Caliban Knights protecting the people, but the beasts protecting the people. But no one cared at the time, because in our view, those beasts had always been slaughtering people. The people supported and revered us Knights precisely because they wanted us to stop the beasts, so their families wouldn't die in the beasts' mouths, and the wealth they accumulated through half a lifetime of struggle wouldn't be lost overnight because of a wild animal. At this point, Luther sighed deeply. Now it seems their words may not have been without reason. The coexistence theory, it is correct. The existence of Caliban beasts was not without reason, they could block the erosion of chaos on people. But they were also extremely wicked, and if I were a Calibanite, I would also say good riddance, Qin Xia said. Luther savored Qin Xia's words, then lowered his voice, but this theory is a secret, because it's not sufficiently aligned with imperial truth. I've heard some things about chaos, but these cannot be discussed with others. Because you're afraid that if others know, they will be more easily influenced by chaos? I agree, Qin Xia nodded. I wouldn't say these things to others, but I will say them to you, because your willpower is astonishing. I'm saying this because you wouldn't be influenced by chaos unless you had a psychological breakthrough. Qin Xia agreed with the emperor, using the lie of imperial truth to cover up the truth, to conceal the existence of chaos, because ordinary people, upon learning of chaos's existence, would be more easily influenced by it. But whether to speak or not also depended on who one was facing. When facing a primarch, concealment was unnecessary. Similarly, when facing someone like Luther who, when Caliban was beyond salvation, when his conflict with Lion reached its peak, and when he was almost swayed by chaos to kill Lion, could still regain his clarity and use his will to resist chaos's influence, concealment was entirely unnecessary. When you arrived at Dawnstar, I told you I would find a reasonable way to remove those imperial administrators. Qin Xia instinctively glanced in the direction of the hive city. The method I spoke of is to find evidence of their corruption by chaos. The emperor and the seal-bearer fear chaos more than they fear abominable intelligence. Caliban is, after all, different from Nuceria. If the Imperium sends more people to manage Caliban and they too become corrupted, what then? Luther asked. Currently, the primarches and legions have vested interests with the Imperial Parliament, Qin Xia stated calmly, something he had long considered. I will find a way to have the Imperial Parliament send administrators who meet your approval. Luther remained silent, revealing a mysterious smile. Qin Xia also smiled mysteriously. Elite administrators, puppets, or cowards, you tell me which kind of these types you think are suitable to remain on Caliban, and I can help you coordinate with the Imperial Parliament. This is the benefit of having Astartes seats in the Parliament. Hearing this, Luther burst into laughter, then said, just seeing you appear gives me a feeling, that even the greatest crisis pressing down on me is simply not an issue. Qin Xia smiled proudly, then feigned thoughtfulness, give me some time to seriously think about how many people have thought that about me. Chapter 401, White Knight Trials. Several days later. Inside the castle's underground training ground. 30 White Knight think tanks stood in formation, fully armed and solemn. The think tank team, originating from the World Eaters, adhered to the 12th Legion's extremely strict disciplinary traditions, remaining silent, their gazes and postures all conforming to the discipline. Qin Xia, unlike these serious and orderly thinkers, wore only 2 items of clothing, a pair of shorts and a long robe. The White Knight Lord sat on the steps, holding a piece of chalk, with a blackboard beside him. The projection training equipment, inherited for generations by Caliban Knights, was playing internal White Knight data. This internal data was classified as top secret within White Knight regulations, guarded by Grand Librarian Tethys, and only think tank veterans with over 10 years of service were qualified to access and view it, and then only under the Grand Librarian's supervision. The data was a video recorded from Qin Xia's first-person perspective, showing a blood-red creature, which Qin Xia swiftly eliminated in the video. After the video data finished playing, Qin Xia wrote and drew on the blackboard. This isn't your first time seeing this data, except for the newcomers among you who just passed the willpower test. This is a creature called a demon, they come from the warp, originating from an entity called Chaos. The world we are currently on, named Caliban, is a world deeply affected by chaos. Demons are very likely to appear here, and you must use psychic powers against them. Mid-sentence, a dark angel walked to the door, bowing his head deeply, avoiding looking at anything inside the room. What is it? Qin Xia asked. From the dark angel's perspective, he couldn't even see what was in the room, but he still kept his head down as much as possible and reported, another ritual sacrifice has been reported. Qin Xia motioned for the dark angel to leave, then looked at the thinkers. The thinkers also looked at the White Knight Lord. What are you waiting for? Deploy. Qin Xia dropped the chalk. The thinkers quickly lined up and exited the underground training ground. A stealth gunship was docked outside the castle, and the thinkers boarded the gunship, flying towards the hive city. The hive cities on Caliban were not built quickly, so there was no standard distinction between spires, upper, middle, or lower hives. Those Caliban people forcibly sent into the hive city, whether workers or unemployed, all lived in a perpetually dark environment. As the gunship delved deep into the hive city, the thinkers in the cabin, looking down at everything below, unanimously described the Caliban people and their living conditions as rats in a gutter. People came and went, crowding a half-built street, each person's clothing pressed tightly against their body, and then each of these people pressed tightly against one another. Dark figures jostled each other, a sea of heads, people moving back and forth, like a large number of rats crammed into a small box. The scene of rats jostling back and forth was exactly what the thinkers saw now. I used to be quite puzzled, a new think tank member began. I wondered why the imperial administrators wanted to build hive cities on Caliban. It's an absurd decision that yields no positive feedback, only negative, but now that I'm here, I see the reason. Chaos corruption. The chief librarian Varese, with a muffled voice, took over. They are deliberately creating a cruel living environment. Brother librarian, do you recall a certain saying at this very moment? Yes, chief librarian Varese brother. Tethys slowly nodded. The White Knight Lord once said, those who live in hell find it hard to resist the temptations of hell. That's the saying, Grand Librarian Tethys brother. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to elaborate on such a profound and glorious statement, Chief Librarian Varese brother. The Noose Ryan think tank members looked at the two in puzzlement. They shared the same confusion as the Noose Ryan Space Marines among the World Eaters. Why did Terrans always like to add brother so and so after names? The Noose Ryans believed this must be some cultural trait belonging to Angron's sons, so they began to learn this culture. While Terrans were influenced by Noose Ryan traditional culture, such as directly calling names, Terran culture was also influencing Noose Ryans. Amidst calls of brother, the gunship approached the mission location. From above, the thinkers saw bodies everywhere on the street below, and their hearing picked up the deep-seated fear in people's souls. Masked figures, branded with strange patterns, were slaughtering civilians on the street. The reason why the people in that area were so crowded earlier was precisely because a brutal massacre was taking place here. And what were the enforcement teams, responsible for maintaining order in the Hive City, doing at this moment? The thinkers did not know the answer to this question. Even with their psychic vision, they could not perceive any order-maintaining teams, which would spontaneously arise in any hive world. The gunship hovered in the air and gradually became visible. Some clever escapees ran frantically towards the suddenly arriving gunship. The thinkers jumped out of the gunship one by one, simultaneously deactivating the defensive force fields of their specialized think tank model Terminator tactical dreadnought armor. People passed by the thinkers. The thinkers moved, walking in the opposite direction of the crowd. The gunship turned in the air, aimed at a nearby building with many killers, and under the gunship's bombardment, the entire building was reduced to ruins. The thinkers on the ground, meanwhile, engaged the killers head-on. Chief Librarian Varys, though a think tank member, was accustomed to following the combat arrangements of regular Legion battle formations, meaning that as a leader of a combat unit, he needed to lead by example. Varys carried only a long spear. He once had a chainsword axe that he deeply loved, but to better emulate the White Knight Lord's habits, that chainsword axe was placed under his bed in his room, replaced by a long spear. 18th Company Captain Margot instructed him on how to use the long spear. Varys walked at the very front, holding the spear reversed, flanked on his left and right by Grand Librarian Tethys and Commas, who was beloved by the White Knight Lord, with the other thinkers maintaining a loose formation behind him, the newcomers protected in the very center as per Legion regulations. In contrast, the killers on the opposite side held a large array of light and heavy firearms. These mortals were startled to see a group of Space Marines, but the fact that these Space Marines did not carry a single ranged weapon still gave the killers the courage to eagerly try their luck. A large group of killers approached Varys. The Chief Librarian gently raised his hand, and lightning erupted from his fingertips, clearing 90% of the killers on the entire street. Over 100 killers who had moments before been shouting strange languages and firing at the thinkers instantly turned into scattered ashes. A beautiful kill, Varys' brother. Tethys walked beside him, providing a psychic shield for Varys. It's still far from a casual strike of the White Knight Lord. Tethys' brother. Varys, with a solemn expression, stared at the killers who had not died from his psychic lightning. He can kill all enemies in this area with just a thought. We must not excessively pursue power, otherwise we will lose ourselves. Varys' brother. Tethys reminded, remember the White Knight Lord's teachings. Varys' brother. I understand, Tethys' brother. Varys advanced, piercing a not quite dead killer with his spear, then stepped over the corpse and continued forward. A new think tank member behind him immediately grabbed a corpse, used precise psychic attacks to peel off the strange patterns branded on it, and then tucked it into a parchment pouch that had been used by a Grey Knight for 200 years. The thinkers continued to advance. The killers in the Hive City, armed with light and heavy weapons, were no match for the thinkers. Those hidden in buildings were driven out by the gunship, then killed by the thinkers. The thinkers never paused their advance, nor did they slow down, because the enemies were too fragile. They merely raised a hand slightly, and the enemies would be annihilated in lightning or flames. Psychic lightning, psychic flames, these not so powerful, merely mediocre psychic attack methods were most suitable for this purely one-sided slaughter. When the thinkers emerged from the flames and reached the very end of the street, most of the killers had already turned to ash. The only one still alive was cowering in terror within the ruins. Capture him, read his mind. Qin Xia's voice echoed in the minds of all the thinkers. The White Knight Lord was observing the thinkers' performance and was ready to issue orders at any time, although he was 1,000 miles away, wearing shorts and sitting on the steps. This did not in the slightest affect his participation in the operation. Commas' brother. Yes, Varys' brother. Commas immediately walked towards the ruins, extended his large hand to grasp the killer's head, and lifted him up to bring him before the thinkers. The think tank member most skilled in psychic abilities, Grand Librarian Tethys, immediately stepped forward to read his memories. They were indeed conducting a ritual. They belonged to an organization called Caliban Restoration. They worship a deity named Heart of Caliban, wanting to awaken this deity through a ritual sacrifice to free Caliban from hell. Tethys casually dropped the killer, who had died from the pressure of the mind reading. Reasonable. Qin Xia nodded in satisfaction. I see some enforcement team members heading your way, Varys. I hope you can make appropriate post-operation decisions. Yes, White Knight Lord. Varys saluted the air, then looked towards the front of the street. A group of personnel, armed and in uniform, ran forward, stopping when they reached the thinkers. Varys scrutinized them. These people looked more like members of the Caliban mortal army, likely tasked with maintaining order in the Hive City. One, who appeared to be an officer, stepped forward, then saluted the thinkers. Sirs, first, thank you, we. Varys' upper body moved slightly. What exactly happened to the officer's body in that instant, the mortals present did not see. It was just that while all the thinkers stood as still as statues, the leading think tank member made a casual movement, and the nearby ruined wall was splattered with a mess of flesh and blood. By the time everyone recovered, the officer had vanished without a trace. Subordinate personnel, step forward. Varis's cold voice emanated from his heavy helmet. The officer's deputy swallowed hard and timidly stepped forward. Why are you only arriving now? Varis asked. We received orders long ago, but the deputy glanced at the mangled flesh on the ruined wall, but he told us to wait and see the situation, so. Sir. I need you to proceed to the next street at the end of this road, maintain order, and ensure the safety of your Caliban brothers and sisters. Varis interrupted the deputy's stammering words. From now on, the personnel whose orders you need to obey are no longer anyone other than us or the Dark Angels. But sir, those Imperial. The War Council will be officially disbanded soon, and any administrative personnel dispatched by the Council to Caliban are in a quasi-legal status. Varis interrupted again. The deputy thought for a moment, then silently nodded. Any more questions? No, sir, none. Do as I say. After the exchange, the enforcement team immediately ran towards the next block. Well done. Qin Xia, 1,000 miles away, began to pace, but Varis, how did you know that officer was problematic? I've experienced similar things. Sir, the moment those bastards open their mouths, I know what kind of crap they're going to spew. Varis replied. Oh. Qin Xia nodded thoughtfully, you deploy there for now. Later, throw the parchment pouch into the teleportation gate. No sooner had he spoken than a sheet of ice and snow unfolded before the thinkers. The think tank member carrying the parchment pouch stepped forward and placed the pouch containing the killer's skin into the snowstorm. Then the parchment pouch vanished along with the snowstorm. Before receiving further orders, Varis gave the thinkers several hand signals, and the thinkers dispersed to guard the surroundings. Chapter 402, On Hell. A leather pouch appeared in Qin Xia's hand. Opening the pouch, inside were pieces of skin from Hive City assassins, branded with strange patterns. Qin Xia observed the skin with his psychic vision, seeing psychic energy swirling around it. This visual phenomenon indicated that the skin itself had a substantive function, not just a purely decorative one. However, the psychic influence on the skin and the grotesque patterns branded upon it was very weak, and with the deaths of those assassins, the skin was rapidly withering, making it impossible to trace anything or anyone associated with it. It was impossible to find more assassins through the skin and patterns, but Qin Xia believed these patterns could serve as evidence of identity. Those affected by chaos always liked to create these inexplicable decorations, as if their purpose was to write on their faces, I am a chaos worshipper. Qin Xia memorized the patterns on the skin, and then the entire piece of skin was incinerated in his hand. Do you still remember the knowledge related to psychic principles? Qin Xia asked, sitting on the steps. The thinkers, thousands of miles away, heard his voice simultaneously and realized that the White Knight Lord was about to test them. To further uncover clues about those affected by chaos, knowledge related to psychic principles would be the solution. If one wishes to conduct a ritual, they must perform actions around the ritual site that weaken the strength of reality's structure and enhance the influence of the warp. If one wishes to summon something from the warp, more preparations are needed for the ritual, such as items related to the entity to be summoned, and a name that leaves a deep impression on the world. Varus immediately thought of and articulated the knowledge relevant to the current situation. He also offered a conclusion. Although we haven't seen more assassins here, this street is clearly their ritual site, or a ritual hub. Clues must be hidden beneath the ruins here. Hearing Varus's words, Qin Xia nodded with great satisfaction. Varus made a few gestures to the thinkers, signaling them to search for clues. The thinkers spread out across the entire street, which had been reduced to ruins, searching for clues hidden beneath the debris. Varus approached a seemingly inconspicuous ruin and looked up at the gunship and its pilot. The gunship hovered in the air, its pilot, exclusive to the White Knight, named Kova. Kova was a special individual from a unique planet in Great Nukria. His homeworld was a low-gravity planet with a surface covered in toxic gases and inhabited by numerous intelligent mutated creatures. People lived in sky cities, and piloting aircraft was an essential skill. The people of this planet were slender, appearing so thin as to be frail, and even their bones were hollow. They also possessed astonishing dynamic visual acuity. An elite pilot in an Imperial Astartes Legion's auxiliary forces would spend many years strengthening their physique and adapting to piloting fighters to withstand higher G-forces and achieve better performance. Yet, the limits of such an elite pilot were merely the starting point for Kova and his compatriots. When Kova first joined the White Knight think tank, some expressed reservations about a mere mortal, not an Astartes, serving as a think tank pilot. However, after learning about Kova's past, they fell silent. Kova was the most revered war hero in the history of his home world, having single-handedly confronted flying mutated creatures the size of Imperial frigates during his planet's darkest hour, bringing hope to his compatriots through his military achievements. This. Varus pointed to the ruin in front of him. Kova piloted the gunship, firing a shot at a spot next to the ruin. He calculated the weapon's blast radius with extreme precision, so the strike perfectly destroyed the remaining broken walls and rubble on the ruin without affecting Varus, who was only a short distance away. I'd say you're overqualified to be a pilot in the think tank unit, Varus said, deactivating the psychic barrier that hadn't been needed. No, I wasn't transferred. A genius like me can choose who to serve freely, Kova's voice came through the comms channel. When the Primarch came to my home world, I realized the sky of my home world wasn't vast enough. I joined the regular army, then the 3rd Legion, and finally I came to the White Knight. To serve the White Knight Lord is an honor in itself. You have many virtues, but humility isn't one of them, Varus said, entering the ashes to examine the area hit by the autocannon. Since joining the think tank unit, I've been trying my best to learn humility. In my personal opinion, my current demeanor is as humble as dust. Varus saw a metal steel in the ashes, with patterns identical to those branded on the assassin's skin. Varus could roughly guess what the situation on this street had been like before. Under imperial management, corruption gradually spread. Amidst the torment of a hellish living environment, the people here saw no hope and turned to spiritual solace. The faith known as the Heart of Caliban must have spread this way. Then its followers became increasingly extreme, and more deeply influenced, until finally, under the influence of some person or idea, they began to perform sacrificial rituals. After that, it was what the thinkers saw when they arrived. By the way, what is the native faith of Caliban? A new Nuceria think tank member also discovered the metal steel and then added, brothers. The thinkers didn't know much about Caliban's customs and culture, they had been trained by Shou these past few days, and less important matters had to be postponed. However, Varus, as the most senior member of the think tank, had fought alongside the Dark Angels Legion during the Warhounds period, so he knew a little about Caliban's customs. The faiths are complex, but ultimately they are survival faiths, Varus said. To survive in an era ravaged by giant beasts. It's loosely related to atheism, as there were no gods at that time to eliminate the giant beasts, only knights born among the people. The knight class of Caliban is also quite interesting. Their status comes from the recognition of their compatriots, meaning people relied on them to kill giant beasts and protect themselves, so they would facilitate them and support them. Also, Calibanites are very united. After all, surviving in a place where giant beasts run rampant, people can only survive by helping each other. For example, if a person's home and property are destroyed, they can simply find another stranger, explain the situation, and then they will receive food and shelter. Unity is indispensable in places with small populations and extremely harsh living environments. After Varus finished speaking, the new think tank member who had asked about the Calibanite faith looked at the metal steel in front of him, then turned to look at the chaotic street. Suddenly, he sighed. My lord. For people who value unity to believe in an unknown god and then begin to slaughter their compatriots for sacrifice. This indicates that the living environment here is truly beyond desperate, so desperate that they can only seek hope on a spiritual level. The chief librarian, hearing this, reiterated a truth the White Knight Lord had once spoken, brothers. It is hard for those living in hell to refuse temptations from hell. Not to mention that a significant portion of these Calibanites were relocated into hive cities. They knew where they once lived. Then all of that was gone, replaced by this. And then the Primarch, who once eliminated giant beasts for them, suddenly ignored them. Varus looked up. The sky above the street was dark, an arc-shaped structure resembling a dome within the hive city's architecture. Varus silently shook his head. Brothers, look at this. A shout suddenly came through the comms channel. Then all the thinkers rushed to where the caller was. The thinkers arrived in the basement of a ruin, where a carbonized body lay in a dark, damp corner, facing the wall with its back to the thinkers, as if kneeling in worship, or perhaps in a protective gesture. He was affected by my psychic flame, Kamas said. I didn't expect it to burn someone hiding, so he shouldn't have been directly reduced to ashes. Fortunately, he wasn't burned to ashes. Varus waved his hand, and a gust of wind whistled past. The carbonized body was blown into ashes, revealing something that looked like a chip. The chip had been clutched by the body. Varus picked up the chip and inserted it into his neck guard. After his armor disinfected the chip, a video was played. The video showed a dozen people gathered in a hall. A man who looked like an imperial bureaucrat stood on a podium, flanked by a Calibanite translating High Gothic, and behind him were a group of soldiers distributing food and clothing to the populace outside the hall. This imperial bureaucrat spoke about what the heart of Caliban was, and why this faith could be the salvation for all Calibanites. Varus looked at the man, finding him familiar. After a careful thought, he suddenly remembered an imperial official from when he first arrived on Caliban. A man standing next to the governor was the same person giving the speech in the video. The internal database of his armor compared the person in the video with the information provided by Luther, then displayed the person's position and name. Assistant to the Caliban governor, Kavok. Varus broadcast the video data to all the thinkers. The thinkers looked serious after watching. Varus immediately spoke to the wall in front of him, my lord. Shou, who had been observing the thinkers, was now in the warp, teaching the new think tank member skilled in astropathic communication, who had been left on Nuceria for liaison. It was, of course, not 9 p.m. Nuceria time, but in matters related to the warp, the time of the reality universe was meaningless. Shou seemed to have arranged a set of tasks for his future self, so that for a period in the future, no matter what he was doing at 9 p.m. Nuceria time, the astropathic think tank on Nuceria would be able to receive his teachings. So, Varus waited for a while before Shou asked, what have you found? The Caliban governor's assistant is the mastermind. We previously analyzed an assassin's brain but didn't find crucial information. This might be because the person spreading the chaos faith only contacted a few individuals, who then went on to disseminate the faith further. Judging from the video data I just saw, Governor's assistant Kavok is the mastermind, and from what the assistant of the late arriving officer said, it can be inferred that his influence has extended into the mortal army. After reporting a series of events, Varus waited for Shou to make a decision. So, what do you intend to do, Varus? This is a trial for you all, Shou merely asked. The think tank unit will immediately proceed to the governor's assistant's residence, located in the ecological gardens not far from the hive city. Kill him, then hold a banquet in his name, and kill everyone who attends the banquet, Varus replied. The trial is over, Qin Xia shook his head. Killing a few people cannot solve the chaos influence. Moreover, chaos is like an ideological virus, anyone can be infected. Are we to kill everyone on Caliban? Varus lowered his head to the wall, utterly despondent, feeling that he, as chief librarian, had brought shame to the White Knight think tank's name. No, don't be disheartened. This is normal, because it's your first time handling such matters alone, Qin Xia said. Come back first, then we'll talk. Chapter 403, The Loyalists. Kavok. This person has a truly bad face. Qin Xia examined the photo in the file he held. Then he examined it for a while longer. No, how can a face be so bad? After hearing Qin Xia's repeated assessment of the face, Luther carefully examined the photo in the file. The person had a very small head, a sharp chin, protruding dead fish eyes, a hooked nose, a protruding mouth, lips so thin they were barely visible, and no eyebrows. After examining it, Luther curiously asked, face reading? Is it like that kind of metaphysics where you judge what's happening based on the number of sneezes? 1 sneeze means someone is thinking of you, 2 sneezes mean someone is scolding you. You still remember that? Qin Xia smiled, putting down the file. Luther nodded, recalling the metaphysics of sneezing Qin Xia had told him on Dawnstar. He didn't quite believe it at the time, but then he thought about how he always sneezed just once, and linked it to Caliban, believing it was the Caliban people thinking of him, so he started to believe it. You can't judge a book by its cover, nor can you measure the sea with a dipper. A bad face doesn't mean everything is bad, Qin Xia said with a smile. But I think it really makes sense. Luther looked up, closed his eyes in recollection. Among those imperial people, one person left a deep impression on me. He always tried to protect the interests of the Caliban people, and this person had a square face and thick lips. Qin Xia smiled at this. People's hearts are hidden, it's hard to say. He comes to me every once in a while to discuss things, and he should be coming today too, Luther continued. I lack trust in the imperial people, so even though he has come to me many times wanting to cooperate, I haven't agreed. When he comes this time, if you could read his mind, that would be great. If this person is reliable, then we can cooperate. Qin Xia nodded in agreement. Then he thought about Luther's situation. Luther actually had many connections among the imperial personnel, including being able to obtain the governor's assistance file, and also knowing a square-faced person as he called him. In fact, Luther's only disadvantage was having just returned to Caliban. If he had been given a little time, he could have become the Lord of Caliban, directly managing all aspects of Caliban and sidelining the imperial personnel. However, by the time he became the Lord of Caliban, Caliban would have already been ruined. As Qin Xia was pondering this, a dark angel entered a small room connected to the castle hall, saluted the two, and reported, the guest has arrived. Luther nodded. When the dark angel went out and returned, he had 2 more people with him. One was the square-faced person Luther had mentioned. Qin Xia looked at him and found that this person's face was a world apart from Kavok's. The square-faced person saluted Qin Xia, Duer. The person next to Duer looked ordinary and was constantly trembling, clearly afraid of the superhuman warriors around him. Qin Xia extended his hand to Duer. Duer glanced at Luther, then leaned over, pressing his head against Qin Xia's hand. In that instant, Qin Xia saw Duer angrily reprimanding all his colleagues in a meeting for a series of absurd decisions regarding the governance of Caliban, and then contacting Luther. This person's previous life seemed less special, he was merely a noble from Terra, then packaged and sent to Caliban by the Imperial War Committee along with a large group of people. Qin Xia nodded to Luther. Luther rose and gave Duer a knight's salute, thank you for being willing to step forward. Duer shook his head helplessly, then got down to business, I've brought the governor's servant, he has something to tell you. Luther found this normal, as Duer had always introduced colleagues who were dissatisfied with the governance of Caliban. These people were unknown among the imperial personnel and would provide help when Luther sought it. By Qin Xia's standards, they were loyalists, unaffected by chaos and firm in their will. Don't be nervous, little fellow. Luther walked up to the governor's servant, bent down, gently put an arm around the servant's shoulder, and led him to his own seat, then motioned for the dark angel warrior to leave. Only after the grim-faced warrior left did the governor's servant seem a little more relaxed. The servant sat, Luther stood and softly asked, what do you want to say? I came on behalf of my master, and then, the servant looked around at the people. Qin Xia realized what the other party was going to say, and then thought that this servant might be the only way for the governor to contact them, so he considered arranging someone to protect this servant. The first person Qin Xia thought of was Brown. Brown was idle anyway. Then he realized that this servant was very shy, so it would be best to call Brown over to get acquainted during the conversation. So Qin Xia patted Luther's shoulder, signaling him not to ask yet, then sat down and sent a psychic message to Brown. The stone man also had a soul projection, so it could, of course, receive psychic messages, and arrived very quickly after receiving it. After the square-faced person named Duer also left, and only Qin Xia, Luther, Brown, and the servant remained in the room, the conversation continued. The governor, when he was very young, had a very good relationship with a maid, and then they had a child. This child later grew up. As the servant began to speak, Qin Xia raised a hand to interrupt, why don't you start from the creation of Caliban? I am not a Caliban person. I don't know those historical stories, the servant said, puzzled. Qin Xia nodded helplessly, exchanged a look with Brown, who was equally helpless, then gestured for the servant to continue. The servant spoke haltingly and stammering, due to fear, or perhaps a speech impediment. But from the time Caliban's sun was high in the sky until it set, he finally managed to explain clearly. Qin Xia summarized in his mind. The servant was the governor's servant, but his hidden identity was that of an illegitimate son. The governor had been completely sidelined by Kavok, confined to his mansion and unable to even command his own attendants. If he hadn't had this illegitimate son back then, he wouldn't even have anyone to send a message now. The information the governor wanted to convey was that he had long noticed something was wrong with Kavok, and with many of his colleagues. These people, who originally had various personalities, suddenly became sinister one day and often communicated in a language that was neither High Gothic nor Calibanese. A few days ago, he learned that Luther's helper had arrived, so the governor sent his illegitimate son, hoping to establish contact with Luther and provide some help when Luther was ready to do something. The only reward requested was a ticket back to Terra. I understand, Qin Xia said to the servant, I will arrange for someone to return with you. The servant nodded tremblingly, then, at Luther's signal, rose and left the room to wait outside. This useless, idiotic chatterbox. Brown's face showed anger. So now you know how others feel when you ramble on and on. Qin Xia asked with a smile. Brown was a typical chatterbox. Although Luther hadn't spent much time with Brown, Brown did live in the castle with Qin Xia's other retainers, and his impression of Brown was that he never stopped talking. No, that's not right. Brown was extremely serious. I am a chatterbox, yes, but I'm not an idiot. What should be disliked is a chatterbox plus an idiot. Idiot and useless are the key points. Qin Xia pursed his lips and smiled. Brown seemed to genuinely care about this, and suddenly asked, I'm not a useless idiot, right? Qin Xia pursed his lips and smiled. Humph. Brown snorted lightly, no longer asking. Qin Xia rose and walked out with Brown. Duer and the governor's illegitimate son, who was also his servant, were already waiting at the castle gate. The surrounding dark angels' gazes made the servant tremble. Before leaving, Qin Xia instructed Brown, your duty is not only to protect him and ensure the existence of this communication channel, but also to monitor him and the people around him. If anything unusual happens, you can act directly. I trust your judgment and ability to act. After speaking, Qin Xia considered for a moment, and feeling that Brown was not adept at using psychic powers against psychic powers, added, take Kamas with you. The thinkers had all returned earlier and were currently idle, so Kamas also had time to complete this new task. Brown nodded, don't worry, leave this to me. Qin Xia nodded gravely. So I'm not a useless idiot, right? Brown suddenly asked. Of course not, I was just joking earlier, Qin Xia said truthfully, why would you worry about being useless? The thing a tool fears most is being useless, Brown said with a wry smile and a shrug. Perhaps you were a tool once, but not anymore. Times have changed, and so have you, Qin Xia said. Brown nodded, walked over, and left the castle with Duer and the servant. Kamas, who had just received the psychic message, also walked out of the castle, and the four of them headed together towards the ecological garden next to the hive city. Just sending these two people, will it work? Luther walked out, watching Brown's retreating back. Qin Xia smiled and nodded, in my plan, the final task of purging the corrupted personnel will be carried out by Brown. Purely from a combat power perspective, asking him to deal with an army doesn't require considering whether he can do it, but rather how much time it will take him to do it. Hearing this, Luther said thoughtfully, these retainers of yours, each one possesses extraordinary skills. Once you return, have your governor father provide a list. Remember this. Brown said as he walked. The servant nodded vigorously. At this moment, Brown was on his left, Kamas on his right. Duer, who had previously given him courage, had already returned to his post, leaving only the three of them walking through the mountain forest towards the governor's mansion. When you came out, are you sure no one saw you? Brown asked. The servant seemed dazed for a moment, then said, I was very careful, but I can't be sure. Unsure means someone definitely saw you. We might encounter a battle next. When that happens, you hide by this big guy's side. Brown glanced at Kamas. Kamas smiled and nodded at Brown, then also smiled at the servant and nodded, I will protect you. Among the Terraborn space marines of the World Eaters, a common problem was their coldness. Kamas was one of the few exceptions. His honest smile and gentle demeanor easily won the goodwill of others. So, upon hearing Kamas's assurance, the servant, for once, also smiled. The three continued forward. As they walked, the servant suddenly noticed Brown speeding up. Kamas realized something might be happening, and his eyes glowed with psychic energy. In his psychic vision, the think tank saw some people ambushed nearby, armed to the teeth, wearing Imperial-type mortal power armor improved from Caliban Knight models, carrying power swords and bolt guns. These were the enemies ambushed around them, and more enemies were running on the roads surrounding the mountain forest. But this number of enemies was no problem for Kamas, especially with Brown there, so he merely glanced at those enemies. However, a figure he then saw in his psychic vision immediately put him on alert. It was a figure standing on a cliff not far away, looking down, exuding an unpleasant intense aura. Brown, who had sped up first, covered a great distance in the blink of an eye. When he returned to Kamas and the governor's servant, his hands were dripping with blood, and the enemies who had been ambushed there were, as Kamas saw, killed by Brown in an instant. Perhaps those who were ambushed died too quickly to report the news, as the more distant enemies running on the road paused after reaching the vicinity of the ambush site, silently waiting for a report from the ambushing party. But after a long wait with no response, they could only continue waiting. Kama's looked up at the cliff. The sinister figure was still there. Chapter 404, The True Secret of Caliban. I'll go clean up those fools still standing idly in the road. Brown glanced at the dark figure and quickly disengaged. Kamas erected a psyker barrier to protect the governor's servant. While Brown was clearing the enemies on the road, he remained wary of the dark figure, but even after he had killed everyone who had come to kill the governor's servant, the figure still did not move. It wasn't until Brown returned to Kamas and the governor's servant's side that the figure finally made a move. It left the cliff in a way that neither Kamas nor Brown could clearly see, appearing close by in the blink of an eye. Brown charged forward, striking the dark figure with a hand chop, moving as fast as if teleporting, but no matter how fast he was, it was useless, because his attack passed directly through the figure without causing any effect. Kamas realized that the opponent might be a psyker, immune to physical attacks, so he immediately unleashed psyker lightning. But astonishingly, the figure did not move at all, nor did it release any psyker spells, it simply stood there, enduring the psyker lightning, remaining perfectly still no matter how Kamas unleashed the destructive power he was born with. When Kamas and Brown switched to observing the situation, no longer attacking rashly, while also protecting the governor's servant, the figure finally moved again. It took a step, and then a cold, ethereal voice echoed in the ears of the three. "Why are you attacking me?" This was what the figure said. Kamas and Brown were both surprised. "I'm just observing." "Why are you attacking me? Did I attack you or something? Can't I just watch from the side?" The figure said again. Kamas and Brown did not respond, remaining vigilant. Due to the extreme darkness of the night, the governor's servant wanted to help his two protectors, so he took out a flashlight and shone it on the dark figure. He saw that the figure was extremely short, wearing a long robe, which was not large but still appeared too loose for its owner's size, full of wrinkles, with the hem dragging on the ground and the sleeves drooping due to their excessive length. As for the face and body covered by the robe, there was no face, no body, where the head should be was just a patch of darkness. Kamas suddenly felt that, perhaps it was an odd feeling at this moment, but, he felt that this uninvited guest, due to its small stature and overly loose robe, was somewhat endearing. "Who are you?" Brown asked. "I would have told you who I am, but since you attacked me, I don't want to say any more," the figure responded. "Apologize, or I'm leaving now." Kamas signaled to Brown not to ask, then sent a psyker message. In Kamas's opinion, the best approach at this moment was to ask the all-knowing White Knight Lord. Thus, Qin Xiao's gaze was drawn over, and upon seeing the figure's appearance, he exclaimed in surprise, "Watchers." "No, not Watchers, but Watchers," the Watchers said. "You humans call us that." "Dark Watchers, that's the name." Qin Xiao recalled information about these Watchers. Dark Watchers, an indigenous Xenos species of Caliban, but despite being Xenos, they were not ordered to be purged by the Imperium, instead, they had many privileges. They would fight alongside the Dark Angels Legion, and even high-ranking Legion members were not permitted into their forbidden areas, yet Dark Watchers could enter and exit freely, those restrictions and secret rules had no effect on them. Legion veterans respected them, and new Legion recruits were taught to respect them, or else they would mysteriously disappear. Some particularly brave Dark Angels were fortunate enough to acquire a Dark Watchers as an assistant, and Dark Angels regarded fighting alongside a Watchers as an honor. The unique aspect of Dark Watchers themselves was their immunity to chaos corruption, and physical and psyker attacks were almost impossible to affect them, even if their attack power was not strong. Qin Xia always felt that when a Dark Angel's Space Marines fought alongside a Dark Watchers, there was a sense of, a green-skinned boss in Gretchen. "Watchers," Qin Xia said to the Watchers. "Your appearance often signifies the arrival of disaster, or the delivery of a revelation to someone. What does your appearance truly mean?" The small figure in the loose robe seemed quite pleased with the formal title of Watchers. "It seems your master is more polite than the two of you." Kamas and Brown exchanged glances. Neither of them had any way to deal with this fellow. Then the Watchers continued, "We wish to persuade you to cease all activities on Caliban. Caliban is close to a warp rift, and the giant beasts that could resist chaos erosion here have been exterminated. Chaos's influence has deeply permeated Caliban to the extreme, so Caliban has only one outcome, destruction. The isolated one." The Watchers thus addressed Qin Xia. "I hope you can indirectly bring about Caliban's destruction. Use the psyker bomb you previously obtained to destroy this place, eradicating Caliban's corresponding structure in the warp as well. Do not do meaningless things, let Caliban meet its deserved end." After speaking, the Watchers quietly awaited Qin Xiao's response. Qin Xia began to ponder. The Watchers' homeland was Caliban, and this Xenos species was not inclined towards chaos. They had always resisted chaos, and it was precisely for this reason that they brought about Caliban's destruction. If everything had developed as usual, Luther would have been kicked back to Caliban by Lion in the future, then become the Lord of Caliban, after which he would be influenced by chaos, rebel. Caliban was ultimately completely blown up. The reason for Caliban's destruction, no one was entirely blameless. Lion, the loyalist Dark Angels, Luther, the traitor Dark Angels. The Dark Watchers. Even 10,000 years later, during the Space Marines chapter era, the Dark Angels warlord Azrael. They traveled through time, which was related to the three divine artifacts on Caliban. Even if Azrael delivered the final blow to Caliban, he was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone blew up Caliban, and no one blew up Caliban. The Caliban destruction event was a muddled mess. The degree of incomprehension and confusion Lion felt from his personal subjective perspective when betrayed by Luther, divided by 2, is the degree of confusion of the super muddled mess that was the Caliban destruction event. You continue your mission, I'll talk to it, Qin Xia said to Kamas and Brown after some thought. After only the Watchers remained in the mountain forest, a teleportation portal opened before the Watchers. The Watchers stepped into it. The Watchers stood in the castle hall. Olia circled the Watchers, examining the small Xenos creature, occasionally reaching out to pinch the robe on the Watchers to confirm if it was real fabric. At some point after its appearance, the Watchers had a book in its hands. This book could be held with one hand by Qin Xia, but the Watchers could only hug the book, which was almost as tall as itself. All right, Olia, Qin Xia said helplessly. It's not a pet. Olia retreated to Qin Xia's side. The Watchers, holding the book, asked, Isolated One. What have you decided? To bring about Caliban's destruction or to do something futile? Why do you call me the Isolated One? Qin Xia countered. Because you have no soul projection, it's that simple, the Watchers replied. So it's a name based on a characteristic, then what's wrong with me calling you Watchers? That's not appropriate. Qin Xia found this Watchers to be somewhat different from what he had imagined. He thought Dark Watchers were all profound and taciturn, when they did something, they wouldn't explain, and no one knew what they wanted to do. Just like when Dark Angels performed some confusing actions, even allies didn't know what they were up to. But this Watchers answered every question and spoke articulately, giving off a feeling that was both aloof and not aloof. I've decided to change Caliban, Qin Xia said. I don't want to destroy it. You think that way because you don't know what's truly on Caliban, and you don't know what the real threat is, the Watchers communicated telepathically to Qin Xia. It's not chaos corruption, nor the absurd actions of those administrators. The Plague Heart. The Ouroboros. The Duchulcha engine. These warp artifacts are the true threat. The Watcher's voice sounded excited and urgent. However, Qin Xia knew what the 3 divine artifacts were, and even knew that after the 3 divine artifacts were combined, they could act like a webway tunneling machine. 10,000 years later, a warp demigod named Vashtor found the 3 divine artifacts. However, Qin Xia didn't intend to solve the problem of the 3 divine artifacts right now. Before coming to Caliban, he found the trouble to be imperial administrators. After arriving at Caliban, he found the trouble to be chaos corruption. Now the Watchers jumped out again, and the trouble became the 3 divine artifacts. This Caliban matter was growing bigger and bigger. Qin Xia felt that the matter was too important to beat around the bush, so he spoke directly, are the 3 divine artifacts truly webway construction tools created by the old ones? If the Emperor obtained these 3 items, could he complete the webway project ahead of schedule? The Watchers tilted its head, clearly stunned, apparently not expecting Qin Xia to know so much. The old ones. The Dark Watchers had not heard that term for a long time. They knew of the existence of the Ildari and Orc species, children of the old ones, but these 2 species also seemed to have forgotten their creators. The old ones were one of the oldest species in the galaxy, they possessed powerful psyker talents, and were also kind and righteous, forming a stark contrast with the Cetan and Space Necrons who fought them in the war in heaven. But it was meaningless, the old ones were exterminated. Using the 3 divine artifacts to complete the webway project for humanity. The Watcher's voice contained a hint of sarcastic laughter. That idea is comparable to the Lord of Mankind trying to create a webway on Terra by himself. All right, then I won't think about that, Qin Xia said, feeling a little regretful. You don't have to destroy Caliban, I represent my people to negotiate, the Watchers continued. But you must use your abilities to destroy the 3 divine artifacts. You say that as if Caliban isn't your Dark Watchers' home. It's like no matter what I choose, you guys get a double win. Although agreeing would also benefit me, I'm afraid that if I agree, you'll benefit and then secretly call me a fool, Qin Xia said with a smile. The Watchers wanted to explain that it wouldn't, because for the Dark Watchers, their home of Caliban was important, but the cause of resisting chaos was even more important. Caliban's destruction or rebirth could both serve as the beginning of this cause. However, as the Watchers was about to explain, it suddenly realized that Qin Xia wasn't unable to think of these things, but was deliberately not negotiating properly. Qin Xia felt that the Watchers seemed to have realized his attitude, so he reached out and pulled the book from the Watchers' arms, holding it in his hand and silently reading, waiting for the Watchers' response. We'll discuss this after you've read this, the Watchers said. Qin Xia looked at the book in his hand and found that it recorded information about the 3 divine artifacts, thereby understanding that the Watchers wanted him to realize the danger of the 3 divine artifacts, so he would agree to the Dark Watchers' conditions. Qin Xia read silently, and the Watchers waited silently. Chapter 405, The Time of Fate's Choice. I've made up my mind. Qin Xia slowly closed the book, his gaze fixed on the Watchers. You think too slowly. The Watchers spread his hands, his overly long sleeves draped on the ground. I feel like a whole day has passed. An illusion. Qin Xia threw the book to the Watchers. The latter trembled when he caught it, then stood the book upright on the ground, hugging it. I will not choose to destroy Caliban, because I promised Luther that I would ensure Caliban returns to its normal state. Qin Xia's tone was firm, without any hint of compromise. I can help you destroy the 3 divine artifacts, but in return, you need to provide me with something useful. What do you want? The Watchers asked calmly. You. Qin Xia pointed at the Watchers in front of him. I need a companion like you, because I know what abilities you possess. The Watcher's dark head, shrouded in his hood, visibly recoiled, looking shocked, then he shook his head vigorously, no. No. I'm not some pet. Listen to me finish before you consider it. Qin Xia continued, besides you, I also need to know how you. You're asking for something else besides me. The Watcher's voice sounded very angry, greed is humanity's greatest flaw. Then not letting others finish speaking is the Dark Watcher's greatest flaw. Qin Xia said. The Watchers fell silent for a while, remaining motionless for a bit, seemingly having thought it over carefully. Qin Xia saw him slowly nod. I also need to know what methods you use to resist psychic attacks. Besides these two requests, you can give me any other gift you wish, just consider it a bonus. After speaking, Qin Xia awaited the Watcher's response. Time passed by second by second. The Watchers seemed to hesitate for a long time, eventually refusing, I cannot fight alongside you, because I am not worthy. The remaining conditions are negotiable. Qin Xia spread his hands, no, you are worthy, don't underestimate yourself. The Watchers tilted his head. If this Watchers had eyes and a face, his expression would surely be one of helplessness and anger, and his eyes would definitely convey a are you kidding me feeling. Go back and explain my conditions to those who have a say among your people. Qin Xia said, a matter cannot be decided in the first conversation. The Watchers felt the same. Qin Xia gestured for the Watchers to leave. But before leaving, the Watchers suddenly asked, why do you want to help Luther so much, just for the sake of a so-called friendship that has lasted less than a year? Qin Xia did not rush to answer, pondering for a moment, and just as the Watchers thought he wouldn't speak and was about to turn and leave, he spoke. Luther can easily make others feel good about him, trust him. When I was misunderstood during the Randan War, Luther's actions were very considerate of my feelings. The friendship isn't that deep, so I also have other considerations. In the Dawn Star conflict, the First Legion's participation was a huge help in my opinion. Once they joined, I could see that the Space Marines from other legions who rushed to Dawn Star were all determined to achieve a good outcome on Dawn Star. At this point, Qin Xia briefly fell silent. The Watchers spoke the next words for him, so you believe Lion is not easy to get along with, while Luther is, and Luther holds significant weight in the First Legion, so no matter what he does, he won't be easily killed by the easily angered Lion. Winning over Luther is winning over half of the First Legion. Yes. Qin Xia admitted frankly. The Watchers stared at Qin Xia for a moment, then turned and left. Outside the castle, 3 Watchers stood in the dark night. Luther and the Dark Angels surrounded the 3 Dark Watchers, and when the Watchers who had spoken with Qin Xia emerged, they made way. Although Luther was not present when Qin Xia and the Watchers were conversing, he vaguely realized that the conversation was the time of Caliban's fate's choice. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been 3 other Dark Watchers present. The Watchers who had conversed with Qin Xia approached his 3 companions, engaging in telepathic communication in the language of the Dark Watchers. Others could not hear what these Xenos said, but Luther could see that the Watchers who had conversed with Qin Xia made many gestures while speaking, appearing to be human-like in his body language. His companions, however, were completely different. Gloomy, profound, solemn. They stood rooted to the spot like 3 small statues, their bodies unmoving. However, this was the general impression the Dark Watchers left on the Dark Angels. A Watchers who made human-like gestures during telepathic communication was a rare exception among this inscrutable race. Luther held his breath. The Watchers who had just spoken with Qin Xia finally stopped gesturing and looked up at the sky. The 3 Watchers standing opposite him remained like statues. What are they talking about? Luther wondered, while also pondering why he believed today was the time of fate's choice. It was simply because every time the Dark Watchers appeared, it was closely related to the fate of most people on Caliban. Finally, the 4 Watchers vanished together. The Dark Angels looked at each other, greatly puzzled. They are just like that. Luther looked at his confidant beside him, they never explain anything to those not concerned. Then ask Shatterer. The confidant named Kenton suggested. He might tell, but I don't want to hear it. Luther looked at the spot where the 4 Watchers had just stood and conversed, I genuinely don't want to know the purpose of these Watchers. Kenton nodded silently, thinking, I don't want to either. Less than a few minutes passed, and a Watchers appeared again, this time carrying a thick and massive book in his arms. Luther and the Dark Angels quickly made way for this Watchers, watching him enter the castle, then enter Qin Xia's room, only then realizing that this Watchers was the one who had spoken with Qin Xia earlier, and had now suddenly returned, carrying a book, for an unknown reason. Luther's heart, which had just slightly settled, rose again. Qin Xia in the room was slightly surprised to see the Watchers return, you discussed it so quickly. The Watchers said nothing, raising the book with his 2 short arms, we respect your choice. This book is the benefit you will receive, and I will also tell you how we neutralize psychic influence. What about the gift? Qin Xia asked, you can't serve me, so this book replaces you, but besides one benefit and one method to neutralize psychic influence, there's also a gift as a condition. Don't be too greedy. The Watchers said. Qin Xia frowned, but did not press further, reaching out to take the book and flip through it. The book's cover was a grotesque face. Qin Xia tried to open the cover, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. This is not a real book, but a chaos artifact. The Watchers said in a voice only Qin Xia could hear, it records the true names of all demons who have ever visited the reality universe. If you want to know a demon's true name, tell your request to the demon on the cover. Hearing that it was a chaos artifact, Qin Xia looked at the Watchers with a serious expression, wondering why these guys would give this to him, but still wanting to try it, so he spoke the demon's name to the cover. Sarum. The grotesque face on the cover wailed, then the book opened, and a page was presented before Qin Xia. A long string of text was recorded on it. Qin Xia quickly scanned it, finding that there were millions of words on this single page. Millions of words were not neatly crowded onto one page, nor were the words so small as to be unidentifiable, rather, the page seemed infinitely vast, and the words were large, yet one could see them all at a glance. Furthermore, these words were displayed in Qin Xia's native language. Clearly, this chaos artifact could present the textual content in the language most familiar to the user, making it easiest for the user to recite the names. Sarum's true name has millions of words. Qin Xia shook his head helplessly. Why am I not surprised at all? You're lamenting the number of words in a demon's true name. The Watchers spread his hands, tilting his head as he asked, don't you want to know how this chaos artifact, whose mere existence affects everything around it, hasn't turned everyone in this castle into chaos slaves? Qin Xia nodded, I do. This is the method you wanted to neutralize psychic influence. The Watchers said, my race possesses an ability similar to that of human soulless ones, not only are we unharmed by psychic energy, but we can even nullify it. Qin Xia listened intently. But this isn't because we have anti-psychic abilities like the soulless ones. On the contrary, we possess extremely powerful psychic talent. This power isn't manifested in psychic strength, but in the control of psychic energy. By manipulating psychic energy in a very delicate way, thread by thread. The psychic energy seeping into reality from the warp is crystal clear in our eyes. We regulate it, making it dissipate or flow elsewhere. Chaos influence is also based on psychic energy, so I can prevent everything around this chaos artifact from being affected by the psychic energy it emits. After listening to the Watcher's explanation, Qin Xia fell into deep thought. Exercising extremely precise control over psychic energy, thereby producing an effect of suppressing psychic influence similar to that of a soulless one. Qin Xia had considered this method before, but he just couldn't do it. In his experience, psychic energy was like a torrent pouring into his body or soul, and then, like digging a drainage ditch for this torrent, he would release psychic spells, expelling large amounts of psychic energy. Forcing precise control over psychic energy was unlikely, at least in the short term. Is there any way for me to learn? Qin Xia asked. You already have special psychic talent, which is immense luck. You might one day be able to crush a star with psychic energy, but you will never be able to control psychic energy as precisely as my race. So, no. The Watchers replied. Qin Xia pondered, then threw the book back to the Watchers. The Watcher's body sank under the weight, and Qin Xia inexplicably felt that the Watchers gave him a dissatisfied glare before hugging the book. I'm busy with other things right now, no time to put this away. You stay here and help me guard this artifact until one day I take it away from Caliban. Qin Xia said. The Watchers agreed without hesitation. Apparently, his gloomy and profound compatriots had instructed him to do so. What's your name? Qin Xia asked. Kong. Kong the Conqueror. Watcher Kong. Follower Kong. At least until I have time to put this artifact away, you are Follower Kong. Chapter 406, Luther himself. Late at night. Watcher Kong lived with the White Knights in the castle's basement. Qin Xia sat in the room displaying Luther's armor, contemplating everything that had happened on Caliban. The White Knight Lord had not focused so intently on his thoughts for a long time, even during the Rengdan genocides, he would think while doing other things. Too many things were happening on Caliban. The conflict between imperial administrators and the native Caliban population. Chaos corruption. The three divine artifacts, and the Dark Watcher's crusade against chaos. While thinking, Qin Xia even had to occasionally consider the perspective of the entire human race, letting his thoughts span the past, present, and future. For example, how to prevent something as crucial as the three divine artifacts from falling into the hands of Vashtor 10,000 years later. That events on one planet could escalate to threaten the survival of a species was simply inconceivable to others. One could only say that the waters of Caliban ran incredibly deep. As Qin Xia pondered, the room's door slowly opened a tiny crack, which widened as the person pushing it gradually applied more force, until half of Luther's body entered the room. The stern-faced man's face peered in first, giving off a distinct observing in secret vibe. Seeing Qin Xia's gaze rather than his usual deep contemplation, Luther finally pushed the door open completely and walked in. You want to know what I discussed with the Watchers? Qin Xia said, getting straight to the point. Luther was startled for a moment, then slowly nodded. Although he had told his confidant, Kenton, that he didn't want to know anything about the Watchers, Luther had thought it over and ultimately decided to come and ask. Every time the Watchers appear, something big happens on Caliban. Luther slowly sat down, sighing. He actually wanted to know everything the Watchers had said, but considering that some things Qin Xia couldn't comfortably reveal, he shouldn't make Qin Xia uncomfortable. With this thought, Luther added, I only want to know the part about the things I intend to do. They said that after the great beasts were cleared and the Imperium took over administration, Caliban's situation was almost beyond improvement, so they advised me not to do anything useless on Caliban, Qin Xia stated directly. Luther merely nodded slowly on the surface, but inwardly, he felt an immense pang of sorrow. Even the Watchers said so. But the key isn't what those Watchers say or how they view it, Qin Xia continued. Luther looked up, his eyes showing curiosity, eager to know what the true key was. Qin Xia smiled slightly, the right corner of his mouth curving upwards, as he leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. The White Knight Lord's expression at this moment was one that Lion, Perturabo, and other primarchs who were overtly or covertly dissatisfied with Qin Xia detested. The key to the problem is what I think, Qin Xia chuckled. I believe Caliban should not fall into the abyss, so I will find a way to resolve the troubles on this planet, all of them. Luther nodded. And as long as I want it, it can be done, Qin Xia continued. Luther smiled, nodding again. Through their interactions, Luther had discovered that Qin Xia was not, as Lion believed, someone who was excessively arrogant and conceited. However, at times, Qin Xia's demeanor did appear to be quite overconfident. Luther had analyzed this and concluded that Qin Xia's confidence and demeanor stemmed from a certainty of success, an assuredness when he had a 90% grasp of a situation, and a reliance on his own strength and available resources, rather than from shallow understanding or unawareness of the seriousness of matters. Luther let out a long breath. Although he had only received a verbal assurance, he felt an extraordinary sense of peace. When I saw the Watchers, I even thought that pulling you into this mess on Caliban wasn't a good idea. Luther said. Qin Xia slowly shook his head. In his view, Luther was also not a pure, innocent type of person, whether it was their initial acquaintance or his actions during the Dawn Star conflict. Luther had sought him out and participated in the Dawn Star conflict because he had something to gain. But this was perfectly normal. Even the friendship between two ordinary people might not be entirely pure, let alone between himself and someone like Luther. Thinking this, Qin Xia suddenly recalled Luther's way of handling things. Luther had one attitude when interacting with him, and another when interacting with others. He would actively adapt to different people's personalities, thereby presenting different behaviors, even changing his manner of speaking, tone, and style of action to leave a good impression. This couldn't be called faking it, but rather was due to his innate personality. When Lion grew up and prepared to unify Caliban and eradicate the great beasts, Luther was the kind of person who could persuade all the knightly orders, thereby avoiding a human civil war through interpersonal skills. He was naturally someone who could earn others' trust, which was precisely due to his innate personality. When something similar to the Dawn Star incident happens again in the future, no matter what Lion thinks, I will certainly participate with a portion of the Dark Angels, Luther suddenly said. Clearly, Luther also realized why Qin Xia was actively intervening in Caliban's affairs for the most part. Just as Watcher Kong had stated on his behalf during Qin Xia's earlier conversation with him. Then you should be careful, Qin Xia chuckled. Lion is truly not to be trifled with. What's there to be afraid of? Luther burst out laughing. He wouldn't bear to kill me. Qin Xia found it hard not to agree with that statement. If anyone else had been in Luther's place during that Dawn Star incident, even if their heads were bought in bulk, it wouldn't have been enough for Lion to beat. Mentioning Lion, Luther suddenly wanted to tell Qin Xia something that had been on his mind, but just as he was about to speak, he saw Qin Xia's expression turn serious. Qin Xia had received a astropathic message from Kamas. The imperial appointed governor had just contacted Braun and then provided a carefully compiled list. Look at this, Qin Xia sent a psychic message to Luther, relaying the information transmitted by Kamas. Luther immediately saw a list. This list consisted entirely of suspects the governor had recalled at Braun's request, mostly imperial bureaucrats, and some Calibanites. The Imperium also employed Calibanites in administration, and even if these individuals had little power, they held considerable influence among the Calibanites. Next to each name on the list were some suspicious things the person had done, such as violating the imperial truth or secretly engaging in worship. Or, for example, a drastic change in personality. I'll verify this list, Luther said. We just need to assign people to monitor those on the list. If the list is accurate but incomplete, we can also monitor people associated with them to fill in any gaps. Then I will prepare to deal with every person on it after you verify the list, Qin Xia nodded. The two immediately divided the work. Luther left the room to verify the list through the intelligence organization he had established upon his return to Caliban. Although this organization had not been established for long, its members were all elites carefully selected by Luther, and they were extremely familiar with Caliban. Qin Xia remained in the room, continuing his contemplation. He decided that after the list was verified and confirmed, he would first deal with everyone on it, resolving what Luther cared about most, and then work with the Watchers to handle the matter of the 3 divine artifacts. As for the methods, they were quite simple. The list verification process lasted less than a week. When Luther found Qin Xia again, he placed a new list on the table. It has all been verified. The personnel list provided by the governor is not false, it just missed some people, but considering that this fellow was under house arrest for quite some time, missing a few people is quite normal. Qin Xia looked at the list. Luther had added quite a few names to it. Then Luther placed a thick file folder on the table. Qin Xia opened it and saw that it contained photos and videos. Every person on the list had corresponding photos and videos, accurately capturing them performing forbidden acts, such as worshipping strange deities or even personally killing sacrificial victims. Such photos and videos could only have been obtained by undercover agents. Clearly, Luther had also placed many informants among the imperial personnel, and their work capabilities were astonishingly strong. Before the governor provided the list, perhaps due to a lack of absolute certainty, Luther had been unwilling to activate them, so they had not been active then. But after the list was provided, with clear targets and clues, these individuals proved incredibly effective once Luther activated them. You once said there would be a way to deal with those imperial personnel, that they would be legitimately purged due to something the emperor and the seal bearer both greatly feared. Luther said as Qin Xia flipped through the photos and videos. At that time, I thought carefully, what on Caliban would the emperor and the seal bearer both fear? AI? No, Caliban doesn't have that. Well, it does, but the Emperor allowed it. The only answer I could think of was chaos corruption, but at the time, I didn't know the word chaos, I only knew that some people on Caliban would become strange. In short, from that moment on, I was preparing for now. Hearing Luther's words, Qin Xia put down the photos and videos, thinking that Luther's abilities were truly astonishing, and it was no wonder Lion relied on him. However, there was still one problem. These videos and photos aren't all usable as evidence, some of them might not be admissible, for example, shooting condemned prisoners, or abusing servants, Qin Xia said. I know these actions are inappropriate, but they aren't as unequivocally damning as worshipping deities and making sacrifices. I know, Qin Xia, I know the evidence for some of these people isn't sufficient. Luther glanced at Kenton, who was outside the door following him. Kenton wasn't an outsider, so he spoke frankly, but these people still deserve to die. Deserve to die. Luther seemed quite agitated. They either treat Calibanites like pigs and dogs, or they've killed many people to vent their desires or for some other reason. I know they haven't been corrupted, but they still deserve to die. They. As Luther was about to continue persuading Qin Xia raised his hand, signaling Luther to stop. Luther was somewhat worried that Qin Xia would refuse to kill these people. But Qin Xia casually picked up the photos and videos and put them into the file folder. Now, it's truly impossible not to kill them. Only then did Luther realize that Qin Xia's raised hand wasn't a "you can't do it," but rather a "no need for further words." The purge will last 10 days, Qin Xia said. Start with Kavok, this governor's assistant. Your people have investigated that he's currently leading senior priests in a sermon somewhere, so blow him up first. Luther nodded. He trusted Qin Xia's strategy. After 10 days, the administrators sent by the Imperial Parliament will arrive on Caliban, Qin Xia said. Then you can choose from the various people on the ship whoever you deem suitable. When the ostensible lord of Caliban is chosen, everything will be settled. Let's give this purge a name, Luther suggested. Qin Xia pondered for a moment, then said, Caliban's. Caliban's wrath, Luther said. We thought of the same thing. Hearing this, Qin Xia was silent for half a second, then smiled and nodded, yes, yes. That's the name I was going to say. Chapter 407, The Wrath of Caliban. White Knight. A fighter jet belonging to the White Knight's carrier-based air wing was sent to Hangar 3. Before a secret operation was about to commence, Hangar 3 only contained the engineer team exclusively for the White Knight think tank unit pilots, and Kova, who had just arrived. The former was maintaining the fighter jet and loading ammunition, while the latter was waiting. Kova, who had previously piloted a gunship to transport White Knight operatives, now stood in the hangar, looking at the Lightning fighter jet before him. This was a type of fighter jet frequently used by the mortal auxiliary air forces of various legions. It was an advanced fighter known for its maneuverability and firepower, and had now been modified by Kova's dedicated engineer team. Experimental Thruster X-2133. A priest of the Red Robe Covenant came to Kova's side, his oil-stained appendages waving like octopus tentacles. An experimental thruster from New Guard 1, a discarded proposal that was part of a plan to build a fighter jet for the World Eaters capable of hunting high knights in the air. However, for various reasons, the plan was later cancelled, and the thruster project, which had already yielded results, was also halted. It's too fast, understand? Hearing the priest's words, the slender Kova nodded silently. Then the priest provided Kova with the mission briefing documents. Kova took the documents and glanced at them, discovering that he was to pilot this modified Lightning fighter jet from low orbit, dive into Caliban's atmosphere, and then vertically attack a Night Oath Hall located in Caliban's old city. The Oath Hall would be difficult to find, but a Dark Angel Space Marines would provide guidance on the ground. Although attacking a location on Caliban under the guidance of a Dark Angel Space Marines puzzled Kova, after joining the White Knight unit, he knew that this unit held many secrets, and not knowing things unrelated to him was a form of self-protection. Kova took the briefing into the Lightning fighter, sat in the pilot's seat, and started the Lightning fighter according to the operating procedures he had hastily learned last night. The World Eaters had never been able to obtain standard equipment like the Lightning fighter, which didn't mean the fighter jets they used were poor. On the contrary, the New Guard 1 aircraft research department had created things superior to the Lightning. But different fighter models required relearning. Kova, who had studied all night but still managed to get enough sleep, skillfully started the fighter jet. While getting accustomed to the Lightning fighter's controls, he piloted the fighter out of Hangar 3. Kova piloted the Lightning fighter, entering Caliban's atmosphere vertically at a speed of nearly Mach 8. The mission briefing suggested maintaining the fastest possible speed, but to consider whether to do so based on the situation. Kova's choice was to do so. He simply wanted to do everything perfectly when piloting the fighter. If he had the ability, why not do it? As the Lightning fighter entered Caliban's atmosphere, its anti-G system combined with the various characteristics of humans from Kova's home world allowed him to withstand the acceleration at that moment. At the start of the mission, someone had already informed the Space Marines sent by Luther about the fighter's deployment. The Space Marines who were supposed to provide attack guidance to Kova rushed over as quickly as possible, but were still a step late. By the time Kova had entered the atmosphere and saw the gradually abandoned old city of Caliban below, the Space Marines had just begun setting up the attack guidance equipment. As the fighter dove at Mach 8, about to crash into the large city surrounded by high walls thousands of kilometers long, Kova recalled the features of the Night Hall from the mission briefing, his eyes rapidly searching among the buildings on the ground. What should have been done by the Space Marines was completed by Kova alone. He found the massive Night Hall. The Night Hall looked like a small castle, but the old city was full of larger and more magnificent buildings. Kova had to exert some effort to identify it by subtle differences in the building's exterior details. Then, he controlled his attitude, ensuring the fighter passed over the hall in the optimal bombing posture. Next, Kova pulled the trigger. After the fighter dropped its bomb, he quickly pulled the nose up and ascended, heading straight out of the atmosphere. The Astartes on the ground had just activated the laser targeting function of their guidance equipment. He looked up, only to see the fighter jet rapidly climbing, and the dropped bomb was perfectly clear to his superhuman vision, both its trajectory and outline. Idiot, the Astartes cursed. The bomb fell forward, heading towards a building next to the target. Just as the Astartes thought the mission to kill Kavok would fail, the bomb, due to the immense acceleration upon release and Kova's design in the fuse activation program, directly penetrated the building's tall tower, drilling into the target at a perfect 45-degree angle from above. The bomb detonated only after the second impact. That night hall, which resembled a small castle and would have taken 2 Astartes combat squads a solar hour to capture, was shattered to pieces. Many of Kavok's guards inside the night hall were more elite than the assassins the White Knight had killed on the streets before. They also carried a large quantity of weapons to ensure Kavok and all important figures could safely conclude today's sermon and strategy discussion. But now they should all be cannon fodder. The Astartes shrugged, looked elsewhere, then back at the night hall, and whispered, "Not bad." The Astartes continued to observe. A stealth gunship gradually materialized from the sky. A Night Titan suspended below it by an anti-gravity device was dropped to the ground. Then 5 members of the White Knight think tank unit, led by Varus, a total of 6 people, jumped to the ground during the gunship's rapid descent. 2 new recruits participating in the operation were on Varus's left and right, with 3 veteran thinkers beside the new recruits. The gun knight strode over the heads of the thinkers, smashing through the broken walls and ruins blocking its path, clearing a way forward for the thinkers. The purpose of the think tank and this Night Titan was not to launch a main assault on the massive night hall. Instead, it was to enter the ruins after most of the enemies had been blown apart, to confirm that Kavok had turned to dust, or was a corpse. Underneath the night hall, Kavok's ears were ringing, and everything in his eyes was blurry. Only after a moment did the shouts of those around him gradually overcome the ringing, and his vision slowly cleared. Kavok looked around and saw his elite guard members. These fanatical followers, all clad in power armor, had no flaws except for their small number, only 100 people. But there simply wasn't enough time to get more people underground just now. Next to the elite guard were priests. The priest commanded the guard members to spread out, then helped Kavok to his feet. Kavok was grateful to this priest from the bottom of his heart. If he and the elite guard's followers hadn't seen the future revealed by the divine just now, he would have been blown to ashes along with hundreds of others. Leave. Leave this place, Kavok ordered haltingly. The surrounding guard members looked at the priest. The priest, supporting Kavok, walked towards the tunnel, preparing to pass through the night hall's tunnel into Caliban's old city sewers. Seeing them leave, the guard members followed. Praise the divine. Praise the divine for the revelation that saved our lives. It truly loves its followers, just as we preach to those people. The priest kept muttering. But Kavok was in no mood to listen. His small, eyebrowless eyes blinked, looking at a monitor embedded in a guard member's arm. Outside was a thick smoke. A moment later, 6 tall silhouettes were faintly visible in the dense smoke. Kavok saw the tallest figure in the center raise an arm and wave it, and then all the dense smoke within the night hall was dispelled to the outside. World Eater's think tank, the priest gritted his teeth, Luther's bastard helper's dog. As the priest spoke, in the image displayed on the screen, the leading White Knight suddenly turned his head to look at the monitor. The 2 crimson gazes on his helmet should have been directed at the monitor itself, but to Kavok, it felt as if they were looking directly at him. The leading White Knight waved his hand again. After the dense smoke once more obscured the monitor, he led the 5 people beside him back into the smoke. Kavok and his group continued to flee, entering the old city sewers. After the path underfoot changed from a labyrinth to a single direction pipe, 5 thinkers appeared ahead. Kavok and the others instinctively looked back, only to see another think tank appear. Varus, holding a long spear, approached them from behind. The elite guard members, under the priest's command, launched an attack. Varus stopped, taking a moment to consider whether to use his long spear to slay the White Knight Lord's primary enemy, thereby achieving a glorious act and bringing a perfect end to his Caliban mission, or to choose a more cautious approach. After thinking, Varus reluctantly raised his hand. Flames instantly covered the entire underground pipe. Varus could only see a sea of fire before him. Kavok and the people beside him, as well as the thinkers in front of them, were all engulfed by the sea of fire. Even the branch roots near the pipe were scorched by the flames. What remained after the flames raged was frost, a cooling phenomenon caused by using psyker abilities. The other 5 thinkers, maintaining their own psyker shields, searched for signs of the enemy, or their ashes, after the fire subsided. Varus stepped forward. In the very center of the flames, the thinkers saw 2 people who were not yet dead. The priest had created a cold area, resisting the invasion of the psyker flames. Fools, you betrayed the imperial truth to worship the divine, and thus your lives are declared forfeit by the White Knight Lord. Varus strode forward, pleased that he still had the chance to end Kavok's life with his long spear. Facing the approaching powerful enemy, Kavok, in a moment of desperation, pushed the priest hard, seemingly wanting to at least die later. The priest stumbled after being pushed, his satchel falling to the ground. He turned to look at Kavok with a confused and disappointed gaze. Varus charged forward, and the other thinkers unleashed their psyker abilities. The priest also responded. His body suddenly floated, and blue light emanated from his eyes. In that instant, time suddenly paused, then flowed backward. When Varus returned to his original position, he found that Kavok had disappeared after being enveloped by a flash of light. The priest, who had floated into the air, turned to ash and gradually fell to the ground. A psyker powerful enough to manipulate time, one think tank member angrily waved his hand, scattering the ashes. Varus pondered in silence. The mission briefing had not mentioned that the priest just now possessed psyker powers capable of manipulating time, nor even that the priest was a psyker. This was clearly a hidden trump card. That individual must have never used psyker abilities, which is why it wasn't discovered during the investigation. Or perhaps... Varus picked up the backpack from the ground. It had fallen when Kavok pushed the priest, causing him to stumble. After Varus searched it, he found a gradually dimming colorless crystal inside, along with a stack of documents. Perhaps he used this to unleash that psyker power just now. Varus crushed the completely dimmed crystal. But undoubtedly, Kavok is not dead, we have still failed. That guy isn't a psyker, he used the power from that gem. Qin Xia's voice echoed in Varus's mind, containing no blame. We are dealing with people who worship warp gods, they have methods we can't anticipate. You should learn from this experience and calmly handle what comes next. Just now, Qin Xia had intervened for a moment. He saw a warp rift about to open in the pipe, and Varus and the other 5 would be thrown into the warp. So, between killing Kavok and closing the warp rift torn open by that unknown powerful force, Qin Xia chose the latter. The thinkers were all psychers and could also sense what had just happened. Varus and the thinkers bowed to the air, indicating that they had remembered the teachings and were grateful for the White Knight Lord's rescue just now. Transmit the documents back to me, then you all proceed to the next task.